Chapter 1. The Binding System. Refusal of the campus belle's affection. In Huasu Province, a blue taxi sped along the winding mountain road. Inside the vehicle sat 4 young men in their early 20s, students from Shun City University, all in their senior year, residing in dormitory 405. Old Third, how could you be so ungrateful? The campus belle invited you, and you turned her down. If it weren't for her generous offer, our happiness would have vanished. Indeed, thankfully, the campus belle was quite lavish and booked Old Third's ride. You guys have no idea how envious those losers in school are, knowing we could mingle with the beauties from the campus belle's dormitory at Loya Mountain. This is all thanks to Old Third. Alas, it's a pity that Old Third loves money more than beauty. Such a lovely face wasted. The driver, He Shi, ignored the banter of his friends, steering the wheel with one hand and pressing the accelerator to the floor. Once he completed this fare, he could finally take a breather. He had little interest in the dormitory gathering. Coming from a small county, He Shi's family was of modest means, and just as he was nearing graduation and an internship, his father fell gravely ill. In desperate need of surgical funds, he reluctantly became a taxi driver, and now all He Shi desired was to earn money. Sitting in the passenger seat was the dormitory leader, who, noticing He Shi's silence, winked at the other two. He then twisted open a bottle of mineral water and eagerly passed it to He Shi. Old Third, when we arrive, you can't leave immediately. The campus belle is here for you. If you go, we'll be left with nothing, and the dormitory is full of beauties. Upon hearing this, He Shi shot him a sidelong glance, his expression revealing his thoughts, as it was clear what the leader was after, especially since the gathering was planned to last 2 days and 1 night. However, He Shi did not indulge him, firmly rejecting the suggestion. I still have work, and I have a girlfriend. I can't stay out overnight. The leader was taken aback, gazing at He Shi's delicate and handsome profile, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Is working more important than flirting? Besides, with that girlfriend of yours, we haven't even seen a shadow of her in nearly 4 years. He reasonably questioned whether this so-called girlfriend was merely an excuse for Old Third to deflect advances. Believe it or not, He Shi replied coolly, closing his mouth once more. Seeing that he was impervious to persuasion, the second passenger in the back seat decided to employ a different tactic. 1,000 yuan. Come back with us tomorrow. He Shi glanced at the rearview mirror. 1,005 by tonight at 9. The second passenger gritted his teeth. Midnight. 8 o'clock. The second passenger was left speechless. Fine, 9 o'clock it is. A subtle smile curved He Shi's lips as he handed over the QR code hanging beside him. He was a top student in the finance department and had never lost a negotiation regarding money. Ding! Detecting the host's strong desire for financial gain, initiating the supreme subsidy system. System binding successful. Detecting the host's father's severe condition, now providing a cash subsidy of 2 million, along with the activation of the instant kill marketplace. All subsidies will be dispersed to the host through lawful and legitimate channels. Please rest assured to enjoy. The sudden mechanical voice startled He Shi, causing him to inadvertently slam on the brakes, the car coming to a sudden halt in the middle of the road. What the hell? Oh my! He Shi could not spare a moment to heed the anguished cries of the occupants within the vehicle. All his attention was captivated by the 2 vibrations emanating from his mobile phone. As he swiped the screen, a bank notification message promptly materialized. Dear user, your account received a deposit of 2 million renminbi on May 10th, 1523. Your current balance is 2,005,000 renminbi. He Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. To fund his father's medical treatment, he had just transferred all his savings back to his hometown the previous day, leaving only 5,000 for the charter fee, which he intended to send to his mother that evening. As a modern university student, he was no stranger to passing time with novels and was familiar with the existence of systems. He simply never anticipated such a fortunate stroke of luck to fall into his lap. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, He Shi restarted the vehicle. Without further ado, he inquired, System, could you elaborate on your functions? A mechanical voice promptly responded within his mind. This system will randomly trigger subsidy functions based on the host's actual situation. The triggering conditions and subsidy contents are variable. He Shi raised an eyebrow, understanding that everything hinged on the system's whims. What then is the flash sale mall? A flash of blue light flickered before his eyes. Please explore independently once you are in a safe environment. Understood. Upon arriving at Lea Mountain, He Shi refrained from exiting the vehicle immediately with the others. He was eager to summon the system. A pale blue light screen materialized in his field of vision. Username: He Shi age 22, assets none, today's flash sale items. 1 portion 911, flash sale price 9 renminbi and 90 cents. 10 commercial stores on Shanghai Street, flash sale price 29 renminbi and 90 cents. 1 residential building in Jinfusion, flash sale price 99 renminbi and 90 cents. System notification: the host may purchase only 1 item per day. Failing to secure a flash sale within 24 hours will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. He Shi's breath caught in his throat upon reading this. A portion 911 retails for over 3 million RMB. Not to mention the stores and residential building, merely renting them out would afford him a lifetime of leisure. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and, without hesitation, clicked on the residential building option. With only 1 opportunity per day, he had to select the most valuable item. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your order has been successfully placed for 1 residential building in Jinfusion, comprising 120 units. The property deed is being processed, and a professional will contact you tomorrow. Please keep your phone accessible. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first use of the flash sale mall. A new user gift package has been awarded. 1 Ferrari SF90, now parked at the school playground. Simultaneously, a car key materialized with a sharp sound in the passenger seat. Incredible! For just 99 RMB, he not only acquired a residential building valued at nearly 1 billion, but also gained a sports car worth 5 million. A smile spread across He Shi's face. Little did he expect that within the span of an hour, he would transform from a penniless individual into a wealthy magnate capable of counting his fortunes while lounging. He promptly took out his phone and transferred the entire 2 million RMB to his mother. With the alleviation of his father's illness, there was no longer any need for concern. He no longer had to rise early and toil late, and even indulging in a simple crepe felt like a luxury he could not afford. Everything felt as ephemeral as a fleeting dream. He sure pinched his thigh to assure himself of reality. Just as he was lost in this euphoric reverie, a few knocks on the car window jolted him back to the present. Turning to the source of the disturbance, he was met with the innocent and sweet visage of Qin Ruo, the campus belle. Her family's enterprise held a prominent status in the entirety of Shin City, and coupled with her ethereal beauty, she was perpetually the object of admiration at school. Since the beginning of her freshman year, she had shown an interest in He Shi, frequently appearing to assert her presence. However, He Shi remained indifferent. He had always kept a respectful distance from such spoiled and capricious young ladies. As He Shi opened the car door, Qin Ruo instantly lunged forward, attempting to link her arm with his, but he deftly sidestepped. His expression turned frosty. "Miss Qin, I must ask you to maintain your decorum." Qin Ruo's eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears. Her ample bosom heaved with indignation, and the sight of her exposed, curvaceous thighs drew the attention of many passers-by, who feasted their eyes upon the spectacle. Ding! The host has rejected the alluring campus belle and missed the chance to be pampered by a wealthy woman. A rebate card for consumption has been issued, offering a 100-fold return, valid for 3 days, with a maximum rebate amount of 10 million. He Shi raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected fortune. He glanced at his friends in the distance, who were eagerly waving him over, and promptly made his way toward them. Meanwhile, Qin Ruo, watching his retreating figure, clenched her fists tightly. He was merely a somewhat good-looking pauper, but she vowed that one day she would make He Shi kneel before her in supplication. Chapter 2. The rebate card that humiliates the campus belle. Lea Mountain is a renowned scenic area in the outskirts of Shun City, featuring majestic peaks and picturesque rural retreats. Whether it be fishing, soaking in hot springs, or enjoying a bonfire barbecue, New Garden Farm has it all. The primary plan for the 2 dormitories' social gathering centered around a barbecue in the great outdoors, followed by a night spent in tents, culminating in the viewing of a romantic sunrise the following morning. He Shi initially intended to greet everyone and depart, but upon noticing the sudden deposit of 1,000 yuan into his account, he swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Despite his billionaire status, he certainly did not disdain such a sum after all. Even the smallest fly is still meat, and more importantly, he prided himself on being a man of his word. Upon seeing He Shi approach, the leader affectionately draped an arm around his shoulder. Hey, old three, you truly are oblivious to the blessings you possess. To reject such a globally captivating beauty, just look at her. She has already linked arms with someone else. He Shi glanced down at the leader's straining toes, then resignedly followed his gaze. Sure enough, Qin Ruo had a man hovering solicitously at her side, who, upon catching He Shi's eye, flashed a provocative smile. The second dincommand, who was preparing to pitch a tent, abruptly dropped what he was holding. Damn, we thought this time we would finally be the main characters, but it turns out the campus belle brought along a whole entourage of lackeys, each a wealthy heir. Just look at those girls, their eyes sparkling with delight. We are merely here as mere background. He Shi surveyed the scene and indeed noted that each girl had a gallant protector. With a slight smile, he remarked, in that case, let's return together after the barbecue. Well, perhaps not after all. It's a rare occasion to come here. He exerted himself, hoping to salvage some scraps. Observing the timid demeanor of the second, He Shi felt an overwhelming urge to impart a piece of wisdom. Those who grovel ultimately possess nothing. Hey, you lot, if you want barbecues, you'll have to procure your own ingredients. We haven't prepared any for you. A sudden voice interrupted the conversation among He Shi and his companions. The eldest's expression shifted. Wasn't it agreed to be split evenly? The Key Mountain Scenic Area is a renowned tourist attraction developed by the domestic investment firm, Liang Group, which includes this farmhouse, boasting a 5-star standard, and thus the prices are quite extravagant. Without even mentioning the food, the cost of a single room starts at over $2,000. Among the 4 in dormitory 405, only the second had a bit of money. The other 3 hailed from ordinary families. Had it not been for the prior agreement to split costs, they would never have ventured to such a luxurious locale. The eldest's remark immediately incited laughter from the group across. What are you doing here without money? And you still expect to split the bill? How shameless. The speaker was the man who had previously provoked He Shi. Song Bo, with a self-satisfied grin that reeked of arrogance, displayed unabashed disdain in his eyes. He had grown up alongside Qin Ruo, and their families were well matched, with elders harboring hopes for a union. Thus, he had long held a contemptuous view of He Shi, a penniless individual daring to pursue his woman, a blatant display of ignorance. Despite He Shi's capabilities, lacking a formidable background, securing a position at a public company should not have been insurmountable. However, by unfortunate coincidence, the companies to which He Shi had applied were all affiliated with the Song family. With a mere word of caution, Song Bo could ensure that this young man would struggle to find a decent job in the vast city of Shun. A top graduate from a prestigious university had been reduced to driving a taxi. This thought filled Song Bo with pride. He, the campus heartthrob, how's the job of a taxi driver treating you? You ought to express your gratitude to me. He Shi was momentarily taken aback, before his gaze turned icy. So it was you. The company he had previously interviewed with had contacted him to inform that he was no longer needed, and he had suspected foul play. Little did he know it was merely a man's jealousy at work. He Shi clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Song Bo reveled in his triumph. And what of it? Penniless wretch, why don't you take your unfortunate companions and skedaddle? I wonder how many days of driving it will take you to afford a meal here. Don't you agree, brothers? The companions following Song Bo burst into laughter. This isn't a place for you country bumpkins. Hurry back to your slums. Standing aside, Qin Ruo watched the spectacle with a casual smile. In the past, she would have intervened at such mockery directed at He Shi, but now, it brought her satisfaction. Someone so oblivious needed a taste of humility. The eldest and his companions were flushed with anger, their jaws clenched tightly, feeling humiliated yet reluctant to speak out, for this group of affluent second-generation heirs was not one they could confront. The fourth, who had remained mostly silent, sighed and patted He Shi on the shoulder, urging, let's just go. Third, He Shi suddenly curled his lips into a smile. Who says we can't afford it? It was the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of the hundredfold rebate card, which boasted a rebate limit of 10 million. Ding. Detection of host being looked down upon by a wealthy heir subsidizing Liang Group with 30 equity. Ding. 30 equity has been credited. A dedicated representative will arrive shortly for coordination. He Shi's eyes sparkled. System, you truly are the most remarkable system of all. The previously mechanical voice now carried a hint of pride. Modesty, modesty. He called over a waiter and casually pointed at the menu. This one, and this one, please bring me one of each, charged to my card. Startled by He Shi's words, Song Bo burst into laughter. Huh? I thought you were capable of more. You've only ordered 3 dishes? Even a woman wouldn't find that enough. Qin Ruo also wore a look of disdain. If you lack funds, don't force it, it's embarrassing. He Shi ignored their remarks and followed the waiter to swipe his card, nearly exhausting the 6,000 yuan balance with the 3 dishes. As the bank deduction notification arrived, another message pinged on He Shi's phone. Dear user, your account has been credited with 595,000 yuan at 16:20 on May 10th. The current balance is 595,050 yuan. Indeed, He Shi's lips curled upwards as he waved grandly at the waiter. Bring me one of everything on the menu. Poof. Cough, cough. His words left everyone present wide-eyed in astonishment. Could this person be out his mind? A mere driver ordering a lavish feast at the New Garden? The leader anxiously tugged at He Shi's sleeve, whispering, Old 3, do you really have that much money? Let them say what they will, but don't fall for it. He Shi smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, today we feast on my treat. TCH, don't let it be a case of pretending to be wealthy if your car gets declined. ITLL, be quite the spectacle. Ha, that would truly be hilarious. Qin Ruo frowned. She was well aware of He Shi's family situation. The total cost of these dishes would easily exceed 100,000, and she doubted he could afford it. In the end, she couldn't resist advising, a few harsh words won't cost you anything, pride cannot be eaten. He Shi apologized to everyone, and let's consider today's incident over. We can still enjoy ourselves together. Apologize? This peculiar train of thought astonished even the usually composed He Shi. He raised his head and retorted mercilessly, do you have some serious illness? Even swallowing a fly wouldn't warrant such absurdity. You. Qin Ruo's face flushed with anger, and Song Bo seized the opportunity to comfort her. Such an ungrateful person, soon he'll be begging us on his knees. The rural restaurant staff were well trained despite He Shi's attire not resembling that of the affluent. The sheer size of his order merely prompted a brief pause before they politely complied. This satisfaction was not lost on He Shi, for he was soon to be regarded as the proprietor here. Sir, shall I charge this to the same card? He Shi nodded. Yes, and please reserve 4 of the finest rooms for me. The waiter bent slightly. Certainly, sir, please hold on. Chapter 3. Unexpectedly called Dad, He Shi's calm demeanor left the crowd in a state of hesitation. Song Bo's complexion darkened. Impossible, this kid is definitely pretending. Qin Ruo's gaze flickered momentarily before she regained her composure. At that moment, a group of elegantly dressed individuals, exuding an aura of elite sophistication, strode toward them. Isn't that the current president of Liang Group? Qin Ruo scrutinized them closely, nodding in affirmation of Song Bo's conjecture. The two exchanged puzzled glances for a brief moment. Although the Qin and Song families were considered prominent in Shunsheng, they paled in comparison to the Liang Group, a corporation valued in the hundreds of billions. They had previously encountered the president during social gatherings with their elders, but this was the first time they had witnessed such a grand display. As the group approached, Qin Ruo and Song Bo hurriedly adjusted their attire and forced smiles. Uncle Lin, Qin Ruo gracefully approached, her curvaceous figure causing all the men, save for He Shi, to nearly swoon. Her voice was alluring, sending shivers down spines. Normally, Lin Ning would have spared her a few glances, but today, he marched past with a group, his gaze fixed ahead. Upon spotting He Shi at the back of the crowd, he paused, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Are you Mr. He? If you're looking for the person to sign the equity transfer agreement, it's me, Lin Ning declared, striding forward with respect. I apologize, Mr. He. I truly didn't expect you to be so young. I'm the current executive president and CEO of Liang. Just call me Old Lin. He Shi nodded slightly. Mr. Lin, you flatter me. This sudden turn of events struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The most incredulous were Qin Ruo and Song Bo. To them, He Shi was merely a rustic figure they could easily belittle, someone whose reputation they could tarnish with a mere flick of their wrist. Yet now, even individuals they sought to curry favor with were bowing in deference to this man they had long underestimated. This was impossible. He was just a pauper. The ever-lofty Qin Ruo struggled to reconcile the reality before her. Lin Ning furrowed his brow. You must be the young lady from the Qin family. Could you think before you speak? Mr. He is about to become our second largest shareholder at Liang, and your slander is unacceptable. Such spitefulness at such a young age. I truly wonder how the Qin family raises their children. Qin Ruo turned pale at his words, ready to retort, but was firmly restrained by Song Bo ignoring them. Lin Ning turned to He Shi with a warm tone. Mr. He, I have prepared the contract. Shall we sign it now? Bring it here. Let us sign right away. My friend is waiting for me to dine, He Shi replied. Lin Ning quickly gestured to his assistant. Hurry. He Shi casually skimmed through the contract before signing his name. After all, it was from a reliable source. The contract was in duplicate. He Shi retained one copy, stating, I want to interfere with the group's affairs for now. Just inform me of any significant decisions. Lin Ning was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded. Understood, Mr. He. Initially concerned that the new director might micromanage his work, he was relieved to find that He Shi showed no inclination to meddle. Lin Ning's smile grew more genuine as he handed over an exquisitely designed black card adorned with gold lettering. This is the Supreme VIP card for Xinyuan. With it, you can check into Fengli Garden at any time. He Shi had heard of Xinyuan's 3 exclusive gardens, renowned for their beauty and designed by internationally acclaimed landscape artists. Fengli Garden was surely one of them. Thank you, Mr. Lin. He Shi accepted the card, realizing he was now the second largest shareholder of the Yang Group, and felt no need for false modesty. Lin Ning briefly introduced the individuals accompanying him, eager to avoid delaying the new boss's meal. As the group departed, He Shi's friends excitedly converged around him. Wow, I didn't realize you were so skilled. Old 3, exclaimed one. The second, observing Qin Ruo's pale face, exaggeratedly declared, what a grand spectacle of humiliation. This is the stuff of novels, and I'm living it. He Shi smiled faintly, waving the black card and instructing the waitress, have the dishes sent to Fengli Garden. The waitress, Xiaoya, a young woman in her 20s, was already captivated by He Shi's charm. Now, learning of his wealth, she blushed. Though her beauty paled compared to Qin Ruo's striking allure, she possessed a unique charm of her own. Certainly, Mr. He, she replied respectfully, bending slightly and extending a well-groomed hand. And here is your bank card. He Shi acknowledged her with a nod, accepting it casually and slipping it into his pocket. Xiaoya had hoped to touch his long, fair fingers, but he was particular about personal space, leaving her feeling slightly disappointed. The eldest among his friends shook his head in disbelief. With such a clueless brother, I wonder when he'll ever find a partner. The group then followed Xiaoya as she led them away, while He Shi paid no heed to the lingering Qin Ruo and Songbo. Fengli Garden lived up to its name, filled with pear trees that greeted them with a delightful fragrance upon entry. With quaint bridges, flowing streams, and pavilions, the retro architecture transported He Shi back in time. He was thoroughly impressed by the elegant yet luxurious interior. All the furniture was crafted from top-grade rosewood, complemented by a stunning chandelier of glass and exquisite antiques displayed on the shelves. As they settled in, Xiaoya promptly arranged for the dishes to be served. In mere minutes, a plethora of exquisite dishes filled the table. Gentlemen, we have a total of 58 dishes ready. Please don't hesitate to call if you need anything, she announced. The eldest, holding chopsticks, looked astonished and unsure of where to start. He exclaimed, I never imagined I would experience such royal delight in my lifetime. Old 3, do you still need additional leg accessories? The second, enjoying the feast, teased the eldest about his robust physique. Spare Old 3. With your build, who could possibly keep up? He Shi and the often silent fourth chuckled, appreciating the light-hearted atmosphere. Where are you from, child? This, your family. Suddenly, a murmur of voices drifted from outside. Xiaoya, fearing to disturb the esteemed guests, hurried to the door to investigate. For reasons unknown, He Shi felt an inexplicable urge, as if propelled by an unseen force, compelling him to follow. Outside, a woman in her 30s stood in the courtyard, tightly grasping a 3-year-old girl. The child wore a unique outfit reminiscent of an ethnic minority, vibrant in color, adorned with intricate embroidery and pearls, exquisitely crafted. Her dark hair was braided into 2 playful pigtails framing her delicate face, and her strikingly dark eyes captivated He Shi, causing his mind to explode with sudden realization. Upon spotting He Shi at the entrance, the little girl's eyes sparkled with recognition. With surprising strength, she broke free from the woman's grasp and darted toward He Shi like a cannonball. Daddy. Chapter 4. The little girl who resembles my girlfriend, a tender yet resonant voice enveloped those present, capturing their attention. In an instinctive motion, He Shi found himself crouching down, cradling the little one protectively in his embrace. The child clung tightly to his neck, affectionately nuzzling against him. Daddy, Nian Nian has finally seen you. It was only then that He Shi noticed the girl's address. He stared, bewildered, at her exquisite little face, which seemed to overlap with a memory from his past. He Shi's expression turned dazed as he scrutinized her features, realizing she bore an uncanny resemblance to his girlfriend who had vanished from his life 4 years ago. At that time, He Shi had just completed his college entrance examinations and ventured alone to a distant province for a trip. Without a destination, he wandered until he found himself in a southern mountain range. Unfortunately, he was caught in a torrential downpour and, in a state of panic, stumbled into the depths of the wilderness. When he finally opened his eyes, a girl who resembled a fairy appeared before him. Her name was Nan Sun. Her long hair cascaded down her back like seaweed, framing a delicate and ethereal visage. Her features were strikingly beautiful, and a crimson beauty mark beneath her eyelid added a touch of allure to her otherwise cold demeanor. Such contrasting qualities merged seamlessly within her. It was during this time that He Shi learned that serenity and allure could indeed coexist. Due to the landslides caused by the rain, the two were trapped in the mountains, and, as they spent time together, they naturally developed feelings for one another. Those days brought He Shi immense joy. He even contemplated the idea of remaining in the mountains for the rest of his life. Nan Sun, possessing remarkable intelligence, effortlessly foraged for various foods. Eager to contribute, He Shi once returned with a handful of unidentifiable wild fruits. Who would have guessed that these fruits would incite a fervent desire within him that very night? After a fleeting spring romance, Nan Sun mysteriously vanished, and despite searching for over a month, He Shi found no trace of her. It was only by chance that he encountered a local farmer gathering wild vegetables, which ultimately led him back to the city. Over the span of 4 years, He Shi never forgot Nan Sun, holding on to the hope that they would reunite one day. Now, gazing at the little girl who strikingly resembled Nan Sun, he found himself at a loss for words. Regaining his composure, he managed to utter, albeit hoarsely, "I'm not your father. Where are your parents?" Nian Nian furrowed her small brows, clearly displeased. "How can you not be my daddy? Don't you go by He Shi?" He Shi nodded, still in disbelief. "Yes, that is my name." Seemingly relieved, Nian Nian placed her tiny hand on her chest. "Then it must be true. My mother is Nan Sun. She showed me your picture, and you look exactly alike." Upon hearing the name he had longed for, He Shi's breath quickened. "How old are you this year?" "Almost 3. My birthday is in June." "Ding. Congratulations, host. For encounter your biological daughter, a 100 million yuan child-rearing bonus has been added to your account." Boom. He Shi felt as though he had been struck by an immense revelation. With the child's words, he became certain that she was indeed his daughter, and the system's reward only solidified this truth. Overcome with excitement, he stammered, Yes, Nian Nian, I am your daddy, but where is your mother? Where is she now?" Nian Nian's expression fell, and just as she was about to speak, her stomach let out a loud growl. She quickly covered her belly, and her quirky demeanor elicited laughter from He Shi. Scooping his daughter into his arms, he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Let's get you something to eat first." He then turned to the bewildered Xiaoya. "Could you please prepare some food that children enjoy?" At that moment, the woman who had previously held Nian Nian's hand approached, her expression anxious as she introduced herself. "Hello, Mr. He. I am the lobby manager here. I apologize for not realizing this is your daughter." He Shi cast her a brief glance before turning away and heading back inside. The older trio stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene they had just witnessed. Wow. Just moments ago, he was a single man like us, and now he has a daughter? Third brother is truly a winner in life. It seems his claims of having a girlfriend were genuine. The eldest brother, consumed by jealousy, muttered, "This meal isn't enough. We must treat third brother to several more." Meanwhile, He sure carried Nian into the dining hall, first feeding her some porridge to settle her stomach. Although Nian initially wanted to assert her independence in eating, the warmth of being cared for by her father was too delightful to resist. Once she was satisfied, He Shi quickly inquired about Nan Sun's whereabouts. Nian sighed, like a little adult. I don't know. We were supposed to come find you together, but Xiao Ruan was too playful, and I got separated from my mom while looking for it. Then a kind uncle appeared and said he would take me for a ride. So I got in his car and came here. It's so beautiful. I wanted to get out and play, but he wouldn't let me. So I called Xiao Ruan to scare him away. The child's words were somewhat jumbled, yet he sure felt a pang of alarm. That kind uncle was certainly a human trafficker. Thankfully, she was as clever as her mother. However, who was Xiao Ruan? Nian tugged at the little bag slung over her shoulder, lifting the flap to show He Shi. Curiosity piqued. He Shi leaned closer only to see a slender, pale green snake flicking its tongue at him. He Shi promptly shut the bag, exclaiming, "What the? My daughter seems a bit wild." Nian gently patted her father's head. "Don't worry, Daddy. Xiao Ruan is a birthday gift from Mommy. He.S. very well behaved." A snake is a gift? He Shi couldn't help but facepalm. This was indeed something Nan Sun would do, but he was now left wondering if other parents raised their children like this. The image of Nan Sun, cold and barehanded, skinning a snake flashed through his mind, making He Shi shudder. No, his wife was already fierce enough. Now that he had a daughter, he must raise her to be a little princess. "Do you remember your mother's phone number? She must be worried about you," he asked. Nian tilted her head in thought. 158. He Shi affectionately pinched his daughter's cheek. "Are you full? Once you're done, Daddy will take you to bathe, and we'll sleep early tonight so we can go home tomorrow." Nian obediently nodded. The bathroom at the Fongli Garden featured a large pool, lavish, yet unsuitable for a child. Thus, He Shi requested a smaller bathtub for her use, and after preparing the water, he asked once more, "Are you sure you don't need me to call someone to help you?" Nian shook her little head, her voice soft and sweet. "Don't worry, Daddy, I can manage myself." The anxious father, He Shi, couldn't quite quell his concern, so he found a small stool and sat at the door, acting as her bodyguard. As night fell, the father and daughter lay in bed, gazing at Nian's peaceful sleeping face, and He Shi felt warmth fill his heart. He never could have imagined that Nan Sun would gift him such a precious treasure. Yet, the thought of her giving birth unmarried and raising their daughter alone for so many years pierced his heart like a needle, causing waves of pain. He reached beneath the pillow and retrieved a slightly yellowed photograph. It depicted a couple nestled together, handsome and beautiful, He Shi and Nan Sun in their youth. Nian had found her father using this very photograph. He Shi couldn't help but caress the girl's stunning visage in the picture when he noticed something unusual on the back. Curiously, he flipped it over and burst into laughter. The back bore a crooked, hasty scrawl, "Bastard He Shi." The writer, perhaps in a fit of anger, had pressed hard with the pen, but it seemed they couldn't bear the weight of their words, as a small heart was drawn beside the insult. "My dear wife is truly adorable." He cherished the photo, holding it close to his heart, his eyes gently closed with a smile. Yet, in less than 5 seconds, he opened them again. He retrieved his phone, gazing at the number he knew by heart, hesitating for a moment before finally pressing it. This was Nanshuan's old phone number. Over the past 3 years, he had dialed it countless times, only to be met with a reminder that it was a disconnected line. This time, he held no expectation. Yet instead of the anticipated mechanical greeting, he was met with the sound of the call connecting. Instantly, he straightened his posture, consciously softening his breath, as the rhythmic pounding of his heart resonated in the stillness of the night. After approximately 40 seconds, just as he thought the call would end automatically, a cool, melodious female voice unexpectedly rang in his ear. Chapter 5, Ferrari SF90. Astonishing nouveau riche in the outskirts of South China. A vehicle sped along the road. The driver was a young woman in her early 20s, with raven hair, crimson lips, and skin as pale as snow. Her beauty transcended mere description. Before her, all the exquisite things in the world appeared to pale in comparison. Yet, this delicate woman managed to transform a minivan into a sports car. In the back seat, Xiaoyu was already immune to his mother's fierce driving, but he couldn't help but sigh. Nan Sun, hearing him, promptly admonished, "At your young age, Stop acting like an old man. One of your father is quite enough. Despite being born only minutes apart, he and his sister, Nian Nian, were endearingly innocent, whereas their son often acted like a miniature adult, displaying intelligence that frequently left her, the mother, in need of guidance. Upon hearing the mention of his father, Xiaoyu perked up. Mom, are you so sure that Dad will wait for you? It's been years since you last saw him. What if he is married or has a girlfriend now? With my looks, do you think that's likely? Nan Sun replied, a hint of nostalgia lighting up her stunning features. I believe in him. Unintentionally tasting a bit of dog food, Xiaoyu felt a pang of discomfort and quickly redirected the conversation. I wonder how little sister is doing. I hope she doesn't run into anyone unlucky. Nan Sun sharply turned the steering wheel, leaving a noticeable mark on the road as she executed a beautiful drift. As she prepared to speak, an abrupt, jarring ringtone shattered the moment, startling Xiao Xiang, who had been sleeping in the back seat. Glancing at the familiar number, Nan Sun felt a lump form in her throat. Xiaoyu, with a curious glint in his eyes, leaned closer. Is it Dad? Mom, answer it. Are you scared? Scared of him? Nan Sun shot her son a glare, hesitating for a moment before finally answering. Hello? He sure? After a prolonged silence, she raised her voice slightly. He sure? Is it you? After 4 years. The familiar voice made He Shi's eyes redden instantly. That wretched woman finally picks up the phone. He took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he asked, Nan Xiao Sun, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Disappearing without a trace. Having given birth to a daughter without a thought to contact him, such thoughts infuriated He Shi. Realizing her culpability, Nan Sun quickly pulled the car to the side, deciding to apologize first. Her once cool voice softened unexpectedly. I was wrong before. Can we talk when we meet? I have a gift for you. If he classmate is pleased. Could you possibly forgive me? He Shi chuckled dryly. You're talking about Nian Nian? I've already seen that gift. She yes with you? That little brat made me worry for nothing. Noticing her tone had become slightly fierce, Nan Sun glanced back at the two little ones and quickly added, but she's just one of the surprises. Trust me, there's more to come. Hearing the familiar vibrancy in her voice eased He Shi's tension somewhat, but upon meeting, he was determined to give this woman a piece of his mind. For now, he needed to keep her calm. Scaring her off would only lead to regrets. I'll be waiting in Shanghai for your explanation and gift, Nan Sun. If you vanish again, I'll forget you instantly, understood? Don't worry. I should arrive the day after tomorrow. I'll leave Nian Nian in your care for now. All right, be safe on the road. They chatted for a while longer before reluctantly ending the call. Despite years apart, it felt as though they had never been separated. This realization left He Shi exhilarated, keeping him awake through the night. The following day, he took his daughter and roommate back to the city early. It was now the internship period for seniors, and many students had vacated their dorms. The other 3 in room 405 had already found new accommodations and were moving out that day. He Shi had initially planned to stay in the dorm until after his thesis defense, considering the exorbitant rent in Shanghai, even for shared housing. However, circumstances had changed. After utilizing a rebate card and a system subsidy, he now had over 110 million in his bank account, with his daughter in tow. Returning to the dorm was no longer an option. Thus, purchasing a home became his priority. He recalled the residential building at Jinfu Tiandi, where the property certificate would be ready today, so he decided to wait a little longer. Carrying Nian Nian, he crossed the playground, drawing numerous gazes, yet he was indifferent to the attention. His destination was the parking lot at the west gate of the school, where the Ferrari SF90, a reward from a new user package, awaited him. Upon arrival, he found a crowd marveling at his car. Wow, whose car is this? The red and black color scheme is stunning. It's truly like a walking piece of currency. This is the first time I've seen such a luxurious car on campus. He struggled to protect his daughter, forcing his way into the crowd. Who are you? Why are you pushing? Is that He Shi? Hearing a familiar voice, He Shi looked up to see Lu Yang, a nouveau riche classmate with a small fortune, often flaunting his wealth by taking classmates out for entertainment. What? Even the academic powerhouse, He Shi, is here to join the fun? You should take a good look. You'll never drive a car like this in your lifetime. He Shi cast a disinterested glance at him, bewildered by Lu Yang's arrogance over a car that wasn't even his. Ignoring the crowd's admiration, He Shi retrieved a rectangular key resembling a lighter. He first secured Nian Nian in the passenger seat with her seatbelt before taking his place behind the wheel to start the engine. The car's engine emitted a melodious roar, and within seconds, they vanished from sight. Liu Yang, who had just been boasting, sat on the ground, his face pale. Once out of the school, He Shi's first task was to install a child safety seat for Nian Nian. The staff at the installation shop were taken aback. It was their first time witnessing someone driving such an extravagant sports car for the sake of a child rather than for romantic pursuits. However, observing Nian Nian's excited expression, He Shi decided he needed to purchase a four-seater vehicle. Having her in the passenger seat was simply too unsafe. Ding! Detected the host's strong affection for his daughter. A 50 discount coupon for a car purchase has been issued. Please visit the designated 4S store to buy. A purchase coupon? In that case, he would go buy a car. As He Shi pulled out his phone, a local number from Shanghai rang in first. Hello, is this Mr. He Shi? Yes, it is. Mr. He, this is the manager from Jinfu Tiandi sales office. Your property certificate is ready. May I have your address for delivery? He Shi glanced around, realizing he was near Jinfu. I'll come pick it up myself. I'll be there in about 5 minutes. Chapter 6. A residence in Golden Mansion. In the Golden Mansion, the sales office manager, Fong Yuwei, hurriedly summoned all staff together after hanging up the phone. A significant client, who purchased the entire building, was on their way. Everyone, put aside your tasks for now and focus. We must not exhibit even a hint of negligence. Do you understand? This announcement astonished everyone in the sales office. Although Golden Mansion was not located in the city's most bustling area, it boasted a commendable geographical position within Shenzhen, complemented by complete amenities and convenient transportation. Many corporate executives and celebrity artists favored residing in this vicinity. With a price exceeding 50,000 per square meter and all units over 100 square meters fully decorated, it was evident that the buyer was a person of immense wealth. All female employees eagerly stood on tiptoe, yearning to catch a glimpse of this affluent individual. Fong Yuwei took it upon himself to wait at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, an ostentatious sports car parked outside the sales office. A young man clad in designer attire and adorned with a luxury watch emerged from the vehicle. Fong Yuwei promptly approached him with enthusiasm, extending his hand. Mr. He, we warmly welcome your presence. I am Fong Yuwei, the manager here. We have prepared exquisite tea for you inside. Please do come in. He Chang was momentarily taken aback. Had the real estate business become so competitive that even the manager greeted clients at the door? With a polite smile, he was ushered into the lobby. A row of employees stood on either side of the entrance, each beaming as the two entered. The female staff members, noticing that He Chang, though not exceptionally handsome, was quite youthful, felt their interest intensify. This experience was akin to a monk walking into a den of monsters, sending a shiver down He Chang's spine. He instinctively quickened his pace, and, upon reaching the sofa, finally exhaled in relief. Fong Yuwei presented a black box. Mr. He, all the property certificates are here. Please check them. He Chang, bewildered, replied, What property certificates? I haven't even begun viewing the apartments. His words left Fong Yuwei momentarily perplexed. At that moment, a security guard entered, escorting He Shi and Nian Nian. The impressive looks of the father-daughter duo instantly captivated everyone's attention. The guard approached Fong Yuwei and introduced Manager Fong. This Mr. He has come to collect the property certificates. Fong Yuwei lifted his head and suddenly realized his mistake. How embarrassing. He quickly apologized to He Chang and approached He Shi cautiously. You must be Mr. He Shi, correct? He Shi, unsure of the unfolding events, nodded slightly. That's me. Fong Yuwei breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. He, please have a seat here. He Shi set Nian Nian down, took her small hand, and then produced his car keys. No need. I'm short on time. Please have someone load the items into my car and then show me the property briefly. Noticing the prominent prancing horse logo on the keys, Fong Yuwei quickly accepted them with both hands, responding respectfully. Understood, Mr. He. The sudden appearance and equally abrupt departure of Mr. He left all the female employees in the sales office feeling a sense of loss. Who would have imagined that such a young tycoon was a devoted father? Mr. He, our community consists of only 5 buildings, but occupies a vast area and boasts excellent greenery. Your building features spacious units, with the smallest being 120 square meters and the largest being a 500 square meter penthouse. He Shi nodded slightly. Please reserve the penthouse for me. I will need your assistance in listing the others for rent. Fang Yue promptly agreed. Rest assured, Mr. He, while we cannot boast of all amenities, our privacy is unparalleled, and our security is among the best in Shunqing. I assure you, many will be eager to rent. After a brief tour of several rooms, all of which were beautifully adorned, He Shi ascended to the penthouse. The 5-bedroom, 3-living-room, and 5-bathroom layout was intended for his family, considering future visits from Nan Sun and his parents, making the 500 square meters quite reasonable. As He Shi led his daughter through each room, he admired the modern, luxurious decor that pleased him immensely. Nian Nian, do you like it here? Daddy will arrange a children's room for you, filled with lots and lots of toys. All right? It was Nian Nian's first time encountering such a vast space. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she eagerly nodded. Daddy, I like it. Xiaoruan said she likes it too. Can I have blue and pink cats? Blue and pink cats? He Shi appeared puzzled, prompting Fang Yue to kindly clarify. The little princess is likely referring to Doraemon and Hello Kitty. My daughter adores them too. He Shi readily agreed. No problem, sweetheart. Daddy will take you to buy them later. Nian Nian joyously bounced in place, the silver jewelry on her outfit jingling melodiously. After viewing the property, He Shi took his daughter to the largest 4S dealership in Shunqing. As soon as he parked, a tall, handsome man approached him. This was Qi Jiang, He Shi's distant cousin, who had remained in Shunqing after graduation and often looked out for He Shi. Seeing his cousin emerge from such a luxurious car, cradling an adorable little girl, Qi Jiang was taken aback. Who is this? He Shi smiled slightly. This is my daughter, Nian Nian. Nian Nian, say hello to your uncle. Hello, uncle, Nian Nian chirped, her sweet voice melting Qi Jiang's heart. Hello, Nian Nian. Qi Jiang then turned to He Shi, astonished. Wait, when did this happen? I thought you were rather aloof and uninterested in girls. Now you have a child. He Shi briefly explained his situation with Nan's son, prompting Qi Jiang to give a thumbs up. Your sister-in-law is impressive. Have your aunt and uncle been informed yet? He Shi shook his head. I plan to take her and the child back home once Sun arrives. That is a good idea. Qi Jiang then inquired about the car. Did you win the lottery? A Ferrari SF90? That must cost around 5 million. Nothing so fortunate. I merely made some money from stocks. He Shi had anticipated this question, as he had studied finance, ensuring no one would suspect otherwise. Qi Jiang, satisfied with this explanation, nodded. Let's head inside. Do you have a specific car in mind? Or any budget constraints? He Shi looked down at Nian Nian as they walked. Something with ample space, no budget limits. Please recommend what you think is best. Chapter 7. The Grand Procurement at Central Century City. Here lies the largest luxury car dealership in the city, and, as He Shi glanced around, he noticed numerous limited edition imported vehicles. Qi Jiang, not pausing for a moment, led him directly to the SUV section. You already have a sports car. I believe acquiring an SUV would be more beneficial for future family outings, he suggested, pointing to a striking black Mercedes-MG E63 Night Shadow, a recently launched special limited edition. This one features a V8 twin-turbo engine with an output of 407, and it's the last one we have in stock. Do you find its design appealing? He Shi's eyes lit up. No man could resist such an impressive off-roader, and he was no exception. With its bold warrior aesthetic and an interior adorned with black and red seating, He Shi felt increasingly satisfied after taking it for a test drive. Just as he was about to finalize the purchase with Qi Jiang, a middle-aged man in a suit, accompanied by a heavily made-up woman, approached them. Honey, this car is stunning. Shall we buy it? The woman cooed, leaning into the man's embrace, her ample bosom quivering provocatively. Wang Gaoda initially intended to refuse his lover's request. After all, the car's price tag was no less than 3.5 million. Although he had some money, he wasn't one to spend it frivolously. However, upon glancing up, he was met with the sight of He Shi, a taxi driver under his supervision. Wang Gaoda instinctively touched his eye, recalling that he was the department manager at Xingqianli Taxi Company and had recently been bested in a confrontation by He Shi. The reason for the altercation? Wang Gaoda's indiscretions, which had extended to inappropriate advances towards those beyond his reach. He Shi had no intention of indulging his misbehavior, before Wang Gaoda could utter a word. He sure delivered a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground, repulsed by the lecherous glint in Wang Gaoda's eyes. For a brief moment, Wang Gaoda felt a flash of fear upon seeing He Shi, but that quickly morphed into bravado. He believed He Shi merely a lowly driver, incapable of making waves, especially in a public space. With a haughty tilt of his chin, he asserted, "Shall he? Isn't at working hours? What brings you here? Are you looking to buy this car?" He Shi casually leaned against the wall. "Apologies, Manager Wang, but I just resigned this morning." He then subtly gestured towards his eye. "Oh, right. I forgot you've been absent from the company for 2 days." Wang Gaoda's expression darkened, his companion sweating profusely under his grip, her mouth clamped shut in fear. He glared at He Shi. "As long as I don't approve, you're still an employee of Xinqianli." Ding. System notification. The host is being harassed by a malicious superior. Subsidy of 60 equity in Xinqianli Taxi Company granted. Ding. 60 equity has been credited. A representative will contact the host shortly. Please keep your phone available. He Shi nearly chuckled. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. With this 60 stake, he would become the largest shareholder, wielding absolute control. At that moment, He Shi regarded Wang Gaoda with a hint of pity. "I may still be an employee of Xinqianli, but perhaps you should worry about your own position, for it may soon change." Wang Gaoda scoffed. "Are you the owner of the company? You think just because you resign, I'll approve your unemployment? You won't see a dime of your salary for this month." He was skeptical that He Shi could maintain his current arrogance. He Shi had no desire to waste his breath on such a man. It was precisely individuals like Wang Gaoda that had stunted the growth of the company. In a city like Shanghai, which thrived economically, how could they not even go public? Just then, the phone rang. He Shi anticipated the caller's identity. "Hello, Chairman He. This is Lin Feng, General Manager of Xinqianli Taxi Company. Do you have time tomorrow to sign the equity transfer agreement?" He Shi smiled slightly. "I do have time, but I have a request for you, General Manager Lin." Lin Feng, taken aback, replied eagerly, "Please, tell me what you need." "Regarding Wang Gaoda from the business department. I prefer not to see him before I arrive at the office tomorrow." He Shi spoke without hiding his intent, and as soon as he finished, Wang Gaoda stumbled back, disbelief and panic flashing across his face. His small, beady eyes remained fixed on He Shi, unable to blink in shock. Moments later, Wang Gaoda's phone rang, displaying Lin Feng's name, which drained the color from his face. Trembling, he answered, only to collapse to the ground moments later, muttering, "It's over, everything is over." Meanwhile, the woman who had previously fawned over Wang Gaoda had already slipped away unnoticed. However, none of this concerned He Shi. Purchasing a luxury vehicle worth over 3 million would secure him VIP status at the dealership. Additionally, he had his eye on a luxury family car. The extended version of the Alfa Mona Lisa, also priced around 3 million. With a 50 discount coupon, he ultimately spent only 4.75 million for both vehicles. Qi Jiang had arranged for a safety seat to be installed in the back of the G-Class, and after He Shi completed the payment, he drove it away. The remaining family car and the parked Ferrari would be delivered to Jean Futiendi. The imposing Mercedes G-Class attracted considerable attention as He Shi hit the road. His spirits buoyed as he took his daughter to Central Century City, the largest shopping plaza in the city. This venue was favored by affluent youth and aristocratic women alike, featuring not only everyday brands like Adidas and Nike, but also high-end luxury labels such as Armani, Versace, and Dior. Numerous popular social media hotspots dotted the area, where influencers could be seen live streaming at any moment. The striking father-daughter duo became the center of attention wherever they went. After graciously declining the requests of countless street photographers, He Shi finally led his daughter, Nian Nian, to the third floor dedicated to children's products. The space was filled with clothing, toys, and gourmet treats. Nian Nian, overwhelmed by the novelty of the place, could hardly close her mouth in astonishment, stirring a pang of sadness within He Shi. It seemed that during the years he had been unaware, life had not been kind to the mother-daughter duo. Gazing at his daughter's innocent and beautiful face, He Shi couldn't help but indulge her. "Let us go. Today, Dad is treating you. You can choose anything you like." Ding. System notification. The host's strong desire to spend on his daughter detected. A rebate card worth 100 times the spending has been issued, valid for 3 days. With a maximum rebate amount of 50 million. He Shi raised an eyebrow, Spending $50,000 to receive a $50 million rebate was indeed an incredible deal. As he and Yin stepped into a children's clothing store, the staff greeted them warmly. Despite He Shi's ordinary attire, he wasn't neglected as one might expect from television dramas. Surely, it was due to Yin's undeniable cuteness. Sir, we have many new arrivals that would be perfect for your little one. Would you like any recommendations? This was He Shi's first experience purchasing clothes for a child, and he was dazzled by the array of dresses, convinced that Yin would look delightful in any of them. Thus, he calmly replied to the attendant, "No need for recommendations. I'd like one of each style in the same size, please." "Excuse me?" The attendant thought she misheard and asked again, "Sir, are you sure you want every style? We currently have nearly 200 styles of tops, pants, and dresses combined." "Only 200? He sure frowned slightly, thinking that even changing outfits daily wouldn't suffice for a year. "I want one of each style, and don't forget shoes and accessories as well." The young saleswoman's breath quickened upon hearing his words. Her fists clenched tightly as she reminded herself to remain composed. "Sir, may I suggest you consider a larger size for some of the items? After all, children grow remarkably fast, changing day by day." He understood that the saleswoman meant well and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Yin, delighted at the prospect of her father purchasing so many beautiful clothes, felt an overwhelming joy. However, being a sharing and thoughtful child, she couldn't forget her sister. With wide, sparkling eyes, she turned to her father, playfully asking, "Daddy, can I have 2 of each style?" After a brief moment of surprise, He promptly acquiesced. His daughter's wishes were paramount. The saleswoman, her face flushed with excitement, realized that such a large order was beyond her capacity to manage and hurriedly called the manager to assist. "Sir, the total comes to 169,600 yuan. You may settle at 169,000, and here is our VIP gold card. In the future, we can deliver to your doorstep at your convenience." He was thoroughly pleased with the service offered by the store. After settling the payment and providing the delivery address, he took Yin to continue their shopping adventure. They visited several more clothing and toy stores until He finally felt a sense of fulfillment upon claiming the 50 million rebate. Chapter 8, just 100 million ding. The flash sale mall has refreshed today. Please participate promptly. Upon hearing the system's prompt, He glanced at his phone, realizing it coincided with the time he had seized the Jinfu Tiandi residential building yesterday. It appeared that the refresh of the flash sale mall operated on a 24-hour cycle. He summoned the system to open the mall panel. Username: He age, 22 assets, 1 residential building in Jinfu Tiandi, 1 Ferrari SF90, 1 Mercedes MG 63, 1 extended version of the Alpha Mona Lisa, 30 equity in Leon Group, 60 equity in Xinqianli Rental Company. Today's flash sale items: 1 Porsche 911, flash sale price, 9 yuan. 10 commercial shops on Shanghai Street, flash sale price, 29 yuan. 100 million shopping voucher for Central Circle, flash sale price, 39 yuan. System prompt: the host can only purchase 1 item per day. If the flash sale is not completed within 24 hours, it will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. He did not anticipate that within just a day, he would acquire so many assets. The system was indeed a benevolent provider. With the flash sale mall in mind, he noted that the Porsche and commercial shops had been available since yesterday, indicating that new products would appear only after a purchase. Without hesitation, he selected the newly available 100 million shopping voucher, as he had arrived at Central Circle and intended to indulge in a lavish spending spree. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully placed an order for 100 million shopping voucher for Central Circle, valid for 3 days, non-redeemable. Please feel free to spend. And the payment method will be arranged by the system. He looked down at his inexpensive attire and felt it was time for a wardrobe upgrade, not forgetting about the mother of his child. With this thought, he messaged Nanshuan before carrying the weary Yin up to the 5th floor, the most exclusive shopping destination in Central Circle. The atmosphere on this floor was markedly different from that below. The number of casual visitors had significantly decreased, and nearly everyone was adorned in luxury brands, with the least among them sporting a pair of warrior shoes. Very few, like He donned attire from street vendors. with a total value of no more than 200 yuan. Armani, Versace, Prada, Gucci, these were all premier international menswear brands. He Shi casually glanced over and found that Prada's trendy fashion style captivated him, leading him to enter that store first. Upon seeing He Shi's attire, the sales staff inside paused momentarily before approaching with a smile. "Good day, sir. May I assist you? Would you prefer jackets or short sleeves? I can provide recommendations." The store was divided into menswear, women's wear, and accessories. He Shi, with a discerning eye, had already formed ideas upon seeing the garments. "Just follow me. Wrap up everything I point out in my size." Without waiting for the staff's reaction, He Shi strode purposefully into the men's section. "This piece, this one, and this one. No, for the others, just grab one of my size." Seeing the staff standing still, He Shi frowned slightly. "Don't dawdle. I'm in a hurry." "Oh yes, of course, sir." He Shi's extravagant buying style left both the store employees and customers astounded. Was he a disruptive presence or a genuine tycoon? A question arose in everyone's minds. He Shi had long since grown accustomed to the gazes of others, unperturbed as he completed his exploration of the men's section before shifting his attention to women's wear. This time, he was more deliberate in his selections, envisioning how each piece would look on Nanshuan, causing a smile to curve at the corners of his lips. After nearly an hour, he finished shopping at Prada. The well-trained staff diligently followed behind, packing high-end, elegant paper bags that soon filled half the store. The store manager, possessing beauty and poise, observed the leisurely He Shi with a hint of apprehension in her smile. "Sir, we just need to pack some accessories, and the total comes to 920,360. You may settle the amount of 922,000 flat. Will you be paying by card or check?" He Shi shook his head, realizing that the prices for casual wear could not compare to formal attire. He would need to purchase several suits from Armani. Otherwise, how could he possibly spend 100 million? The store manager, seeing He Shi shake his head, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing he might default on payment. Just then, a sharply dressed man entered from outside. He approached He Shi respectfully, bowing slightly. "Good day, Mr. He. I am Li Tong, the versatile assistant arranged for you by Mr. Shi. Please allow me to handle this." He Shi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Shi? Li Tong? The system?" He suppressed the urge to give a thumbs up and nodded at Li Tong. "It's getting late. I need to take Nian out for dinner. Please continue shopping for me in other stores. Ensure I spend this 100 million today." Hiss. Upon hearing his nonchalant tone, everyone present gasped. This was 100 million, not a bag of cabbage. To speak of spending so casually revealed him to be a hidden magnate, handsome and wealthy, but most importantly, devoted to his wife. How many men would take the time to personally shop for their wives? Yet, such a quality man happened to be a devoted father. This left all the female staff feeling disheartened, watching He Shi's departing figure with lingering regret. At 6 in the evening, He Shi, having filled Nian's belly, finally returned home. On the way, he received a call from his mother, Qilan. "Son, where did you get all this money? I was too busy taking care of your father yesterday to ask." He Shi reiterated the reassuring words he had spoken to Qi Jiang. "Don't worry. Your son hasn't stolen or robbed. He will earn even more money in the future, and then I'll build a grand villa for you and Dad." Qilan laughed heartily. "You little rascal. As long as you take care of yourself, I'll be content. By the way, I ran into a good friend of yours from high school, named Yuan Bin. He asked back with his girlfriend. If you don't take action this year, I might just find someone to introduce to you." Upon hearing this, He Shi immediately panicked. "Mom, please don't. Isn't Dad having surgery at the end of the month? When I return, I'll surprise you." "What surprise? Are you going to conjure up a good grandson?" He Shi smiled at Nian, who was peacefully asleep in the back seat. "No grandson, but I might be able to deliver a granddaughter. I just hope it doesn't frighten you. Regardless, it would indeed be a grand surprise. Just wait at home in peace. And don't be stingy with spending the money I transferred. Enjoy your meals and drinks. I'm earning quite a bit daily now." "Understood. You needn't worry about home. I've already repaid the money borrowed from relatives. Now that there's no pressure, meals are more enjoyable than before. When you return, be sure to thank your uncle and the others properly." He Shi's parents ran a fruit store in the county town. Their business had been modestly successful until his father, He Shi, was suddenly diagnosed with uremia. Fortunately, a suitable kidney donor was found, With a transplant, he could live for at least another 10 years, and potentially 20 or 30 with effective treatment. However, the surgery alone required 400,000 yuan, excluding subsequent treatment, which plunged the already average He family into hardship. Thankfully, relatives and friends were supportive, each lending several thousand yuan, enabling He Shi to hold on until He Shi's 2 million arrived. Otherwise, they might have missed this opportunity for a kidney source. Reflecting on this, He Shi nodded earnestly. I know all this. You needn't worry. He would not forget the kindness shown by others in times of need and would seek opportunities to repay them in the future. Chapter 9. Subsidizing 1 million luxury cars. 1,000 units at Jinfu Tiandi. He Shi parked the car in the garage and ascended the stairs with the sleeping Yin Yin cradled in his arms. The little one had been worn out from a day of activities and, upon lying down, turned over and fell back into slumber. Xiao Ruan poked its curious head out from the bag and hissed softly at He Shi. Was it greeting me? He Shi belatedly extended his hand, gently patting the bag, murmuring, "Sleep well, little one." He took out his phone and captured a photo of himself and the snake, sending it to Nansun before proceeding to the study. On his desk lay 3 computers specially installed by his assistant that day. He Shi had dabbled in stock trading previously, but due to a lack of capital, he had only engaged in trivial investments that yielded little profit. Now that he had savings, his first instinct was to dive into the market. Although the system was extraordinary, its permanence was uncertain. It was prudent to secure wealth directly. Stock trading, albeit risky, was undoubtedly a swift and lucrative avenue for income. Ding! The system detected that the host remained proactive and ambitious despite unexpected fortune, thus rewarding him with top-tier investment analysis and stock trading capabilities. A torrent of information surged into He Shi's mind, and after a moment of confusion, he found his thoughts clearer than ever. He glanced at the stock market trends displayed on the computer, where countless intricate lines converged into essential insights, which stocks to buy for guaranteed profit and the optimal timing for selling. He felt a surge of excitement. With these abilities, becoming a stock market magnate seemed effortlessly attainable. Furthermore, the investment analysis skill bore an impressive title, suggesting its potency. To maximize this potential, establishing an investment firm appeared necessary. Without hesitation, He Shi called Li Tong, his first direct subordinate, whom he valued highly despite the system's recommendation. Upon learning that Li Tong was single, He Shi arranged for him to stay at Jinfu Tiandi, just below his own apartment. After discussing the registration of the company, Li Tong arrived with a substantial stack of documents within 5 minutes. This efficiency greatly pleased He Shi. The two spent an hour finalizing all details, and Li Tong would submit the necessary paperwork to the relevant authorities the following day to register the company. He Shi created a group chat, including the dormitory's leader and 2 others, along with his cousin Qi Jiang. He tagged everyone in the message. He Shi, I plan to start an investment company. Would you like to join me? Leader, wow, that's impressive. Old 3, is it for real? He Shi, absolutely, we'll register tomorrow. Second, count me in. I'm knowing Old 3 is a big shot. I'll stick with him since my brother manages our family business. Leader, I'm in too. I've always had a disdain for that bald manager at the company. I'll fire him tomorrow. Second, haha, and you dare call him bald when you have hardly any hair yourself. Leader, shut up. As He Shi observed the playful banter in the group, he suddenly received 2 private messages. Fourth, sorry, Old 3, I'm just getting accustomed to the new environment and building rapport with the leadership. So I won't be joining you. He Shi was not surprised by Fourth's decision, although they shared a decent camaraderie in their dormitory. Fourth had never been particularly close to the trio. He Shi, no problem, we're all brothers. Let us gather often. After a brief exchange, He Shi turned to the next message from his cousin. Qi Jiang, little brother, I'm just a car salesman. Joining your investment company would only complicate matters. He Shi, come on, big brother. Don't underestimate yourself. Who else sells cars like you and consistently clinches the sales champion title? He Shi shared a few light-hearted jokes with Qi Jiang before outlining his plans. He Shi, the Qianli taxi company has been acquired by me. Tomorrow, after signing the equity transfer documents, I'll secure 60 ownership. I need a trustworthy person to manage it, and I thought of you. Qi Jiang, oh no. Sales and company management are entirely different. He Shi, I believe in you. How does 30,000 a month sound? Qi Jiang. He Shi. How about 50,000? The salary will increase once the company goes public. Qi Jiang. I'm definitely in. The money isn't the main point. It's about having my cousin by my side. Huh. He Shi leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress his laughter. This guy. In the group, Fourth voluntarily exited, and everyone understood the situation, tacitly avoiding further discussion. Thus, the initial team for He Shi's future business empire was established. He added Li Tong to the group. He Shi, to express my gratitude for your trust, I'm preparing a 150 square meter apartment at Jinfu Tiandi for each of you. Once the company thrives, I promise to provide even better benefits. His announcement rendered the group silent for several minutes before erupting with excitement. Leader, a tough guy sheds tears. Old 3, even if it kills me, I want to leave you. Second, our boss is generous. Wow, we're homeowners in Shunxing now. Qi Jiang, our boss is generous. Li Tong, our boss is generous. He Shi, let us keep it low-key. He then shared a selection of promising stocks in the group, ensuring his brothers wouldn't miss out on lucrative opportunities. This gesture completely won over Li Tong and the others, who felt fortunate to have such a magnanimous boss. All they needed to do was work hard. The next day, beginning at 8 in the morning, a convoy of trucks arrived at Jinfu Tiandi's Building 3. The after-sales service of Zhonghuan Century City was commendable. All clothing, shoes, and other items were neatly arranged in the cloakroom, while Nianyan's books and toys were organized properly. This saved He Shi a considerable amount of work. He quickly freshened up, donned a shirt and slacks, and, accompanied by Qi Jiang, headed to Qianli Taxi Company. Nianyan stayed at home under Li Tong's care for a while. The company was located on the 25th and 26th floors of the Guangmao building in the central district of Nanwan. This was not He Shi's first visit, and he was somewhat familiar with the area. The building was flanked by several well-known enterprises in Shunxing, including the Liang Group, alongside numerous smaller companies interspersed. Adjacent to the commercial street, known as Shanghai Street. Nearby was an older district, which, according to city planning, should have been demolished long ago. But due to numerous stubborn residents, it had remained unchanged, even causing fatalities in past disputes. He Shi gazed at the expansive area, feeling inspired. Should he establish his company headquarters there, he was confident that Nanwan could surpass Ning'an District and emerge as the new economic center of Shenzhen. After parking, General Manager Lin Feng awaited them downstairs, and the trio ascended directly to the 26th floor. The 25th floor housed various departmental offices, while the 26th floor contained the management offices and a conference hall. In the presence of several small shareholders and key executives, He Shi signed the equity transfer agreement, officially becoming the de facto controller of Qianli Taxi Company. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a new venture. To facilitate the company's development, a subsidy of 1,000 luxury cars has been granted, along with the necessary paperwork prepared for immediate use. What the heck? He Shi barely steadied himself. 1,000 vehicles? Worth 10 billion. The system was extravagantly generous. This unexpected subsidy disrupted He Shi's original plans, prompting him to decide to acquire the remaining 40 of the shares as well. Chapter 10. Finally reunited with my wife, there is nothing that money cannot resolve. Initially, a few minor shareholders expressed their dissent, but ultimately, He Shi calmly declared 100 million for 40 equity. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Fearing that He Shi might retract his offer, the shareholders hastily signed the equity transfer documents. Little did they know, this would become the most regrettable decision of their lives. With these 1,000 luxury vehicles, the scale of Qianli Taxi Company could expand several-fold. Previously, the company primarily focused on operating taxis, but He Shi's ultimate ambition was to evolve it into the most comprehensive rental platform imaginable. This would encompass not only vehicles, but also electronic devices, outdoor gear, clothing, real estate, and even membership accounts. After confirming the future direction with the management personnel of various departments, He Shi entrusted all matters to Qi Jiang. In order to make a joint appearance with He Shi at the new company, Qi Jiang had taken a special day off. Once the handover at the 4S dealership was completed at the end of the month, he would officially be appointed as the CEO of Qianli Taxi Company. Whether he could win the approval of the staff thereafter would depend on his personal capabilities. After He Shi left the company, he returned home. He had just spoken with Nan Sun earlier that morning, learning that her high-speed train would arrive in Shun City around 3 in the afternoon. He intended to pick her up, but was declined, so he decided to take Nian Nian to the station to await her arrival. After all, it had been 4 years since they last met, and he sure wanted to be the first to see her upon her arrival. Nian Nian was also eager to see her mother and, upon hearing they were going to the station, was overjoyed. She changed into a lovely pink princess dress, and he sure had even watched numerous hair braiding tutorials online for this occasion. After a flurry of activity, he adorned her hair with a sparkling butterfly hairpin, transforming her into a truly adorable little princess. He sure nodded in satisfaction and, noticing the small figure squatting beside them, found a beautiful pearl bag for Nian Nian to carry, eliciting a satisfied squeal from the little one. Observing his overly formal attire of a shirt and trousers, he sure pondered for a moment before stepping into the cloakroom. Emerging, he had transformed into a freshly graduated university student. Clad in a light gray Gucci sweatshirt paired with loose straight-leg jeans and Nike Dunk Panda sneakers, he exuded youthful vigor. Standing beside Nian Nian, they resembled siblings rather than father and daughter. The station was approximately an hour's drive from Jinfu Tiandi, and he sure arrived just after 2 o'clock. To keep his daughter entertained, he stopped by a nearby supermarket to purchase some fruits and snacks. He also inquired at the service desk and learned that the train's arrival time was 2:58 p.m. The father and daughter anxiously stood at the eastern exit, scanning the crowd. However, by 3:10 p.m., as the last passengers disembarked, Nan Sun was still nowhere to be seen. In a state of agitation, he sure pulled out his phone. As soon as the call connected, he bombarded Nan Sun with questions. "Where are you, Nan Sun? Are you planning to leave without a word again? How long this time? 5 years or 10? Nan Sun was taken aback by his sudden barrage of inquiries. It took her several seconds to respond. "You came to the station to pick me up?" He sure's eyes brimmed with frustration, and he struggled to suppress his tears as he choked out, "Nan Sun, is it really amusing to toy with me?" Sensing the gravity of his tone, Nan Sun hurriedly explained, "I didn't know you were here to pick me up. We were hungry, so we exited the station from the west gate and are currently at the Happy Restaurant." The high-speed train station in Shun City has 2 exits. The east gate is frequented by most, as it provides access to buses and taxis, while the west gate is rather secluded. Having become accustomed to Shun City, he sure instinctively assumed Nan Sun would emerge from the east gate. After hearing her explanation, he scooped up Nian Nian and quickly made his way toward the west gate, not pausing to contemplate who Xiang Xiang was in Nan Sun's words. He feared that if he delayed even slightly, that heartless woman might vanish once more. After hanging up, Nan Sun stood up nervously, glancing anxiously at the restaurant entrance. "Oh no, when He Shi arrives, you must plead on my behalf." Xiao Yu calmly finished the last sip of his soup and wiped the mouth of the greasy Xiang Xiang beside him. Dad's anger is justified. It's not like Mom didn't contribute to this. Nan Sun lowered her eyes in grievance. "What did I do? I didn't want him to pick me up because it's been 4 years since we last saw each other. I wanted to prepare myself psychologically." Xiao Yu knew that arguing with his mother was futile, as she always had 100 reasons ready, so he promptly fell silent. Xiang Xiang, on the other hand, was excited. She would finally get to meet her living father, not just the one in photographs who remained silent and still. However, as Nian Nian had already reunited with their father, Xiang Xiang felt a tinge of disappointment. With her big eyes mirroring Nian Nian's, she worriedly asked, "Brother, do you think Dad will like us?" Xiao Yu reassuringly patted his sister's head. "Of course. Xiang Xiang is so obedient and adorable. No adult could possibly dislike you." While he spoke confidently, Xiao Yu himself felt a flutter of anxiety. No matter how clever he was still just 3 years old, yearning for his father's affection and hoping he would be pleased to see him. Thus, the 2 little ones held hands and gazed at the entrance alongside Nan Sun. The other patrons in the restaurant couldn't help but stare intently as the trio entered, captivated by Nan Sun's extraordinary beauty. Even while accompanied by 2 children, she exuded an allure that was impossible to ignore. Most gazes were filled with admiration, for Nan Sun's beauty transcended conventional standards, making it feel almost sacrilegious to look too long. When they learned she was waiting for the children's father, they feigned interest in their meals while secretly anticipating the man who could father children with such a goddess. As the bell above the door chimed, all eyes brightened, only to dim with disappointment upon seeing a man of ordinary appearance enter. Unbeknownst to Nan Sun, who was utterly oblivious to the patron's thoughts, her full attention was fixated on the man cradling the child. He was tall and slender, and while he appeared lean, he possessed a well-defined physique. Don't ask how she knew. After all, she had first-hand experience. His features were exquisitely handsome, and compared to 4 years ago, he had only grown more charming, causing Nan Sun's heart to race as she laid eyes on him. During the brief moment of infatuation, he sure, too, had spotted her, and he couldn't help but be captivated. This woman was even more enchanting than she had been 4 years prior. He strode over, enveloping Nan Sun in a tight embrace, his strength making her feel as though her bones had turned to jelly. Regrettably, Nian Nian, at such a tender age, found herself caught in the midst of her parents' romantic reunion. The two remained in each other's arms for almost 10 minutes before He Shi gradually regained his composure. He gently caressed Nan Sun's stunning face, feeling the cool, smooth texture of her skin, which brought him a measure of reassurance. As their gaze lingered on each other, the sky began to darken, prompting the neglected Xiao Yu to tug at his father's shirt. Chapter 11. Astonishingly, triplets He Shi, bewildered, lowered his head to gaze at the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, his mind momentarily stalling. His eyes widened in shock. This is... Little Fish grinned, revealing a row of tiny teeth. Daddy, I am your eldest son. Not want to be outdone. Xiang eagerly chimed in. Daddy, I am your eldest daughter. He Shi, momentarily dazed, glanced from Xiang to Nian Nian, the two identical little girls rendering him utterly flabbergasted. Finally, he turned to Nan Sun, swallowing hard as he inquired, Sun, how many did you actually have? Nan Sun smiled gently. 3. Isn't it a delightful surprise? His mind exploded with joy, akin to 1,000 fireworks bursting forth. He crouched down to behold the delicate faces of the 3 little ones, tears streaming down his cheeks. This startled the trio. Perhaps sensing their father's distress, Little Fish anxiously asked, Daddy, why are you crying? He Shi hastily wiped his tears with his sleeve, extending his arms to embrace all 3 children. Daddy isn't crying. He's just overwhelmed with happiness. I'm so sorry for you all. Thinking of the years they had endured, living in hardship without his knowledge, He Shi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Little Fish gently patted his father's shoulder, offering comfort. Daddy, it's not your fault. You simply didn't know we existed. Mama tells us about you every day, so you weren't truly absent from our lives. He Shi's heart warmed at these words. He hugged the children once more, then firmly grasped Nan Sun's hand, his eyes brimming with unmasked affection. You've worked so hard these years. For years ago, Nan Sun was barely an adult, yet she had bravely raised 3 children alone. The thought of it pained He Shi. He leaned closer to her, whispering playfully in her ear, If you don't properly explain why you left without a word tonight, I will. The remainder of his sentence was too risque, causing Nan Sun's cheeks to flush crimson. At that moment, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reuniting with all your children. To provide them with a better living environment, a cash subsidy of 1 billion has been granted, along with an all-encompassing guide for exemplary fathers. Ding! Congratulations, host, for reuniting with your beloved, thus bidding farewell to the single life and ascending to the pinnacle of happiness. A cash subsidy of 1 billion has been awarded, along with a powerful agility pill and a beauty enhancement pill. All subsidies will be distributed to the host through legitimate channels. Please enjoy them at ease. As the notification chimed on his phone, He Shi felt something drop into his embrace. This was the system's most generous subsidy yet, a staggering 20 billion in cash, intensifying his elation at reuniting with his wife and children. Struggling to contain his excitement, he addressed the family. I'll go retrieve the car. You all stay put for a moment and don't wander off. The last remark was clearly directed at Nan Sun, prompting the 3 little ones to giggle. Observing He Shi's buoyant demeanor, the others in the store were enviously astounded. What a life winner! Not only did he have triplets, but his wife was also beautiful. And he was wealthy. Those with discerning eyes immediately noticed the luxurious mechanical watch adorning He Shi's wrist, easily worth over 100,000. When a sleek black Mercedes-AMG G63 rolled up to the entrance, it further confirmed their assumptions. He Shi loaded the family's luggage into the trunk before opening the passenger door for Nan's son. Lastly, he settled the 3 little ones into the back seat. Once inside, He Shi remarked with a smile, "It seems I need to install 2 more car seats." Nan's son remained silent, taken aback by the opulence of his vehicle after just a few years apart, knowing well his previous circumstances. However, she trusted He Shi's capabilities and wisely refrained from probing further. He Shi, concerned she might misunderstand, clarified, "I've been investing in stocks and other ventures these past years." Nan's son nodded, gazing out at the bustling streets. "Where are we headed?" "Home, of course." He Shi glanced at her. "What? Do you want to suggest we stay at a hotel with the kids?" Nan's son, perceptive of potential dangers, quickly denied, "Of course not. We never officially separated. Returning home is the only option." Yet, she hesitated, asking, "There won't be anyone else at home, right?" He Shi was well aware of her apprehensions. In the past, he might have teased her, but now, thinking of her struggles in raising 3 children alone, he felt a strong desire to bring her back home permanently. He spoke plainly, "There has only ever been you. Even if you hadn't returned, there would be no one else." Nan's son felt warmth in her heart, momentarily forgetting He Shi was driving as she leaned forward, pressing her lips to his in a quick kiss. With a startled gasp, He Shi nearly lost grip of the steering wheel. He gritted his teeth, reminding himself to endure until they returned home. The 3 little ones in the back seat, however, were quite self-aware, already covering their eyes, although if one noticed the gaps between their fingers, it was evident they were peeking. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, they encountered Fong Yu-wei from the sales office. He hurried over to the car, greeting He Shi with a smile. "Mr. He, what a coincidence. Are you just finishing work?" He Shi rolled down the window, allowing Fong to see the family inside. "No, I came to pick up my wife and children." Fong paused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Nan's son, quickly averting his gaze. His eyes widened as he noticed the 3 little ones who bore a striking resemblance to He Shi, especially little Fish. "Mr. He, you have 3. He Shi had been eagerly anticipating this moment. With a beaming smile, he replied, "Yes, they are all my biological children. Triplets. Children, say hello to Uncle." "Hello, Uncle." The trio chimed in, their innocent voices melting Fong's heart. He couldn't help but give He Shi a thumbs up. "Mr. He, impressive. 1 shot, 3 hits. Remarkable." He Shi suppressed his grin, asking, "Did you need something?" "Nothing major. Just wanted to inform you that over 30 apartments have been rented out, but I need to report the specifics to you." He Shi handed him Li Tong's number. "This is my assistant. He will handle these matters from now on. You can communicate directly with him." Fong eagerly agreed, "All right. I won't keep you from reuniting with your family." "Very well, let's head inside." On the 23rd floor, at the penthouse, He Shi opened the door, allowing the 3 children to enter first. He then took Nan's son's hand to register her fingerprint. "All right, come in. You all probably haven't eaten well outside. I've ordered a feast that should arrive shortly." Nan's son nodded, changing into slippers while marveling at the spacious home. "Wow, He Shi, it seems you've been doing exceptionally well." He Shi diverted his gaze from her delicate ankles, clearing his throat awkwardly. "It's all right, but to ensure you and the children have a better life, I must strive even harder." Initially, he thought the apartment was quite large, but with 3 children in the mix, He Shi immediately felt it was inadequate. He began to contemplate purchasing a villa, ideally with a garden, to provide ample space for the children to play. Chapter 12. Is Dad constipated? Reluctantly believed as soon as Nian Nian arrived home. She led her older siblings into the large room brimming with toys. Gazing at the exquisite dolls strewn across the floor and the lovely dresses hanging in the wardrobe, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy. "Sister, Dad bought 2 identical outfits for each dress, so we can wear them together," she exclaimed. In her eagerness to surprise her father, Nian Nian had refrained from mentioning her siblings' presents for quite some time. Thus, in her heart, she believed that these clothes and toys were not solely hers. Although touched by her words, Xiang Xiang shook her head in response. "Those are gifts from Dad for you. I cannot accept them." Just then, He Shi walked by and, upon seeing his eldest daughter Shur's understanding demeanor, felt a pang of tenderness. Fortunately, he had been well prepared. He knelt down and gently stroked the heads of the little fish and Xiang before taking their hands and leading them to another room. "My darlings, step inside and take a look. This is a surprise Dad has prepared for you." The children's eyes widened in surprise as they entered the room, and He Shi's heart softened at their excitement. He gestured for them to push open the door, but instead of moving, they drew Nian closer to them, which filled He Shi with joy. As the door swung open, they were greeted by a fantastical castle in shades of pink and blue, overflowing with plush toys and an array of toy cars. Beside the castle stood a grand slide and a pool filled with ocean balls, along with a musical carousel. The entire room was adorned with a plush carpet, and the walls were decorated with whimsical wallpaper, even featuring a pumpkin carriage draped with colorful lights. The three little ones were utterly entranced. Even Xiang was swept away by her youthful heart. Today is quite rushed, and many items are yet to be installed. Dad has arranged for the adjoining rooms to be connected, and by tomorrow at the latest, you shall have an enormous playroom filled with toys. So please be patient, all right? As He Shi's words came to an end, Xiaoyu rushed forward, wrapping her arms around her father's leg, followed closely by Xiang and Nian. "Thank you, Dad," they chorused in unison. A smile lingered on He Shi's lips throughout the afternoon as he affectionately patted their little heads, praising them for their good behavior. At that moment, the doorbell rang. "It must be the food I ordered," He Shi said, instructing Nan Sun to take the children to the dining room while he went to the living room to answer the door. Indeed, Li Tong stood outside, accompanied by He Quan, the manager from the Zhonghuan Century City Mall, along with several young workers in uniforms. "Mr. He, the children's clothing you requested has arrived. If it's convenient, I can have someone bring it inside now," He Quan offered. He Shi raised an eyebrow. "Of course, it's convenient. I was afraid it wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Thank you for your efforts, especially since it is already after hours." He Quan waved his hands dismissively. "It's my pleasure. Serving such a distinguished client is an honor. Who knows, it might lead to future promotions." Hearing a commotion in the house, Nan Sun, having led the children to the dining room, approached with curiosity. "What's this delivery?" He Shi casually took her hand. "Clothes and shoes for the children." "Oh," Nan Sun replied, noticing He Quan and Li Tong at the door. She greeted them warmly. "Hello. Good day, Mrs. He." Li Tong responded, maintaining his calm demeanor. After acknowledging He Shi, he hurried off to the dining room with the food. However, He Quan, visibly nervous, stuttered as he spoke. "Mr. He, Mrs. He, I won't impose any longer. Please feel free to call on me if you need anything." With that, he hurriedly made his exit. He Shi turned to the young workers who were moving items, noticing their flushed faces and unsettled gazes. Instinctively, he stepped forward to shield Nan Sun from their scrutiny and then led her into the bedroom. "What are you doing?" Nan Sun tugged at her wrist, but He Shi tightened his grip, pressing her against the door while wrapping his other arm possessively around her slender waist. As he gazed at her enticing lips and the hint of her tongue, his breath quickened. Nan Sun swallowed nervously. He Shi, there are so many people outside. Please, don't be impulsive." A mischievous smile crept onto He Shi's lips as he leaned closer to her alluring mouth. "What? Are you scared?" "You are the one who's scared. Am I?" His grin widened as his long fingers traced from her waist to her chest. Nan Sun had a figure that could only be described as perfect, each curve in harmony, with delicate areas accentuated beautifully. He Shi's favorite feature was her elegant swan neck, slender and sensual, leading to her exquisite shoulders and graceful collarbone. Recalling the softness of her skin from a previous encounter, he could not resist pulling her closer, brushing his lips against her petite, rosy ear. "Can you feel my warmth?" His deep, sultry voice ignited a blush on Nan Sun's cheeks, melting her resolve as she wrapped her arms around his waist, her hands wandering over his abdomen. With a playful bite, He Shi teased her delicate neck. "Feeling bold, are we?" As Nan Sun opened her mouth to respond, her lips were swiftly captured in a fervent kiss. He Shi poured all the longing of the past years into that kiss. Initially hesitant, Nan Sun soon reciprocated, and they found themselves kissing their way from the doorway to the bed, oblivious to when her dress had been hiked up to her waist. He Shi's gaze burned with desire as he admired her exquisite form, the porcelain-like skin, and her long, elegant legs. Every inch stirred his heart. Just as he was about to take their intimacy further, the voices from outside jolted them back to reality. Nan Sun playfully slapped his arm. Her once cold demeanor now softened with a glimmer of mischief. "It's still not evening. We should go." He Shi groaned, burying his face in the crook of her neck. His expression one of feigned disappointment, causing Nan Sun to chuckle softly. They lay together in silence for a while until Nan Sun finally decided to leave the bedroom first. Curious, Xiao Yu, who was eating from a small bowl, asked, "Where's Dad?" Nan Sun glanced at Li Tong in the living room and whispered, "He.s. in the bathroom." Constipated, Xiao Yu paused, then shrugged. "All right, I'll believe it." Chapter 13. The Initiation of an Investment Venture. My wife is actually from a witch clan? After He Shi exited the bedroom, he and Li Tong proceeded to the study. The registration documents for the investment company had already been submitted, and if all went well, they would be processed within 3 working days. He Shi intended to utilize this time to meticulously prepare the forthcoming investment plans, with the system's subsidized investment analysis capabilities. All enterprises with high investment potential were vividly etched in He Shi's mind. He handed Li Tong several sheets of A4 paper, which contained the investment analysis report he had diligently compiled overnight. The document listed all companies headquartered in Shun City that exhibited considerable investment potential. He Shi was confident these companies would yield substantial profits in the future and insisted that Li Tong must secure negotiations with them at all costs. The foremost companies, such as Kuayin, Guya, Matewan, Pinduoduo, and Tianmei, required particular attention. He instructed Li Tong to contact the top executives and determine the task distribution at his discretion. As He Shi concluded his instructions, the system's voice promptly chimed in. Ding! Investment venture initiated for the host. A tenfold investment rebate card has been issued, valid for 3 months, with no upper limit on the rebate amount. A tenfold investment rebate card? With no rebate cap? He Shi felt a rush of exhilaration. This meant the more enterprises he invested in, the greater his potential earnings. Without expending any resources, he could also acquire equity. This was akin to a cow entering the pen, truly remarkable. He steadied his mind and, with utmost seriousness, addressed Li Tong. Once the company is registered, all enterprises listed here must be secured within 1 week. There is no limit on the investment amount. I simply require equity, and the more, the better. Understood, Li Tong replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly acquiescing. He knew that his sole responsibility was to unconditionally comply with the boss's directives. He Shi's satisfaction was palpable. Such an efficient employee was worth his weight in gold. After bidding farewell to Li Tong, He Shi promptly opened his computer. He aimed to compile a comprehensive list of all high-potential investment enterprises across the nation before the next day. Determined to establish a firm foothold in Shun City within the brief span of 3 months. In the bedroom, Nan Sun had just finished her bath. She gazed at the large bed where she had recently lain with He Shi, hesitating momentarily before opting to visit the children's room. The children's room, which He Shi had arranged to be remodeled, would not be ready until the following day, so for the night, Xiao Yu and her sisters were temporarily staying elsewhere. As she looked at her 3 precious children nestled together in bed, Nan Sun felt a profound sense of contentment. Just seeing them brought her joy, and with the man she adored by her side, even the harshest of days felt blessed. Quietly, she climbed onto the bed and tucked the children in. When Yin Yin caught a whiff of her mother's scent, she rolled into Nan Sun's embrace, contentedly smacking her lips. Unable to resist, Nan Sun kissed her daughter's cheeks, and then leaned down to kiss her son before finally closing her eyes in peace. By the time He Shi concluded his work, it was already past 11 at night. He reached into his pocket and suddenly recalled the 2 pills the system had subsidized earlier, the Agile Strength pill and the Aesthetic Enhancement pill. Their names were straightforward, so He Shi did not hesitate to swallow them both at once. He clenched his fist and felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Without further contemplation, he was eager to return and embrace his wife. The thought of Nan Sun's alluring visage earlier that day made it impossible for him to remain seated. However, upon his eagerly anticipated return to the room, he was met with an empty, pristine bed. He Shi stood there, bewildered. Where could his wife have gone? Meanwhile, Nan Sun was in a deep slumber when she suddenly felt herself lifted into the air. Startled, she opened her eyes to find herself cradled in someone's arms. She instinctively punched the chest before her, exclaiming, "What are you doing? You scare me." He Shi, gazing at her pale face, tightened his embrace while continuing to walk. "What am I doing? You have no room of your own, and chose to squeeze in with the children instead. Are you afraid I might devour you?" Realizing the truth in his words, Nansun felt a sense of guilt wash over her, wrapping her arms around He Shi's neck. It was only when she was tossed on the bed that she sensed the impending danger. She immediately attempted to flee, but He Shi seized her ankles, pulling her back beneath him. Whether it was the atmosphere or some other factor, Nansun suddenly perceived He Shi as even more attractive than before, and his strength overwhelmed her. In his presence, she felt as delicate as a chick. This sensation of being conquered caused the typically assertive Nansun to blush. She tugged at He Shi's arm, protesting, "Let me go." Unfazed, He Shi fixed his gaze upon the woman beneath him, demanding, "Why did you leave without a word 4 years ago? And why have you not contacted me since? If you do not clarify tonight, you shall not leave." Nansun lowered her gaze, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "It was not that I left without a word. I was forcibly taken away by my grandmother. It was not that I did not wish to contact you. I simply could not." He Shi's pupils dilated, and he stood there in shock. "What do you mean?" Fearing He Shi might misunderstand her grandmother, Nansun hurriedly clarified, "In truth, my grandmother, she meant well." Nansun belonged to a witch clan, her family having resided for generations in a remote village in the south. Each generation produced a special child destined to become the future clan leader. Nansun's mother was the previous generation's leader. When Nansun was 18, she secretly escaped the village, only to return months later heavily pregnant, after which she vanished once more. 4 years ago, her grandmother had discovered her mother's whereabouts, prompting her to take Nansun away. It was then she learned her mother had disappeared for so long because of a man, her biological father, who was a notorious scoundrel from a prominent family in Yen City. For him, marriage was merely a tool of their upper-class society, while he offered her mother love. He could not provide her with marriage. Her mother foolishly followed that man for over a decade, ultimately living a life of melancholy. That last meeting was my final chance to see her. Afterward, her grandmother fell ill. Upon learning of Nansun's pregnancy, her condition worsened. At 18, she feared Nansun might follow the same path as her mother. Tears streamed down Nansun's face as she recounted. Then my grandmother insisted I terminate the pregnancy. But I refused. In the end, she relented. She required me to remain in the village for 5 years, during which I was forbidden from contacting you. If, after 5 years, you still awaited me, she would no longer intervene. 5 years was ample time to demonstrate one's sincerity. If you were still waiting for me, my grandmother could rest easy about her granddaughter's future. If you had moved on, it would reveal your true nature, preventing me from suffering the same tragic fate as my mother. My grandmother truly went to great lengths for me. Chapter 14. Such a beautiful rich woman. Who would not envy her? After listening to He Shi, his heart was filled with a sense of melancholy. He had not anticipated that the truth would unfold in such a manner. He gently wrapped his arms around Nansun, fully aware that her grandmother would not easily yield. There must have been something that Nansun had done. Her silence was merely an attempt to shield him from worry. As for Nansun's grandmother, He Shi found himself at a loss for words. Her interference had deprived him of 3 precious years with the children and had kept him apart from Nansun for nearly 4 years. Yet, all her actions were driven by love for Nansun. He let out a soft sigh. "What about your grandmother now?" Nansun lowered her head, her voice laced with sorrow. "She passed away not long ago. I feel so unfilial for not honoring the promise I made to her. I had vowed to stay in the village for 5 years, yet I rushed to Shin City right after her funeral. The children really miss you, even though they never say it in front of me. Every time they see other children with their fathers, they feel envious. I am not a competent mother." "Fool!" He Shi gently tapped her forehead, then soothingly patted her back. "You have done remarkably well. Those 3 little ones are thriving because of your efforts. If your grandmother were watching from above and saw you living happily, she would find peace." "Really?" "Of course," he replied. "And if you say the children miss me, what about you?" At this, Nansun's eyes turned not only red, but her cheeks flushed as well. Gazing at He Shi's handsome face, she murmured, "If I didn't miss you, I wouldn't be here now." Ultimately, It was her faith in He Shi and their bond that brought her comfort. Noticing the tear mole on her face, He Shi's dark pupils deepened. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "You appear to be in low spirits. Shall we engage in something delightful?" His long fingers began to caress her delicate ankle, slowly ascending. Nansun did not resist. Her cool, beautiful eyes gradually ignited with desire, rendering her already striking beauty even more breathtaking. Her breath quickened, and she instinctively pulled He Shi closer, pressing her crimson lips against his. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed. In the spacious room, the warm yellow lights cast a soft glow. Her raven hair tumbled onto the pristine pillow, with a few strands clinging to her forehead. Unable to contain herself, Nansun playfully kicked the man beside her. The gentle nudge only fueled He Shi's vigor. He tenderly stroked her flushed face, coaxing softly, "Sweetheart, don't sleep. After 4 years, you must allow me." His words deepened the color in her already rosy cheeks. Her voice was rendered hoarse, leaving her unable to respond, only to internally chastise the man for his audacity before eventually drifting off to sleep. The following morning, when He Shi awoke, Nansun remained nestled in his embrace, soundly asleep. Her flawless features instantly reminded him of an angel. Her porcelain shoulders were exposed to the air, resembling exquisite jade. Her sensuous waist and long, smooth legs made her seem less an angel and more a captivating enchantress. He Shi murmured softly, pulling her closer, sighing that if this continued, he would inevitably become a lethargic monarch. They were ultimately roused by the insistent ringing of a mobile phone. He Shi, still groggy, shielded Nansun's ears with one hand while reaching for the phone with the other. As he answered, his elder brother's irritable voice pierced through the line. "Still asleep, big brother? What time is it?" He Shi yawned. "I was up late last night." Believing He Shi had been working, his brother quickly got to the point. "Little 3, you've been posted on the school forum. I sent the link in the group chat. You should check it out." "What nonsense is this?" He Shi was fully awake now. He sat up and clicked on the link his brother had sent. The post was authored by someone named Xiao Su. Titled, "The Cold Campus Heartthrob H. June, Actually a Sugar Baby of a Wealthy Woman?" He Shi's face darkened. "Forget H. June. Just reveal his name." He continued reading the post. "As a person acquainted with H. June, I can attest to his background. This impoverished lad from the countryside has inexplicably acquired a sports car worth $5 million. Is that not peculiar? Moreover, just a few days ago, he was seen carrying a 3-year-old girl who bears a striking resemblance to him. The poster reasonably suspects this to be H. June's illegitimate child with a wealthy woman. Evidence below." He Shi clicked on the images, revealing a picture of him carrying Yin into the car. Fortunately, her face was obscured by the car door. Below were various comments from netizens. He skimmed through them, noting that it seemed the original poster had hired internet trolls. They all uniformly demanded he be expelled for tarnishing the school's reputation. Occasionally, a few doubters would be instantly besieged by the others. He Shi scoffed at the childish antics, bemused by the absurdity of it all. They had no real evidence, and if the school believed such nonsense and expelled him, it would be on the brink of collapse. However, the unwarranted slander ignited a fire of indignation within He Shi. Just then, a still drowsy Nansun noticed him intently staring at his phone. Her curiosity piqued. "What's going on?" He Shi handed her the phone and briefly explained the situation. "What's the big deal? Just clarify things and deal with whoever is behind this," Nansun suggested, tugging at He Shi's arm to bring him closer. She then opened the camera app and snapped a selfie of the two of them. Without hesitation, she posted the image as a reply to the thread, captioned with 4 words, "Rich woman here." He Shi was taken aback by her seamless actions. Who wouldn't envy me for being supported by such a beautiful rich woman? He couldn't help but burst into laughter at her words. He reached out to pinch Nansun's cheek. "Such self-love. I adore it." Nansun smiled mischievously. "As long as you don't think I'm being presumptuous." "How could I? You're openly acknowledging our relationship. I couldn't be happier. I want the whole world to know you are my wife, the mother of my children." Gazing at their newly taken photo, He Shi set it as his wallpaper, lock screen, and chat background, replacing everything he could. As Nansun watched him, she gradually leaned against him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "But we need to figure out who posted this," He Shi remarked. "Rest assured, I can handle this, he replied confidently. Ding. Detected that the host is being defamed by unknown individuals online. Advanced hacking skills granted. Please use them wisely. He sure raised an eyebrow. It seemed he wouldn't need to call his childhood friend after all. He set the phone aside, running his hand along Nan Sun's waist. So, how was my service last night? Nan Sun's face turned crimson, radiant as a peach blossom. It was just fine. Really? Sounds like you're not entirely satisfied. He sure teased, lifting the blanket, preparing to provoke her further, only for his phone to ring once more. Chapter 15. The Strict Wife? Absolutely impossible. Wow. Old 3. Who is that enchanting beauty in the photo? Where did you meet her? Such stunning looks. Can she truly exist? After seeing her, the so-called campus beauties suddenly seem so ordinary. You have no idea. Once you posted that picture, everyone was left speechless. Where on earth did you find such a fairy? I must meet her. He sure was both amused and exasperated by the fervent remarks of his elder brother. He glanced at Nan Sun, who remained unfazed, and replied, The fairy you speak of is my wife, the mother of my child, and she is currently lying right beside me. Would you like to greet her? Suddenly, his elder brother fell silent. Oh, so she is my sister-in-law. Never mind. I'm feeling a bit nervous. However, old 3, it's undeniable that you are impressive. To have someone like her, just looking at her feels like a desecration. You've even had kids together. I won't disturb you any further. I'll hang up now. He sure shook his head in disbelief, placing his phone down before getting off the bed. I need to check the IP address of the poster. You can stay here a bit longer. No, our son will wake up soon. I'll go prepare breakfast. Such a diligent wife. He sure was taken aback when they were together years ago. She could barely roast meat. Of course, the conditions in the mountains had not permitted much else. What did you think? Nan Sun lifted the blanket, only to discover that her pajamas had been changed to match He Shi's. She hadn't realized it at all last night. Did you pick out this sleepwear? No wonder you asked me about my clothing size earlier. You were preparing this. Indeed, but it's not just sleepwear. He sure effortlessly scooped her up and carried her into the walk-in closet. The spacious 50-square-meter room was lined with enormous wardrobes, filled with a variety of clothing. In the center stood a glass display case brimming with exquisite jewelry, watches, and bags. These are all prepared for you. Take a look and see if you like them. Nan Sun's eyes sparkled. No woman could resist the allure of dressing up. Just in her early 20s, though naturally beautiful, she still yearned for lovely clothes and accessories. Beaming, she wrapped her arms around He Shi's neck and planted a sweet kiss on his lips. Thank you, I love it. He sure smiled gently. Is that all it takes to appease you? He set her down on a nearby little sofa and stood tall, shifting their perspectives. Worried that Nan Sun might lose her balance, He sure wrapped his arms around her waist. What do you wish for? He sure gazed seriously at Nan Sun for several seconds before softly saying, Sun, let us get married. Nan Sun abruptly lifted her head. He sure continued, For years ago, I decided on you. You're the only one I wish to marry in this lifetime. I've told you before, even if you didn't come back, I wouldn't choose another. That was the truth. You have always been my singular choice. Seeing Nan Sun silent, he sure suddenly felt anxious. Although proposing now might seem a bit hasty, I truly don't want to wait any longer. I want to provide you and our children with a complete home. I want to proudly announce to the world that you are my wife. He sure. Do you agree? After struggling to hold back her emotions, tears finally streamed down Nan Sun's face. He sure panicked and quickly reached out to touch her cheek. What's wrong? If you're not ready to marry so soon, that's fine. His unfinished words were drowned out by Nan Sun's passionate kiss. Though it was the first time she had taken the initiative to kiss him, He Shi's heart still trembled. After a brief moment of shock, he reciprocated with fervor. Nan Sun felt herself melting in his embrace. Had it not been for He Shi's firm grip around her waist, she would have collapsed onto the sofa. Her cheeks flushed, the tear mole at the corner of her eye appeared even more pronounced. Her long eyelashes fluttered restlessly, and her adorable demeanor prompted He Shi to steal a few more gentle kisses. Struggling to regain her composure, Nan Sun whispered, I agree, He Shi. I want to marry you. He Shi's typically placid expression instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. He joyfully lifted Nan Sun into the air, spinning her around several times. Let us return to my hometown, with the children at the end of the month and register our marriage. Rest assured, I will ensure you have a grand wedding." Hearing this warmed Nansun's heart, but as she thought of her family situation, she felt a twinge of guilt towards He Shi. "As for the wedding, I'm afraid there won't be many relatives from my side attending. I'm sorry." Her only living relative was her biological father, who had never cared for her, and in Nansun's heart, he was as good as deceased. He Shi playfully smacked her rear end. "What is there to apologize for? You've already brought the best relatives. Our son and daughter will be the flower children, and that is truly memorable." Imagining that scene made Nansun's heart sink. Then she shot a teasing look at the man who was taking advantage of the moment. "He Shi, after years apart, you seem to have become quite bold." He Shi's fingers paused, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. "What are you up to?" "What am I up to?" Nansun, feeling somewhat guilty, had been accommodating him since their meeting, but this guy was becoming increasingly audacious. Leaning close to He Shi's ear, her warm breath tickled his earlobe, making him shudder. "Don't you enjoy touching? Then today, I'll let you touch to your heart's content." As soon as she finished speaking, Nansun raised her delicate finger and whistled several times. He Shi's eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, a serpent, as thick as a baby's arm, sped along the corner of the wall toward them. It dashed straight to He Shi, slithering up his leg and coiling around his neck. Frozen in fear, He Shi could barely move, his heart racing as he contemplated kneeling before Nansun. Yesterday, this woman had seemed so gentle. He had thought she had changed her ways. But in just one night, her true colors had emerged. Was he, a man of 7 feet tall, destined to become henpecked? He shook his head vigorously. No way. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself staring directly into the serpent's eyes. He Shi. After a moment of fear, he suddenly found the serpent somewhat familiar. Nansun, arms crossed, laughed. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize an old friend?" He Shi squinted, examining it closely before exclaiming in surprise, "Little Bai." Upon hearing his voice, the silver serpent lifted its head and rubbed against his cheek. Instantly, He Shi's fear evaporated. He reached out to touch Little Bai's cold scales, astonished. "You remember me, and you've grown so big." Little Bai was a serpent they had found in the mountains, injured and healed by Nansun, who had remained with them ever since. Back then, He Shi had often wondered why Nansun was so close to snakes and insects, sometimes seeming to understand their language. Learning that she belonged to a shaman clan explained everything. Nansun was a unique figure destined to inherit the chieftain's position. Yet, He Shi was curious about how she had persuaded her clan to leave the village and asked directly. Nansun scratched her cheek awkwardly. She felt embarrassed to admit that she hadn't thought about persuasion. She had simply subdued them with her strength. Those old folks had no choice. Even if they tried to stop her, they couldn't. She hissed softly like a snake, and Little Bai immediately slid down from He Shi, obediently lying aside. I'll go make breakfast." The pair, one person and one serpent, vanished from the room in the blink of an eye. Truly a fitting description of a beautiful yet dangerous woman. He sighed helplessly, shaking his head. The household would certainly be lively from now on. Chapter 16. Public announcement of heartbreak. He Shi settled before his computer, and within a matter of minutes, he had traced Xiao Su's IP address. His brows arched slightly. Was it near the school? Meanwhile, across from Shun City University at the Cha UCF, a young woman in her 20s glared at the computer before her, her expression darkening. Although the online commentator she had hired had initially skewed the comments in her favor, an unexpected photograph had captivated many onlookers. Everyone raved about the goddess's beauty in the picture, envying He Shi for being supported by such a stunning and affluent woman. Unwilling to concede, Su Qian swiftly posted a comment, hinting that others should not be deceived by He Shi. He was merely a kept man, and no matter how beautiful the rich woman was, it would not change the fact that he lived off her wealth. To her dismay, her comment was ignored, and she was instead mocked for being envious of the beauty, nearly causing her to shatter her cup in frustration. At that moment, the wind chimes at the entrance jingled, and a woman with a pure appearance yet alluring figure entered. Upon spotting Su Qian, she wasted no time and slapped her across the face. "Su Qian, soap!" covered her cheek. Ruo. The newcomer was Qin Ruo, who glared at Su Qian and scolded. "Who told you to tarnish He Shi's reputation?" You were present that day at Xin Yuan. Even the president of Liang had about him. How dare you, a mere university student? The sudden outburst caught the attention of everyone in the CAF, with onlookers hurriedly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Su Qian stared at Qin Ruo in disbelief. But you were the one who. Before she could finish her sentence, another slap landed on her face. Do you still want to argue, Su Qian? I am truly disappointed in you. How could Xiao Ting have such a sister like you? Seeing the warning in Qin Ruo's eyes, Su Qian swallowed her retort. Xiao Ting was Su Qian's younger sister. The two were orphans supported by the Qin family, which meant Su Qian had always complied with Qin Ruo's wishes at school. This incident of disparaging He Shi had been instigated by her as well. Initially, she had believed that Qin Ruo's plan was to force He Shi to withdraw from school. However, it now appeared to be the opposite. The young lady intended to use her as a pawn to win He Shi's favor. Realizing this, Su Qian lowered her head and let out a self-deprecating smile. But for her sister's sake, she had to concede. Clenching her fists, she murmured, I'm sorry, I just couldn't stand He Shi and wanted to teach him a lesson. Moreover, Ruo, you've liked him for so long. I feel it's not worth it for you. Qin Ruo's expression softened as she took Su Qian's hand. I know you mean well. I was too impulsive just now. But please do not engage in such matters again. He Shi is not someone who is merely supported by a wealthy woman. I understand. Soon, the two left the CAF hand in hand. While their earlier exchange was swiftly shared online, many lamented Qin Ruo's genuine affection and kindness, denouncing He Shi as a scoundrel lacking in romance. Others found the situation perplexing. 123L, what? Just because she likes him, he must reciprocate? Not liking her makes him a scoundrel? Some people's reasoning is truly astounding. A reply quickly followed. 1L, exactly. He Shi has already made it clear he rejected her. She keeps pestering him and now pretends to be innocent. Disgusting. 2L, He Shi himself posted a photo together. It's clearly a public announcement. Now, this woman is trying to create drama? What is she thinking? 3L, did He Shi personally admit it to you? If he hasn't, then he is single. Why can't he like someone else? 4L, Qin Ruo has both beauty and a prestigious background. How could she not be worthy of He Shi? Loving him is her honor. 5L, oh my. The school beauties sycophants are back. Let us give them a round of applause. 6L, go to hell with your sycophants. 38L, am I the only one who cares? He Shi is not an ordinary person. He could be the president of Liang. 39L, rich and handsome. I'm in love. I should have thrown caution to the wind and confessed. What if the school hunk liked me? 40L, wake up upstairs. The entire thread devolved into chaos, with various opinions flooding in. Meanwhile, He Shi had also seen the CAF video and immediately discerned Qin Ruo's intentions. Her sudden interest in him, now that he was wealthy, was an attempt to leverage public opinion to enhance her own image as a virtuous person. Such manipulative behavior was truly revolting to him. He had no intention of indulging someone like her. He directly commented on the video, self-directed and performed, how amusing. Applause is in order. Then he opened his social media and posted, in this lifetime, having you is enough. My wife, the mother of my child. You are the direction of my heart. The accompanying picture was an old photo of the two, the one that Nian Yan had brought. As soon as he posted it, the likes and comments poured in. Big brother. Heartbreak alert. This is lethal. But congratulations, third brother. He Shi, the one being heartbroken is you. Second brother. Congratulations. I want to be the best man at the wedding. He Shi, no problem. Cousin. If Anne had WeChat, she'd be on her way here already. He Shi, it's a surprise. Numerous classmates and friends commented, including Lin Ning, Fang Yue, and Lin Feng, to which He Shi uniformly replied with thanks. His mood was elated. But Qin Ruo was in a vastly different state. She had initially hoped to use this opportunity to impress He Shi and perhaps win his affection. The 30 stake in Liang already rivaled the Qin family's assets, and He Shi had always been her type. Should this work out, people like Songbo would be cast aside. However, she was blindsided when He Shi publicly humiliated her. Although she wasn't friends with He Shi, screenshots of his post had already circulated in forums. Many recounted the love story between He Shi and his girlfriend in vivid detail. Observing the woman's stunning beauty, Qin Ruo felt her eyes burn with jealousy. He Shi had waited for her for a full 4 years, even avoiding contact with other women. and now they had a child together. Qin Ruo yearned to concoct some scheme, yet she hesitated. Even she would not jeopardize her family's business. The current He Shi was not someone she could provoke at will. Moreover, due to He Shi's comment, many had begun to criticize her. The Song family had also taken notice of the situation, leading to significant discontent toward her. Just resolving these issues was enough to leave her overwhelmed. The forum incident had temporarily drawn to a close, but it remained etched in He Shi's memory. Presently, he could not impart any substantial lesson to Qin Ruo, as she was backed by both the Qin and Song families. However, things will be different 3 months from now. Chapter 17. The luxurious motorcade shocks the entire internet in the kitchen. As He Shi entered, Nansun was busy frying eggs. Dressed in a delicate yellow dress, her figure was perfectly accentuated. Her slender waist and fair, straight calves evoked in He Shi vivid memories of her alluring form stirring beneath him. Sizzle, Xiao Bai, noticing her master lost in thought, curiously approached and tapped his shoe with its tail. He Shi affectionately patted the little creature's head, recalling the little white mouse he had ordered for Xiao Ruan yesterday. Perhaps he should raise a few more at home. What delicious fare have you prepared? He walked up behind Nansun and embraced her. Don't be a nuisance. Go check on Xiao Yu and the others, she replied. He Shi swiftly took the spatula from her hand. Why don't you let me handle the cooking while you take a break? Amazed, Nansun raised an eyebrow as she observed him expertly flipping the eggs, clearly not a novice. It appears you've acquired quite a few skills over the years. Who would have thought that the same person who once burned porridge has become so proficient? While I've mastered many life skills, another kind has stagnated for 4 years. After all, you were not here, and I had no opportunity to practice, He Shi teased, winking at her. Rogue, Nansun retorted, tossing him a glance before leaving the kitchen. He Shi smiled to himself. A daily tease of his wife undeniably contributed to his happiness. However, having lived at school these past years, he had little chance to learn cooking, relying instead on the comprehensive knowledge provided by the system, essential for a competent father. As he prepared a lavish breakfast, vegetable porridge, soft egg pancakes, pumpkin puree, steamed dumplings, soy milk, barbecued pork buns, and boiled eggs, Nansun and the 3 children were left astounded when the spread was laid out. Don't just stand there, my dears. Come and eat before it cools. He Shi served each of them a bowl of porridge. Xiao Yu eagerly lifted his bowl, eyes sparkling. Dad's cooking is delicious. Nian Nian nibbled on a soft bun, smearing her face with oil, while Xiang Xiang nodded enthusiastically, stuffing her mouth with egg. Enjoy it, and eat your fill. From now on, Dad will cook for you every day, He Shi chuckled. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed your first cooking endeavor. Reward, a luxurious restaurant on Shanghai Street. A representative will contact you soon. Please keep your phone accessible. What a delightful surprise. Just yesterday, he had purchased 10 shops on Shanghai Street. With the addition of the restaurant, he now owned 11 establishments. He sure pondered whether to venture into small business, but ultimately decided against it. He had a plethora of matters to address regarding his investment company, and with Nansun needing to care for the little ones, it was wiser to collect passive income rather than engage in the toil of entrepreneurship. Hence, he resolved to lease out all but the restaurant. After breakfast, workers arrived to renovate the children's room and playroom. He Shi hurriedly led Xiao Bai to the bedroom, fearing that anyone might be startled to discover such a large snake in his home. He Shi's original plan was to wait for the managers of the restaurant and shops to contact him before visiting Shanghai Street with his family. However, he received an unexpected call from Qi Jiang. Brother, the company has suddenly delivered 1,000 luxury cars, and the transport personnel claim they were ordered by you. He Shi rubbed his ears, nearly overwhelmed by the news. He hadn't anticipated such swift efficiency from the system. 1,000 cars delivered so rapidly left him utterly unprepared. Yes, I ordered them. Please rent a large warehouse immediately. Cost is secondary. Just ensure the cars are unloaded. I'll be there shortly, he instructed, grabbing the car keys and informing Nansun before heading outside. As he entered the elevator, he felt an urge to glance back, discovering his 3 children eagerly waiting by the door. His heart softened as he returned and scooped up his daughters. Come, Daddy will take you and Mommy to see the luxury car fleet. The 3 little ones cheered joyfully. In truth, they did not fully comprehend what a motorcade entailed. They simply wished to remain close to their father, whom they rarely saw. It was at this moment he sure recognized the insecurity Nan's son and the children must be feeling, having abruptly left their familiar surroundings for an unfamiliar city. He realized he should devote more time to them. As a husband and father, he had not been considerate enough. Will this interfere with your work? Nan's son inquired, pleased to accompany him, but hesitant to impede his duties. Rest assured, I have subordinates for that. Otherwise, what is the purpose of employing so many people? He reassured her. The company has simply ordered a batch of cars, and the manager is waiting for me to sign off on the delivery. Very well, Nan's son replied. Lifting Xiaoyu as the family of 5 stepped out together. In the Nanyuan district, on the central street, pedestrians pulled out their phones, eager to capture this historic moment. Nearly 200 car transporters crept along the road, the long lines stretching beyond sight, nearly occupying the entire street. What drew the most attention was that each transporter was loaded with 5 to 6 luxury cars, each valued at over $1 million. A live streamer outdoors, intrigued, began counting and was astonished to discover there were indeed 1,000 vehicles, leaving everyone in the live chat in shock. Annie, a popular internet personality known for her quick wit, was conducting an outdoor live stream when she unexpectedly encountered this grand spectacle. As the viewer count surged, she decided to follow the motorcade to uncover its destination. With her phone held high, she stumbled along behind the procession, unaware that the chat was exploding with excitement. Where did this tycoon come from, purchasing such an immense quantity of cars? This must be worth over 100 million, not just over 100 million. Look at that Audi S8 and BMW 8 Series. Each must cost upwards of $1 million. I'm in love. Please send me a dozen of these tycoons. Annie urged herself to keep up, eager to glimpse the true identity of this magnate. Her carefully styled hair was beginning to come undone as she caught her breath. Glancing at the chat, I'm trying my best to keep up. Do you want to exhaust me? Stop talking, or this rowdy mob might just take action. Princess Annie, don't tire yourself out. Keep going. Having grown immune to such comments after years of streaming, Annie chose to ignore them, focusing solely on the luxury cars. That one ahead is a Mercedes GLS, priced around $3 million. I adore spacious SUVs. Once I'm wealthy, I must get one for myself. And look, there's a Maserati Ghibli. I love that red color. Up ahead is a Lexus LS, a rather understated model, but I've heard it's incredibly comfortable. As the chat filled with question marks, viewers began to speculate. I bet Annie has worked at a car dealership before. This is the first time I've seen a girl so knowledgeable about cars. I'm following her. In just a short time, Annie gained thousands of new followers. Suppressing her excitement, she quickened her pace, and after 10 minutes, the motorcade finally came to a halt in front of the Guangmao building. Chapter 18. The female streamer in JK uniform at the entrance of Guangmao building. A throng of onlookers had gathered, eager for the spectacle. Annie managed to carve her way through the crowd, finally reaching the front row. She observed several elegantly attired professionals engaged in casual conversation at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone of importance. It was a safe bet that they were anticipating the arrival of a major executive or a wealthy car buyer. The viewers in the live chat were quick to speculate, their wit evident in their comments. This is quite the scene. I wish I could witness the excitement firsthand. Annie mused, her gaze fixed on the entrance as she interacted with her audience. I am currently at Guangmao Building in the Nanjing Bay area of Shenzhen, right next to Xinghai Street. Feel free to join, but it's sweltering today and the crowd is overwhelming. Just look at my hair. It's a far cry from how I looked when I stepped out. The chat erupted with laughter as Annie acknowledged her disheveled appearance. A stark contrast to her earlier polished image. The heat had wreaked havoc on her makeup, but her striking figure remained a source of confidence, as it had initially garnered her fame. Gifts for your hard work. Viewers showered her with virtual presents, including airplanes and hearts. While a generous donor even sent the most extravagant rocket, Annie fought to suppress her smile as she expressed her gratitude for each contribution. At that moment, a formidable black Mercedes-Benz G-Class glided to a halt at the entrance. Wow, is that the one? It's stunning. Annie gasped, her excitement palpable. As the car door swung open, a pair of long legs clad in tailored trousers emerged, followed by a remarkably handsome young man. He is breathtaking. Is he a celebrity? He resembles that trending star, Wang Xiao. Annie's heart raced as she was captivated by his striking features. Unbeknownst to He Shi, the man in question, the female audience members were entranced by his charm. He strode confidently toward the building, where he was greeted by a distinguished gentleman in his 40s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and an air of sophistication. Mr. He, I am Ma Honyun, the sales manager from Junsheng Automobile Company. Pleasure to meet you, Manager Ma. He Shi replied, a hint of surprise flickering across his brow. He had not anticipated that the subsidized vehicles would be sourced from such a prominent company. Junsheng was renowned as one of the largest automotive enterprises in the country, boasting its own brands and collaborations with international luxury car manufacturers. He had just placed an order for 1,000 luxury vehicles, marking him as a VIP client. True to form, Manager Ma was exceedingly courteous, presenting He Shi with a contract after a brief introduction. Mr. He, the vehicle quality inspections have been completed. Please sign, and we can finalize our collaboration. Of course. He Shi signed swiftly and turned to Qi Jiang, inquiring, has the warehouse been prepared? Yes, it's being unloaded now. General Manager Lin is overseeing it. Excellent. Manager Ma, would you care to join me for tea upstairs? Just as He Shi extended the invitation, his phone rang insistently. He offered an apologetic smile to Ma Honyun before answering. Hello, is this Mr. He Shi? Yes, speaking. Good day, Mr. He. I'm the manager of Shanghai Restaurant. Do you have a moment to come in and sign a transfer contract? Certainly, I will be there shortly. As He Shi ended the call, another from a local number chimed in. Hello, Mr. He. The property certificates for your 10 commercial establishments on Shanghai Street have been processed. Please provide an address for delivery today. Please send them to Shanghai Restaurant. Thank you. Once He Shi finally set down his phone, Ma Honyun approached with a smile. Mr. He, I won't keep you any longer. I have matters to attend to as well. Let us save the tea for next time. He Shi nodded, appreciating Ma's understanding of his busy schedule. They exchanged polite farewells before Ma departed. Meanwhile, Annie, who had been watching the entire exchange, felt her heart race with excitement. Such a remarkable and capable man was truly a rarity. The chat urged her to approach him for his contact information. Is that appropriate? Annie hesitated, fearing rejection. Don't hesitate, Annie. If you like him, go for it. Why am I not there? Annie, make us proud. Annie, you've got this. Bolstered by the encouragement, Annie touched up her makeup with a compact mirror and adjusted her white stockings, a deliberate choice to complement her JK uniform. Once satisfied with her appearance, she made her way toward the building entrance. He Shi was engrossed in a conversation with Qi Jiang when he heard a female voice behind him. He turned, slightly furrowing his brow in curiosity. Is there something I can help you with? Annie, taken aback by his gaze, nervously tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Hello, I'm a streamer from Kuayin. My name is... Before she could finish, the previously aloof man broke into a smile, leaving her momentarily entranced. Darling. Who are you talking to? Darling? Who is that? Annie snapped back to reality, only to see a stunning woman approaching, tall and graceful, holding the hand of a small boy who appeared to be around 3 years old. The resemblance between the child and He Shi was uncanny. Is this beauty truly real? Annie's eyes sparkled. All thoughts of He Shi faded from her mind as she fixated on Nan-sun, who not only possessed breathtaking features, but also a figure that rendered Annie's own stature insignificant in comparison. The chat noticed the change in Annie's demeanor. Who is she looking at? Is she drooling? I think I just heard someone call the male god darling. Annie, turn the camera. Is there beauty? Annie gulped. It's a goddess, the epitome of beauty. But she refrained from turning the camera, mindful of the child present. At that moment, Nan-sun approached He Shi with her son. He needs to use the restroom. Could you take him? Watching the obedient figure of the man, Annie's heart fluttered. It's truly a family of 3. The goddess is so commanding. I adore her. Are you live streaming? Annie looked up, caught off guard by Nan-sun's voice, her cheeks flushing under the close proximity of such beauty. Yes, I'm streaming here today. I apologize for the interruption. Nan-sun smiled gently. No worries. You're indirectly promoting my husband's business. Feeling like a moth drawn to a flame, Annie eagerly inquired, May I ask why the sudden purchase of so many luxury vehicles? My husband runs a rental company. Although these are new cars, the rental prices are quite reasonable. If anyone is interested, they can contact Xing Qianli Rentals. Annie nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. I will definitely reach out. Nan Sun found this girl truly intriguing. Initially, she had assumed the girl was fixated on He Shi, only to discover that her gaze was now firmly fixed on her. The notion of transforming her rival for affection into a competitor for her husband sparked a thrill within Nan Sun. Meanwhile, the previously supportive comments urging Annie to win over her idol had shifted dramatically. The screen was now filled with messages proclaiming, "Annie, something is amiss with you. By the way, what is the name of your live stream? I'll make sure to follow it later. Curvaceous Annie. Just search for it, and you'll find it." Nan Sun scrutinized her closely and gave a thumbs up. Quite fitting. The two of them erupted into laughter. Chapter 19. Injuries to Wife and Child. He Shi's fury. "What are you and our son so cheerful about?" He Shi inquired, perplexed, as he returned home with his son. "Nothing much," Nan Sun replied, waving her hand towards Annie. "We'll take our leave now and catch our live stream later." "All right, farewell, goddess." As the vehicles at the building's entrance departed, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. He Shi, cradling his son in one arm while wrapping the other around his wife, made his way to the parking area. Once inside the car, Nan Sun briefly mentioned Annie's live stream. "It wouldn't hurt to promote your company through this opportunity, considering the significant stir they VE caused. Although Annie is primarily seeking to gain followers, I think we should offer her some form of compensation. What do you think, He Shi?" He Shi, lost in thought, merely responded with a distracted "Why didn't you call me husband anymore?" Nan Sun teased. He Shi, wary of inciting her ire, promptly shifted the conversation. "Didn't you say you wanted to watch her live stream? We can simply shower her with gifts during the broadcast." Nan Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's a splendid idea. By the way, where are we headed?" "I've recently opened a restaurant on Shanghai Street. We'll stop by to sign some documents, and then I'll take you ladies shopping. If time permits, we can catch a family movie afterward. How does that sound, my dear wife?" Nan Sun crossed her arms, nodding with a touch of pride. Not bad. By the time the family of five arrived at Shanghai Street, 20 minutes had elapsed. The downside of a bustling metropolis is the incessant traffic. Had they known, they could have simply walked. He Shi carefully lifted each of the three little ones from the car. At last, VE arrived. "It's sweltering out. I'd hate for you to suffer from the heat. Only you would say that." Nan Sun playfully pinched his waist. Her soft fingers were more akin to a caress than a pinch. He Shi swiftly grasped her hand, fearing her playful gestures might ignite a more passionate reaction. Yet, he mused, perhaps tonight would allow those delicate fingers to work a little magic. His gaze inadvertently drifted to her crimson lips, igniting a flame within his eyes. Nan Sun trembled under his fervent gaze, realizing he was undoubtedly entertaining lascivious thoughts. She bent down to lift Nian Nian, leading the way into the restaurant. "Daddy, why did Mommy go in first?" Nian Nian pondered, her small brows furrowing in confusion. He Shi, one hand holding a child while the other clasped another's, replied, "Your mother is feeling shy." Little Ewer interjected, "Adults really have a knack for spinning tales. She's clearly upset." A restaurant directly named after Shanghai Street was certainly no shabby eatery. The establishment comprised 3 levels, each approximately 200 square meters, primarily serving Chinese cuisine, adorned with an elegant and antiquated decor that exuded sophistication and finesse. The first floor featured an open layout with tables and chairs, while the second and third floors housed private dining rooms. At the center of the grand hall stood an artificial mountain of jade stones, beneath which flowed a winding stream populated by lively fish. The 3 children were immediately captivated, their large eyes gleaming with excitement. The waiter, struggling to suppress her astonishment, approached politely. "Sir, may I inquire if you have a reservation?" "I am he. Please summon your manager." "He? Could this be the new owner?" The waiter was taken aback. Their manager had announced earlier that day that the restaurant was changing owners, leaving everyone perplexed, as it was well known as the most prosperous establishment on Shanghai Street. However, they understood that leadership decisions were beyond their purview, and the change in ownership would not affect their employment. They simply did not expect the new proprietor to be so youthful, likely a rich heir. The waiter, eager to avoid offense, promptly replied, "Please hold on. I will call the manager right away." The manager, Feng Xiyuan, had been eagerly anticipating the new owner since noon. Upon hearing of his arrival, He hurried from behind the cash register to warmly welcome him to the third-floor office. Meanwhile, Nan's son, seeing they had business to discuss, took the children to play on the first floor. The receptionists, aware that she was the future proprietress, became even more diligent in their duties. And upon catching Nan Sun's glance, they smiled brightly. Nan Sun returned their smiles, igniting a wave of excitement among them. Once He Shi concluded signing the contract and exchanged a few words with Feng Xiyuan, he descended the stairs. Just as he turned the corner, he spotted a hefty woman, weighing around 200 pounds, attempting to shove Nan Sun aside, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. His expression darkening, he rushed over to pull Nan Sun into his embrace, addressing the woman coldly. "What do you think you are doing? And who are you? Mind your own business." The hefty woman, momentarily taken aback by He Shi's handsome features, soon scowled upon seeing him hold Nan Sun close. "No wonder you look like that. You're just a lewd vixen, flaunting your affection in public." He Shi's expression darkened further, and the three children wore furious faces, ready to charge if not for the receptionist holding them back. "This is my wife. Watch your words." The hefty woman, sensing He Shi's restraint in front of the crowd, grew bolder. "So what if I'm not clean? Those bratty kids bumped into me today. If they don't kneel and apologize, none of you are leaving. We already apologized, yet you still pushed us." Little Ewer exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation, showcasing her injured hand to He Shi. Seeing his daughter suppressing tears filled him with anguish. Nan Sun hurriedly recounted the events leading up to the incident. It turned out the children had been playing near the artificial mountain, and in their excitement, they collided with the hefty woman, who refused to accept their apologies and instead pushed them away. Nan Sun rushed to catch the children as they fell, but unfortunately, Nian Yan's hand was grazed in the process. She quickly called for a first aid kit and stood up, fuming as she confronted the hefty woman, who in turn attempted to shove her. This was the very moment He Shi had witnessed. Noticing Nan Sun awkwardly clutching her wrist, he quickly approached to inspect it. Her slender wrist, normally delicate, was now swollen and red. Clenching his fists, He Shi strode towards the hefty woman, and before anyone could react, he seized her by the throat and flung her forcefully away. A pained scream reverberated throughout the restaurant, except for the soundproof private rooms. Curious patrons on the first floor flocked to witness the commotion. "Are you all right, my dear?" Just then, a frail man dashed out, rushing to help the hefty woman as she lay on the ground, but the disparity in their weights rendered him ineffective. "Can't you lend a hand? Are your eyes even working?" The man's remark deterred anyone who had considered intervening. It seemed better for them to let her fend for herself. Seeing no one willing to assist her, the hefty woman slapped the frail man hard. "Useless. I've been bullied here for ages, and you couldn't even show up." With that, she shot a fierce glare at He Shi. "You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? I belong to the Song family, and I will ensure your family can't survive in this city." The mention of the Song family made He Shi ponder whether fate had brought them together in such a manner. His gaze towards the overweight woman grew increasingly disdainful. "It's you I'm targeting. I shall see how you render my life unbearable." Ding! Congratulations to the host for boldly punishing the wicked woman, receiving an enhancement in Special Forces level physical prowess and skills. Ding! Detected that the host is being threatened by malevolent forces, granting 60 equity in the publicly listed company, Wanjia Investment. Ding! The 60 equity has been credited. A dedicated representative will arrive shortly for further coordination. The sudden sound of the system caused He Shi's lips to twitch. What the hell is this, a movie? Nevertheless, this 60 equity is indeed a welcome boon. Chapter 20 Bad Breath? A slap sends her flying. The stout woman, summoning all her strength, clumsily rose from the ground. Gasping for breath, she fumbled for her phone, her two bulbous eyes trembling for quite some time. As soon as the call connected, she began to wail uncontrollably. "Nephew, your aunt is being bullied by a group of scoundrels. Hurry to the Star Sea restaurant. If you don't come soon, I might be beaten to death." Her exaggerated performance left the onlookers utterly speechless. After hanging up, the woman immediately wiped her tears and looked triumphantly at He Shi, declaring, "Once my nephew arrives, you'll be in for it." The arrogance in her expression was a stark contrast to her earlier plight. He Shi suspected she might have studied at a Sichuan opera theater Given her remarkable ability to change faces, he chose to ignore her bluster, instead gently cradling Xiangxiang in his arms and soothing her. Feng Xiyuan, quick to act, summoned a nearby doctor upon seeing Nanxuan was injured. "How is she? Is my wife's wrist all right?" He Shi asked anxiously. The doctor reassured him with a smile. "It's nothing serious, just a sprain. A few days with a plaster, and she'll be fine." He Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to resist gently tapping Nanxuan's forehead. "Children are important, but you must take care of yourself too, do you hear?" Thankfully, it wasn't anything grave. Otherwise, he would regret it for a lifetime. "I understand," Nanxuan replied, her head lowered in shyness. Observing the young couple's affection, the crowd's disdain for the stout woman only grew. After witnessing the scene unfold, the spectators began to worry for He Shi's family, given the stout woman's audacity. A concerned elder whispered, "Young man, when that woman's nephew arrives, if he refuses to reason, we should call the police." "Yes, there are many of us who saw her push the child first. We can all testify for you." He Shi and Nanxuan felt a warmth in their hearts, smiling gratefully at the crowd. After a while, the stout woman's nephew finally arrived, albeit late. He Shi looked up and recognized him as Song Bo. Upon seeing him, Song Bo's expression instantly changed. He was aware of his aunt's penchant for trouble, but he had not anticipated her crossing paths with this man. Unbeknownst to the stout woman, Song Bo's reaction was one of alarm. Eagerly, she brought her nephew closer, hoping he would chastise He Shi as he had done to those who had offended her in the past. However, to her astonishment, Song Bo began with an apology. "He Shi, if my aunt has offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize on her behalf." The stout woman, believing she must have misheard, widened her eyes in disbelief and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Song Bo brusquely shoved her aside. "Do you even realize who you have offended?" The absurdity of the situation left everyone present bewildered. Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Song Bo continued, "He Shi, what can we do to resolve this matter?" Since leaving Xin Yuan last time, he had been reluctant to believe in He Shi's status as a shareholder in Liang, so he had arranged for an investigation. To his shock, he discovered that He Shi's assets extended far beyond just this one enterprise. Fearful of retaliation, he had stayed home for several days. Yet, just as he stepped outside, he found himself in a precarious situation. He Shi, uninterested in the convoluted thoughts swirling in Song Bo's mind, smiled with amusement. "This woman has not only harmed my wife and child, but now she demands my child kneel in apology. If that is the case, then both of you should kneel before my family, and I will consider letting this matter go." Upon hearing this, Song Bo's head snapped up, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "He Shi, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe the Song family fears you?" The stout woman joined in with a barrage of insults. "In your dreams. You two shameless wretches, having spawned 3 little bastards, expect me to kneel? How dare you?" The cold glint in He Shi's eyes turned to ice as he swiftly struck her, sending her flying. Blood mixed with teeth scattered on the ground, a testament to the mercilessness of his blow. He glared at the woman, who was now crying and wailing. "If you cannot control your mouth, I will ensure you never speak again." Startled by He Shi's fierce gaze, Song Bo trembled, his demeanor shifting as he realized the gravity of the situation. After all, this was a member of the Song family, and being publicly slapped was a humiliation he could not afford. "He Shi, it seems that today's events cannot be resolved peacefully. I hope you do not regret it." He Shi scoffed. "I suggest you return those words to yourself. Was it merely a matter of relying on the Qin family support? He would uproot both families and settle the old and new scores alike." Just as the tension escalated, a group of sharply dressed elites with briefcases strode into the restaurant. Song Bo's heart sank. He recognized the scene from just a few days prior. Among them was a middle-aged man in his 40s who approached He Shi. "Mr. He, I am George Bin, the general manager of Wanjia Investment Company." As soon as he spoke, Song Bo stumbled back. "You are manager Song? What a coincidence." He Shi, puzzled, asked, "Do you know each other?" The Song Group has been seeking investment lately. Chairman Song and Manager Song visited our company previously and had a favorable discussion with the investment department. They plan to sign a contract in the next few days. Upon hearing this, He Shi nearly laughed out loud. The timing of his pillow gift was impeccable. After a moment of contemplation, he said, I see. Then this collaboration can be cancelled. On what grounds? Song Bo's expression shifted to one of panic. The Song family was engaged in real estate, and the project they were managing required substantial investment, with Wanjia being the largest investment company in the city. If this collaboration fell through, the project would be at risk. Realizing the stakes, Song Bo grew frantic. On the grounds that I am about to become the largest shareholder of Wanjia. He Shi, possessing keen investment analysis skills, recognized that the Song family lacked genuine investment potential. Partnering with them would be fortunate if it merely avoided losses. He couldn't fathom which fool had agreed to invest, presumably for personal gain. As He Shi signed the share transfer document before Song Bo's eyes, the latter's face turned pale. No, He Shi cannot have such power. He refused to believe it, shaking his head violently. It's all a lie. He Shi offered a mocking smile, proceeding to sign the document before him. In a panic, Song Bo bolted from the restaurant, abandoning even his aunt, who lay on the ground. Eventually, a frail man called for an ambulance, ensuring the woman was taken away. Mr. He, is it possible to schedule the shareholders' meeting for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? He Shi nodded. No problem. Also, please send me a list of the company personnel. Certainly. I will send it to your email shortly. After seeing George Bin and his group off, the restaurant finally fell quiet. However, Feng Xiyuan was in turmoil. He had not anticipated that the new boss held such a prestigious position, as that was one of the top 3 investment companies in the nation. But a boss with connections would undoubtedly be beneficial for the restaurant's future development. With this in mind, he looked at He Shi with even greater respect. To express gratitude for everyone's support, He Shi instructed Feng Xiyuan to waive the bills for all the customers. Upon leaving the restaurant, he took Nanxuan and the children home. They had not expected such an unpleasant incident to occur today, dampening their spirits for a shopping trip. In an effort to console his wife and children for the grievances they endured today, He Shi meticulously prepared an elaborate feast. After the meal, the children gradually regained their spirits. He Shi then led them to explore the newly decorated rooms. As the materials employed were of a modern standard, he felt assured there were no safety concerns, allowing them to revel in the playroom for an extended period. By the time he had lulled the little ones to sleep and returned to his own room, the clock had already struck 9. Chapter 21. Some meals should not be rushed, dear. As He Shi pushed open the door, he found no trace of Nan's son. Curiosity piqued. He called out a few more times, oblivious to the bathroom door slowly creaking open. Hubby, her voice, laced with allure, sent an electric jolt through He Shi's body. He turned slowly, his gaze drawn to a delicate foot, encased in black silk, emerging from the bathroom. He instinctively softened his breathing, entranced, fearful of missing a single detail. Next, his eyes fell upon a vibrant red skirt, its hem tantalizingly grazing the tops of her thighs, promising a glimpse of enticing allure with the slightest movement. Above it lay a sensuously curved waist, exposing a generous expanse of porcelain skin, and amidst her movements, He Shi caught sight of varying shades that ignited a fervent heat within him. Her long hair cascaded down her back, and to complement the red dress, Nan's son had applied a touch of lipstick. With sultry, half-lidded eyes, she began to approach He Shi, each step seemingly dancing on the precipice of his heart. He Shi swallowed hard, his voice husky as he murmured, "Wife." Her delicate arms wound around his neck, erasing the distance between them in an instant. Nan's son rose on her toes, brushing her lips against his. "Hubby, you look so handsome today," whether for the sake of their children or her concern for his injuries. She felt reassured that she had made the right choice. "Is this a reward?" Nan's son teased, rubbing her foot against his calf, her voice dripping with sweetness. "If you think so, then it is," He Shi replied, seizing her delicate chin and kissing her fervently. The temperature in the room escalated, punctuated by breathless sounds that echoed their shared passion. He Shi held her tightly, as if trying to meld their bodies into one. When they finally parted, both were glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration. He Shi hoisted her effortlessly over his shoulder, thinking that if he restrained himself any longer, he would be nothing short of a beast. "Hey, what are you doing?" Nan's son's mind momentarily blanked as she was lifted unexpectedly. She playfully swatted at He Shi's shoulder, only to be unceremoniously tossed onto the bed. With a swift motion, he flung the covers aside, discarding her garments one after another. Just as he sure anticipated a sumptuous evening, he suddenly exclaimed, "What the?" Nan Sun's cheeks flushed crimson, and without a word, she dashed into the bathroom. When she finally emerged, composed, she found He Shi sprawled at the foot of the bed, his expression one of utter disbelief, which nearly made her laugh. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, and I certainly didn't expect that to happen." He Shi cast her a reproachful glance, turning away in mock dismay. His adorably pouting expression stirred something within Nan Sun. Climbing onto He Shi, she leaned close, whispering shyly, "How about I?" He Shi's eyes lit up, but his excitement dimmed upon noticing the bandage on her hand. Undeterred, Nan Sun fixed her gaze on him, pecking his lips lightly. Gazing at her exquisite face, He Shi felt a pang of reluctance. Nan Sun, sensing his thoughts, remarked, "I wonder who was subtly hinting at me all day long." He Shi was rendered speechless, feeling awkward at having his desires so blatantly exposed. With a swift motion, Nan Sun switched off the lights, determined to ensure that this man would incur a substantial loss that night. The following day, He Shi had a meeting at Wan Jia at 10 in the morning. Shortly after 8, he set the breakfast table. Nan Sun emerged from the room, one hand covering her mouth, the other clutching her phone. "Look, Annie's live stream trended yesterday, and many are inquiring about the company." He Shi took the phone to glance at it, discovering that Jun Cheng Company had commented below, explaining the buzz. After all, Jun Cheng was a titan in the automotive industry. He immediately called Qi Jiang, urging him to capitalize on this rare opportunity for promotion. Recalling his conversation with Nan Sun about gifting Annie, he linked all her payment apps to his card and handed her a newly issued supplementary card. Nan Sun accepted without hesitation, teasing, "Does this mean I'm being kept by a wealthy man?" He Shi smirked. "Incorrect. You're being pampered by your husband." Leaning closer to her ear, he added, "So, can we expect more of last night's service?" "Dream on," she retorted, playfully kicking him before attempting to flee, only to be pulled back by his embrace. This scene was witnessed by Xiao Yu, who had just entered the dining area. In just 2 days, he had grown accustomed to his parents' public displays of affection. Covering his younger sister's eyes, he dutifully fulfilled his role as a protective older brother. Nan Sun, her ears flushed, pushed He Shi away and waved to the 3 little ones. "All right, darlings, it's time to eat." He Shi, maintaining a natural demeanor, brought out a bowl of warm ginger syrup for Nan Sun, setting it aside to cool. Observing that even the porridge was sweetened with red sugar millet today warmed Nan Sun's heart. Eager to taste it, she opened her mouth, only to inadvertently aggravate her sore mouth, stifling a wince. "Mommy, does your tooth hurt?" Gazing at her daughter's innocent face, Nan Sun shot He Shi a reproachful look. He Shi gently patted their daughter's head, smiling knowingly. "Your mother was too hasty while eating and accidentally bit herself. Little one, you must eat nicely, all right?" "Understood, Daddy." Nian Nian eagerly nodded. "I'll eat nicely too." Xiao Yu chimed in, while the youngest, Xiao Yu, sat in bewilderment, "But Mommy hasn't eaten a single bite yet." After breakfast, Nan Sun volunteered to clear the table while He Shi took care of Xiao Bai and Xiao Ruan. It wasn't until 9:30 that he drove off in his Ferrari SF90. He left the Mercedes G-Class for Nan Sun, ensuring she could take the children out for some fun during the day. Wanjia Investment Company was also situated in the Nanwan district, just 2 streets away from Guangmao Building, occupying an entire 20-story office building, a far cry from a fledgling company without even a public listing. Upon arriving with Li Tong, he sure found the conference room already filled with attendees. Aside from a few executives who had accompanied George the previous day, no one had met him before. Thus, the sight of such a youthful chairman stirred a wave of surprise among many. After a brief self-introduction, George Bin was the first to applaud, redirecting everyone's attention. Wanjia has consistently ranked among the top investment firms nationwide, and its strength speaks for itself. I hope we can continue to strive for excellence together and achieve even greater accomplishments. The success of Wanjia is intertwined with the efforts of each individual. Everyone here is part of this grand family. However, where there are diligent workers, there will always be those who shirk responsibility. While I can overlook minor transgressions, anyone daring enough to be a detestable rotten apple will find no mercy from me. As his words settled, He sure noticed a few faces turning pale. He silently noted their reactions before continuing. The company's future investment directions will be distributed by my assistant shortly. If you have any questions afterward, feel free to approach me for discussion. He sure deftly balanced praise and admonishment, succinctly outlining the company's future trajectory. Without a single superfluous word, the meeting lasted a mere 20 minutes, earning him newfound respect from all present, especially among the veteran shareholders. They felt that the company's shift to a daring and ambitious young decision-maker was not necessarily a bad thing. Chapter 22. Does Director He prefer men? The chairman's office is located on the 20th floor. It is quite spacious, measuring over 100 square meters, and is equipped with a lounge area. The former secretary of the chairman remains, a young woman in her late 20s, clad in a fitted blouse paired with a pencil skirt. She showcases her curvaceous figure to perfection, exuding the allure of a mature woman. Standing before the desk, she gazes at the handsome He Shi, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. She did not expect the new chairman to be so young, a far more enticing prospect than the previous elderly incumbent. She adjusts her collar, deliberately revealing her impressive cleavage. Just as she prepares to introduce herself in a sultry tone, she hears her new boss coolly address Manager Chiao. I have an assistant. Please arrange for this person to have a separate workspace. If they are unable to perform, the company does not retain idlers. Xiao Zhibin immediately complies, gesturing for her to leave. The young secretary thinks to herself, damn it, a bunch of clueless straight men. Once she is finally out of sight, he sure takes out the personnel list of the company management, circles a few names, and hands it to Xiao Zhibin. Pay close attention to these individuals over the next few days. If anyone engages in misconduct, inform me promptly. Understood, Director He. He continues, by the way, who is in charge of the collaboration talks with the Song family. If they lack capability, do not let them waste resources here. You should know how to handle such matters. Wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, Xiao Zhibin instinctively bows slightly. Understand. He did not expect the seemingly mild-mannered person he met yesterday to become so decisive when it comes to work. Moreover, the commanding presence he sure exudes is enough to intimidate even a seasoned veteran like him. It appears he must take action against the lazy individuals in the company. Once only Li Tong remains in the office, he sure inquires, how is the registration of the new company coming along? Initially, after acquiring Wanjia, he considered foregoing the establishment of a new company. Yet, one cannot place all their eggs in one basket, so he ultimately decided to proceed with the original plan. It will be completed by tomorrow. He sure nods in satisfaction. Then proceed as I previously instructed. Negotiate with the companies on the list as swiftly as possible. Yes, Mr. He. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor in the investment department, the atmosphere is notably lively today, with everyone discussing the new chairman. Hey, did anyone see his true visage? The receptionist on the first floor said the new director is exceptionally young. Did anyone actually see him? He went straight to the top floor upon arrival. If that's the case, the young ladies in our company must be going wild. He is young and wealthy. If one of them catches him, they'll never have to worry again. Hey, with that said, even I, a grown man, feel tempted. As the group engages in animated chatter, Zhang Ping, seated in the corner, suddenly scoffs disdainfully. What does youth matter? He is probably just another second-generation rich kid. Handing the company over to someone like him is a recipe for disaster. His remark leaves everyone speechless. Zhang Ping, however, remains unfazed. As a graduate of a prestigious university, having also studied abroad, he is well aware of the envy he elicits from many around him. Every year during the holidays, distant relatives flood in, eager to introduce him to potential partners. Yet, despite his efforts over the years, he remains a mere employee due to his lack of connections, while others casually buy companies to play with. The more he thinks about it, the more disgruntled he becomes. Fortunately, he is on the verge of securing a significant collaboration. Once the contract is signed, he will be able to purchase a home in the city. Reflecting on the substantial funds he received recently only intensifies his disdain. With his exceptional abilities, it is only a matter of time before he rises above the rest. His colleagues, overhearing his words, can't help but express their disdain for his arrogance. They wonder where he gets his inflated sense of superiority, treating everyone as beneath him. Such a person ought to be swiftly shown the door. Perhaps their wishes are too fervent, for moments later, Manager Qiao suddenly bursts in and summons Zhang Ping into the office. Shortly thereafter, incredulous shouting emerges from within. Why am I being dismissed? What have I done wrong? Xiao Zhibin, noting Zhang Ping's lack of remorse, grows cold. You know very well what you've done, accepting bribes. Just this alone could ruin your career in this industry. Do you want to make the evidence public for everyone to see? Zhang Ping's expression falters, panic washing over him. His tone shifts drastically from defiance to desperation. Manager Qiao, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. Could you please give me another chance? I beg you. Wanjia is the largest investment company in the city, and being dismissed here would jeopardize his standing in the investment sector. Without this prestigious position, how could he maintain his bravado in front of relatives and friends? Xiao Zhibin is taken aback that even at this point, he is still concerned about maintaining his FAAD. He retorts, this is Director He's personal decision. Pack your things and leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. This situation serves as a warning to others who may also be restless. Otherwise, the company risks being tarnished by such individuals. Upon hearing the name Director He, Zhang Ping collapses to the ground. After all, just moments ago, he had spoken disparagingly of the new chairman. If this were to reach the ears of his colleagues, he would truly have nowhere left to turn. Realizing this, Zhang Ping hastily flees the office. He must leave Wanjia as quickly as possible. At noon, he sure dines in the employee cafeteria. As the new boss, he wants to familiarize himself with every aspect of the company, including the cafeteria. This also marks his first public appearance before the entire staff, causing many young women to blush with excitement. Somehow, he seems vaguely familiar. Is this a common affliction of handsome men? Those who are not accustomed to dining in the cafeteria rush over upon hearing the news. In no time, the employee cafeteria of Wanjia is packed to capacity. He Shi and Li Tong sit at one table, not far from Xiao Zhibin and several of his close colleagues, all part of the management team. The finance manager, Fang Hua, excitedly tugs at Xiao Zhibin's sleeve and whispers, Hey, old Xiao, how old do you think Director He is? Xiao Zhibin pauses to consider, surprised by the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. You don't mean to say you're hoping for an older man to pursue a younger woman, do you? What nonsense are you spouting? My niece just graduated. She's beautiful and has a wonderful personality. I was merely curious. Xiao Zhibin breathes a sigh of relief before waving his hand dismissively. Well, forget about it. Why not? Does Director He perhaps prefer men? Xiao Zhibin nearly spews his food in disbelief. Don't spread rumors. I meant to tell you, Director He is already engaged and is about to start planning his wedding. Fang Hua feels a twinge of disappointment. It seems her niece will remain single, as he sure undoubtedly fits her ideal type. Furthermore, they have 3 children together, triplets, whom I saw just yesterday. This revelation astonishes Fang Hua, and those eavesdropping nearby are left agape. Is that true? Director He doesn't seem that old. How can he have children without being married? He doesn't strike me as an irresponsible person. Xiao Zhibin shakes his head. That I cannot say. But our future chairman's wife will undoubtedly be stunning. Fang Hua dismisses this notion. How stunning could she really be? She'll age eventually. Xiao Zhibin chuckles, thinking it best to let them discover the truth on their own. Thus, within the span of a single lunch, the news of Director He's fiancé, in triplets spreads throughout the company. However, he did not take it to heart. It was perhaps better that it spread, as it could save him a great deal of trouble. Conversely, Qi Jiang called, stating that many people online were digging into his social media accounts. Chapter 23. 100 rockets. All platforms announced yesterday was a work day, and many office workers lacked the time to engage with live broadcasts. Otherwise, with He Shi's strikingly handsome visage, he would have been recognized at the Shanghai restaurant. Now, after a day's time, the luxury car incident has completely escalated. As the fervor surrounding the event intensified, public interest in He Shi also surged. Even within the company, several colleagues recognized him. With no other choice, He Shi registered a new Weibo account. In a mere 10 minutes, he garnered thousands of followers, a number that continued to rise. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first fan acquisition. You have been awarded a luxurious villa in the Sandalwood Garden. The property deed is being processed and will be delivered tomorrow. He sure clicked his tongue in surprise. Sandalwood Garden? That is the most prestigious villa district in Shang City, consisting of only 18 mansions, each valued at over 100 million. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to the extravagance of the system. Seizing the momentum, he sure promoted the Xing Qian Li project once more. However, he was not a celebrity and wouldn't frequently appear in the public eye. Before long, the curiosity surrounding him shifted to others, which did not significantly impact his life, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, these were merely side notes. While he sure experienced smooth sailing, Zhang Ping, who had just left the company, was not so fortunate. As he finished packing his belongings and descended the stairs, he received a call from Song Wei Kai, Song Bo's father. His heart sank immediately. He had no intention of regurgitating the food he had consumed, so he gritted his teeth and hung up the phone. On the other end, Song Wei Kai glared at the darkened screen of his phone, his expression darkening. Song Bo anxiously remarked, "Is he busy? Perhaps he will call back soon." Though he uttered these words, he had already lost hope. Zhang Ping's previous attentiveness was fresh in their minds. If there were no issues, he certainly wouldn't ignore their calls. Song Wei Kai shot him a furious glare and shouted in exasperation, "You good for nothing. Is there nothing you can do other than cause trouble?" Feeling wronged, Song Bo retorted, "This isn't all my fault. It was Annie who stirred things up." Song Wei Kai harbored a deep resentment toward his sister. Pampered since childhood, she continued to cause chaos even after marriage. The Song family had cleaned up after her countless times. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Is she still making a scene at the hospital? Indeed, she has nearly torn the hospital roof off. Since returning yesterday, his aunt had been complaining of stomach pain and incessantly demanding food. However, the doctor found no issues, not even any external injuries. Song Wei Kai, dismissive, replied, "She is surely just making a fuss. Ignore her." He then shifted to serious matters. "It appears that the investment from Wanjia is hopeless. We must quickly seek alternative breakthroughs. Otherwise, this project will be utterly ruined. Our family has staked everything on it." The implication was clear. A soaring success would lead to great heights, while failure would mean total ruin. Song Bo recognized the gravity of the situation. Unfortunately, they had been on the brink of success, only to become mired in trouble due to He Shi. This intensified Song Bo's animosity toward him, and that Zhang Ping sent someone to find him. Does he really think the Song family is easy to bully? Understood, Dad. Song Bo replied hastily. And what about He Shi? Song Wei Kai lowered his gaze. What does it matter if he is a young newcomer? What do his connections with Liang and Wanjia amount to? If he wishes to promote his rental company, I shall assist him well. Seeing the cold determination behind his father's calm demeanor, Song Bo's spirits lifted, and he prepared to watch the unfolding drama. It seemed He Shi had genuinely provoked his father's wrath. It wouldn't be long before he faced the same fate as those who had previously offended the Song family, becoming nothing in Shang City. He sure should have been oblivious to the father and son's plans, but thanks to his extraordinary system, that was not the case. The crisis information talisman proved to be invaluable. This was something he had purchased from the flash sale mall for a hefty $9.99, capable of detecting imminent crises and seeking solutions. Unfortunately, it was a one-time use item, leaving He Shi somewhat disheartened, uncertain if he could procure another in the future. Observing Song Wei Kai's impending actions, He Shi couldn't help but sneer. Such tactics of hiring actors to frame others had surely threatened countless individuals before. Truly, it seemed that mischief ran in the family. Given this, he decided to watch this old fox as he stumbled upon his own traps. That evening, after bathing, He Shi and Nan Sun leaned against the headboard of the bed. Annie's regular streaming hours were from 8 in the evening to 1 in the morning. Nan Sun had never used the Qualway app before, but by the time she downloaded it and registered an account, Annie's stream had already attracted 5,000 viewers. Although Annie once had hundreds of thousands of followers, her previous streams only garnered about 3,000 viewers, all of which had surged in just one day. He Shi, how much should I send to support? He Shi had never given gifts to a streamer before. After pondering for a moment, he took Nan Sun's phone. At that moment, the system chimed in, granting him 100 million virtual leisure coins. The system indicated that these leisure coins could be used for gifting or gaming. but not for cash redemption. He immediately recharged half of Nansun's account. At that moment, Annie was engaged in a PK battle with another female streamer of significantly better condition. As the countdown approached 1 minute, Annie actively urged viewers to vote for her. Seeing the rockets sent by the top contributor, Nansun quickly found a similar gift in the gift section and casually sent 10. A banner instantly appeared at the top of the entire platform's live stream. This sudden display of generosity stunned everyone. The rockets and Kwalwayan were the most expensive gifts, with each equating to 3,000 yuan. 10 amounted to 30,000. It was Annie's first time receiving such an abundance of gifts. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. Wow! Thank you to the intriguingly named Tai Nanlu's sister. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. Little did she know, this was just the beginning. As 9 consecutive groups of rocket effects exploded in the live stream, each consisting of 10. The chat briefly fell silent before being flooded with messages of gratitude toward the benefactor. Annie, overwhelmed, stammered, "Thank you, thank you. Moderators, please grant this sister a moderator position." Nansun's fingers twitched slightly. "You're welcome. I promise to watch your stream." Gazing at the colorful words flashing at the top of the screen, Annie blinked in surprise, her eyes widening. She longed to shout goddess, but ultimately refrained. Nonetheless, it did not diminish her good mood. As long as viewers arrived, she hoped they would not overspend again. After all, that was a staggering 300,000. Even after the platform's cut, she would still receive half. Nansun smiled and interacted with her a bit more before exiting the live stream. Due to the influx of gifts, Annie's popularity had skyrocketed to over 100,000. Many viewers entered through the banner, eager to claim the wave rewards following the rocket effects, and ended up following her channel. Thus, in the span of just 2 days, Annie once again rose to fame. Chapter 24, A Family Excursion to Falling Leaves Mountain. In the subsequent days, He Shi temporarily embraced a 9-to-5 work routine. Having recently taken over the company, there were numerous matters requiring his direct involvement, which would ultimately benefit future development. After enduring a grueling week, He Shi resolved to take his wife and children on a delightful 2-day outing. The destination was Falling Leaves Mountain, where he had first encountered Nian Nian. Accompanying them were the eldest and second sons, Li Tong and Shi Jian. This also served as an opportunity to formally introduce Nansun to everyone, while simultaneously celebrating the establishment of the new company. Due to He Shi's prior arrangements, Li Tong and the others have been exceedingly busy over the past few days, making this a perfect chance for relaxation. They traveled in 3 vehicles, one for He Shi's family, another for Li Tong and Shi Jian, and a third for the eldest and second sons. In the parking lot, the eldest son couldn't help but marvel at the imposing Mercedes-Benz emblem on the hood of the car. Who could have imagined that in just over a week, he would transform from a recent graduate into someone who not only possessed a car and a house, but could also frequent upscale venues like the New Garden at his leisure? All of this was thanks to the third brother. For the rest of his life, he vowed to cling tightly to the third brother's leg. The second son wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, "Isn't that the truth? The third brother, despite his newfound success, has not forgotten about us. This loyalty is worth dedicating our lives to him." However, he questioned, is this car truly ours? It must be worth no less than 2 million. As He Shi was unloading things from the car, he overheard and playfully kicked the second son on the rear. Absolutely and unequivocally. Besides the 2 Mercedes they had driven today, there were also 2 BMWs parked in the garage at home. They could divide those among themselves later, as their values were comparable. These were all purchased during a flash sale at 9, gathering dust in the garage, and he figured it was better to gift them to friends as a form of company welfare. The eldest and second sons were so moved that they were nearly in tears on the spot. Had He Shi not been quick on his feet, they might have rushed to embrace him. Shi Jian was equally amused by their antics. Stop fooling around and get moving. Do you want your sister-in-law and the kids to do all the work? The eldest son glanced at Nansun, who was watching the children from the side, and instantly adopted a serious demeanor. He had not expected the third brother's wife to be even more beautiful in person than in photographs. Of course, he was merely appreciating her beauty. A woman of her caliber was unlikely to be pursued by anyone other than the third brother. Just as they left the parking lot, The lobby manager, accompanied by several attendants, hurried over upon hearing the news. Upon closer inspection, he recognized a familiar face. Xiaoyu smiled faintly and respectfully bowed. "Welcome, everyone." He sure was surprised to find that this adept attendant had already become a manager, though it was not entirely unexpected. He casually offered her his congratulations. Xiaoyu's smile widened. All thanks to Mr. He and Miss Nian Nian. Had the previous manager not offended them, I would never have had the chance to occupy this position. Now, seeing Nan Sun standing beside He Shi, Xiaoyu realized her chances were slim. Before such a woman, all her aspirations evaporated, and she understood that performing her duties diligently was paramount. She personally escorted them to the pear garden, ensuring that all barbecue equipment was prepared, demonstrating her thoroughness. The eldest son felt a tingle of desire. If only he could have a girlfriend like her, he would wake up smiling from dreams. This sudden thought caused him to pause. Was this what true affection felt like? Although he often appeared lecherous, he was merely talkative. He had never felt the urge to genuinely understand someone before. Lost in thought, he instinctively reached out to touch the scalding hot grill, only to be swiftly caught by someone. The fleeting sensation of smoothness against his hand made him shudder involuntarily. Xiaoyu blushed under his unabashed gaze. Despite being slightly overweight, he was not unattractive. In his own words, chubby people are hidden treasures. Once I slim down, I'll undoubtedly be a striking handsome man. Under such earnest scrutiny from this potential gem, the inexperienced Xiaoyu felt her heart race inexplicably. This was entirely different from the awe she felt upon seeing He Shi. As they shared a moment of silence, they instinctively retreated in unison. Meanwhile, He Shi quickly organized the clothes they had brought and led Nan Sun and the children out of the pear garden. With such splendid scenery, it was essential for the family to savor the experience. The strikingly attractive parents and their adorable children drew attention wherever they went. He Shi had grown accustomed to it, while Nan Sun remained indifferent to others' gazes. The three little ones were already lost in play, oblivious to anything else. The wide, flat stone path meandered toward the mountaintop, with several stone steps appearing at intervals. Whenever they encountered vendors selling cotton candy or balloons, He Shi would pause to buy each family member a treat. "I'm not a child," Nan Sun exclaimed, holding up her bubble camera, caught between laughter and exasperation. He Shi wrapped his arm around her waist and whispered in her ear, "But you are my baby. You certainly responded when I called you last night." Nan Sun felt a sudden urge to unleash her inner child. He could never remain serious for more than 3 seconds. He Shi chuckled, playfully pinching her soft cheek. "Isn't this just a little keepsake for you? These moments will become cherished memories for our family of 5. Nan Sun was momentarily taken aback and then earnestly replied, "Then I must buy you one as well. This family cannot be without a father." He Shi's heart swelled with sweetness. His wife was truly wonderful. "Mommy and Daddy, hurry up," just as they were about to sink into a romantic moment. The three little rascals called out in unison, breaking the spell. "Coming." He Shi shrugged helplessly, grasping Nan Sun's hand to catch up. Yet, amidst the exchange of glances, their unmasked affection for one another lingered. Having walked barely 200 meters, the three children were already fatigued. Xiaoyu, struggling, dragged one sister in each hand, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He sure had anticipated this scenario, which is why he had chosen the cable car, allowing them to ascend directly to the mountaintop and descend the same way. This was the family's first experience with a cable car, including He Shi. Fortunately, none of them had a fear of heights. The view from above was unlike any seen from the ground. Although Nan Sun and the children had lived in the mountains before, this was their first encounter with such breathtaking scenery. The majestic mountains rose elegantly, enveloped in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. How wonderful it would be to reside in a place filled with flowers, grass, forests, and streams. Nan Sun mused as she pulled out a delicate wooden box from her pocket, no larger than a palm, adorned with intricate patterns. He Shi leaned in curiously, inquiring, "What is this?" Upon opening the lid, they discovered a white insect, its belly swollen, lying still, evidently deceased. Just a little one that overindulged. Nan Sun remarked nonchalantly as she discarded the insect from the cable car. Simultaneously, at the Central Hospital in Shun City, in the upscale inpatient department, A woman weighing over 300 pounds clutched her abdomen, wailing in agony. It was the same overweight woman from before. In just a few days, her already ample frame had ballooned even further. Strangely, none of the hospital's equipment could detect any issues. Her stomach churned violently, and she suffered through this torment daily, leaving her utterly exhausted. She slumped weakly on the floor, and a nearby nurse, noticing her momentary calm, hurried to administer a sedative. Meanwhile, in an unnoticed corner, a small black insect also lay silent. Chapter 25. Overindulgence in dog food and the desire for blind dates as He Shi's family returned from mountains. The barbecue prepared by the eldest had already commenced for some time. The second brother, brimming with excitement, approached the children and presented them with the grilled delicacies. "This was specially made for you little ones by your uncle," he assured, "and without any spices, so eat freely." The aroma was indeed enticing, and Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled as she chirped gratefully to her uncle. "Thank you, uncle. You're so kind." The eldest, feeling a pang of displeasure, joined in with his own plate. "Try this beef. It's grilled by our eldest uncle and is incredibly tender." Rolling his eyes, the second brother retorted, "What do you mean it's yours? I did all the work. Wasn't it I who passed you the plate? Didn't I flip the meat?" Their bickering soon ensued. Meanwhile, the three little ones, enjoying their feast, noticed the empty plate and chorused in unison, "Uncle, uncle, may we have some more meat?" The two foolish uncles, nearly at each other's throats, suddenly broke into smiles reminiscent of proud fathers. Coming right up, this scene had Qi Jiang, who was watching nearby, laughing heartily. Finally, someone was keeping those two in check. He Shi shook his head in exasperation and raised his glass to clink with Li Tong. Noticing Nansun's gaze, he assured her, "I'll only have a little. Or do you wish to try some?" he inquired. Nansun blinked and cautiously sipped from the rim of her glass, finding it rather bland compared to the strong liquor brewed by the village's elder. Mistaking her hesitation for inability to drink, He Shi finished the remaining wine in one gulp and shifted the plates filled with the second brother's grilled meat in front of her. "The meat grilled by the second brother is quite good. Indulge yourself." "Understood. You should eat as well," she replied. Sitting across from Qi Jiang, He Shi felt the food in his mouth suddenly lose its flavor. He resolved to heed his mother's advice and sought a blind date upon his return this year. That evening, the three children went to bed early while the adults gathered around the table, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their past. They shared stories from their university days and the myriad of eccentricities encountered in their work lives, even compelling He Shi to recount his first meeting with Nansun. The atmosphere was warm and jovial. The eldest soon succumbed to intoxication, his speech becoming slurred. "Sister-in-law, let me tell you, marrying our third brother, you can rest assured." At school, countless young ladies pursued him, yet our third brother didn't he even glance their way. Suddenly singled out, Nansun smiled gently, raising her glass to toast. "I know, he sure was fortunate to have your care during his school days." Waving his hand dismissively, the eldest replied, "That is nothing. Hick, it is us, the second brother and I, who should be grateful to him. Without him, how could we be here, drinking and feasting? Let me tell you, from the first day of school, he emphasized he had a girlfriend. We thought it was just an excuse and didn't believe him. Our third brother is truly a good man, devoted. Sister-in-law, it's fortunate you returned. Otherwise, with our third brother's temperament, tsh." Seeing that the conversation was veering dangerously close to embarrassing revelations, He Shi hurriedly pulled the drunken man back to his room. Before long, the second brother and Qi Jiang had also succumbed to the effects of alcohol. Unexpectedly, Li Tong, who appeared rather unassuming, revealed an impressive tolerance to liquor. After carrying the two intoxicated men back to their rooms, he exchanged pleasantries with Nansun before washing up and retiring for the night. When He Shi returned, he found Nansun leaning over a low table, engrossed in her drawings. Initially, he assumed his wife was merely playing around with the brush out of curiosity. However, upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. Before him on the pristine rice paper, a majestic landscape painting was gradually taking shape under Nansun's skilled hand, depicting the very scenery they had encountered on the cable car earlier that day. The strokes flowed effortlessly, seemingly lacking structure. Yet, as time passed, and he gazed again, he realized that what appeared to be chaotic applications of ink had coalesced into a breathtaking composition. He sure understood that only seasoned artists, honed through years of practice, could possess such skill. What seemed random was, in fact, meticulously calculated in her mind. He couldn't help but swallow hard. "My dear, you possess such talent." Noticing He Shi's astonishment, Nan Sun looked up and, perplexed, asked, "Oh, is my painting that good? I just learned casually from my grandmother when I was bored." He Shi widened his eyes, realizing this was the pinnacle of understated brilliance. Not merely good, her work rivaled the masterpieces he had encountered in books. The nearby calligraphy, if he wasn't mistaken, was the delicate script often employed by ancient women to write floral notes. "My dear, are you perhaps a hidden talent in the arts?" Nan Sun playfully slapped him. "Wake up already." He Shi conceded. "All right, a true lady wouldn't resort to such antics. My dear, once you finish this painting, I will frame it and hang it in our living room. When guests come, I shall introduce it to them. Perhaps I should create something else. This landscape does not match our home as decor. That's perfectly fine. We can hang this in the study instead. It would exude a certain ambience." The more He Shi looked, the more he appreciated it. Modern artists often underwent systematic training, confined within established frameworks. In contrast, Nan Sun's creations, born solely from her innate talent and imagination, were refreshingly original and ingenious. He promptly messaged Tycoon, the manager of the Central Ring Century City Mall. Upon their return from Luoyi Mountain, Nan Sun was thrilled to discover that the seldom-used guest room had been transformed into an open artist studio. The spacious balcony was adorned with easels, complemented by a white-railed hanging chair. The studio was divided into several sections, including areas for traditional Chinese painting, oil painting, sketching, and watercolor. Even a digital tablet for comics had been set up. An array of paints and art supplies filled the space, truly a paradise for any artist. Nan Sun excitedly dashed out and leaped into the arms of He Shi, who stood in the living room, knocking him back onto the sofa. Fearful of her tumbling to the floor, He Shi quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "Did you see it?" With a soft she nestled against his neck. Murmuring shyly, "He Shi, you're so wonderful." He Shi affectionately ruffled her hair. "Silly girl, if I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well?" The two exchanged tender glances on the verge of a kiss, when He Shi turned and found two round, curious eyes fixated on them. "Xiaobai, Xiaowan." Gritting his teeth, He Shi stood up, decisively ushering the two interlopers into the bedroom and coldly declaring, "Tonight's little guinea pigs are off the table." Feeling deprived of his moment, He Shi sulked his way into the study. With 2 days devoid of work, his inbox was overflowing with messages. He swiftly addressed them and checked the stocks he had purchased earlier. The gains were promising, and he anticipated selling by the end of the month. Just as he was about to notify the others in the group chat, Chi Zhang's call came through, raising his eyebrows. It seemed the Song family could no longer remain idle. Chapter 26. A collective blunder? The unfortunate Song family recently, Song Weikai has been beset by troubles. Ever since the collaboration with Wang Jia fell through, he has felt that nothing goes smoothly. The current project involves the demolition and reconstruction in the old city, specifically in the vicinity of Guangmao Building in Nanwan District. Due to previous conflicts with stubborn residents, which resulted in tragic outcomes, the Song family had to exert considerable effort to obtain signatures from these obstinate individuals. Yet, just when everything seemed ready, they found themselves hindered by insufficient funds. In a bid to secure this piece of land, the group had invested all its liquid assets and taken out a substantial loan from the bank. Song Weikai even mortgaged all his personal assets. Thus, it became unrealistic for the modest Song and Qin enterprises to single-handedly undertake such a colossal project. This sizable plot of land, once transformed into a large shopping mall and high-end residential area, would undoubtedly be of immense value. However, all investment firms are avoiding it like the plague. After some inquiries, Song Weikai discovered that someone had leaked the news of Wang Jia's refusal to cooperate with them. Being a leader in the investment circle, the rejection of such a significant project must indicate serious underlying issues. Realizing this, Song Weikai felt a surge of anger toward He Shi. Sitting in his office, he pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone. "I agree to the collaboration you proposed last time. When will the funds be deposited?" Just the day before, while he was anxiously trying to secure funds. He received a phone call. The caller promised an investment of $50 billion for the project, without involvement in construction, but demanded 60% of the profits. Song Weikai was unwilling to concede, and after their discussion fell through, he temporarily set the matter aside. However, with no other options available, he realized that if he simply waited, this enormous project could slip through his fingers, jeopardizing the group's ability to repay its debts. A crackling sound came through the phone, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. "Chairman Song, have you become hard-of-hearing with age? I already mentioned that if you call again, the price will change." Gritting his teeth, Song Weikai forced himself to suppress his anger. "Then how do you propose we collaborate? Still $50 billion, but I want 70% of the profits." Almost ready to erupt in a tirade, Song Weikai was incredulous that the man would demand 70%. "Chairman Song, I advise you to think carefully. With the current terms, you still stand to gain. If this drags on until the bank comes knocking, your Song group will be in peril." Struggling to maintain his composure, Song Weikai retorted, "How can I trust your words? I just returned to the country and recently registered an investment company. You can verify this if you wish." "Fine. I want to see all the funds transferred within 3 days." 3 days is impossible. My money doesn't come easily. You must give me some time to prepare." Hearing the refusal, Song Weikai felt a wave of relief. If such a large sum were easily agreed upon, he would have to consider whether he was being ensnared in a trap. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this was all part of He Shi's scheme. Not to collaborate, but to buy time. "Brother, we captured the person who deliberately severed the brake lines to frame the company." Chi Jiang was now exhilarated. He had been cautious for days, having been forewarned by He Shi about potential malfeasance due to the company's recent prosperity. His vigilance paid off when he caught the perpetrator in the act. He was astounded that someone would risk their life for money, even sabotaging a vehicle to stage an accident. After acknowledging Chi Jiang, He Shi inquired, did he reveal who was behind this? He had anticipated this development, and Chi Jiang's success in apprehending the culprit was a result of the crisis management strategies he had previously implemented. "No, this fellow refuses to speak. I'm on my way to the police station now." "All right, I'll head over as well." Half an hour later, He Shi arrived at the police station. Even before entering, he overheard a man shouting from within. "I said I was just messing around. I wanted to see if I could fix the brakes. Why are you arresting me? Do you have evidence of my alleged intent to frame you?" He Shi raised an eyebrow. It seemed this was the sacrificial pawn sent by the Song family. Just as he was about to enter, a black Audi slowly approached. It was none other than the Song father and son. He Shi lingered at the entrance for a moment, and upon catching their attention, he called out, "Mr. Song, is it? At your age, still wandering around here? Have you discovered that your hired hand has been caught and can no longer sit at home?" Song Bo's face turned pale, and he instinctively moved forward, only to be restrained by Song Weikai. With a barely concealed smile, he remarked, "My young friend, it would be wise to speak with evidence. Empty words hold no weight. Is that so?" He Shi casually turned to leave, his hands in his pockets. Ding! The system detected an overwhelming resentment from the father-son duo towards the host, granting the host a truth serum buff, effective for 30 minutes. He Shi's lips twitched. Was it the kind of resentment that wished to stab him? And what was this truth serum buff? Inside the station, the apprehended man, nearing 30 and named Hu Biaozi, lounged nonchalantly in a chair, repeating the same refrain. "I was just playing." He Shi approached him calmly and patted his shoulder. "Cut the nonsense. Don't waste our time." Hu Biaozi, irritated, turned to glare at him. "What the hell do you want?" He Shi's voice turned cold. "You'd better confess the truth before this escalates." Hu Biaozi stood up, intending to intimidate the young man in front of him, but instead, he blurted out uncontrollably, "It was the Song family who hired me. After renting the car, I staged the accident to frame Xing Qianli. I have recorded evidence and transfer records. I plead guilty. Please investigate, officer." His words sent shockwaves through the station, and Song Weikai, who had just arrived at the entrance, nearly fainted at the revelation. Where did they find this fool? I thought he was supposed to keep his mouth shut. Song Bo, eager to refute, unexpectedly shouted, "So what if we hired him? Bring out the evidence if you can." As those words left his mouth, he was met with disbelief. Song Weikai, in a fit of rage, aimed a harsh gesture at him, only to instead shout, Speak the truth. Faced with He Shi's mocking expression, Song Wei-kai, who had lived a long life, felt genuine fear for the first time. Gripped by panic, he clutched his throat, questioning why he was compelled to voice his thoughts. Is this your doing? He Shi regarded him with an expression of bemusement. Chairman Song, the mouth is on your own body. He had never even interacted with Song Wei-kai. Nevertheless, he congratulated him. Congratulations, Chairman Song, for finally waking up at your advanced age. Officer, did you record everything he just said? The officer responsible for taking notes nodded, still bewildered. Clenching his fists, Song Wei-kai pondered the implications of admitting the Song family's involvement. It would merely be an unsuccessful attempt at framing someone. Since all communications have been handled by Song Bo, the outcome would likely result in only a fine and temporary detention. However, He Shi's intentions extended beyond merely placing someone in a small cell. Thus, when Song Wei-kai exited the police station, he discovered the news of the Song Group's general manager's detention circulating widely. Details of how the father and son had conspired to frame Xing Qianli were spreading like wildfire online. The company's reputation suffered severe damage, and numerous partners began sending termination notices. Simultaneously, the stock price of the Song Group began to plummet, and calls from shareholders flooded in. Overwhelmed by the turn of events, Song Wei-kai felt darkness closing in, nearly collapsing from the shock. Chapter 27: Building the tallest skyscraper in the world. Upon returning to the company, He Shi immediately opened the stock market to check the fluctuations of the Song Corporation's stock price. The moment someone sold shares, he swiftly bought in at a lower price. In the end, his scattered purchases amounted to a surprising 5% stake in the company. As he gazed at the illuminated screen, a thought suddenly struck him. The melodious sound of the keyboard began to resonate in the room. Just as he withdrew his hands from the computer, Li Tong knocked and entered. Song Wei-kai was getting anxious, urging for the swift transfer of their 5 billion. He could make any demands he wished. A smirk played at the corners of He Shi's mouth. Finally, the moment had arrived. He instructed, "Just tell him our funds are not yet prepared and to wait a little longer. When the bank comes knocking, everything will still be under his control." He handed over a silver USB drive, saying, "Send this to the police once everything is settled." This was information he had just extracted from Hu Biaozi's computer. To his surprise, that fellow had been quite astute, leaving evidence of all past collaborations with Song Wei-kai. With this, the old fox would have plenty to ponder. Meanwhile, Song Wei-kai was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. The stock price plummeted, and anxiety pervaded the company as all shareholders exerted pressure on him. Ongoing projects were halted, and partner companies came rushing in to demand their debts. Just as Song Wei-kai was overwhelmed, news arrived from the Qin family, indicating a termination of their collaboration. Enraged, he smashed his teacup. "Bastard! Who came to the Song family seeking marriage back then?" He scoffed. "If they don't want to collaborate, then so be it. I'm not desperate." He picked up his phone and dialed Li Tong once more. "Speak plainly. What are your terms?" His tone was unmistakably urgent. Li Tong exchanged a glance with He Shi and switched to speakerphone. "Director Song? What do you mean? You stated that the company cannot provide such a large sum at once." "Mr. Li, we are all intelligent individuals here. There is no need for euphemisms. Do you truly think I am some naive child?" He Shi scribbled a line on a piece of paper. Li Tong nodded and replied, "All right. Since Director Song is so sincere, I will be straightforward. I want that parcel of land in the old city. But the company has only managed to scrape together 20 billion. Song Wei-kai thought he had misheard. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Do you know how much I paid for that land?" "You're trying to cut half off the price, as if I'm a fool." "Director Song, this is a different time from when you purchased it. You understand that phrase well. Moreover, this 20 billion is sufficient to resolve your predicament. Currently, apart from me, who else would dare to wade through this murky water? I advise you to consider this carefully." He added, "Additionally, to express my sincerity, I will also transfer my 5 equity in your company to you." Song Wei-kai understood perfectly. This equity was likely acquired during the recent turmoil. He forced himself to calm down and ponder his situation. He realized that apart from agreeing, he had no other options. Otherwise, the company would inevitably face bankruptcy. Furthermore, obtaining this 5% stake would significantly bolster his influence in the boardroom once they overcame this crisis. Thus, it was entirely a negative outcome. "Director Song, Have you made your decision? I have many matters to attend to. Taking a deep breath, Song Weikai replied, Fine, we can sign the contract now. But I expect the entire 20 billion to arrive today without a penny less. He feared that any delay might lead to the company being dismantled by these so-called thieves. They agreed on a meeting time before ending the call. Mr. He, your foresight is commendable, Song Weikai has agreed. He sure chuckled. This old man is quite cunning. He wouldn't easily concede without gaining something. However, our objective has been achieved. Since learning that the old city area had been purchased by the Song Corporation, he sure had already devised a plan. Thus, his goal was never to drive the Song Corporation to ruin. The real adversaries were the father and son duo of Song Weikai, not the multitude of employees struggling to make a living. He found it amusing to think of the expression on Song Weikai's face once he discovered that the buyer of the land was, in fact, himself. He sure mused, however, if he realizes that a prison sentence awaits him, he might weep even louder. Resolving an obstacle so effortlessly was indeed a surprise. By the way, how are the investment negotiations progressing? Li Tong handed over a folder. The 12 companies listed here have reached an agreement. The investment amounts and equity shares are detailed within. He sure glanced through it and noted that the companies he had emphasized previously were all accounted for, with the minimum stake being 30. With several hundred billion from investment returns in his bank account, he sure nodded in satisfaction. Yet, he knew they had to keep pushing forward. 3 months was a tight timeline. How much longer do you estimate for the remaining? Perhaps only 2 more days are needed, but you may have to travel for this. Understood. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Tong drove alone to the Song Corporation. Anxiously awaiting, Song Weikai hurriedly invited him into the conference room. Eagerly, he opened the contract that Li Tong had prepared in advance, only to freeze upon seeing the familiar name at the signature line. He sure? He abruptly looked up. Disbelief etched across his face. Li Tong simply nodded. Who else would it be? Director Song? Song Weikai's expression morphed as if struck by lightning, his face alternating between pale and flushed, culminating in a heart-wrenching roar. It's a conspiracy. This is all a conspiracy. Li Tong leaned back slightly. Director Song, that is not quite fair. Were we the ones who forced you to buy the land? Or to borrow the money? Of course. If you're unwilling to accept the 20 billion and 5 equity, you may choose not to sign. Song Weikai's chest heaved violently, as if he might faint at any moment. Clenching his fists, he summoned all his strength to utter 2 words through gritted teeth. I'll sign. He sure's tactics had instilled fear in him. It was no longer merely about 20 billion. He dreaded that if he did not sign, the Song Corporation might change hands one day. Thus, he had to reclaim that 5 stake. Director Song is indeed a wise man. Li Tong nodded slightly, then took the contract and departed with measured steps. In less than 15 minutes, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired the land in the old city. Top-tier architectural teams have been subsidized, and you may dictate the architectural style and requirements. On his way home, he sure felt a surge of joy. It seemed his dream of establishing the group headquarters was finally materializing. From the very beginning, he had envisioned building the corporate skyscraper there. As for shopping malls or residential areas, they were of no concern. That vicinity was either the Central Ring Century City or the renowned Star C Street, famed for its commercial prominence. Constructing a mall there would be sheer folly. With excitement, he inquired, System, can I design the skyscraper in any manner I desire? Within the bounds of human capability. Then, may I designate the entire area as the headquarters and build around 10 to 20 buildings? That is permissible, host. Can I construct the main building to be the tallest skyscraper in the world? Affirmative. Yes. Then I wish. The mechanical voice finally faltered. Yes, yes. Please directly convey your ideas to the architectural team. He sure awkwardly rubbed his nose. When will they arrive? They will arrive tomorrow. Please keep your phone accessible. Okay. In high spirits, he sure made a detour to the market, purchasing a plethora of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. The vendors could hardly contain their delight. Wishing he would visit daily, he was filled with a fervent desire to return home swiftly, eager to celebrate heartily with his beloved treasures, both the eldest and the little ones. Chapter 28. Astonishing Encounter. The Barbos on the road in a breaking report. It has come to light that Song Weikai, the chairman of the Song Group, has been arrested by the police at the group headquarters due to multiple instances of willfully framing others. The developments of this situation will be closely monitored, so stay tuned. This morning, He Shi turned on the television only to be greeted by this startling news. He was astonished by the swiftness of the police action. It seemed that Song Weikai had barely arrived at the office before being taken away. Is this a serious charge? Will he face imprisonment? He pondered aloud, glancing at Nan Sun, who was enjoying her breakfast. On the surface, it may not seem severe, but if it results in a fatality, the implications could be grave. Song Weikai has been in business for many years, and countless individuals have suffered at his hands. Some, unable to bear the pressure, have tragically lost their lives. Nan Sun responded thoughtfully. I reckon he might receive a sentence between 3 to 10 years. But that ultimately depends on the court's ruling. Nan Sun nodded, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. By the way, when is the construction team you mentioned yesterday arriving? They should be here soon. They will call me once they arrive. Would you like to take the children to see them? He sure suggested. What is there to see in building a house? I made plans to go shopping with Annie today. Her unexpected response left He Shi momentarily speechless. Are you truly abandoning me, my dear? Is it not customary for the children to come rushing into my embrace, filled with joy? You focus on earning a living, while I and the children indulge in our whims. We each have our roles, so you needn't worry about us. He Shi let out a resigned sigh. All right then, but do spend generously. Do not skimp on your husband. He felt a twinge of happiness at the thought of his wife making new friends so swiftly. At the garage entrance, He Shi carefully placed the 3 stylishly dressed little ones into the back seat. If you become tired, just tell your mother to find a place to rest. You're all big kids now. You mustn't ask for your mother's arms, do you understand? Shall you? You are a young man now. Not only must you take care of your 2 sisters, but also look after your mother. Remember, do not converse with strangers. Do not accept gifts from them, and do not stray from your mother's sight. Xiao Yu felt somewhat overwhelmed by his father's concerns and suggested, Why don't you come with us, Dad? Nan Sun, exasperated, pulled her husband away. Rest assured, I'm not a child. I can take good care of them. He Shi opened his mouth, but refrained from expressing that his greatest worry was indeed his audacious wife. He hoped his lovely daughters would return as princesses. Once the sleek black Mercedes-Benz G-Class had disappeared from view, He Shi climbed into his Barbo's G900. This limited edition luxury vehicle, valued at $13 million, was a recent acquisition through a flash sale. The day it first appeared in the garage, his eldest and second child had rushed over to embrace it, much to He Shi's amusement and bemusement. Initially, he had intended for Nan Sun to drive it, but she found it too ostentatious, leaving him with no choice but to take the wheel himself. Just as he was about to start the engine, a group of 4 stylish young individuals, likely in their 20s, approached him, clearly fascinated by his vehicle. Among them was a boy with dyed blonde hair, who dramatically flung himself in front of the car, eyes filled with wonder. Wow, in my lifetime, will I ever have the chance to drive such a car? Xiang Yuanci, can you tone it down a bit? You're already a rich second generation, for heaven's sake. The blonde, Xiang Yuanci, shot a fierce glare at the girl who had spoken. You know nothing. This car isn't something you can simply buy with money. That's why they say women have long hair, but short sight. You. The girl's cheeks flushed with indignation as she made a motion to hit him, only to be restrained by her friends. Xiaoqing, let me go. I must teach him a lesson today. Come on, come on. He Shi, witnessing the unfolding spectacle, pressed his horn in exasperation. Lowering his window, he addressed the bewildered quartet with a calm demeanor. Could you please step aside? I'm in a hurry. With that, he left them in a cloud of exhaust fumes. The 2 girls turned crimson, though not from anger. Did you see that, Xiaoqing? He is so handsome, wealthy and dashing. Oh, I'm dying. The girl named Xiaoqing, possessing delicate features and a slender frame, gazed intently in the direction the car had vanished. She had initially thought it commendable to associate with someone like Xiang Yuanci, only to realize today what it truly meant to be outclassed. Hey, isn't the guy living in the same building as you? She queried. How would I know? I just moved in today. Didn't you all just finish the housewarming feast? Xiang Yuanci replied, feeling a pang of envy at the excitement in Yi Tong's eyes. But I advise you to reconsider any infatuation with such a man. Why not? I have my own merits. I should at least give a shot. Xiang Yuanci discreetly assessed her, conceding her point. However, he stubbornly retorted, successful men like him are unlikely to take notice of simple fare. Perhaps it's more realistic to dream. His words inadvertently offended both girls. The dark-haired boy beside them shook his head in amusement as they all playfully bantered their way out of the neighborhood. Meanwhile, He Shi had already merged onto the main road, yet his mind was clouded with worry. With a city as vast as Shin City, would Nan Sun manage to navigate without getting lost? He found himself preoccupied with thoughts of where they might be and whether they had successfully met up with Annie. His phone was picked up and set down repeatedly. It felt as though he were piloting a luxury vehicle like a clunky tractor. The drivers behind him hesitated to honk, resulting in a snail-paced procession of cars. It attracted curious glances from passing vehicles and pedestrians alike. It wasn't until a traffic officer warned him that he snapped back to reality. Upon arriving at the office, He Shi still found it difficult to concentrate on his work. After lunch, Li Tong approached him with a report, stating that a representative from a construction team had come see him. He Shi's eyes lit up, and he quickly invited the individual into his office. "Hello, Director He. I am Ho Jian, the head and chief engineer of Miracle Construction. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration." He Shi regarded the middle-aged man before him, silently commending the system for its match. This was the very team that had erected a 68-story building in a mere 20 days, truly a remarkable feat. And from this day forth, they would be his. Suppressing his excitement, He Shi extended his hand. "Greetings, Engineer Ho. The headquarters construction is of utmost urgency. I appreciate your efforts." Feeling the warmth of He Shi's courteous demeanor, Ho Jian felt reassured in his choice. Although he was the architect of the miracle, the ensuing controversies had cast doubts on their integrity, leading many to question the quality of their work. Their projects had dwindled, and what should have been a soaring success had instead plunged them into despair. Fortunately, they had now encountered a patron. He respectfully reciprocated the handshake. "Director He, I must express my gratitude for your timely investment. Otherwise, my workers would." "Yet, have you ever doubted our project?" He Shi interjected. "Constructing a sky city in under a month. Who would believe it?" He Shi's lips curved into a slight smile. "What's there to doubt? Just because history has not recorded it does not mean it cannot exist. Moreover, those 20 days represent only the actual construction time. I assume extensive preparations were undertaken beforehand?" Ho Jian was nearly moved to tears by such unreserved trust. "To be honest, that is indeed the case. We utilize sustainable building materials that are modular in design. In fact, 95% of the construction work is accomplished in the factory. Prior to those 20 days, we devoted a full 2 years to this endeavor." He understood that this process resembled assembling building blocks, with each block meticulously crafted in advance, ultimately requiring only their seamless assembly. This realization compelled him to admire the ingenuity of modern humanity. Chapter 29. The unique cosplay of my wife. Once this project concludes, I firmly believe that miracle architecture will earn universal acclaim. He Shi asserted with conviction. Ho Jian, upon hearing this, felt an eager anticipation. "Let us finalize the design expeditiously. Pray tell, what are your requirements, Chairman He? I trust your aesthetic judgment, Engineer Hao, regarding the architectural style. However, I wish to designate the entire old city as the headquarters area. The number of buildings we can erect will depend on your team's on-site survey. Yet, for the central edifice, I envision constructing the tallest skyscraper in the world. Do you possess the confidence to undertake such a feat? Rest assured, financial concerns are negligible. I simply desire to witness the completion of the structure within 2 months. After all, the system will cover the expenses." Ho Jian's breath hitched. Initially, he had anticipated a modest building of 70 or 80 stories, but he had not foreseen his new boss's grand ambitions. Should such a headquarters tower rise in the city, not only would He Shi's company gain renown, but miracle architecture would also be immortalized in history. After a period of contemplation, Ho Jian gradually replied, "Currently, the tallest building is the 163-story, 829-meter-high Harry Tower. With our existing construction materials, erecting a structure of over 140 stories is feasible. The remaining 20 or so stories could potentially be accomplished within 2 months, provided our workers are willing to toil day and night. However, to ensure quality, I would appreciate a slight extension of the timeline. Upon hearing this, he sure nodded in approval. He appreciated how Jian's prudent approach, his meticulous considerations, and the absence of blind confidence. It was evident that how Jian possessed commendable capabilities. Not a problem. Proceed with confidence. It will indeed require considerable effort from the workers. Therefore, during these 2 months of construction, let's offer each worker triple their salary. If the project is completed successfully and to standard, additional rewards will follow. How Jian was taken aback by He Shi's generous proposal. I must express my gratitude on behalf of the entire team. You must understand, my team comprises thousands, each earning at least 10,000 a month. In that moment, he was thoroughly impressed by his new boss. After departing from Wanjia, Hao Jian, along with Li Tong, hurried to the construction site. Meanwhile, He Shi, having concluded his work, left before the end of the workday, clutching his car keys. Upon his hurried return home, he found the house empty. After a day of anticipation, He Shi quickly retrieved his phone and clicked on a familiar contact. Meanwhile, Nan Sun was reveling in merriment with Annie and the 3 little ones. They first indulged in a grand shopping spree at the central ring. For women have an unyielding affinity for clothing and cosmetics, particularly relishing the shopping experience. With her stunning looks, Nan Sun attracted the enthusiastic attention of salespeople wherever she went. Even the store manager sought her out for a promotional campaign. Irritated by the persistent attention, the group lost interest in browsing. Spotting advertisements for indoor rock climbing and shooting in the mall, Nan Sun's eyes lit up. However, after a short while of playful engagement, a stranger wearing sunglasses approached them. Fortunately, Annie, the articulate anchor, was present. Have you seen my goddess in her designer outfit? That bag costs over 100,000. She's a wealthy lady. So if you wish to recruit her for an advertisement or to become a star, think again. However, if you can assure us that you can afford our daily expenses in the millions, then disregard what I just said. Seeing the man's face turn pale, Annie took the hands of the 3 little ones and stylishly departed, eventually seeking refuge in a nondescript little shop where they could finally breathe. Goddess sister, it would be wise for you to have Mr. He accompany you in the future. Only someone with his formidable presence could deter that pack of wolves. Nan Sun chuckled. Nevertheless, I must thank you for your assistance just now, she added. Don't mention it. Annie waved her hand grandly. I was ecstatic to explore the day with such a beautiful companion. I hardly slept a wink last night. And Annie, what is this place? Nian Nian inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity at the vibrant lights surrounding them. Annie nearly swooned at the adorable little voice. Today, she learned that the goddess had not 1, but 3 charming little ones. With the trio in tow, she felt as though she was walking on air. This is a gaming venue. Though it appears small from the outside, it is quite spacious within. Wow, shall we go in and play? Annie hesitated, glancing at Nan Sun. This is an escape room. Some scenes can be quite frightening, and I fear it's not suitable for young children. As soon as she finished speaking, she was met with the eager, wide-eyed gazes of the little ones. Nan Sun reassured her, fear not, they possess remarkable courage. Annie swallowed hard, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of beauty and led them inside. For the next 2 hours, the space echoed with Annie's terrified screams. When they finally emerged, Nan Sun and her children were still energized, while Annie slumped, drenched in sweat. Annie, that was truly entertaining. Are there any other similar games? Indeed. And Annie, shall we play again? Annie, startled, quickly declined. No. Once you've played, the thrill diminishes. I shall take you to another place that is far more interesting. Thinking of the hard-won tickets to the comic convention she had secured from a friend, Annie was eager to visit a more crowded venue. Upon hearing her promise, the trio enthusiastically agreed, their faith in Annie solidified by their previous escapade. An hour later, a pale-faced but cheerful Annie, accompanied by a vibrant Nan Sun and her 3 lively little ones, stood at the entrance of the comic convention. Annie nervously brushed the talisman from her forehead, trembling with anticipation. She vowed to avoid mirrors until she had shed this outfit. She could not fathom how so many beautiful and delightful costumes had culminated in this appearance. As they entered, the eclectic array of costumes captivated many, but the striking trio of zombies drew even more attention. The children, unfazed, eagerly posed with various characters, their exuberant energy filling the venue. After hours of excitement, They remembered to procure souvenirs for their father. In the lounge, Nian Nian gazed longingly at her outfit. Mom, this costume is so beautiful. Can I wear it home? Please, I want to show Dad. Nan Sun, faced with the sight of her little zombies, found herself momentarily speechless. Although she too found the attire appealing, years of instinct warned her that returning home in such garb might lead to trouble with the adults. Can I please, Mom? I beg you. Before she could formulate a response, the sound of a video call erupted from her bag. In a panic, she inadvertently hung up. Oh no! After a brief silence, her phone rang incessantly. With a racing heart, Nan Sun hesitantly answered. Where are you, Nan Xiaoxuan? Show me what the ground looks like. Where have you all gone? It's late, and I haven't received a single message all day. As she contemplated how to deflect, Nian Nian dashed in front of the camera, showcasing her bizarre appearance, her pale face and the numerous red marks adorning it. He Shi nearly fainted from disbelief. Stay put. Do not move an inch, understood? Understood. The sound of her gritted teeth made Nan Sun feel as meek as a quail. Chapter 30. Mother He is shocked. Is her son coming out? The three children also sensed that something was amiss and quietly huddled closer to their mother. When He Shi arrived, he beheld the pitiful sight of the mother and children clustering together. He cleared his throat gently, and several pairs of eyes immediately turned to him in unison. First, there was surprise, quickly followed by apprehension. This spectacle made He Shi feel both exasperated and amused. He approached them and affectionately rubbed the faces of the little ones. Then, he turned his gaze to his wife, who always managed to astonish him. Despite her disheveled makeup, she still appeared exquisitely beautiful, which relieved him. He had feared that the ever-spirited Xiao might falter in a critical moment upon recalling this scene. Are you truly not going to move? Look at this mess. Don't you know to clean up? Nan Sun muttered softly. He Shi helplessly tapped her forehead. His anger had dissipated during the journey. It was merely concern for these women. As it turned out, neither the eldest nor the youngest was reliable. This family cannot do without you. Nan Sun seized the opportunity to flatter him, signaling the children to come and cheer him up. Little heir quickly led her sisters into He Shi's embrace. Daddy, I brought you lots of gifts. Gifts that Mommy and my sisters don't have. Daddy, I also brought you a souvenir. It's from the games we played. Daddy, I brought you clothes too. Mommy will help you wear them when we get home. He Shi's lips twitched. That was hardly necessary. He had only noticed his daughter's painted face in the video, but upon arrival, he discovered they were all dressed in Qing Dynasty official garb, complete with large prayer beads and even bags adorned with the Bagua symbol. This eclectic style would surely impress even the progenitor of zombies, Lin Xiaoying. You all look quite unique. The usually quiet Annie, not catching the sarcasm in his tone, eagerly raised her hand. This was my idea. Seeing her evasive gaze in the mirror, He Shi understood. Brave souls indeed. Wishing to avoid any further assault on his eyes, He Shi hastily ushered his wife and children into the back seat and drove them home. Nan Sun's car was left for Annie to drive away, and he would arrange for someone to bring it back later. Upon reaching home, He Shi swiftly lifted his son and headed for the bathroom, while Nan Sun took their two daughters to wash up. By the time the three of them emerged, cleaned and refreshed, He Shi had already set the table. Wow, it smells delicious. You must be hungry, come eat. One by one, the three children were seated in their high chairs. As He Shi served the rice, he casually inquired, Did you have fun today, sweethearts? What did you play? Tell Daddy all about it. If you tell well, there are rewards. Completely engrossed in her meal, Nian Nian failed to notice her brother and mother's anxious expressions. Her attention was solely captured by the prospect of rewards. We had so much fun. We climbed walls, shot guns, and even drove cars. Cough. Nan Sun spat out a mouthful of rice. He Shi calmly patted her back and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Now, it's your turn. If you don't speak well, Daddy might give the rewards to your sister. Wait, we also went running for our lives. There were strange aunts in tattered clothes and uncles covered in blood. It was really fun, but Annie kept screaming. The little one exaggeratedly imitated Annie's expression, prompting Nan Sun to erupt in laughter again. He Shi looked at her with a bemused smile. My dear wife, do you need me to feed you? Nan Sun quickly shook her head in panic. All right then, son, it's your turn to summarize what your sisters said. Little heir glanced at his mother and then at his father, ultimately opting for honesty. We first went to buy clothes, then had cake, and played rock climbing, shooting, bumper cars, and escape room. As little heir spoke, his voice grew softer, and He Shi's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Goodness, that sounds rather thrilling. Nan Sun sensed danger and was about to flee when a pair of strong hands seized her waist. Before she could react, she found herself hoisted over his shoulder. Little heir, keep an eye on your sisters. Daddy and Mommy need to discuss life for a moment. With that, He Shi strode out of the dining room. Woo, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Nan Sun lay on the bed, her bottom stinging from his slap. She tried to reach back, but her wrist was firmly grasped. He Shi, I truly regret it. Please, don't hit me. He Shi looked at her flushed hand and felt a pang of sympathy. So now you call me husband? Little heir and the others are only 3 years old. Just wait until they grow older, and you'll be in for quite the ride. Woo, they want to play too. There's none of this in the village. He Shi's eyes softened as he pulled her into his embrace. I understand your concern for their upbringing and can assure their safety, but these activities are unsuitable for 3-year-olds. Did you see any other children their age there? Though clever, little heir and the others are still just children, you know? Nan Sun ceased her sobbing, recalling that she hadn't seen any other children at that time. It was simply that little heir had always followed her up and down the mountains, which made her overlook the dangers. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Nan Sun admitted, I know I was wrong. I want to take them there again. He kissed her tear-streaked eyes. Good wife. Recognizing your mistake is all that matters. I hope I didn't hurt you too much. He gingerly touched her, and her soft body trembled slightly. Nan Sun turned to nestle against him, playfully rubbing her cheek against his. Just as He Shi was about to embrace her tenderly, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Seeing the caller ID, he suppressed his anger. Mom, is there something you need? What is up? Can I call you if there's nothing? Lan's distinctive loud voice made Nan Sun, lying on the bed, sit up straight. Observing her flustered expression, He Shi soothingly patted her head. What a thing to say. Of course not. How has my father been these past few days? Quite well. I called to ask when you're coming back. It's already the 21st. He Shi glanced at the calendar on the table and replied, I'll be heading back on the 25th, likely driving back with Cousin Shi. The bus station is too crowded, and it'll be easier to travel with 3 kids in a car. Plus, we can bring whatever we want. Most importantly, his newly purchased elfin nanny van would finally come in handy. He Shi's hometown is a small town in the north, and the drive from Shunsheng takes over 10 hours, but with 2 people alternating, it wouldn't be too exhausting. After listening, Lan didn't say much more, only reminding him to drive safely. Mom, I know, don't worry, but there's something I need to tell you. Nan Sun perked up. What is it? Are you bringing a daughter-in-law back? I'd be so happy. I'd wake up laughing, since Yuhai's condition had stabilized. Lan's greatest concern had been her son's marriage. Having never played with girls growing up, she had previously worried whether her son preferred boys. Thinking of this, Lan's heart sank. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Son, are you considering coming out to the family? He Shi. What on earth is his mother talking about? Chapter 31. The first conversation between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law Nanjun, who had been listening intently, was filled with disbelief. He Shi, how could you have concealed such a significant matter from me? No, my mother is just talking nonsense. You know very well how I feel about men. He Shi hurriedly explained. Nanjun lowered her eyelashes. She was indeed fully aware of her partner's sexual orientation. She merely intended to tease him, especially after he had been so harsh earlier. However, He Shi mistakenly believed she took him seriously and was at a loss for how to clarify. At that moment, Lan's voice came through the phone. Son, who are you talking to? I'm speaking with your daughter-in-law. He Shi replied, exasperated. You certainly have a bold imagination. Are you aware that coming out is a trend now? Does my father know how fashionable you are? Lan was entirely focused on the term daughter-in-law, and the exhilarating feeling of moving from hell to heaven left her ecstatic. Is it true? You're not joking? Let me speak with my daughter-in-law. Nanjun took the phone. After hearing Lan's audacious remarks, she began to understand her future mother-in-law's character, which alleviated much of her tension. Hello, Auntie, this is Nanjun, she said in a sweet voice, making Lan's heart settle. Oh my, what a good girl. Everything I said earlier was just a joke. Please don't misunderstand. It's all that rascal's fault for not informing me sooner. Nanjun chuckled. Auntie, I didn't misunderstand. I was just teasing him. Please don't blame He Shi. I simply wasn't prepared to meet you and Uncle yet, which is why I hadn't mentioned it. Such a good child. Don't defend him. Let me tell you, you must never spoil a man. As the two women continued to chat amicably, He Shi, feeling ignored, shook his head in resignation. He tidied up the dining room and lulled their three little treasures to sleep before returning to the bedroom. Little did he know, their phone conversation was still ongoing. Mom wants you to pick up the phone, He Shi said, stunned. Has Mom called in such a short time? That old lady certainly knows how to manipulate. I need to learn a thing or two. With anticipation, he responded, Hello? Rascal, you'd better not bully Nanjun over there. If you don't bring my daughter-in-law back this time, don't even think about returning. He sure opened his mouth to reply, but before he could utter a word, the call was already disconnected. Seeing him at a loss, Nanjun burst into laughter. Auntie is truly amusing. Frustrated, he sure leaped onto the bed, pulling her beneath him and threatening. So now you're not calling her mom anymore? Annie said it's only a matter of time. She replied playfully. Yes, a matter of time. Now, how about you call me husband once more? Stop it. Aren't we supposed to buy some gifts for Auntie and Uncle? We should, so I'll leave the arrangements to you. But no more chaos with the children like today. Speaking of the children, Nanjun pondered whether she should have informed Auntie about their existence beforehand. He sure smiled slightly. Such a significant matter deserves a surprise in person. Seeing the mischievous glint in his eyes, Nanjun couldn't help but kiss his thin lips. You're such a child. He sure immediately reached to tickle her waist. Who asked the childish one? Ha ha ha. I am. Nanjun was particularly sensitive at her waist, and even a mere touch could send her into fits of laughter, leaving her begging for mercy as tears welled in her eyes. The two continued their playful banter until midnight, when they finally turned off the lights. In the following days, he sure was up and about early, returning late. He was determined to wrap up his tasks before heading home. The final design plan from Ho Jian had been established and would commence shortly. Li Tong, along with the elder and second brothers, had successfully negotiated investments in Shunqing. While Li Tong remained stationed in Shuncheng, the elder brother was on a business trip to Yanqing, and the second brother was in Pengcheng. Amidst this, a rather dramatic incident unfolded. When Songbo learned of his father Song Wei's arrest while in custody, he intended to seek connections for his father upon his release, only to discover that their family business had changed hands. Moreover, his young stepmother had absconded with the funds long ago. Like a headless fly, Songbo sought assistance from the Qin family, only to be turned away and even humiliated by Qin Ruo. In a fit of rage, Songbo pushed her to the ground, causing her to collide with the edge of a flower bed at the entrance. Unbeknownst to him, when Qin Ruo regained consciousness, she was left disoriented. Thus, having just emerged from the police station, Songbo was swiftly taken back into custody. If the Qin family pursued this matter relentlessly, the Song father and son could very well find themselves sharing a prison cell. He sure merely chuckled in response to Li Tong's tale. Evil begets evil. Some individuals will bring about their own downfall without my intervention. The Song and Qin families are but pebbles I encounter along the way, easily discarded. On the eve of their return home, Nanjun meticulously packed all the items they would take, in addition to gifts for relatives and friends. The clothing for their three little ones alone filled 2 entire suitcases. He sure raised an eyebrow, wondering if they were planning to stay away forever. Ding! The host is about to embark on a journey. A 10-square-meter personal space has been granted upgradable, along with a comprehensive travel guide. As soon as the system finished speaking, he sure felt a subtle connection, and a pale blue box materialized in his mind. Is this the personal space? Yes, host. The space can be upgraded with an upgrade card from the discount mall. Currently, it can only hold non-living items. Please use it wisely. He sure's breath hitched. This meant that with sufficient upgrades, it might be possible to store living beings, perhaps even humans. Suppressing his excitement, he discreetly touched an apple nearby while Nanjun and the children were distracted. The apple promptly vanished, only to reappear in the pale blue space. Remarkable. He sure eagerly examined the phenomenon for a while. By the time he shifted his focus, Nanjun was already packing the 5th suitcase. Startled, he sure quickly intervened. You don't need to bring so much. The climate there differs greatly from Shenzhen. The children want to be able to wear these clothes, and we can buy new ones when we arrive. Nanjun relented. However, while she decided against bringing clothes, she packed plenty of fruits and snacks, considering they would be on the road for nearly 16 hours. Little Yue thought about what to bring, and each child carried a small backpack. Nanjun even provided hats and water bottles, giving off a delightful vibe of adventure. He sure shook his head, sitting at the side, watching the three of them in action. Suddenly, Nanjun tossed a black hoodie at him. Wear this tomorrow. He sure glanced at the similar clothing on the three children and raised an eyebrow. Family matching outfits? Uh-huh. Nanjun retrieved her white hoodie and matching shorts, heading to the fitting room. When she emerged, she spun around in front of He Shi. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? The hoodie was loose-fitting, accentuating Nanjun's tall and slender figure even more. This sparked an idea in He Shi's mind. He ought to order more family outfits, especially couple-themed ones. However, aren't those shorts a bit too short? Nanjun looked down, the hem just barely covering her thighs. Where's the short? They're just normal shorts. This is called a missing lower half. Do you understand? Her long, delicate legs were flawless, and He Shi's gaze darkened. I believe the hoodie would look better with long pants, or perhaps that long skirt over there would be nice. Really? Nanjun queried, heading to try on a long skirt. After checking herself in the mirror, she mused, it does look quite nice. He sure admired the sight of her moving gracefully, the glimpse of her fair skin and delicate ankles further igniting his desire. Such an alluring wife should be kept hidden at home. Hey, He Shi, hurry up and change so we can take a family photo. He Shi regained his senses, picked up a hoodie, and casually grabbed a pair of black trousers. This seemingly haphazard attire, however, caught Nansun's eye. With broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs, he could make even a sack look appealing. Unable to resist, she dashed over and playfully touched his abdomen, the well-defined contours proving to be delightfully pleasing to the touch. After her flirtation, she swiftly retreated, having honed this skill to perfection. Quickly, she produced a line of canvas shoes, urging everyone to change into them, and took numerous photos until she was satisfied. Of course, He Shi had grown accustomed to the notion of settling scores later. Thus, the following morning, Nansun found herself being carried into the car while still lost in slumber. Chapter 32. The son wants to sleep with his parents, having prepared everything in advance. Chi Jiang watched the three little ones, who trailed behind He Shi like ducklings with their backpacks, resignedly ascend the stairs to help with the luggage. His resolve to seek a matchmaker strengthened in his heart. The extended version of the Alpha van comfortably accommodated both the adults and children. They set off precisely at 7 o'clock. He sure planned to arrive in Bin City that evening, rest well, and then return the next day to his hometown in the adjacent town. On the journey, Nansun stretched lazily. The back seat, akin to a bed, allowed her to enjoy a particularly comfortable nap. She opened the breakfast He Shi had thoughtfully prepared and began to feed the three little ones. After they were well fed, the mother and children engaged in some lighthearted selfies. The lively atmosphere made the journey pass swiftly. Whenever they encountered picturesque spots where they could disembark, they would seize the opportunity for photographs. Nansun had brought along a sketch pad, capturing numerous scenes along the way, leaving Chi Jiang in awe of her artistic talent. They alternated driving, and thanks to He Shi's comprehensive travel itinerary, they made no detours, arriving in Bin City almost 2 hours ahead of schedule. However, by the time they checked into their reserved hotel, it was already past 9 in the evening. As a coastal city, He Shi had specifically booked a room at the Moon June Hotel, the closest hotel to the sea, ensuring his wife and children could enjoy the ocean view. The beach was just a stone's throw away, and from their room, they could behold much of Bin City, a truly top-tier establishment. In the past, when passing through Bin City, Chi Jiang had often found even a modest 100 yuan hotel too expensive. Now, he couldn't help but chuckle, attributing their good fortune to his capable cousin. He tossed the car keys to the doorman and remarked, "Who would have thought? Remember those cheap lodgings by the station? I heard my cousin once stayed at one to save money and was terrified by the peculiar services offered there in the dead of night." Throwing away his coat in panic, Chi Jiang's expression darkened immediately. "Could you at least spare me some dignity in front of my sister-in-law?" Nansun, handing the sleeping Yin Yin to He Shi, smiled and said, "It's fine, cousin. I didn't hear a thing." She commended her sister-in-law, causing Qi Jiang to give He Shi a thumbs up. Thinking of it, are you tired? Come, let your uncle carry you. The little girl sleepily rushed into Qi Jiang's embrace, leaving He Shi wishing he had 2 more hands at that moment. All right, let us head inside. Little fish will need to sleep soon, Nan Sun signaled, playfully twisting at He Shi's waist. He glanced down at his son, hoisted him up effortlessly, much to the child's astonishment, placing him on his shoulders. Hold on tight. Little fish. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he obediently grasped He Shi's head. Dad is so strong. It was the first time he had ever been so high up, and the novelty filled him with admiration for his father. Of course, He Shi shot a proud glance at Qi Jiang, for he possessed the physique and agility that rivaled a special forces soldier. Carrying an adult would be no challenge at all. Childish. Nan Sun shook her head, ignoring the two as she led the way into the hotel lobby. The lobby manager, who had been observing their group, promptly approached them. Good evening. May I ask if Mr. He Shi has reserved a room? Nan Sun nodded slightly, yes. Her perfect figure and exquisite features drew the attention of everyone nearby. He Shi discreetly shielded her behind him, his expression cool as he said, Please expedite our check-in. The children are tired. The manager quickly lowered his head, of course. Please follow me. As they proceeded to the elevator, faint murmurs from the front desk could be overheard. Didn't they say there were no rooms available? How can they go up? Is it just because they look good? The receptionist's sweet voice chimed in, Sir, you misunderstand. They're guests who had reserved 2 premier executive suites in advance. However, if you need, there's still 1 ordinary executive suite available for you. A middle-aged, rotund man awkwardly clicked his tongue, then never mind. An ordinary executive suite costs over 10,000. I can't afford that. Their conversation caused the interest of the onlookers, who had just begun to notice Nan Sun and He Shi, to wane. The premier executive suites were located on the 26th floor and featured not only a master bedroom and a secondary bedroom, but also a spacious living area, a conference room, and a game room. After Qi Jiang had settled the sleeping Xiang in their room, he stepped out. Nan Sun gently wiped the children's faces and tucked them in. Little fish, still basking in the joy of the day's adventures, quickly seized Nan Sun's hand as she prepared to leave. Mommy, I want to sleep with you and Daddy tonight, can I? Upon finishing his request, the little one bashfully pulled the covers over half of his face. Nan Sun was momentarily taken aback. Her son had always been mature beyond his years, assisting her with his younger sisters from a young age. This was the first time he expressed a desire to depend on his parents like a typical child. It was undoubtedly a testament to He Shi's influence. Just as she was about to agree, He Shi entered the room, freshly showered. What's wrong, son? Aren't you sleepy? Nan Sun remained silent, merely smiling encouragingly at little fish. Dad, I want to sleep with you and Mommy tonight. His voice trailed off, becoming increasingly soft until it was barely audible. Yet He Shi still caught the words, swiftly scooping his son into his arms and tossing him playfully in the air. Of course, my dear. You are the only other man in the family aside from your father. Always feel free to voice your needs, as long as they are reasonable. Your mother and I will gladly fulfill them, all right? Little Fish's cheeks flushed crimson as he nodded vigorously, sensing the softness of his son's small body. He tenderly patted his back. I know our little fish is the smartest and always looks after Mommy and your sisters. But now that Dad is here, no matter what happens, I will handle it. So you can just be yourself, understand? Despite being only 3 years old, he often behaved like a little adult, always considering others. This made He Shi feel both proud and protective, wishing for his son to enjoy a carefree childhood. I understand, Dad. I really like you. The little one nestled his head into He Shi's neck. Feeling the coolness of his skin, He Shi's heart softened even more. Non s'en feignait displeasure, teasing. Son, you've never said you like Mommy. I'm going to cry. You're lying, Mommy. Little Fish rubbed his eyes vigorously before mumbling, without lifting his head. But I like Mommy too. He Shi and Nan Sun exchanged a glance filled with joy. He hoisted his son back onto his shoulders, eliciting delighted laughter from the little one. Let us go. I'll take you two to the balcony to enjoy the night view. From there, you can see the sea directly. Chapter 33. Countdown to meeting the in-laws in the early morning. He opened his eyes to behold his sleeping wife and children beside him, his heart swelling with warmth. The current scene felt surreal, akin to a dream. Just half a month prior, he could never have imagined experiencing such happiness. Now, he awaited only the successful completion of his father's surgery for their family to attain true completeness. Naturally, he also planned to give Nan's son a grand wedding, and before that, an unforgettable proposal was essential. The more He Shi reflected, the more he felt that his previous proposal had been rather hasty, lacking flowers and rings. Yet this foolish woman beside him had agreed without a second thought. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Nan's son, with sleep still in her eyes, turned over and gently caressed the smooth contours of his arm. "Is it wrong to admire my beautiful wife?" He Shi replied, planting a soft kiss on her slightly pouting red lips. "But, my dear, how did you end up here? Just last night, you were sleeping beside Nian Nian, and now you find yourself in your husband's embrace. Are you sleepwalking?" Nan Sun felt her cheeks flush a rosy hue as she glanced at their daughter squeezed to the edge of the bed. Who knows how this happened? Was it truly an unconscious action on her part? How utterly embarrassing. "See, you can't live without me. Look at you. You can't even sleep well without me." He Shi boasted, his expression triumphant. Gnashing her teeth, Nan Sun retorted, "Yes, you're right. Without you, I would be consumed by thoughts of tea and meals, let alone sleep. Therefore, you must never stray from my sight in this lifetime, or else." "Or else what?" He Shi quipped, noticing her sharp gaze directed at his abdomen, causing him to shudder involuntarily. "Rest assured, my dear, not only in this life, but in the next and the one after that, I shall never leave your side." Content with his promise, Nan Sun hummed softly and headed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, the little fish, who had feigned sleep, quietly opened his eyes. "Dad, it's clearly you who can't live without Mom. I saw you carrying her." Before their son could finish, He Shi quickly covered his mouth. "Shu, can you keep this a secret for Daddy? Just nod if you promise." The little boy obediently nodded his head. "I want a model airplane." "Hey, you little rascal. Are you negotiating now?" He Shi chuckled, patting his son's bottom. "Deal, I'll get you 10, but you mustn't breathe a word to your mother. Understood? Don't worry. Daddy." Nan Sun, toothbrush in mouth, entered just in time to witness the two exchanging a peculiar fist bump. She walked over to the bedside and lifted the covers. "Hurry and get up. We're going to the beach. We must leave by noon. If Xiaoyu wants to play in the sand, wake the girls." "Okay, Mom." As the family finished getting ready, a knock sounded at the door. It was Qi Jiang, accompanied by service staff delivering breakfast. Upon seeing Nan Sun in a yellow floral dress paired with a white shawl, and He Shi in a white shirt and black shorts, Qi Jiang suddenly felt that his carefully chosen floral shirt and patterned shorts paled in comparison. Some individuals, despite simple attire, appeared as if they had just stepped off a fashion runway. Only through comparison does one grasp the disparity between people. Qi Jiang dismissed the day's server and personally wheeled in the breakfast cart. "You're all bundled up too tightly. I've never seen anyone come to the beach not in swimwear. And why wear a shirt over a t-shirt? What's with that modesty?" He Shi shot a glance at Qi Jiang's exposed chest, pulling Nan Sun toward the dining table. Hey, what kind of look is that? I got abs too." "You know," Qi Jiang retorted, exasperated. He Shi merely scoffed. "What good are abs if you're all muscle?" His physique had been carefully sculpted by a system, a far cry from the exaggerated build of those muscle-bound men. Every contour was a testament to perfection. It was the epitome of looking slim in clothes, yet fit without them. Otherwise, how could he keep his wife enamored every night? Qi Jiang felt a surge of anger, his nostrils flaring, but with Nan Sun present, he refrained from insisting that He Shi strip down for comparison. Instead, he vented his frustration on the food, gulping down a bowl of porridge in mere bites. Next to him, Xiang was taken aback by Qi Jiang's ravenous demeanor and reluctantly pushed her small bowl toward him. "Uncle, you can share my porridge." "Ugh." Qi Jiang nearly choked. "Thank you, Xiang, but I'm full," seeing that he truly wouldn't eat. She resumed her cheerful meal. He Shi, standing behind and tying the hair of his daughters, affectionately patted Xiang's head, remarking on how sweet she was. At this hour, the beach was mostly deserted, save for the few habitual morning joggers. Not wishing to be a third wheel, Qi Jiang voluntarily joined the little ones in building sandcastles. Meanwhile, He Shi strolled along the shoreline with Nan Sun. "So, how does it feel to experience the ocean up close for the first time?" "Well, the air is refreshing, the breeze is delightful, and the scenery is beautiful. It's exactly as I imagined, Nan Sun replied, lifting her skirt to play with the sand beneath her feet. So comfortable. He Shi gazed at her radiant smile, an unprecedented sense of contentment washing over him. He took her hand once more. This time was too rushed. Once we return to the city, I'll take you on a boat ride, and we could go diving. How's that sound? Sounds great. That sounds thrilling. Nan Sun eagerly agreed. Amused, He Shi wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, pretending to toss her into the sea, which made Nan Sun quickly clutch his neck in alarm. He Shi, you're finished. The couple frolicked by the shore, their playful banter captured by a keen observer nearby. In Pingyuan County, the He residence was bustling early in the morning. Qilan had thoroughly tidied up both the inside and outside of their home. The He family resided in an old apartment complex built decades ago, featuring 3 rooms and a hall, spacious yet outdated. This was a second-hand property that He Shi and Qilan had painstakingly purchased a few years prior through their business endeavors. Now, as she surveyed the antiquated furniture, Qilan found herself dissatisfied. Is it possible to polish this old stuff any further? He Shi, seated in his wheelchair while reading the newspaper, adjusted his glasses and commented, "It's just your excitement over our daughter-in-law's first visit." Qilan immediately tossed aside her cleaning cloth. "Oh, you're not excited?" Then who was tossing and turning at 3 in the morning? Since his health had declined, He Shi had been sleeping soundly through the night. Originally, he was recuperating in the hospital, but the doctor allowed him to return home for a few days, given his recent progress. Coincidentally, their son was bringing his partner home, and they couldn't host her in the hospital, so the couple returned home 2 days prior. I wonder where Xiao Sun and the others are. If only I had listened to my son and switched to one of those smartphones used by younger folks, I could have seen our daughter-in-law sooner. No, I need to check the kitchen again. He Shi shook his head at Qilan's incessant chatter and continued to peruse his newspaper, though his gaze occasionally darted toward the door. Chapter 34. Mother He is astonished. Her son has given birth to triplets? Pingyuan County may be referred to as a county town, yet it is, in reality, merely a slightly larger small town. As He Shi's vehicle entered this locality, it captivated the attention of every passerby. This was a sight one would typically encounter only on television, in such a small place. One might exaggerate that several years could pass without witnessing a single one. The roads were relatively spacious, yet Qi Jiang drove at a leisurely pace. The 3 little ones, filled with curiosity, leaned their heads against the car windows, with even Nan Sun stretching her neck in anticipation. "Mom, are we going to see Grandpa and Grandma soon?" "Indeed. Do you wish to meet them?" "Yes." Nan Sun gently patted their little heads, explaining, "Grandpa and Grandma are unaware of your existence. Your father and I want to surprise them. So when we meet them, regardless of their feelings, you must remember to be polite. Understood?" The 3 youngsters chorused in unison. Understood. In their previous lives, they had only known their mother and great-grandmother, but now they were about to meet their father and numerous uncles, and soon, their grandparents as well. This thought filled the little fish and her sisters with eager anticipation. "Do not worry, my darlings. You are so adorable and sensible. Your grandparents will surely be overjoyed." He Shi spoke to the 3 children. His gaze, however, was directed at Nan Sun. "You are already quite familiar with my mother. Since our last phone conversation, the 2 of them have chatted a few times daily. My father appears stern, but he actually has a very good temper. He is tightly managed by my mother." Upon hearing this, Qi Jiang could not help but chuckle. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the roadside. "Cousin, is that Auntie?" He Shi lowered the car window, and, indeed, it was the elderly lady from his family. Although he often referred to her this way, Qilan was hardly old. In her 40s, her skin remained taut, and her beauty was striking, which explained how He Shi had inherited such good looks. In such small towns, vendors often set up stalls at street corners or along the roadsides. Many people frequently sold vegetables and fruits here. At this moment, Qilan was squatting in front of a stall selling melons, selecting fruits while engaging in casual conversation with the vendor. "Sister He, is your fruit shop still closed?" "Yes. Business was already mediocre, and now that my family member is unwell, I'm left with no energy to manage it myself. Have you considered selling it?" Qilan paused, looking up at the eager vendor. "Oh, do you have an idea?" The vendor's smile deepened, to be honest. Our greenhouse in the countryside has yielded well these past 2 years, and I was thinking of opening a place in the county for convenience. Kila notet taugufun. Still unsure how to decline, when someone gently tapped her shoulder. Who is it? She turned, bewildered, only to see her long-lost son smiling at her, accompanied by a stunning girl who resembled a fairy. Qilan was filled with surprise, quickly rising to her feet, uncertainly asking, Is this Xiao Sun? Seeing his mother falter in her words, He Shi hurriedly stepped forward to support her arm. What is it, Mom? You've been asking to meet your daughter-in-law. Yet now that she is here, you don't dare to recognize her? Nansun slightly bent forward, smiling. Auntie, it's me. I'm so pleased to finally meet you. The familiar voice sent Qilan into a state of heightened excitement. She gazed at Nan's son in disbelief, astonished that her son had found such a beautiful daughter-in-law. What a wonderful girl. Truly too stunning. You've made me nervous. Ha ha. The vendor selling melons smiled at the family's joyful reunion. Sister He, your son and daughter-in-law are truly a match made in heaven. I've never seen anyone more beautiful than them, even more so than the stars on television. Passers-by turned their gazes towards them, their eyes filled with admiration. Qilan laughed heartily, her eyes gleaming as she grasped Nansun's hand and refused to let go. Quickly, let us go home with Annie. Hey, son, didn't you drive here? Where's the car? And where is Xiao Jiang? I'm right here, Qi Jiang called out, peering through the car window. This area is no parking zone. You all should hurry in. Qilan blankly followed the others to the car, and upon seeing such a luxurious vehicle, was momentarily at a loss, until the doors swung open from within. The little fish and her sisters chimed in unison, Hello, Grandma. The sudden appearance of the three children, their sweet voices, nearly made Qilan's legs buckle. Had it not been for He Shi's support, she might have collapsed to the ground. What is this? Qilan exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Although she was older, her eyesight was sharp. These three children bore a striking resemblance to her son, particularly the little boy in the middle, who seemed to be a miniature version of He Shi himself. The other two little girls, identical twins, also bore a strong likeness to Nan's son. She forced herself to suppress the thought that felt too surreal to entertain, and stepped into the car, her eyes fixated on the three little ones, the growing affection in her heart rendering her restless. Fearing that further concealment would overwhelm his mother, He Shi wasted no time as the car began to move, stating the facts plainly. Mom, although this may come as a shock to you, but Xiao Yu and Nian Yin are indeed your biological grandchildren. All three of them are the children of Nansun and me. I will explain the details once we see Dad. Upon hearing this, Qilan's mind exploded with excitement, all her attention fixated on the words biological grandchildren. Could it be true? She had truly become a grandmother, and to three grandchildren at once? This was more exhilarating than winning a lottery. Qilan gazed at the little ones beside her with great affection, touching one and then another, her heart brimming with joy. In just a few short minutes, the car resonated with her laughter. After Qi Jiang dropped them off, he returned home. His residence was not far, merely a 10-minute walk away. At the He household, in the living room, He Yuhai sat in his wheelchair, his mouth agape, as he took a long time to process the shock within him. Soon, overwhelming joy followed. He had never anticipated that his son would achieve such an impressive feat, bringing home triplets. The three little ones, unfazed by their new surroundings, eagerly called out Grandma and Grandpa, making the elderly couple burst into joyous laughter. After a long journey of over 2 hours, it wasn't too long before the children grew weary and fell asleep. Nansun gently lulled the children to sleep, allowing the four adults to finally settle onto the living room sofa. He Shi held Nansun's hand, gazing at his parents as he softly spoke. Actually, Nansun and I have been together for 4 years. Do you remember when I went on a graduation trip? That was when it all began. Just as He Shi was about to continue, Nansun interjected, Let me share the rest with Uncle and Annie, if you don't mind. He paused for a moment before nodding. Thus, Nansun recounted how she had been brought home by Grandma, the reasons behind her separation from He Shi, and the unique aspects of their family, leaving nothing unspoken. This was He Shi's family, and henceforth, it would also be her family. Nansun wished for no secrets to linger between them. Chapter 35, A House on One's Back? Uncle and aunt, I apologize for making He Shi stay apart from the children for so long, and for you only now being able to see your grandchildren. Qilin gently embraced Nan Sun. Her normally assertive demeanor softened as her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Silly child, why apologize? Without you, where would these 3 little ones come from? As a woman herself, she understood the immense pressure that comes with having a child out of wedlock, the lack of understanding from family, and the peculiar gazes from those around. Yet, Nan Sun had persevered through all. Over the past 4 years, she not only cared for her ailing grandmother, but also raised 3 children single-handedly. The thought of this filled Qilin's heart with deep sympathy. My dear daughter, you have endured so much these years. At 18, it should be a girl's most beautiful age. Nan Sun shook her head with a smile, saying, Aunt, it hasn't been hard at all. As long as I see the 3 children and think of He Shi, nothing else matters. Qilin gazed at the young girl before her, and the tears she had held back finally fell. What a foolish girl. Qilin could empathize even more with Nan Sun's grandmother. If it were her daughter who, upon reaching adulthood, had to bear a child for a man, she would never have consented. But then again, this man was her son. With this thought, Qilin immediately shot a fierce glare at He Shi. If you dare to bully Xiao Sun in the future, I will break your legs. Oh dear, how could I? She is my wife. I cherish her more than anything. That is more like it. Qilin turned her gaze back to Nan Sun, her expression filled with tenderness. As for the men of the He family, they may have their flaws, but they are undeniably devoted. Since childhood, apart from you, He Shi has never interacted with any other girls, and both I and his father can attest to this. Indeed, Xiao Sun, the fact that He Shi has waited 4 years for you speaks volumes about his feelings. Added the usually quiet He Shi. Uncle and aunt, I understand. Still calling me aunt? Didn't we agree over the phone that you would call me mom? Nan Sun's face turned crimson, yet she smiled as she called out mom. Seeing He Shi beside her with an expectant expression, she joyfully added, Dad. The elderly couple responded eagerly. Son, didn't you say you wanted to register your marriage with Xiao Sun? Tomorrow is Monday, so why not go early in the morning? And we will take care of the children. Yes, you should go. It's a perfect opportunity to show Xiao Sun around. She is beautiful and has a wonderful personality. As for our daughter-in-law, we are utterly satisfied and can't wait for you to bring her home. He Shi and Nan Sun exchanged a glance and readily agreed. In preparation for their son and daughter-in-law's return, Qilin prepared a plethora of dishes, including the seafood that was commonly enjoyed in Bin City. Nan Sun and the children had a fondness for sweet flavors, so He Shi specially made tomato sauce mackerel, tomato shrimp, and seafood in sauce. Qilin was astounded by his culinary skills, realizing that having a wife and children changes a man. The one who once struggled to boil noodles could now create such intricate dishes. The 3 children adapted well to the seafood, and He Shi and Qilin, like 2 exuberant children, vied to peel shrimp for their grandchildren, making Nan Sun laugh heartily. Come, let us toast as a family, wishing that every year to come is as joyful as today. He Shi raised his glass first. Xiao Sun, you have worked hard these years. Please never hesitate with your parents. This is your home. Moved, Nan Sun stood up. Thank you, Dad. I also wish you and Mom good health. May our family always be together. Yes, always together, cheers. At that moment, the system's reward unexpectedly arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your family's first reunion. You are awarded 10 shops on Jinxi Street in Bin City, and a luxurious villa atop Jinan Bay, with a property deed currently being processed and to be delivered tomorrow. He Shi raised an eyebrow. Although Bin City is merely a second-tier city, its coastal location has fostered a thriving tourism industry. Jinxi Street boasts an extremely advantageous geographical position, serving as one of the 6 centers of Bin City, a street steeped in over a century of history. While Jinan Bay may not be the most upscale residence in Bin City, it is adjacent to scenic areas and close to the beach. Remarkably, it takes only 15 minutes to drive from there to the city center, truly a place of tranquility within reach of urban life. From what He Shi knew, the smallest villa in Jintan Bay spans 600 square meters, while the largest reaches up to 1,600 square meters. With the system's generosity, it would undoubtedly provide him the best. Now with this villa, his family would have a place to call home in Bin City. The meal was filled with warmth and joy. Nan Sun and He Shi handed the children over to their parents and began cleaning up the dishes. After placing the cut fruit platter on the coffee table, He Shi proceeded to unpack the items they had brought along. Dad, Mom, here are the gifts I prepared for you. Come and take a look. Why bring gifts home? From now on, that is not allowed. Though she said this, Qilan sat on the sofa with a broad smile. Mom, I heard from He Shi that you have neck issues. So this is a massage device I had custom-made after consulting with experts from the Shanghai Grand Hospital. As Nan Sun spoke, she opened a tightly wrapped white box. Unlike those counterfeit products outside, I've personally tested this, and it is indeed effective. You child, you are truly thoughtful. Qilan lovingly touched the box, recognizing the quality of its material. In this set of jade jewelry, I picked it out with He Shi. It suits you perfectly. Nan Sun then revealed an exquisitely packaged box. Inside lay a complete set of necklace, earrings, brooch, and bracelet. No woman could resist such a gift. And Qilan's eyes sparkled. It's so beautiful. This must be costly, right? Upon hearing this, Nan Sun looked at her man. It should be over 3 million. Not too expensive, right? Why worry about the price? What matters is that you like it. This is our heartfelt gift to you. He Shi quickly changed the subject. He knew that if her mother found out he had essentially gifted an entire house, she would be on edge every day. Nan Sun then presented a porcelain jar. Dad, this is the Westlake Longjing I prepared for you. You must try it. He Shi's eyes widened in astonishment, disregarding any sense of modesty, and hastily took the tea leaves into his hands. This was his absolute favorite, and he was quite knowledgeable about it. Upon inspection, he realized it was the top-grade 18-year-old Longjing. Noticing his trembling hands, Qilan couldn't help but ask, is this very expensive? It's not just a matter of expense. This tea was once exclusively offered to the emperor, and its current yield is extremely low. Rumor has it that only 2 taels are produced each year. This was indeed true. This small jar was acquired by He Shi through connections, bought at a high price from a collector. Seeing He Shi so pleased, Nan Sun felt at ease. I also heard you enjoy collecting paintings and calligraphy. This piece is something I whimsically painted, and I hope you won't mind. Oh, He Shi's interest was piqued even more. He Shi wore a mysterious expression and said, Dad, Xiao Sun's painting is quite extraordinary. Just be prepared not to be startled when you see it. Knowing his son never exaggerated, He Shi grew even more eager. Quick, open it. As the painting unrolled, the viewer was greeted by lush green peaks, grand waterfalls, and exquisite bamboo houses. Everything appeared amidst a misty haze, vividly alive, transporting one into a realm of wonder. Chapter 36, Just Once, Please? Is this painted by Xiao Sun? Qilan asked incredulously. Even she, a novice in the art world, was deeply moved by the painting's essence. A mere glance seemed to draw her into the canvas, an experience truly marvelous. He Shi was even more dramatic, standing frozen in place, and when he finally regained his composure, his face was flushed with excitement. A masterpiece. It is nothing short of divine. I had the fortune to see Master Chao when Kai's work once, and it left me momentarily dazed, but pales in comparison to today. Before He Shi could finish, he broke into a fit of coughs. Qilan hurried to pat his back, saying, Look at how excited you are. You might frighten Xiao Sun and the children. Once He Shi calmed down, his gaze towards Nan Sun became even more affectionate. Xiao Sun, have you painted anything else? I have, but they're all back at home in Shanghai. I only brought along some sketches. Oh, you don't only know traditional Chinese painting? He Shi was even more astonished. Seizing this splendid opportunity to boast about his wife, He Shi interjected, Sun knows much more, including oil painting, sketching, watercolor, and even comics. His tone was nonchalant, yet pride was unmistakable. It was Qilan's first time witnessing such a side of her son. She couldn't help but quietly ask her grandson, Is your father like this at home too? Little Fish sighed like a miniature adult. This is him being low-key, Grandma. You have no idea. My sisters and I are bombarded with dog food every day. Qilan laughed heartily. Truly, my eldest grandson is quite perceptive. I only understood the term dog food after hearing the younger folks downstairs explain it not long ago. Meanwhile, He Shi borrowed the sketches and retreated into a room. The He family had 3 bedrooms. He Shi and Nan Sun occupied the room He Shi had grown up in, while the 3 children shared the remaining vacant room. Lan was quite adept at caring for children, and with her assistance, Nan Sun found herself much more at ease. In no time, the two women had lulled the children to sleep. He Shi's room was quite simple, adorned in black, white, and gray, aside from the bed. There was only a desk by the window. When Nan Sun emerged from her bath, He Shi was propped up against the headboard, managing work on his computer. Nan Sun nestled into him, cradling her phone. He Shi paused, instinctively pulling her closer and finding a comfortable position before resuming his emails. "Are you watching Annie's live stream again?" Nan Sun lazily murmured. "Do you still have balance on your account? Should I add some more?" The last time, the system had generously rewarded him with 100 million virtual leisure coins. With so many tasks at hand, He Shi had not logged into his previously favored games for a long while, leaving half of the balance untouched. "Yes, I've been using rockets daily, but I still haven't finished." Her rank in Annie's livestream room had already reached the highest level. He Shi nodded, redirecting his focus back to work. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. "Ding! Today's flash sale has refreshed. Please participate promptly." He Shi quickly glanced at the information panel. The current industries section displayed a lengthy list, and he had grown accustomed to pulling the progress bar to the very bottom when placing orders. Today's flash sale items: 1 universal upgrade card, flash sale price, 9 yuan, 3 universal upgrade cards, flash sale price, 29, 9 yuan, 10 universal upgrade cards, flash sale price, 39, 9 yuan system prompt. The host may purchase only one item daily. Failure to secure a deal within 24 hours will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. Upon seeing those 3 words, He Shi's heart leaped with joy. It had finally arrived. The system had previously mentioned that space upgrades relied on upgrade cards. However, the shop's refresh was random, so He Shi had not held high expectations. Yet here it was, an abundance. Without hesitation, he ordered 10 cards. As he was about to apply all of them to his space, He Shi suddenly noticed the word universal. "System, can these upgrade cards be used elsewhere?" The mechanical voice promptly replied, "Of course. The skills previously subsidized to the host can also be enhanced using upgrade cards." He Shi, did you forget, or are you doing this on purpose? The system's memory has always been excellent. He Shi, goodness, how brazenly you admit to mischief. Have you become too familiar with me? He suppressed his rising anger and gritted his teeth. Are you implying that my top-tier investment analysis ability and stock trading skills can still be enhanced? Indeed, host. Perhaps feeling a pang of conscience, the mechanical voice added. 10 upgrade cards can elevate the host's top-tier investment analysis ability to divine level. Divine level? He Shi's breath hitched. If the top-tier level already placed him ahead of all nascent investment firms, then divine level would be. He Shi dared not contemplate further. Fearing sleeplessness from excitement that night, he eagerly utilized all 10 upgrade cards at once. In mere seconds, it felt as if his brain underwent a metamorphosis. Previously, he could easily determine whether a company possessed investment potential, but he could only sense a rough outline of its future profitability. Specific developments relied on discussions with his team. Now, however, it seemed he had gained a precognitive ability alongside his analytical skills, with the optimal future trajectories of all companies vividly imprinted in his mind. This meant he could effortlessly maximize profits. Even companies initially devoid of investment potential could be turned around. Incredible! He Shi almost shouted in exhilaration. With this newfound ability, he would be invincible not just in the investment realm, but throughout the entire business world. "Did you win something?" Nan Sun casually inquired, noticing his excitement. He Shi lowered his head and kissed her enticingly on the lips. "This is far more joyous than winning." He tossed his computer aside and embraced Nan Sun, continuing to kiss her, his hands wandering restlessly over her delicate form. He Shi, my parents are next door." Nan Sun exerted great effort to push him away, her phone slipping to the floor. Her clear, cold eyes now glistened with moisture, alluring and captivating. The already excited He Shi found it even harder to control himself. He leaned closer to Nan Sun and whispered, "Just once, my dear wife, please." Nan Sun could never resist his coaxing. Her expression softened slightly. Seizing the moment, He Shi pressed on, "Please, my love." Seeing his distress, Nan Sun's heart softened as she gazed at his handsome face, uncertainly asking then, "Do you promise?" I promise. Let us keep it quiet. He sure replied, lifting the covers. But as it turned out, a man's words could indeed not be trusted. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Nan Sun sat in the passenger seat, yawning incessantly. As she wiped her tears and muttered weakly, "He sure, if I trust you once more, I'll take your surname." Chapter 37. The Staff's Astonishment. Are they triplets? On Mondays, the Civil Affairs Bureau is bustling with visitors. When He Shi and Nan Sun arrived, the doors had yet to open, but a lengthy queue had already formed outside. Aware that he had exhausted his wife the previous night, He Shi carefully assisted her out of the car. Their extraordinary looks immediately drew the attention of all present. Despite being accustomed to compliments, He Shi felt inexplicably elated today, particularly when he heard remarks about how well-matched he and Nan Sun appeared. A woman in her 30s, noticing their intertwined hands, couldn't help but exclaim, "Congratulations." He Shi smiled and replied, "Same to you." However, he was promptly nudged by Nan Sun, who had noticed the man's displeasure beside the woman, and the pair's expressions clearly indicated they were not there to celebrate a marriage. Apologies escaped He Shi as he realized his oversight. From a moment he awoke, his mind had been preoccupied with thoughts of their impending legal union, completely forgetting that the Civil Affairs Bureau also catered to divorce. Fortunately, the woman was good-natured. Shaking her head with a smile, "It's all right." At 9 o'clock, the Bureau's doors finally opened. He Shi observed the few couples ahead of them, bewildered. To his surprise, the number of individuals seeking divorce far exceeded those wishing to marry. After a tense wait, it was finally their turn. He Shi and Nan Sun submitted their household registration and other documents, exchanging smiles filled with joy. The subsequent steps involved filling out forms, signing, and taking photographs, culminating in the presentation of 2 freshly minted marriage certificates before them. He Shi distributed the wedding candies he had prepared to the staff, then took Nan Sun's hand and strode out of the bureau. "Wife." Nan Sun's cheeks flushed as she beamed at He Shi's expectant face, playfully calling out, "Husbanding." Congratulations to the host for obtaining a legal partner, with subsidies for a top-tier luxurious estate in the city. Subsidies for the nation's first 8-star hotel. The estate's documents and keys have been stored at the host's home. The hotel is under construction and will be arranged comprehensively by the system. The host can rest assured in taking over. He Shi was astonished that receiving a marriage certificate would trigger such generous system subsidies. The estate was one matter, but an 8-star hotel, there was only one in the world, constructed at a cost of over $20 billion. This was the system's most lavish offering to date. Feeling a surge of excitement, He Shi casually remarked, "Next, we must begin planning the wedding." Sure enough, the mechanical voice chimed in again. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to hold a wedding and will subsidize a top-tier planning team. Subsidies for exquisite wedding dresses, 3 for each gender. Subsidies for rare pink diamonds from the Century Star Series, rare blue diamonds from the Hope Star Series, and rare red diamond from the Eternal Star Series. Each series includes 1 diamond ring, 1 necklace, 1 pair of earrings, 1 pair of bracelets, and 1 crown. Please visit the Haley Winston Boutique in the city to collect them. Wow, it truly exists. He had been contemplating ordering a unique diamond ring from a brand to propose to Nan Sun. Little did he know the system would directly provide him with jewels from Haley Winston, renowned as the King of Diamonds. This brand is coveted by royalty and Hollywood stars alike. To receive 3 series at once already had He Shi imagining Nan Sun's delight upon seeing the diamonds. He scooped her up, twirling her around amidst the gasps of onlookers. Nan Sun shyly buried her face in his chest, exclaiming, "He Shi, put me down." What did you call me?" Nan Sun playfully hit him twice. "Husband." "All right already, there are so many people watching." He Shi simply chuckled, continuing to carry her away, occasionally tossing her playfully into the air, as though she weighed nothing despite her tall stature. This display of affection drew disapproving remarks from men out with their girlfriends. "Look at them. Not only is he handsome, but he carries his wife as if she's a feather, while you can't even manage to give me a piggyback ride. If you looked like him, I'd make sure to carry you myself." He Shi, who had already walked far away, was oblivious to the ongoing conversations. He led Nan Sun directly to the largest commercial complex in the county. Given the lower temperatures in this area, their clothing was quite thin, and He Shi intended to buy her some warmer outfits. In such small towns, there weren't many big brands like in the city, but the prices were relatively affordable. They first entered a children's clothing store, where the staff greeted them with bright smiles. For the purpose of their marriage certificate photo, Nan Sun had donned a crisp white shirt paired with a deep blue pleated skirt that fell to her calves. He sure matched her simplicity with a casual shirt and trousers. Typically, salespeople possessed an eye for recognizing style, and it was evident that the couple was not short on funds. Welcome. May I ask how old your children are? Do you have a son or a daughter? We have clothing for ages 3 to 9, the most comprehensive selection in the entire complex. 2 girls and a boy, all 3 years old. Nan Sun replied with a smile. The local staff, taken aback, exclaimed in their hometown dialect, "Are they triplets? You and your wife are truly blessed." "Yes. We need outfits, pants and jackets as well. Please show us," He Shi interjected. The staff promptly presented 5 or 6 sets of newly arrived styles, and upon inspecting the quality, Nan Sun was pleased. He Shi readily paid, delighting the staff. "Can you arrange for delivery?" "Of course. Please provide your address and phone number, and I'll have someone bring it to you shortly." "All right." He Shi left an additional $200 in cash, considering the remainder a tip for the staff. They continued browsing several more children's clothing stores before heading upstairs. At home, their wardrobe was regularly stocked with new arrivals from the Central Ring Century City. So He Shi and Nan Sun rarely had the opportunity to shop. This outing turned out to be a splendid chance. In the end, they not only purchased outfits for themselves, but also bought several for Chi Lan and He Hai, all to be delivered to He's family home. Glancing at the time, He Shi realized it was already noon. "The cold noodles here are delicious. Shall I take you to try some?" Nan Sun touched her stomach and nodded. "Sounds great. I'm quite hungry." Hand in hand, as they stepped out of the commercial complex, they unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. "He Shi, it's really you. I thought I was mistaken. Yuan Bin?" He Shi was equally surprised to run into his high school classmate. They had been close back then, but their paths diverged in college, leading to diminished contact. "And this is?" Yuan Bin asked, his gaze darting to Nan Sun, his eyes widening in admiration. "My wife. Goodness, when did you get married? You didn't even tell me." Yuan Bin was taken aback, recalling a recent conversation with He Shi's mother, who had expressed concern over her son's single status. How could he have a wife so soon? The main point was that He Shi, who had been single since birth, now had a wife. "We just got our marriage certificate. We haven't held the wedding yet. Otherwise, I would have informed you." He Shi clarified, concerned that his friend might misunderstand. "At least you have a conscience." Yuan Bin lightly punched his shoulder. "All right, let us keep in touch. I need to go buy some spicy hot pot for my girlfriend now. She insists on having it in this heat." He Shi nodded, taking Nan Sun's hand as they departed. Chapter 38. The neighbors are astounded. Is the He family's daughter-in-law a fairy? After enjoying a delightful lunch, the two strolled through He Shi's former high school, returning to the He residence just as the clock approached 3 in the afternoon. Little Fish and her sisters were downstairs, playing with Chi Lan and He Hai. With the sudden arrival of these 3 precious little ones, the elderly couple felt compelled to showcase them proudly. The trio, with their charming looks and sweet tongues, quickly won the adoration of a group of middle-aged ladies. "Hey, Hime, I recall that He Shi was always single, right? How did he suddenly have children? Surely, he wasn't deceived by someone." This remark, dripping with sarcasm, cut through the previously harmonious atmosphere. It came from Aunt Wang, who lived on the floor below the He's. Her son was also attending university in the city, albeit at a more ordinary institution, and she had always taken pleasure in comparing him to He Shi, naturally feeling the need to defend her own. Her words were laced with veiled insinuations that He Shi had become a mere pawn for someone else. Chi Lan, who had been beaming moments ago, instantly darkened, retorting, "Does my son need to inform you about whether he dates?" Anyone with functioning eyes can see that these children belong to the He family. Furthermore, my daughter-in-law is both beautiful and virtuous. If you dare to spread slander, I shall not hesitate to silence you. The other women, who had a good relationship with Chi Lan, joined in with fervor. These 3 children are unmistakably the spitting image of He Shi. If someone is blind to that, they need to rectify their vision. Indeed, there's no need to be so spiteful. Aunt Wang, caught off guard by the vehement backlash to her offhand comment, felt as though she had been bitten by a dog. Little did she realize that these women had long harbored disdain for her, viewing her as petty and quarrelsome. What's the big deal about having a wealthy daughter-in-law? Is your son, Wang Hao, perhaps being taken advantage of? Aunt Wang's expression shifted dramatically. Your son is the one being taken advantage of. Speak carelessly again, and I shall not hesitate to confront you. Just as Lan was about to retort, an Audi A8 glided into the neighborhood. As the window rolled down, the unmistakable face of Wang Hao appeared. Aunt Wang, instantly elated, rushed to the car and called out, "Oh, son, why did you come back all of a sudden?" Wang Hao frowned deeply at her words. "Wasn't it you who called me?" He glanced at the crowd surrounding him, and the words he had on the tip of his tongue vanished. His mother had hastily called him the previous night, informing him that he sure had returned to his hometown, urging him to bring his girlfriend back today as well. Wang Hao quickly grasped his mother's intentions, though reluctant. The thought of He Shi's disdainful looks whenever they crossed paths spurred him to comply. His capabilities were rather average, and, after graduating in the city, he had yet to secure a commendable job. Fortunately, his good looks had attracted the attention of a wealthy woman. Ever since they began their relationship, he had been spared from the burdens of work, spending his days indulging in video games while a housekeeper catered to his needs. His life had become exceedingly carefree, and due to his adept care for her, even the car he drove now belonged to him. He had already concocted a plan to mock He Shi upon their encounter. "Why are we stopping? This environment is utterly dreadful." A woman's impatient voice echoed from the back seat. Aunt Wang eagerly leaned against the car window. "Is that my daughter-in-law inside? Come down and let Annie have a look." The woman glanced outside, ignoring Aunt Wang's words, and continued to bask in her leisure. Wang Hao awkwardly smiled at his mother and closed the window. After a prolonged pause, the woman finally begrudgingly opened the door. "Could you assist me with my bag?" Aunt Wang instinctively reached out her hand. The woman, clad in luxurious fur on a sweltering day, cast a haughty glance at her and casually said, "Auntie." She then added, "This bag is worth several thousand. Please do not mishandle it." Wang Hao, dressed in a suit, hurriedly approached to assist the woman down, even going so far as to graciously open an umbrella for her. The onlookers, including Lan with her grandchildren, could only suppress their disdain at the sight before them. This was no daughter-in-law. She appeared more like a demanding matriarch. Not to mention, with her expertly applied makeup, she looked significantly older than Wang Hao. What she claimed to be a girlfriend seemed more like a wealthy benefactor. And as for the prospect of marrying into their family, one could easily envision a scenario where she might tire of him and unceremoniously cast him aside. At that moment, Aunt Wang's perspective shifted. Regret enveloped her as she regarded Wang Hao. Had she known the situation would unfold like this, she would have never allowed her son to bring this woman home. The embarrassment was palpable. Yet, even as her frustration simmered, she dared not offend this affluent and influential woman. She had to ensure she was treated well. She resolved to have her son seize every opportunity to gain wealth from this situation, eventually concocting a reason to sever ties. A plan began to form in Aunt Wang's mind, envisioning a future where her newfound fortune would render the mockery from onlookers a mere memory. As these thoughts occupied her, Aunt Wang's pride began to resurface. Meanwhile, all eyes were fixed on the Wang family trio, oblivious to the arrival of He Shi and Nan Sun, who had just entered the neighborhood. "Dad, Mom, what are you doing here?" Nan Sun exclaimed as she stepped out of the car, waving cheerfully to the 3 children nearby. "Mommy, oh, little Sue, you've returned," Lan exclaimed as she joyfully approached with her grandchildren. "We're back. Everything went smoothly," Nan Sun replied, playfully winking. "We even visited them all and bought clothes for the family. Someone will deliver them shortly. You young folks only need to buy for yourselves. Your father and I have plenty of clothes. Gilan Ziplit, out with the old, in with the new. Susu even picked out a cheap pal for you. You must try it on with that jewelry set." Just then, He Shi joined them, and the 3 children eagerly surrounded their father, each receiving affectionate pats on their heads before they scampered off to play. "Is this your daughter-in-law?" The neighbors who were friendly with Lan approached, their eyes alight with admiration. "Indeed, she is my daughter-in-law," Lan declared, pulling Nan Sun closer and introducing her to the familiar faces. Nan Sun graciously greeted each neighbor. her refined demeanor and poise rendering even the most outspoken of the women momentarily bashful. Is it any wonder they produced such stunning children? Clearly, the mother's genes are at play. Indeed, he sure is quite handsome as well. What a perfect match. He may, with such a devoted daughter-in-law. You are surely blessed. The torrent of compliments showered upon Chi Lan, causing her to beam with joy. While this cheerful reunion unfolded, Aunt Wang seethed with indignation, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Wang Hao, equally discontent, shifted his gaze between Nansun and the luxurious Alford van parked nearby. The once arrogant woman, upon encountering He Shi, found her expression had turned pale. Chapter 39. The tumultuous class group. He Shi, it has been a long time since we last met. Where did you rent this car? It must have cost quite a fortune, right? Wang Hao couldn't resist asking, unable to believe that He Shi, who had just graduated not long ago, could afford a luxury car worth $3 million. However, before He Shi could respond, a woman beside him lifted her head, casting a strange glance in Wang Hao's direction. Wang Hao, puzzled, touched his cheek and remarked, "What's wrong, darling? Have you noticed that your husband has become more handsome?" His voice was not loud, but it drew the attention of several people around, causing his face to turn an unpleasant shade of green. Even Aunt Wang felt a tinge of embarrassment for her son's audacity, particularly with someone like He Shi standing nearby as a comparison. Why would I need a rent when I own a car rental company? He Shi's calm retort struck the crowd like a clap of thunder, leaving them stunned. Though the townspeople were not particularly knowledgeable about luxury cars, they could tell that the vehicle before them was beyond the means of an average person. They had surmised that the He family had prospered, but they never imagined that this He Shi had started his own company. A car rental company? Wang Hao thought he had misheard. He was well aware of He Shi's family background. Where could he possibly have the funds to establish a company? Aren't you just driving a taxi? He had specifically inquired about this previously, reveling in the knowledge for quite some time. What did it matter if he graduated from a prestigious university? He was still jobless, just like him. He Shi raised an eyebrow. It seems you are quite interested in me, but unfortunately, your interest lacks depth. What do you mean? Shut up. The woman, who had been trying to minimize her presence, finally shouted. Mr. He is the owner of a taxi company. While you waste your days immersed in games, what do you know? Only then did He Shi direct his gaze towards Wang Hao's companion. His memory was sharp. He recognized her as Wang Gaoda's mistress, whom he had seen not long ago at a 4S store in Shin City. It was amusing to see Wang Hao reduced to being supported by a mistress. However, He Shi had little interest in other people's affairs and chose not to expose her identity. Wang Hao remained in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what he had just heard. How could He Shi, merely a lowly driver, afford to run a company? It was impossible. Everything was impossible. The woman, witnessing his incredulity, rolled her eyes in exasperation and tossed him a video from her phone. It was a clip from Annie's previous live stream showcasing luxury cars, clearly introducing He Shi's identity. With him appearing on screen, his face was unmistakable to anyone with functioning eyesight. Wang Hao's face drained of color as he fixated on the long convoy of cars, realizing that his once prized Audi A8 was merely one of the most ordinary vehicles among them, causing him to stagger. Aunt Wang excitedly snatched the phone, only to collapse to the ground moments later, akin to a defeated rooster. She realized she could never hope to surpass Chi Lan in her lifetime. The woman, seeing that He Shi had no interest in her, sighed in relief. She opened the car door and, disregarding Wang's family's pleas, departed decisively. As for what transpired among the three afterward, He Shi had no time to concern himself, as he suddenly received a message from Yuan Bin. Bro, the class monitor has organized a gathering in the group. Are you coming? You could bring a +1. He Shi opened the long-muted high school group chat and indeed found that Chun Yang, the class monitor, had posted the gathering's details just minutes ago. It was scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning at the finest restaurant in the county, which was also their usual meeting place over the years. Regrettably, He Shi had only average relationships with everyone in high school, aside from Yuan Bin, and had never attended any previous gatherings. Sure, I'll go. It's rare for me to be back, and my girlfriend wants to meet your sister-in-law, He Shi replied after pondering for a moment. They had originally planned to visit their rural home tomorrow to see the uncles and grandparents. Following that, He Yuhai was to undergo a detailed examination at the hospital, awaiting surgery at the end of the month. If he attended the gathering in the morning, they would have to leave in the afternoon. That evening, He Shi and Nan Sun visited Chi Zhang's home to invite his parents for dinner and present the prepared gifts. The Chi family had always favored sons over daughters, resulting in a strained relationship with Chi Lan's maternal family. The only closeness was with the distantly related Chi Jiang family. Moreover, due to their proximity, their relationship had improved over the years. When He Yuhai fell ill, the Chi family lent them all their savings, which made He Shi feel particularly close to his cousin, even transferring 30 of his company's shares to him. Mr. and Mrs. Chi were warm and kind-hearted, and Chi Jiang naturally shared how much He Shi valued him during this visit. The elderly couple felt both gratified and appreciative, further strengthening the bond between their families. The dinner was filled with joy, and He Shi, Chi Jiang, and Mr. Chi even happily opened a bottle of wine together. Meanwhile, in the high school group chat, Yuan Bin's comment stirred a wave of previously silent members. Class monitor Chen Yang. Is He Shi coming too? It's been 4 years since we last saw our campus heartthrob. I'm looking forward to it. Yuan Bin. Yes. The heartthrob remains as charming as ever. He won't disappoint. Zhao Qian. The heartthrob must be earning a fortune now, right? After all, he was a top student, unlike me, who barely studied. Thankfully, my family has a business for me to inherit. The topic quickly veered off course, causing Yuan Bin a frown. They were no longer the naive students of the past, and it was natural for wealth and power to garner sycophants. But this was too realistic. Study committee member Sun Ling. Is He Shi definitely coming? Then I'll go too. Zhao Qian. Oh, even the class flower has emerged. After all these years, she still yearns for the heartthrob. Why not check out our brother Zhou instead? Many chimed in, recalling the trio's exploits in school, which had been the talk of the town for quite some time. Sun Ling, being both academically gifted and beautiful, had caught the eye of the wealthy Zhou Ruiji upon their initial class split, yet her heart remained with He Shi. However, the heartthrob had always dismissed girls, resulting in him rejecting her confession, which Zhou Ruiji had resented ever since. Yuan Bin hadn't anticipated that, after all these years, one still harbored feelings for He Shi while the other bore animosity toward him. Unfortunately, given He Shi's temperament, he might have even forgotten who they were. The chatter in the group continued. Wen Jing, but He Shi is indeed handsome. I can't wait for tomorrow's gathering. Huang Xian, Ling Ling is not bad either, and she just graduated to join a big company. Go for it. Went over the heartthrob tomorrow. The speakers were a few girls who had once had a crush on He Shi, but knew it was unlikely. They could only place their hopes on Sun Ling. If the two could become a couple, it would be a case of good fortune staying within familiar bounds. As the discussions grew more absurd, Zhou Ruiji could no longer contain his irritation, prompting Yuan Bin to quickly type a response. Yuan Bin, forget it. The heartthrob is already married. He will most likely bring his wife tomorrow. With this bombshell dropped, Yuan Bin left the chat nonchalantly, resolutely ignoring any further mentions. Chapter 40. The school heartthrob is surprisingly married at a young age. Son, are you asleep? Just as He Shi was about to take a shower, a knock on the door interrupted him. What is it, Mom? Qilan stood outside the door, handing him a package. It arrived today. I saw that you signed for it. He sure speculated that it was the property deed for the subsidy from the system. After receiving it, he pretended to close the door. Qilan glanced at his disheveled collar, hesitated, and finally whispered a warning. Take it easy tonight. After all, their old house had poor sound insulation. He sure paused for a moment, then awkwardly touched his nose. Once Qi Lan's figure disappeared, he returned to his room. What did Mom say? Nansen curiously asked as he stood in the doorway. Ahem. Nothing much, just gave me a package. He sure walked to the table and opened the box to find the property deeds for 10 shops on Jinxi Street in Bin City, as well as a villa on the top of Jintan Bay. Nansen had grown accustomed to his occasional real estate purchases. She glanced at the documents and was about to return to bed when he sure grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. What are you doing? He sure looked at her delicate face, untouched by makeup, and teased, what do you think? His deep, seductive voice made Nansun's ears flush instantly. Now that we are officially married, shouldn't you celebrate with your husband? He sure cornered her against the table, his prominent nose grazing the slender curve of her swan-like neck. His warm breath cascaded down, causing Nansun to instinctively raise her chin. Don't. It tickles. He sure knew every sensitive spot on his wife, especially her neck and waist, which he adored the most. His sensual lips began at her collarbone, slowly traversing to her ear, leaving no inch of skin untouched. Before long, her petite earlobes reddened as if they were bleeding. Their breaths became increasingly heavy. He sure, don't you think that we, do it too often? 7 days a week. Shouldn't we take a break? You should. Restrain yourself. Nan Sun struggled to suppress her moans, but was firmly silenced by He Shi's kiss. He pulled the curtains shut with a decisive motion. Little did he know, this small desk that had accompanied him through his academic years would one day serve a different purpose. In the kitchen, Chi Lan, with dark circles under her eyes, turned to glare at her son, who was frying eggs. She looked at Nan Sun, who had just emerged from the bedroom, her eyes glistening with sleep. The words she wanted to say caught in her throat. Forget it. Tonight, they would just change places once they got to the village. The young couple might be able to compose themselves. During breakfast, he sure glanced at his brother He Shi, who also sported dark circles, and felt a rare pang of guilt. He hurriedly swallowed a few bites of food before dragging his wife out the door. Seeing the relieved expression on her husband's face, Nan Sun couldn't help but huff in annoyance. She decided firmly to sleep with the children tonight. Otherwise, if this continued, the two of them would surely end up embarrassed in the hospital, with plenty of time before the gathering. He sure took Nan Sun to the only scenic spot in the county, Fengshan. Many local retirees came to the mountain for morning exercises, and on weekends, some young folks would appear. In the past, when the He family elders visited, he sure would accompany them as well. At the good-tasting restaurant, class monitor Chun Yang was already waiting at the entrance. This gathering promised to be more attended than any in previous years, primarily due to the presence of He Shi and his wife. Many were skeptical about the school heartthrob's early marriage and were eager to investigate. Also arriving early were Sun Ling and her close friends, followed by Zhou Ruiji and others in luxury cars. They all stood at the restaurant entrance in unison, as if awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. Only Yuan Bin and his girlfriend arrived close to 9. Chun Yang hurriedly approached him, glancing back continuously. Yuan Bin chuckled and pushed his head aside. Stop looking. He sure didn't come with me. He said he was taking his wife to stroll around Fengshan, so he'll be late. Upon hearing this, many felt a sense of regret, especially Sun Ling, who had painstakingly prepared for this meeting, adorned in high heels and exquisite makeup. Despite knowing that her crush was married, she found it hard to accept. After all, he sure was famously unattainable at their school. She couldn't even imagine how such an aloof person would treat his beloved. Zhou Ruiji, who had been eyeing her, felt a flash of anger. He couldn't fathom how He sure could compare to him, aside from being handsome and academically gifted. With a Lamborghini key dangling from his fingers, he casually tossed a wad of cash onto the front desk, extravagantly upgrading their reserved ordinary room to a top-tier suite, charging all expenses to his account. Zhou Ruiji's actions drew the attention of old classmates, who followed him upstairs in a grand procession, including Sun Ling listening to the flurry of compliments. Zhou Ruiji couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. What did it matter if he sure was the school heartthrob or a top student? Wealth was the ultimate truth. Chapter 41. The Reunion. A stunning debut. The exquisite VIP room on the 4th floor exuded luxury. Beyond the dining area, there were game rooms and karaoke lounges, providing a fresh perspective for this group of young professionals. Zhou Ruiji took the initiative to sit at the head of the table, graciously pulling out a chair for Sun Ling naturally. She could not refuse such an opportunity to be the center of attention. Most of the attendees were classmates who had remained in the province. Sun Ling was interning at a prominent company in Binhai, while Yuan Bin worked at a luxurious hotel as front desk. Zhou Ruiji attentively poured a glass of water for Sun Ling and placed it beside her. I heard you were accepted by the Tianhe pharmaceutical branch in Binhai. My company is also venturing into the medical field, and I would love to seek your guidance, he said. Sun Ling glanced at his exquisite watch and smiled, nodding in agreement. The two engaged in conversation, and the atmosphere became quite congenial. Opposite them, Yuan Bin held his girlfriend's hand, subtly shaking his head at the scene. He remembered Sun Ling from school, intelligent and strong-willed. She had never shown any deference to Zhou Ruiji and his privileged friends. Who would have thought that such a proud individual would one day become so superficial? His unexpected reflection piqued the curiosity of his girlfriend, Xiameng, who was a charming girl with round cheeks and bright eyes, possessing an innocent demeanor and a singular passion for food. They were university classmates, now working at the same hotel, albeit in different departments. "When is your beautiful sister-in-law arriving?" she inquired playfully, twirling her cup. "Is she truly as stunning as you claim?" Yuan Bin felt a sense of helplessness at his girlfriend's obliviousness. Should Ti, a normal girl, feel jealous upon hearing her boyfriend praise another woman? "You'll see for yourself soon. She seems quite amiable and should get along with you." He replied, "Really? That sounds delightful." Chen Yang, sitting nearby, could no longer contain his curiosity and nudged Yuan Bin. "Is it true that He Xiaoqiao is married? Why would I lie to you? Is there any need for that?" Yuan Bin rolled his eyes. Since yesterday, countless people had inquired about it. Yet when he spoke the truth, they refused to believe him. Just as Chen Yang was about to continue, a server knocked and entered, announcing that the dishes were ready. As the organizer of the gathering, Chen Yang felt compelled to take charge. He stood up to remind everyone to take their seats and pretended to deliver a few formal remarks, leaving the rest for Zhou Ruiji to manage. Delicate dishes began to grace the table. Abalone and lobster, each played a work of art, far surpassing the ordinary fare they had previously enjoyed. Zhou Ruiji was the first to pick up his chopsticks, serving Sun Ling before signaling everyone to relax. However, the female classmates who were close to Sun Ling exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at the intimate atmosphere between her and Zhou Ruiji. After all, they had vowed to help their friend win over He Shi, only to witness her being the first to falter. It dawned on them that the affections of adults were rendered trivial in the face of wealth. If someone like Sun Ling, who seemed to embody privilege, could behave so, what hope did they have? The conversation had shifted from light-hearted tales of their youth to a competitive atmosphere, where flattery and social climbing became the norm. After a while, Yuan Bin grew disinterested and repeatedly wished for his good friend to arrive. Finally, a knock at the door interrupted the chatter, and the once vibrant atmosphere fell silent as everyone turned in unison towards the entrance. A staff member in uniform stepped in, followed by none other than He Xiaoqiao, whose handsome visage had only grown more refined over the years. In an instant, the hearts of all the young women present raced, and Sun Ling rose excitedly. Just as she was about to call out He Shi's name, she noticed the previously aloof man suddenly smile warmly and extend his hand toward the entrance. Entering beside him was a stunning woman with raven hair and porcelain skin, her elegance accentuated by a striking red dress that showcased her beauty without the need for makeup. The juxtaposition of her cool demeanor and alluring presence made all the women instinctively shrink back. Sun Ling, witnessing the pair standing together, clenched her teeth in frustration. This was the first time in her life she felt defeated without a fight. Turning to Zhou Ruiji, her ire flared as she realized the truth about those who only valued appearances. Eventually, it was Yuan Bin who regained his composure and guided the couple to a vacant seat beside him. While the subtle gazes around the room fixated on He Shi and Nan Sun, Zhou Ruiji called for the server and ordered the most expensive red wine available, then stood up, tapping the edge of the table to gather attention. "Ahem, if I could have your attention, please. This is our first reunion of the year, and I'm thrilled to see so many familiar faces, especially our dear He Xiaoqiao. So tonight's meal is on me. Please indulge yourselves, and let us have the servers bring out more of those delectable dishes." He continued, "This is He Xiaoqiao's first reunion since graduating, and he has graciously brought a friend along. So please, don't be shy." At his words, many exchanged puzzled looks. It was evident to anyone with eyes that He Shi and Nan Sun shared an extraordinary bond, and, as Yuan Bin had mentioned, they were likely married. Yet Zhou Ruiji insisted on referring to them as mere friends, leaving little doubt about his intentions. "Zhao Qian, don't we have plenty of desserts that the ladies enjoy? Let us get those out." Zhou Ruiji turned to Nan Sun, his smile broad. "May I ask your name, beautiful lady? This town is quite small. If you ever visit Binhai, I would be delighted to extend my hospitality. By the way, I'm Zhou Ruiji. He sure must have mentioned me. I am the future heir of the Zhou group in Binhai." Upon hearing this, He Shi's expression turned icy. While many admired Nan Sun's beauty, he had never encountered someone so brazenly attempting to curry favor. The air in the room thickened with tension. Zhou Ruizhi soon sensed He Shi's displeasure and provocatively met his icy gaze, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Just then, Nan Sun spoke, addressing He Shi. "Darling, it seems I've been quite ignorant. I only just grasped the meanings of those words, self-important, smug, and overreaching. By the way, what does the Zhou group do? Does it compare to our Qinli assets?" He Shi's demeanor regained its composure as he leaned in to plant a soft kiss on her crimson lips, eliciting gasps from those around them. "Well, I'm not quite sure. A Haven T looked into it. Compared to first-tier cities like Shuncheng and Yincheng, we certainly don't need to rush. Our investment plans have been high," he replied, his tone thoughtful. Nan Sun nodded as if considering his words. "That is fine. You still have Wan Jia, Li Yong, and Nan Shi, which surely surpasses the Zhou group, right?" Nan Shi was the name of He Shi's newly registered investment company, a name he had long envisioned for its future headquarters. The couple spoke casually, while the old classmates, including Yuan Bin, were left utterly astonished. Although they might not be familiar with the reputations of Xing, Qianli, and Nan Shi, there is no one who would be unaware of the likes of Wan Jia and Li Yong, two of the nation's leading enterprises. But what do they just mean? All of this belongs to He Shi? This was more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Yet, the expressions on their faces did not suggest they were fabricating tales. After all, the shareholder information of such colossal companies is readily available online. Consequently, someone immediately pulled out their phone, eager to ascertain the truth. After all, it would be evident at a glance. Chapter 42. The triplets bring their parents home, lo and behold. It is indeed true. The Li Yong Group, with the second largest shareholder, He Shi, possessing a remarkable 30 stake. Furthermore, Wan Jia Investment, where He Shi astonishingly holds a 60 share, making him the largest shareholder and chairman. Could this be a case of sharing a name? Surely not. The crowd was in disbelief, especially Zhou Ruizhi and Sun Ling, as if struck by a thunderbolt, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. They could hardly fathom that He Shi, who had ventured to Shuncheng just 4 years ago, had achieved such monumental success. He had transformed into a figure they could only aspire to reach. Sun Ling was filled with regret. Had she known of He Shi's capabilities, she would have relentlessly pursued him to Shuncheng, even after being rejected. To befriend such a person, even as an ordinary companion, would surely surpass her current arduous internship. As for romantically pursuing He Shi, she was self-aware enough to recognize the futility. Had there been even a glimmer of hope, she would not have remained in Bincheng post-graduation. Taking a deep breath, Sun Ling glanced at Zhou Ruizhi, whose face was ashen. Her true reason for attending the gathering was him. Liking someone and facing reality were two different matters. Ultimately, her own interests reigned supreme. Meanwhile, Zhou Ruizhi's expression was a mask of fury. Today was ostensibly his stage, yet He Shi had effortlessly stolen the limelight. On what grounds? Having a woman of such caliber was one thing, but even his proud lineage was being likened to mere dross. Zhou Ruizhi was consumed with resentment. His fists clenched tightly, yearning to act, yet his body felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. His eyes burned red, resembling a lion trapped in a cage on the verge of eruption. Noticing his distress, Zhao Qian hurried to support his shoulder, suggesting that he should be taken home, as it appeared he was on the brink of a breakdown. Nan Sun observed this and remarked coolly, "What a poor capacity for emotional resilience." Yuan Bin muttered quietly. It was merely the realization that someone he had previously looked down upon had suddenly become a person of great stature, resulting in an overwhelming sense of disparity. To be driven to near madness was truly frightening. Thus, Zhou Ruizhi was escorted away by a few close classmates, and after a moment's hesitation, Sun Ling followed suit. This dramatic exit was unexpected for everyone present. However, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Many classmates sought to connect with He Shi, but alas, Yuan Bin and Chun Yang monopolized his attention. Meanwhile, Nan Sun was engaged in conversation with Xie Ming, both possessing vibrant personalities that made them feel instantly at ease with one another. As the gathering concluded, Xie Ming clung to her hand, reluctant to part ways. In the end, He Shi settled the bill for the meal and gifted everyone a fine bottle of wine, bringing comfort to those who had not managed to speak with him. A throng of people descended the stairs. As they rounded a corner, the sounds of children's innocent calls echoed from a lobby. "Daddy! Mommy!" Their eyes instinctively turned in that direction, momentarily stunned, as three children came rushing towards them. Yuan Bin was about to clarify the mix-up when he saw He Shi and Nan Sun crouching down to embrace the little ones. "This?" Yuan Bin's eyes widened in shock, his words caught in his throat, unable to emerge. He Shi affectionately patted his sons' and daughters' heads, then dropped a bombshell. "This is my son, Xiao Yuer, my eldest daughter, Xiang Xiang, and my youngest, Nian Nian. They're triplets." "Goodness." Chun Yang was the first to lose control, exclaiming, "Now that's what you call a winner in life. I've finally witnessed it today." Yuan Bin's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Xiaming pinched him sharply, prompting a reaction. The other classmates were equally incredulous. Who would have thought that the handsome He Shi, so young, was not only married but also a father of three? Yuan Bin and Chun Yang exchanged knowing glances and gave him a thumbs up, expressing their admiration. "Impressive, brother." He Shi humbly smiled. "It's nothing. My wife is remarkable." Yuan Bin playfully punched his shoulder. "Come on, three at once. If it were me, I'd boast about it for a lifetime." Nan Sun had the triplets greet their aunts and uncles before leading them towards Qilon. Noticing the gloomy sky outside, they realized it had begun to rain. "Mom, thank you for coming to pick us up. I could just take a cab with He Shi." Qilon smiled as she took her hand. "I was just idle at home. Perfect timing to take Xiao Yuer and the others out for a stroll." The rain isn't heavy. The affectionate bond between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law evoked envy among the female classmates who quietly observed Nan Sun. Even Xiaming's expression was filled with longing. Though she had met her future in-laws, and her mother-in-law had treated her kindly, it lacked the naturalness exhibited by Nan Sun and He Shi's mother. Concerned about the rain intensifying, the group exchanged brief farewells before parting ways. Yuan Bin and his girlfriend were returning to work the next day, so they arranged to meet He Shi and Nan Sun again when they reached Bincheng. In the afternoon, the seven of them drove to He Jia village, the longtime residence of He Shi's grandparents, uncles, and aunts. Here, most families could trace their lineage back 3 generations to a common ancestor, fostering closely knit ties among the villagers. Upon their arrival, it naturally sparked a commotion. Although they had given prior notice, the sight of Nan Sun and the 3 children brought tears of joy to the elders. Both uncles had sons, but the triplets were a rare blessing, a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. The He family had only ever had 1 pair of twins throughout the years, although there had been instances of triplets on the grandmother's side. Thus, the arrival of He Shi's family was met with overwhelming warmth and excitement. With 4 generations gathered, the house was filled to capacity, bustling with the same cheer as a festive holiday. The 3 little ones, encountering so many relatives for the first time, were curious yet completely at ease. Xiao Yuer, in particular, carried himself with the gravitas of an adult, making everyone laugh heartily. Xiang Xiang and Yin Yin were equally endearing and clever, and it wasn't too long before the trio mingled effortlessly, playing joyously with their 2 older cousins. As for He Shi, he initially intended to assist his cousins in relocating to Shunqing. However, they were accustomed to life here and had elderly family members to care for, leading them to decide to stay in their hometown. Upon learning that his 2 cousins were considering starting a vegetable greenhouse, He Shi promptly invested 2 million. Interestingly, his only little cousin from the second uncle's family was preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination and harbored aspirations of moving to Shunqing. Chapter 43. The luxurious 1,600 square meter villa. After spending a night in the village, He Shi took his parents, wife, and children to Bincheng. Yohai's surgery was scheduled for 2 days later, and prior to that, a comprehensive examination was necessary. They headed to the largest central hospital in Bincheng, the same institution where Yohai had previously received treatment. Upon arrival, He Shi promptly sought an audience with his father's attending physician. The doctor, an elderly gentleman in his 50s with graying hair, was renowned for his expertise in nephrology. "Dr. Su, how is my father's condition?" He Shi inquired. "At present, everything appears stable, but we will need to conduct further examinations for precise details. However, the surgery is merely the beginning. The subsequent treatment will incur significant expenses. Your family. Dr. Su hesitated, fully aware of the financial circumstances surrounding his patients. Although he was uncertain how they had suddenly gathered the funds for the surgery, it was evident that they had likely exhausted their savings. Hearing this, He Shi smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Su, but rest assured regarding the expenses. My father is already in a premium ward. Oh, Dr. Su raised an eyebrow in surprise, but refrained from probing further, recognizing that such matters were private. He then continued to inform He Shi and the others about the precautions necessary before and after the surgery, as well as the potential risks involved. Ding! The system detected that the host's father was about to undergo a major surgery, granting a 60 equity subsidy from the medical company and bestowing the host with top-tier medical knowledge. Ding! The 60 equity has been credited. A representative will contact the host shortly, so please ensure your phone remains accessible. As the system's voice faded, He Shi experienced a sudden clarity, as if enlightenment had struck him. Countless medical terminologies and symbols flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Beside him, Nansun quickly supported his arm, her concern evident. Are you all right? He Shi reassured her by gently squeezing her hand. I'm fine. It might just be low blood sugar. Dr. Su promptly handed him a piece of candy, which he accepted gratefully, allowing Nansun to relax. At that moment, armed with superior medical knowledge, He Shi was equivalent to a chief physician in theoretical understanding. Reflecting on Dr. Su's words, he comprehended his father's illness fully. While the surgery carried risks, they were minimal. With proper post-operative care, his father could lead a normal life for several more decades, a thought that instantly eased He Shi's heart. After expressing their gratitude to Dr. Su, the family returned to the ward. He Shi had changed into a patient gown and was preparing to undergo his examination with the nurse. They waited for several hours, but fortunately, the results were favorable, and the surgery could proceed as planned the following day. The premium ward was indeed a step above the ordinary, offering a pleasant environment, dedicated accompanying beds, and a private restroom. Along the wall, a row of sofas created an open-style living room. That evening, Qi insisted on staying at the hospital, and He Shi, unable to persuade her otherwise, took his wife and children home. He already had the keys to the mountaintop villa at Jintan Bay, just a 20-minute drive from the hospital. Thus, He Shi opted against searching for a hotel and drove directly to Jintan Bay. The system had subsidized a mountaintop villa, which, as He Shi had anticipated, spanned an impressive 1,600 square meters. It came with a dedicated butler, though he was temporarily dismissed after showing them around. The expansive property elicited admiration from Nansun and little heir, who nodded in awe at their husband and father. Meanwhile, Xiang and Yin were overjoyed, racing around the villa in exuberance. The villa's exterior reflected a modern minimalist design, with a similarly styled interior dominated by black and white tones. However, the warm yellow lighting transformed the ambience dramatically, creating a cozy atmosphere. Large floor-to-ceiling windows provided a bright and refreshing view, complemented by exquisite crystal chandeliers and decor. The spacious main living area featured a balcony with hanging chairs, offering an unobstructed vista that invigorated the spirit. The villa stood 3 stories tall, boasting over 20 rooms, with the top floor hosting an open-air garden and swimming pool. Surrounded by mountains and water, the view of the sea in the distance was breathtaking, elevated 15 meters above sea level, providing a 360-degree panoramic experience. Nansun leaned against the balcony railing, gazing at the myriad of lights below, her eyes sparkling like stars. He Shi wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Together, they savored the distant sound of waves and the laughter of their children, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Given the inconvenience of bringing the children to the hospital, He Shi decided to drive alone the next day. After dropping Qi off at the mountaintop villa that evening, he returned to the hospital to keep his father company. Finally, the day of He Shi's surgery arrived. Not only had He Shi's family arrived early, but even his uncles and cousins were present. Lying in the hospital bed, He Shi observed the concern etched on his family's faces and smiled reassuringly, waving his hand. However, When the three children saw their grandfather being wheeled away, they suddenly burst into tears. Nian Nian rushed to the bedside, grasping He Yohai's fingers tightly. Despite their young age, they understood their grandfather's illness and feared they might never see him again, filling their hearts with sorrow. Unlike other children, their cries were soft but heart-wrenching, intensifying the adult's anguish. Ultimately, it was He Shi who calmed them down. "Listen, my dear ones, Grandpa is very strong. He'll be fine after the surgery. You wouldn't want Grandpa to be in a wheelchair and unable to play with you, would you?" Nian Nian shook her head vigorously, her little nose twitching from tears. "Daddy, I want to play with Grandpa." "That's right. We must trust the doctors. So let us wait outside with your mommy for Grandpa to feel better, all right? Can I make a pinky promise with Grandpa?" Nian Nian asked. He Yuhai, watching his grandchildren, readily agreed, of course. Thus, each child approached their grandfather, linking pinkies, before contentedly returning to He Shi's side. This heartwarming scene brought tears to the eyes of several young nurses nearby. As Yuhai lay on the operating table, he felt a deep sense of warmth within him. For the sake of his beloved grandchildren, he was determined to recover swiftly. Time ticked away. The red sign indicating surgery in progress finally extinguished after 3 hours. He Shi, with Nan Sun, swiftly supported Qi Lan as they rushed to the operating room door. Dr. Su removed his mask, smiling and nodding. "The surgery was successful. We will monitor for another hour. If all remains well, he can be transferred to a regular ward." With that single statement, the hearts of the He family collectively eased. The three children, now asleep, smiled in their dreams. Chapter 44. The Radiant Buff Bonus He Yohai surgery was remarkably successful, and after spending over a week in the hospital, he was finally granted permission to leave. During this time, He Shi took the opportunity to consolidate all the enterprises he had invested in, including the performances of his partners in Yin City and Peng City. He now held shares in 37 companies, with stakes ranging from a minimum of 15 to a maximum of 60. Among these, there were 21 companies in Xin City, and 8 each in Yin City and Peng City, all of which were among the top enterprises in the region. Furthermore, with his partners still on business trips, this number was expected to grow. With the tenfold investment return buff in place, He Shi's original assets, once in the hundreds of billions, had now multiplied beyond 100-fold, making him a true trillionaire. Thus, in the ensuing 2 months where the return effects remained, he had to race against time to formulate investment plans for nearly 700 cities across the nation and arrange for their implementation. It became evident that relying solely on Li Tong and the others would be impossible. He Shi contemplated that it was time to recruit more talents for Nansha investment. Ding! The system detected that the host required a substantial number of financial professionals, activating the Radiant Buff. Once activated, the host company would attract talents from the financial sector to apply. "Please bind the company name," the system prompted. After a brief pause, He Shi declared, "Nansha Investment." The mechanical voice of the system promptly responded, "Would you like to activate the Radiant Buff now?" "Activate." Within minutes, He Shi's phone began to ring incessantly, and his inbox filled with numerous unread emails. He pressed the answer button, and on the other end was Li Tong. "Mr. He, several notable figures from the investment world just called, expressing interest in applying to our Nansha investment. Yu Zun, Su Mingju, Zhao Guang." All of them were illustrious personalities in the investment sector, having achieved remarkable success. To label them as big shots would be an understatement. However, Li Tong found it puzzling that these individuals, who were thriving in their own companies, would want to join their fledgling enterprise. He Shi, noticing the excitement in Li Tong's voice, smiled slightly. He casually opened the emails and found that the first few were indeed from the individuals Li Tong had mentioned. "No worries, I'll handle these 6. There will likely be many more applications today, so arrange interview times for those who seem promising. But, Mr. He, our office is not yet established. Let them work from home for now. Those who can accept it should do so. With the system buff in play, we can afford to be flexible. Additionally, recruitment information for other departments could also be disseminated." Ho Jian was quick in his actions. It wouldn't be long before the headquarters building was ready. By then, Nansha Investment will be the first to move into the Nansha Group headquarters. "Understood, Mr. He." After managing all the emails, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Naturally, the 6 individuals were retained. and they would be ready to start within 3 days at the latest. Trusting the right people and allowing them the freedom to perform, He Shi immediately assigned them business trip tasks. As for other matters, with the versatile Li Tong as his assistant, he had no need for concern. Exiting the study, he headed straight for the living room, where he found the grandfather and grandchildren engrossed in play, before making his way to the kitchen. To recuperate, He Shi had moved to the mountaintop villa after his discharge. As for Chi Lan, she had returned to Pingyuan County, accompanied by Nan's son. The two women had gone to handle the family's fruit shop and sort through clothes. After much persuasion from He Shi and Nan's son, the elderly couple finally agreed to move to Shin City. They aimed to assist in caring for the children, who were soon to celebrate their birthdays and would be starting kindergarten shortly thereafter. Nan's son had devoted the past few years to the children, and Chi Lan felt sympathetic, wishing for her daughter-in-law to have time to pursue her own interests. Additionally, Shun City boasted a superior medical environment. Notably, He Shi owned a pharmaceutical company, and the private hospital affiliated with it was renowned nationwide, which would greatly benefit He Shi's ongoing recovery. The more time they spent with the three children, the harder it became for the elderly couple to part ways. Ultimately, after careful consideration, they acquiesced. "Mom, if you're reluctant to leave the shop, we can stay." Nan's son stood at the door, unable to contain her feelings at seeing Chi Lan's reluctant expression. Given the He family's current wealth, retaining the shop merely for sentimental reasons seemed unnecessary. However, Chi Lan shook her head. She and He Shi had worked tirelessly in that small store for over a decade, naturally wishing for it to thrive. With their family moving away, it was unlikely they would return to the county, and it would be better to hand it over to someone in need. "Sister He, rest assured, I will take good care of this shop," spoke the owner who had previously sold melons on the street. He had thought the shop was doomed, only to be surprised when Chi Lan suddenly reached out to him. After signing the necessary documents and sealing them, the two women took one last look at the shop before returning to the He family. They loaded their belongings into the car and bid farewell to all their relatives and neighbors before picking up Chi Zhang's family to return to Shun City together. Just before sunset, the group finally arrived at Jintai Bay. He Shi had prepared a lavish spread, and upon hearing the sound of the car, he rushed out to greet them. "Wife, you've worked hard." He took the bag from Nan's son's hands, carefully inspecting her from head to toe. Seeing her as she was when she left, he felt relieved. Meanwhile, Chi Jiang, witnessing the affectionate exchange, couldn't help but roll his eyes, only to be sharply reprimanded by Chi Mu. "What's wrong? Are you envious? Then why didn't you go on a blind date when I arranged one for you?" Initially, she thought her son had finally wised up and proactively suggested a blind date. Who would have guessed that he would flake out at the last moment, leaving the girl waiting? Chi Jiang felt wronged. He had wanted to go on a blind date, but his mother had conveniently invited his ex-girlfriend. That woman was a complete nightmare. He had finally managed to break free from her clutches, and he certainly wasn't too keen on jumping back into that fire. Useless. Chi Mu shot a glare at her son before striding into the villa. Gazing at the opulent crystal chandelier overhead, she couldn't help but be momentarily lost in thought. Chi Fu and Chi Mu had visited the villa once after He Shi's surgery, yet they were still astounded by the grandeur. Even Chi Jiang was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. Seeing this, He Shi smiled mysteriously. If they were to witness the luxurious estate of the sandalwood garden and the newly subsidized grand manor, their jaws would surely drop. In the following days, He Shi fulfilled his promise to take his wife and children on a cruise, even diving with Nan's son. Later, he invited Yuan Bin and Xia Meng, and together, the young people explored the entirety of Bin City. Finally, just days before the three little ones' birthdays, the family returned to Shin City. Simultaneously, news of the completion of the country's first 8-star hotel construction spread rapidly across the internet. Chapter 45. The extravagant birthday celebration. This event seemed to materialize out of thin air, as no one had noticed anything amiss beforehand. Upon closer inquiry, it was revealed that a luxurious 5-star hotel had been lavishly renovated following its acquisition by a wealthy magnate. Nestled on the outskirts of the South Bay district, the establishment boasts a vast expanse, soaring to a height of 88 stories. The interior design showcases over 20 distinct styles, traversing various eras. and each floor appears to transport one to a different time period. Furthermore, there exists an impressive array of themed rooms, totaling several hundred, encompassing elements from diverse animated films, television series, and more. Each room is attended by a dedicated team of 5 service personnel, and the culinary offerings are overseen by masters of national banquet caliber. Naturally, the cost for a single night's stay is steep. However, the invisible wealthy of the city are even more plentiful. Within just a few days, patronizing this 8-star hotel has become a hallmark of the elite. Numerous successful individuals from other provinces have flocked here, each a titan in their respective fields. Yet, amid the splendor of owning such a premier 8-star hotel, he sure finds himself on the floor assembling an airplane model for his son. Sitting cross-legged on the carpet, he is surrounded by various parts, while his 3 children wait patiently nearby, with only the little white one occasionally causing a ruckus with its tail. Amused and exasperated, He Shi gently pats the smooth head of the little creature, saying, "All right, it's just that I didn't bring you along this time. It's been several days, and you're still sulking? Why do you only take it out on me?" To his surprise, the little white one quickly shakes off his hand and scuttles behind the little fish, adopting a stance of stubborn displeasure. Just as He Shi is about to tease it further, Qilon suddenly enters the room. The little fish moves his small hand, ready to tuck the little white one into his clothing, when Qilon cheerfully exclaims, "No need to hide. I've been feeding this little fellow for several days now." Initially startled upon discovering the snake in her son's home, she soon realized that the creature was quite tame, especially with a cozy nook prepared for it on the balcony, leading her to suspect it was cared for by her daughter-in-law. After feeding it a few times, she even felt a sense of accomplishment. "Come eat. Didn't we say we would celebrate the children's birthdays at that grand hotel today? Are you and Xiao Sun heading over first, or shall we all go together?" He Shi rises, casually scooping up the little white one. Sun and I will head over first to check things out. Your cousin will come and pick you up later." This marks the first birthday celebration he is hosting for the children, having arranged everything days in advance. To ensure all goes smoothly, he naturally intends to oversee preparations personally. Meanwhile, at the South Hotel, prior to their arrival, only the managing general manager, Ren Sheng, was aware of the identity of the behind-the-scenes owner. Thus, when He Shi and Nan Sun entered the lobby, only the general manager awaited them. However, their striking appearances drew considerable attention. The 5 young men and women at the reception desk, noticing the manager personally attending to them, became curious about He Shi and Nan Sun's identities. Unfortunately, due to the stringent rules governing the establishment, their every move was under scrutiny, leaving no opportunity for idle gossip. The trio then ascended directly to the 81st floor via a private elevator. This uppermost level is reserved as He Shi's private domain, inaccessible to the public, while the offices for various departments are situated on the 3 lower floors. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a dazzling, ornate screen. Turning a corner, they were met with a breathtaking vista of pastel blue and pink hues. Overwhelmed by the sight before her, Nan Sun felt a wave of emotion. To prepare such delightful treasures for the children, He Shi, as their father, must have put in considerable effort. Unable to contain herself, she rose on her toes and tenderly kissed his refined profile. Little fish and the others will surely be overjoyed. At noon, the little ones, Xiang and Yin in their princess dresses, along with the little fish in a smart suit and shoes, arrived at the hotel punctually. As they exited the elevator, the trio erupted in joyful exclamations. Not far away, Mickey and Minnie Mouse characters were approaching, hand in hand, dancing to the music. Encouraged by their grandparents and various uncles, the children were led into the grand hall, their faces alight with anticipation. Inside, colorful balloons filled with whimsy adorned every corner, while an array of cartoon figures graced the walls. At the center stood an enormous blue children's castle, with a pumpkin carriage on one side and a helicopter alongside a sports car on the other. Though they appeared miniature, resembling toys meant for children, both the aircraft and the sports car had been custom ordered by He Shi from abroad and airlifted back just days prior. Additionally, towering Barbie dolls, Disney characters, Transformers, and Ultramen were on display. Further ahead, a gigantic square gift box awaited. Mickey and Minnie approached, extending their hands to gently pull the ribbon, revealing a towering cake, nearly as tall as a person. Beside the cake rested 3 exquisite albums, each inscribed with the names of the children: Little Fish, Xiang Xiang, and Yen Yen. Within these albums were growth comics that Nan Sun had illustrated for the trio, featuring individual scenes as well as family moments. Accompanying each illustration were heartfelt blessings and messages from He Shi, thoughtfully annotated with pinyin, ensuring that as they entered kindergarten, the clever children would quickly grasp their meanings. In addition to these treasures, there was an album chronicling the daily life of the He family, filled with moments from their 5-member household, alongside messages from He Shi and Nan Sun. After flipping through a few pages, the children's eyes sparkled with delight. The little fish was the first to rush towards Mickey and Minnie, hugging their legs tightly and affectionately nuzzling against them. Following suit, Xiang Xiang and Yin Yin joined in. "Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Mommy." The 3 little ones chimed in unison. He Shi and Nan Sun removed their headpieces, exchanged smiles, and knelt down to embrace them. This heartwarming scene brought tears to Chi Lan's eyes, prompting her to quickly capture the moment with her new smartphone, a gift from her son. "This shall be our family's collective diary. Little Fish will also take care of his sisters, and together with Mommy and Daddy, we'll record our feelings here. All right?" Upon hearing this, the little fish assumed a serious demeanor, cradling the album with care and earnestly promising, "I will, Daddy." He Shi promptly praised him, affectionately patting his little face. As the birthday song began to play, the little fish and his sisters closed their eyes, earnestly making birthday wishes. Uncles and aunts present at the event offered gifts and warm wishes. Finally, after savoring the cake, the celebration of the trio's 3rd birthday reached a joyous conclusion. Chapter 46. The mysterious buyer of rare color diamonds, my dear. My Weibo account has gained a multitude of followers. Nanchuan hurriedly entered the study, her slippers slapping against the floor as she presented her phone to He Shi. Since Chi Lan and He Yohai's arrival, the 3 little ones had someone to care for them every day. Nanchuan devoted more of her energy to painting, heeding Annie's advice to register a Weibo account where she occasionally showcased her works. Although many casual viewers found them appealing, the lack of professional acclaim kept her popularity lukewarm. To her surprise, a spur-of-the-moment comic depicting a family bonding over a puzzle contest sparked a sudden surge of interest. The scene featured the 3 children competing with He Shi while she cheered them on. Numerous comments praised the adorable children and the charming father, lauding the family's love. As her heart swelled with sweetness, Nanchuan couldn't resist sharing the news with her husband. However, He Shi's focus lay elsewhere. He pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly while pointing at the screen. "Why am I not on your follow list?" Nanchuan's smile faltered momentarily as she awkwardly fidgeted with her fingers. "I must have forgotten. I just created this account, and you know that." She tapped a few times on the screen, restoring her expression. "Look, you're my only special follow." He Shi's expression softened slightly. Gazing at her luscious red lips, he couldn't resist lifting her chin and leaning in. A sudden kiss caught Nanchuan by surprise, her eyes widening. Once she regained her composure, she eagerly responded, her small hands wandering restlessly over his chest. Alas, He Shi's expertise soon rendered her a quivering mass in his arms. Her bright eyes sparkled like stars, captivating He Shi's attention. Just as he leaned in for another kiss, Nanchuan suddenly pushed him away, her cheeks aflame. "Oh dear, I still have coffee brewing. I must go." Her hasty retreat left He Shi chuckling to himself, shaking his head in exasperation. After a moment of silence, he managed to calm his racing heart and was about to return to his documents when his phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, is this Mr. He Shi?" "This is Ella, the head of gala wedding planning." He Shi furrowed his brow at the unexpected call. "Hello." He had assumed the system had forgotten about the wedding dress order due to the lack of updates. "My apologies, Mr. He. The custom wedding dress design you requested is quite intricate, which is why we have only just reached out. And how is the preparation progressing?" Ella instinctively uncrossed her legs upon hearing the tone of the new boss. "Rest assured, we have completed the initial design. As it is handcrafted, it may take some additional time. However, our entire team is working overtime, and we hope you and your wife can come by to review it soon, so we can make any necessary adjustments. Additionally, I would like to discuss the wedding planning in more detail. He Shi paused for a moment before replying. I owe my wife a romantic proposal, which I wish to fulfill before the wedding, so I will need a few more days regarding the dress. However, do you have any suggestions for the proposal? Of course. What are your expectations? Something grand and unforgettable. Money is no object. Ella fell silent for a moment before continuing. I will send a detailed proposal to your email shortly. Moments later, He Shi received an email containing a hefty 3 gigabytes of data. As he perused the contents, he nodded in approval, jotting down promising ideas. True to their reputation, Gala's efficiency might leave room for improvement, but the quality was undeniably exceptional. That evening, He Shi unexpectedly learned that a new chef had arrived at Shanghai restaurant. Thus, he took his family to Shanghai Street. However, as they finished dinner and stepped outside, the 3 children began to complain of stomach discomfort. Nanchuan immediately knelt down, worry etched on her face. Darlings, where does it hurt? Please tell Mommy. Little Fish scrunched up his face, shaking his head slightly. Mommy, I don't hurt. I just need to use the bathroom. Me too, Mommy. Nanchuan felt a wave of relief. It must be from the ice cream. Just as she intended to lead the children to the restroom, Qilon had already taken one granddaughter by the hand, and He Yuhai had scooped up Little Fish. I'll take your mother. It may take a while, so you two can explore the area in the meantime. Though still slightly anxious, Nanchuan nodded in agreement. As her father-in-law had spoken, He Shi grasped her hand gently, reassuring her, it's all right. Children's stomachs can be a bit sensitive. We'll find some medicine nearby. Nanchuan opened her phone's map and confirmed there was indeed a pharmacy close by, prompting her to leave with He Shi. By 8 o'clock, Shanghai Street was abuzz with activity. All the shops were aglow with bright lights, and many people strolled by. Amidst this vibrancy, one store stood out extravagantly. Not only were numerous luxury cars parked outside, but an array of elegantly dressed young men and women lingered nearby. Zhou Ziqing had repeatedly declined the advances of affluent suitors. I'm afraid. Young Master Deng and Miss Zhang, the 3 sets of rare color diamonds have already been purchased by a buyer. We cannot display them without permission. He gestured toward the square adorned with flowers and balloons. You see over there? Our staff is setting up a proposal scene. The buyer will soon arrive with his fiancée, and if you truly wish to see them, you may inquire later. But there is only one buyer here, dressed in door and carrying a Hermes bag. Zhang Yu could not suppress her frown. Could you at least show us the other 2 sets? We want to touch them. Yet Zhou Ziqing remained resolute. I'm sorry, Miss Zhang. Additionally, I forgot to mention that all 3 sets are owned by the same individual. What? The more Zhang Yu listened, the angrier she became. Upon learning of the 3 rare colored diamonds, she had rushed to the higher Winston counter in Shunxiang with her friends, only to find she had arrived too late. Her family was already among the elite in Shunxiang. She could afford 1 set of diamonds with some effort, but to learn that someone had purchased all 3? Such news had not circulated in her social circle. Could it be some hidden tycoon of Shunxiang? She exchanged glances with Deng Wenyun, both now left to wait and see who had claimed her coveted treasures. Chapter 47. The proposal that shook the city. Meanwhile, He Shi and Nansun had nearly arrived at the entrance of Hai Rui Winston. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Zicheng immediately instructed his staff to hasten their preparations. Countless flowers and balloons were arranged, as if to create an ocean of color, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Candles, ribbons, lights, and an abundance of glow sticks adorned the scene. Many enthusiastic passers-by, witnessing the bustling activity, joined in to assist. At last, everything was set just moments before the couple's arrival. At this moment, Nansun was preoccupied with searching for a pharmacy. Upon encountering the breathtaking proposal scene, her steps instinctively faltered. After a brief moment, she composed herself and turned to leave, only to be suddenly grasped by He Shi's wrist. What's wrong? She inquired, puzzled. Yet, the man remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The mirth in his eyes, coupled with memories of his behavior that evening, sparked an unexpected realization within her. Nansun clenched her fingers, feeling an inexplicable tension rise within her, her heart racing audibly in her ears. She stared at He Shi, her eyes wide, softly calling out, "Husband." He Shi placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Then, he took her hand. leading her briskly down the flower petal-lined path towards the heart of the floral display. One by one, smiling faces holding glow sticks and roses began to emerge around them. In the crowd, Nan Sun spotted 3 children along with her parents-in-law. At that moment, her thoughts became a whirlwind, her mind in a daze. As if she were lost in a dream, she struggled to control her rapid breathing, but found it impossible to calm herself. After what felt like an eternity, they finally halted. At the center of the floral sea stood a massive heart crafted from heart-shaped candles. Surrounding it were Nan Sun's favorite flowers, belleflowers and baby breath. Each bouquet adorned with photographs of the couple. Some were from 4 years ago, others recent. Each image held a precious memory. Overwhelmed by emotion, tears welled in Nan Sun's eyes as memories flooded back. Joy from their first meeting, sweetness from their time together, the loneliness she felt while pregnant, and the struggles of raising 3 children alone. Yet, all these recollections culminated in the handsome face of the man before her. She fought to hold back her tears, unwilling to let them fall. Watching He Shi kneel, offering a bouquet of fiery red roses, she felt her heart race. Wife, there are words I have long wished to say, but I never found the opportunity. With the help of so many today, I can finally express them. From the moment I first saw you 4 years ago, I was captivated. You enter my heart like a sprite, and as we spent time together, my feelings for you deepened. Before meeting you, I never imagined I could love someone so profoundly, desiring to be with her every moment. Though an unforeseen twist of fate caused us to lose 4 years, I swear I never forgot you for a single moment. I cannot fathom my future without you. Fortunately, fate has brought us together again, and I'm truly grateful you returned to my side, bringing with you 3 adorable little angels. My wife, you are my eternal moonlight and my cherished choice. Will you marry me? Grant me the opportunity to protect you and our children. As He Shi finished speaking, Xiao Yu heir rushed over, cradling a white ring box, and handed it to her father. As the lid was opened, a radiant pink light burst forth, revealing a stunning 12.3-carat pink diamond ring. The center stone, a rare teardrop shape, was flanked by 6 smaller diamonds, surrounded by countless tiny sparkling stones. Under the lights, the ring dazzled with a mesmerizing brilliance. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Such a magnificent diamond, typically reserved for the elite, was now before their eyes. Clearly, the protagonist of this proposal was no ordinary person. The celebrated couple in the entertainment industry had rings barely exceeding 10 carats. Standing at the periphery, Zhang Yu stretched her neck, her face filled with urgency, but could only catch a glimpse of the glimmering light. Meanwhile, Nan Sun's throat tightened, tears cascading down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Overwhelmed by the tender gaze of the man she loved, she nodded repeatedly, I do. I do. He Shi solemnly placed the ring on her ring finger and kissed her gently before enveloping her in his embrace. Don't cry, darling, please don't cry. His heart ached at her tear-streaked face and damp lashes. He playfully threatened, if you cry again, I might just have to kiss you right here in front of everyone. Nan Sun paused, sniffled, and indeed ceased her sobs. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his neck, rising on tiptoe to press her lips against his. He Shi, momentarily taken aback, quickly reciprocated, prompting an even louder chorus of gasps from the crowd. Xiao Yu heir immediately covered her sister's eyes, instinctively closing her own. Qilan, equally moved to tears, was left both amused and exasperated. Just when everyone thought this enchanting moment was reaching its climax, brilliant stars began to twinkle across the sky. These lights, in perfect formation, coalesced into a radiant bridge that gracefully traversed above the crowd. As night fell, they commenced their spectacular display. Simultaneously, all the spectators near Shanghai Street in Shun City turned their gaze skyward. Wow, drones, so many drones. Who is this generous benefactor surprising his beloved wife? This is straight out of a novel. How enviable. Who is Nan Sun? What a beautiful name. Meanwhile, our protagonist took advantage of the distraction to slip away to a secluded corner, leaving the onlookers, who were still snapping photos in awe, regretting their inattentiveness. Nestled in He Shi's embrace, Nan Sun gazed at the sky, her heart racing as she whispered the words I love you, her cheeks flushing with shyness. Just when everyone, including Nan's son, thought it was all over, the LED screens of every building in Shun City momentarily dimmed before illuminating simultaneously. Wow, is this never-ending? What a grand display! This was no mere display of affection. It was a spectacle of love. While the methods may be a bit rustic, they were undeniably heartfelt. Oh, how happy Nan's son must be. How deeply he loves her. I wish I were Nan's son. Moreover, it was noticed that the LED screens of all taxis across Shun City had also transformed. The usual advertisements were replaced with a unified message, Nan's son, I love you, spreading swiftly through every street and alley. The woman who had drawn the envy of all found herself in tears once more. He Shi gently caressed her cheek, realizing that their fierce warrior Nan's son was, in fact, quite the sentimental soul. It's all your fault, she murmured, tightly embracing his lean waist, nuzzling against his chest. Until today, she had never imagined that He Shi would orchestrate such a romantic proposal for her. After all, they had already obtained their marriage certificate and welcomed their children. A wedding seemed simply a formality, a celebration of their happiness. Sensing her thoughts, He Shi pulled her closer and sighed softly. Fool, I will never settle for anything less when it comes to you. Chapter 48. Unveiling 3 sets of rare, colored diamonds as the crowd dispersed. Chi Lan and He Shi stood in place, holding on to their 3 children, gazing at the blissful figures of their son and daughter-in-law, sharing a knowing smile. Prior to this moment, they could scarcely have imagined that their reticent son would display such romantic flair. All of this was thanks to Nan's son. Witnessing the profound affection between the young couple brought them, as parents, a sense of tranquility. Nearby, cherishing, who had also witnessed the grand proposal, gathered his thoughts after a moment of astonishment and approached the couple. He recognized them as the parents and family of the diamond purchaser. After all, the pink diamond ring had been personally handed over by the little boy. Had it not been for the buyer's directive, he would not have dared to entrust such a valuable item to a 3-year-old. Mr. He, Mrs. He, the wind has picked up outside. Perhaps you would consider taking the children into the shop for a while? Cherishing suggested. Mr. He had left the pink diamond ring behind, and had it not been for the formidable strength of their brand, others would have already been eager to claim it. Cherishing's sole desire at that moment was to see this esteemed client, or rather, the 3 sets of extraordinary colored diamonds, depart promptly. Naturally, he could not afford to offend such a significant customer. For the first time, Chi Lan was addressed with respect as Madam, a title that made her, usually so carefree, feel a touch of bashfulness. Upon glancing at her grandchildren, she noticed their attire was indeed rather thin, prompting her to nod in agreement. Meanwhile, He Shi had pulled Nan's son back to the counter half an hour later, where Zhang Yu and others had been anxiously waiting at the entrance. Upon spotting the couple, they hurried over. Hello, sir. My name is Zhang Yu. I had intended to purchase the colored diamonds today, but upon arriving at the counter, I learned that all 3 sets had already been reserved by you. Might I ask if I could have the opportunity to admire them with my friends? Zhang Yu spoke earnestly. Her greatest passion was collecting diamonds. If she could not possess them, then at least a close-up view would suffice. Originally, she had planned to relentlessly pursue a series from a buyer, regardless of his wealth. However, after witnessing the recent proposal, she found herself moved by the couple's affection and decided against encroaching on others' happiness. Upon hearing her request, He Shi glanced at Cherishing and replied calmly, This is a gift for my wife. You may inquire with her. Given the rarity of the diamonds, He Shi was not surprised that news might circulate, but he had not anticipated that it would attract the attention of so many affluent young women and gentlemen from the city. It seemed there were also numerous reporters lurking in the shadows. He had no desire for his family's life to be exposed to public scrutiny after today. And although he had prepared for such eventualities prior to the proposal, he still sent a quick message to Li Tong just to be safe. Hearing the response, Zhang Yu quickly turned to Nan's son. Up close, the breathtaking beauty of her visage was even more striking. Zhang Yu felt her heart racing with envy, admiring not just her looks and wealth, but also the deep affection she received from her husband. The atmosphere during the proposal, though viewed from a distance, had been saturated with love, enveloping them in a bubble of romance. As Nan's son felt He Shi's arm around her waist, she noticed the girl's eyes sparkling with excitement. This stirred her own anticipation for the diamonds, leading her to nod in agreement. Zhang Yu promptly expressed her gratitude, and the group made their way to the counter. Zhou Ziqing immediately instructed his staff to bring out 3 similar-looking lockboxes. After entering the correct combination 3 times, the boxes opened with a satisfying click. A dazzling pink light flashed momentarily, prompting involuntary squints from the onlookers. Under the lighting, the purple-pink diamonds sparkled brilliantly, radiating an otherworldly beauty that rendered the previously stunning jewelry in the shop dull by comparison. All the young women present were awestruck. The enchanting pink hues evoking thoughts of fairy tale romances, stirring their hearts with longing. The pink diamond ring now adorned Nan Sun's finger, while the box still held necklace, earrings, bracelet, and a crown, all crafted from platinum, known as the Metal of Love. The exquisite craftsmanship and intricate settings showcased diamonds cut to perfection. Zhang Yu, an expert in diamonds, instantly recognized the rarity of the pink diamonds' hues and their clarity rated at VVS 2 or higher. Indeed, Zhou Ziqing, donning pristine white gloves, presented the crown, stating, "This exquisite set of pink diamonds is named Century Star, featuring the highest grade of color, fancy vivid pink, or fresh color grade. Notably, it is further enhanced by a rare purple undertone, achieving clarity at the IF level, completely flawless internally." These 3 series were crafted by the internationally renowned jewelry designer, known as the Father of Diamonds, Auguste, shortly before his passing, making them true treasures. As the words left his lips, Zhang Yu and her diamond-loving friends could not help but gasp in astonishment. They understood that the striking purple-pink hue was the most valuable, collectible shade among pink diamonds, with each stone being extraordinarily precious. Now, an entire series was before them, and this was Auguste, the legendary designer known for creating works for European royalty, whose pieces had brought immense pride to countless Hollywood starlets. At that moment, every gaze directed toward He Shi transformed, particularly that of Deng Wenyo, the youngest son of the Deng family in the city. Having grown up in the shadow of his elder brother, he was well acquainted with the elite circles. He had never heard of someone like He Shi, so young yet so generous to his wife, suggesting a commendable character. Within mere seconds, Deng Wenyo's mind whirled with thoughts of how to cultivate a friendship with He Shi. Next, Zhou Ziqing opened the remaining 2 boxes. The Star of Hope series was crafted from blue diamonds, while the Eternal Star series was made of red diamonds. One set exuded a mysterious nobility, the other a fiery passion. Each piece sparkled brilliantly, radiating an eye-catching brilliance. The Red Star of Hope, like the pink diamonds, was of natural origin, with gemologists yet to uncover its formation, earning it the title of a rare treasure. Any single piece from the collection would be fiercely sought after by wealthy families or avid collectors. Zhang Yu's eyes were wide with wonder, while Nan Sun's mouth fell slightly agape, her own expression filled with delight. The tears she had shed earlier that evening were once again stirred, glistening in her eyes. Chapter 49. Acquiring the store's treasure, the envious gazes surrounding her filled Nan Sun with a sense of pride, yet deeper within her heart. She felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. "Husband," she lifted her head, hesitating to voice her thoughts. For the sake of today's proposal, He Shi had sacrificed countless hours of rest amidst his busy work schedule. No wonder he had been staying in the study until dawn every night recently. She had naively assumed it was due to the company's heavy workload. The tender gaze in his eyes instantly conveyed his understanding of his wife's feelings. He reached out to gently caress her dark tresses, his voice imbued with warmth. "It's not a burden. As long as my darling is happy, everything is worthwhile." This woman before him had defied societal norms and familial opposition, resolutely giving birth to the fruit of their love. She had left behind her hometown, which she had known all her life, without hesitation, to come to this unfamiliar city. Defying her grandmother's wishes, she had devotedly raised their child, bringing them to his side without a hint of complaint. Each of these acts deeply moved He Shi. Countless times, he felt immense gratitude that she was his beloved, his wife, the mother of his child. To love and cherish her was the greatest fortune of his life and his eternal wish for all future lifetimes. Contemplating this, He Shi lowered his gaze, What was a mere proposal compared to the grand wedding he planned to give her soon? He envisioned earning abundant wealth, loving her more each day than the last, and making her the happiest woman in the world, the envy of all. Nan-sun, captivated by the love reflected in his eyes, felt warmth swell in her heart. Husband, I love you. The words slipped from her lips involuntarily. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes, only to be tenderly kissed away by the man before her. I love you too, my wife. Whether in the past, present, or future, my love for you is eternal through all lifetimes. This scene brought a mist of emotion to Zhang Yu's and the other young girl's eyes. Even Deng Wenyo, a man who had always flitted through romantic entanglements without concern, found himself touched by this enviable love, contemplating whether to pursue a serious relationship. After a heartfelt moment in He Shi's embrace, Nan-sun finally withdrew, taking a moment to compose herself. The three children, who had quietly stayed with their grandparents, seized the opportunity to surround their mother, tenderly rubbing her eyes in concern. The sight of the family, hand in hand, stirred Deng Wenyo's thoughts, prompting him to reconsider the idea of marriage and children. Observing this, Zhang Yu couldn't help but give him a firm kick on the calf, thinking it best to keep such a scoundrel from causing trouble for innocent girls. Eventually, He Shi confirmed with Zhou Ziqing that all the jewelry was in order and had Nan-sun try on the remaining 2 rings before securely locking the password box and changing the code. After all, being a product of the system, the quality and size were assured. He Shi was merely going through the motions. As Nan-sun admired the large diamond on her finger, she remembered her husband's bare hand and pulled him towards the counter. Considering that the 3 exquisite diamond rings were unsuitable for daily wear, they ultimately purchased 2 matching wedding bands. They chose the store's treasure from Harry Winston, valued at over 10 million, a masterpiece from a renowned international designer. As Nan-sun personally placed the ring on He Shi's slender, handsome ring finger, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Zhou Ziqing was equally delighted by this unexpected gain, now viewing He Shi as a symbol of prosperity. The remaining patrons in the shop were left in awe, astonished that such an extravagant ring was purchased without a second thought. Yet they understood, for the value of the 3 series of color diamonds was beyond measure. The word envy had become tiresome for them to utter. At that moment, a friend who had accompanied Deng Wenyo turned to He Shi and asked, "Aren't you the owner of Xing Qianli Taxi?" Initially, he found the man familiar, and after some reflection, he finally recalled. He often followed trending news and gossip, unlike Deng Wenyo, who indulged in pleasure. He had stumbled upon luxury car videos before. Even though the buzz had faded and the footage of He Shi had been taken down, the man's distinctive appearance was unforgettable. He Shi nodded in acknowledgement, finding no reason to deny the truth. Although he had arranged for his online presence to be minimized since returning from Bin City, he did not wish to disrupt his family's daily life. Wealthy young men, like those present generally, did not engage in such trivial pursuits. Deng Wenyo grew more intrigued by He Shi. Although Xing Qianli was a small company, he had heard of its impressive growth since the change in ownership, a well-known fact in the commercial circles of the city. Discovering that He Shi was the new owner only fueled Deng Wenyo's desire to cultivate a friendship. Thus, he boldly approached He Shi, saying, "Brother He, I'm Deng Wenyo. You can call me Xiao Wenzi. May I have your contact information?" He Shi raised an eyebrow at the man's forwardness, though he found the candidness somewhat endearing. In the end, they exchanged contact details, with Nan-sun and Zhang Yu doing the same. The group of affluent young men and women departed in the same grand manner they had arrived. Within a single evening, this sensational proposal inevitably trended online. Fortunately, He Shi had prepared in advance. Utilizing his exceptional hacking skills, he filtered out all videos featuring him and Nan-sun, ensuring that the identities of the couple remained undisclosed. After seeing the trending topic, AI Law promptly called to claim her credit. He Shi readily transferred 200 million, knowing that AILA's proposal lacked originality, but the effectiveness was what mattered. He was confident this proposal would be a cherished memory for his wife forever. Next came the wedding preparations. With the wedding dress still in production, the date remained unconfirmed, though it was tentatively set for late July, coinciding with the near completion of the headquarters building, a double celebration. Additionally, He Shi intended to secure a residence in the Sandalwood Garden, the premier villa district in the city, featuring only 18 houses, quiet and secure. It was also conveniently located just a 20-minute drive from the company, unlike the estate he had previously considered, which was situated in the suburbs, a detail that made daily commuting impractical. After consulting with Nan's son, who agreed, He Shi promptly instructed for renovations to begin. Chapter 50. Encountering the magnate of Babos again? This sensational proposal had dominated the trending topics for 3 consecutive days. Numerous internet sleuths attempted to deduce the identity of the protagonist. Unfortunately, He Shi had executed his confidentiality measures with remarkable thoroughness, deleting every video that featured any member of his family. Consequently, it wasn't until a scandal involving a famous male star and a female co-star broke that the proposal was pushed off the trending list, leaving many in the dark. However, not including the astute Annie. She had just returned from an out-of-province shoot with her team and excitedly called Nan's son to share the news. "Oh my gosh, your mister. He is so romantic. This enviable love story is giving me all the feels." Nan's son laughed and held her phone at arm's length, teasing, "How do you know it's us?" Annie became even more animated. "Is it true? I guessed it. After all, Mr. He has a history. For such an important occasion as a proposal, it would be utterly uncharacteristic of him to not make a grand spectacle of it." Feigning anger, Nan's son replied, "You mischievous thing. You tricked me. I was even considering making you my bridesmaid, but now I might need to reconsider. Any naked? No, no, no. I'm sorry. Dear sister, you must save me a spot as your bridesmaid. Who knows, I might even snag a groomsman to take home. My mother is hounding me about marriage incessantly." The two continued to jest for a while until He Shi prompted Nan's son to hurry. Only then did Annie notice that Nan's son was adorned in a sparkling silver off-shoulder gown, her hair elegantly cascading down her back. However, she had been too close to the camera to notice earlier. "Well, I must catch up with my dear husband for the auction now." "All right, have fun, goddess." Annie waved cheerfully before they ended the call. In truth, attending the auction was a spontaneous decision made by He Shi. The auction house was one of the 37 companies he had invested in, or rather, now 87 companies, with a multitude of participants. The lack of substantial financial constraints allowed He Shi to acquire 50 companies in just over 2 weeks, which was entirely within his expectations. The auction was hosted by Huaqin, a top-tier enterprise in the city. They had shared the auction list with He Shi a few days prior, but he had only remembered it today. As he opened the document, a system notification chimed in. Ding. The host is about to participate in their first auction. A voucher worth 500 million has been issued. Non-redeemable. Thus, to avoid wasting this voucher, He Shi felt compelled to attend, seizing the opportunity for a delightful outing with his wife. By the time they arrived at Huanshewen, it was already past 10 in the morning, with less than half an hour until the auction commenced. Although referred to as a garden, it was in fact a tastefully decorated traditional-style clubhouse, specifically designed by Huaqin for auction events. The imposing Babos G900, as soon as it parked, captured the attention of everyone in the lot, including Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanci. "Wow, isn't that the car the big shot for my neighborhood?" Deng Wenyo glanced at his cousin after parking. "You're kidding. You live in Jinfu Tiandi, right? That place has mediocre security, and it's filled with small stars like you. A big shot? Wake up." Xiang Yuanci immediately retorted. "What's wrong with being a small star? Sooner or later, I'll quietly make a name for myself and shock you all. And why can't there be a big shot? I've heard that the owner of the Babos lives in Jinfu Tiandi and owns an entire building." "Really?" Deng Wenyo, now convinced by his cousin's enthusiasm, pondered, "But how do you know this is the big shot from your neighborhood? Babos may be rare, but there's more than one in the city." Xiang Yuanci hesitated. "I recognized it by the sound. Is that not valid? Okay then. Dare you to bet? If this really is your neighbor, I'll buy you anything you desire today." Xiang Yuanci felt tempted, but was cautious given his cousin's past antics. He wasn't even sure if that was indeed the big shot vehicle, as they hadn't seen each other much, but the car did resemble it. "What if I lose?" "If you lose, you'll owe me a favor." Deng Wenyo raised an eyebrow. "Just to be clear, you can't make me go home," Xiang Yuanci asserted. He had quarreled with his father to pursue a career in entertainment, vowing not to return home until he found fame. It would be utterly humiliating to be dragged back by his cousin. Deng Wenyo opened the car door. Don't worry, I won't force you. Deal. While the two cousins were engrossed in their banter, the couple had already exited their vehicle. He sure scanned his wife from head to toe, his expression darkening momentarily. He pulled a shawl from the car and wrapped it around Nan Sun's shoulders. Are you trying to roast me? Nan Sun glanced up at the glaring sun, which was at least 30 degrees today. The air conditioning inside would certainly be cold. He sure maintained a serious demeanor, speaking with utmost sincerity. If Nan Sun were any less familiar with him, she might have been fooled. He had a tendency to fidget with his fingers when lying, as if she were oblivious. However, sensing the gazes of onlookers and recognizing He Shi's unusual behavior, Nan Sun quickly understood. A smile graced her lips as she leaned closer to him. To complement her gown, she had donned a pair of high heels, enabling her to easily reach his lips without even standing on tiptoe. With a gentle peck, He Shi's lips darkened slightly. All right, don't be jealous. With your wife's beauty, if you're envious every day, you'll surely turn sour. He Shi chuckled at her words, playfully pinching her cheek. You're quite the narcissist. Just a little. Seeing He Shi's mood finally brighten, Nan Sun smiled and linked her arm with his. However, she still didn't remove the shawl, realizing that her husband would have to dote on her. While the couple shared tender moments, the two cousins were on the verge of a quarrel. Why are you pulling me? Deng Wenyo shot a fierce glare at his cousin. Why are you running away? With that hungry wolf look on your face, don't scare my neighbor. Xiang Unc clung tightly to his cousin's sleeve, refusing to let go. I just ran into an acquaintance. What is wrong with greeting them? Let go. Are you sure? Their escalating voices naturally caught He Shi's attention. He turned to look at the two familiar faces, puzzled, and inquired, Are you two fighting? Chapter 51, Arrival at the Auction. Tidying up the mindless uncle and nephew brother, what a coincidence. You and sister-in-law are also here for the auction? Deng Wenyo shook off his cousin's grasp, his expression slightly awkward. Before He Shi could respond, the beside Xin Yuan exclaimed, Do you really know each other? This world is indeed too small. Deng Wenyo immediately slapped the back of his head. What a stupid question. Hurry up and greet them. Xin Yuan obediently called out, Hello, brother He. Hello, sister-in-law. I am his cousin, Xin Yuan. As he spoke, his gaze could not help but linger on Nan Sun for a few extra seconds. After all, the desire for beauty is a trait inherent in humanity. However, Xin Yuan soon lamented that he had to tilt his head just to clearly see her features. With Nan Sun standing at 175 centimeters and wearing high heels today, she appeared perfectly matched beside the 188 centimeters tall He Shi. In contrast, Xin Yuan, barely reaching 178 centimeters even in shoes, looked like a little chick before her. This scene prompted Deng Wenyo to burst into laughter without restraint, and even He Shi's lips curved slightly. Nan Sun smiled and nodded. You too. Xin Yuan instantly wished for a hole to hide in, vowing to never step out without an 8 centimeters lift again. After all, as his cousin, he needed to maintain some semblance of dignity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Deng Wenyo led the He couple toward the auction hall. He often frequented lively occasions and had been here a couple of times before. Huaqin was one of the top auction companies in Shunsheng, attracting buyers from various industries, most of whom were worth several billion. Hence, the majority of attendees were over 30, with those in their 40s constituting a significant portion. The sudden appearance of the young He Shi led many to speculate which wealthy heir had come to observe the spectacle. Deng Wenyo and Xin Yuan presented their invitation cards, and after a brief glance, the staff allowed them entry. However, when it came to He Shi, just as he was about to produce the special pass for management, the inspecting staff abruptly snapped. Hurry up. No invitation, no entry. Don't waste everyone's time. He Shi paused, his gaze turning icy. Is this how you treat your guests? Deng Wenyo's expression soured as well. Show your work badge. If you don't, you'll be doing a disservice to yourself today. Go ahead and complain. Zhao Su, who had been hastily pulled from a drinking party to substitute, was already fuming. Upon hearing the word complain, he exploded. Let me tell you, the person in charge of today's auction is my uncle. Oh, so you're connected. Fao Suizmidkith. You lot are just a bunch of second-generation rich kids here to gawk. Our auction items start at millions. Can you afford it? If you can, I'll let you in immediately. You, how do you know we can't afford it? Xuan Yuan si retorted childishly. What do you mean by you? Fueled by alcohol. Zhao Su grew increasingly brazen. Then show me your money. If you're broke, don't act rich. The argument escalated, while He Shi had already lost interest in conversing with someone of such low intellect. He turned to the other staff, instructing, call your supervisor over. Seeing the staff hesitate, He Shi coldly added, if they don't come now, tell them they need not return in the future. Perhaps due to the overwhelming aura he exuded. One astute young staff member promptly turned and left, returning shortly with the supervisor, Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, a man in his 40s. First shot a piercing glare at Zhao Su before respectfully addressing He Shi and the others. May I ask which young master has summoned me? The staff gestured toward He Shi. Zhao Lei's gaze lingered momentarily on Deng Wenyo, recognizing the second son of the Deng family. Known for his indulgent lifestyle due to his older brother's influence. Then he shifted his attention to He Shi, noting his youth but formidable presence, which was unlike that of a typical rich heir. He promptly lowered his demeanor. I apologize if my nephew has offended you. There are many guests here. Please forgive his youthful ignorance. His words dripped with apology, yet subtly hinted at the need for discretion, aware that escalating matters in front of so many guests could lead to complications. Zhao Su had often caused trouble in the past, and people usually considered his words, out of respect for the venue, as being overly meticulous could tarnish reputations. Zhao Lei believed this incident would be no exception. However, He Shi found it laughable. Zhao Lei, an old hand at maneuvering, spoke as if trying to gloss over Zhao Su's provocation with a mere mention of ignorance. A child? He looked nearly 25 or 26. Furthermore, to have someone under the influence of alcohol serve guests was indeed a display of poor judgment on the supervisor's part. Both uncle and nephew were of the same ilk. He sure had no intention of indulging such behavior. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to the general manager of Huaqin. With his 35 stake, dismissing a mere auction supervisor would be a simple matter. Within half a minute, Zhao Lei received a call from his superior. After listening for a moment, his face drained of color, causing Zhao Su, who had been feeling smug, to jump in shock. Zhao Su's eyes widened in panic as he looked toward He Shi, unable to utter a word before the company's general manager approached briskly. Respectfully addressing He Shi as Director He, and promptly ushered him into the hall, ignoring the uncle and nephew entirely. Upon hearing that title, Zhao Lei realized all too well what was happening. One simple word could lead to his dismissal, and the general manager treating He Shi with such deference could only mean one thing. It was a new shareholder who had never shown his face before. His face turned ashen as he swung a slap at Zhao Su's face. You incompetent fool. I had hoped this grand event could help you mingle with wealthy individuals. Instead, you've gotten us into this mess. Zhao Lei's expression was one of dismay. Without this lucrative position, how would he support his wife and child in Shenzhen? Meanwhile, Sun Guang nervously escorted He Shi and his party to the most luxurious VIP room on the 3rd floor. Once they were seated, he stood to the side, not daring to breathe. He never anticipated that on the first day of the new director's arrival, such an outrageous incident would occur. Yet, it was ultimately his mismanagement. If the new director pursued accountability, losing his position was not out of the question. Deng Wenyo and Xianyuan Si sat quietly nearby, both astonished to discover that He Shi was a shareholder of Huaqin. This was their first time witnessing He Shi's commanding presence among subordinates. Although brother He typically displayed few expressions, the unintentional air of authority he exuded was strikingly potent, causing them, accustomed to facing their family patriarch, to instinctively adopt a more subdued demeanor, akin to students before a stern principal. In that moment, the entire private room was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension, with only Nan Sun maintaining her composure. Chapter 52. Are you envious of my husband? Nan Sun's gaze was intimidating enough to deter any unwanted attention. The private room in Huansha Yuan was adorned with the same antique elegance as the main hall, exuding a sense of refined taste. The corner displayed a collection of exquisite porcelain and jade artifacts, while the 3 walls were embellished with renowned landscape paintings. Curiously, Nan's son noticed a piece by Master Chow Wen-kai, a favorite of He Shi. After observing it for a moment, she discreetly nodded in approval. The brushwork was indeed meticulous, though still a shade inferior to her own creations. In a moment of uncontrollable mirth, Xiang Yuanxi accidentally sprayed water, exclaiming in disbelief, "That's Master Chow, a celebrated figure in traditional Chinese painting." While his sister-in-law certainly outshone the master in beauty, to claim her art superior was an audacious display of vanity. Nan's son turned back, her eyes innocently blinking at He Shi, whose expression shifted to one of stern disapproval directed at Xiang Yuanxi. How dare he mock his wife? Xiang Yuanxi's countenance changed, and he hurriedly sought refuge behind his cousin, crying out, "I was wrong. I won't do it again. Brother He, spare me." His exaggerated pleas lightened the atmosphere in the room. Sun Guang exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Nan's son, while even Deng Wenyao silently gave a thumbs up. In that moment, only Xiang Yuanxi misinterpreted Nan's son's comments as an inadvertent slip. He Shi affectionately pinched his wife's cheek and remarked, "I trust we won't encounter a repeat of today's events." Sun Guang nodded vigorously in agreement. He Shi waved him off, indicating he could return to his duties. He had no intention of punishing anyone severely. However, a little concern regarding his performance was warranted. While enjoying the oranges peeled by He Shi, Nan's son casually picked up a tablet to browse the auction items. There were a total of 65 pieces on display, primarily rare antiques that held little interest for her. That was until she spotted the pièce d'argent, a vibrant phoenix embroidered wedding gown accompanied by a matching crown. He Shi noticed it as well. This was precisely why he had brought Nan's son today. The family had deliberated extensively on whether to host a traditional Chinese or Western wedding. Ultimately, they concluded that a Chinese ceremony would be more fitting, rich with cultural significance and tradition. The beauty of the wedding lay not only in the gown, but also in the ceremonial essence and the heritage it represented. Imagining the scene of bringing his beloved home adorned in vibrant red, He Shi couldn't help but smile. The auction was set in the grand hall on the first floor, featuring an enormous exhibition stage at its center, flanked by rows of tables and chairs occupied by the nouveau riche of Shunshun, eager to broaden their horizons. The true elite, however, were sequestered in private rooms on the second and third floors. Deng Wenyao observed the tightly shut doors, impressed by the turnout. Noting that today's attendance far exceeded that of his last visit, clearly indicating a heightened interest in the featured treasures. Regrettably, he glanced at He Shi, aware that with his brother present, no one would likely secure a victory in bidding. Xiang Yuanxi, brimming with enthusiasm, clutched the tablet eagerly, determined to extract a favorable bid from his cousin. As the host announced the commencement of the auction, a graceful MC clad in a fitted qipao presented the first item. Xiang Yuanxi tugged at Deng Wenyao's sleeve, only to be met with a swift slap to his hand. "A Ming Dynasty inkstone? What would you do with that? Use it to flick away ash?" Embarrassed, Xiang Yuanxi rubbed his nose, realizing the presence of numerous affluent patrons in attendance. Soon, the second item was presented, and before Xiang Yuanxi could respond, Deng Wenyao interjected, "A modern art moon vase? What do you intend to do with that? Use it as a chamber pot?" Xiang Yuanxi felt the sting of betrayal. He had been led to believe he could bid freely, yet here he was, ensnared in his cousin's teasing. Meanwhile, Nan's son found amusement in the banter between the two brothers, leaning into He Shi's embrace, laughing uncontrollably. Concerned she might choke on her laughter, He Shi gently patted her back, while the couple remained indifferent to the auction proceedings. After a while, they decided to explore the exhibition hall outside, with Deng Wenyao and Xiang Yuanxi closely trailing behind them. The first floor housed a vast antique market, divided into small sections where visitors could purchase items directly from sellers without the need for bidding. It resembled a treasure trove for antique enthusiasts who frequented the market to uncover hidden gems. Unlike the auction, this exhibition hall was open all day except on weekends, attracting a larger crowd than those participating in the auction. As the four entered, their striking appearances captivated everyone's attention, particularly the radiant couple, He Shi and Nan's son, who seemed to illuminate the space. In a corner, a woman adorned in a lavish red gown caught sight of He Shi. her eyes lighting up momentarily before darkening upon noticing Nan Sun by his side. "Xiao Qing, what are you looking at?" asked Yi Tong, her friend, who approached curiously. "Xiang Yuanxi? He's here too?" Yi Tong's words propelled her towards the couple. Wu Qing inhaled deeply, checking her reflection in a compact mirror to ensure her appearance was impeccable before striding closer. Yet, as she approached the jovial group, her anxiety grew. Since their last encounter at Jinfu Tiandi, she had sought countless opportunities to run into He Shi, but fate had not favored her. She had yet to catch a glimpse of him. Prideful as she was, Wu Qing felt a pang of frustration. Unable to find He Shi, she redirected her attention to Xiang Yuanxi. They were university classmates, all studying finance. Despite his foray into the entertainment industry, he was the sole heir to the Xiang family's vast wealth, a prestigious name in Shenzhen. If she could win his affection, her future would be secured. However, when she had attempted to seduce him while he was inebriated, he had rebuffed her, leading to her ire. Since that incident, Xiang Yuanxi had avoided her entirely, leaving Wu Qing with no choice but to relinquish her pursuit. Upon spotting her approach, Xiang Yuanxi's brow furrowed deeply. With Yi Tong beside him, he struggled to suppress his irritation. Meanwhile, Wu Qing's gaze lingered on He Shi's face, her heart racing at the sight of such a remarkable man. Suddenly, a piercing gaze locked onto her, sending shivers down her spine. She looked up to find the stunning woman beside He Shi, tall and exuding a cool elegance that rivaled his own. Faced with that enigmatic smile, Wu Qing, who had always been proud, felt an inexplicable sense of inadequacy wash over her. Chapter 53. The Materialistic Woman and the Top-Notch Appraisal Skills. Greetings, everyone. My name is Yi Tong, and this is Wu Qing. We are university classmates of Xiang Yuanxi. Typically forthright, Yi Tong sensed an unusual atmosphere and felt compelled to introduce herself. As she approached, she recognized the man accompanying Xiang Yuanxi as the striking individual she had encountered beneath the Golden Mansion a few days prior. Moreover, he was with a woman of such exquisite beauty that even television stars paled in comparison. Unable to resist stealing glances, her curiosity amused Nan Sun, who noted that the girl's demeanor was reminiscent of Annie, prompting her to wave in a friendly manner. Xiang Yuanxi smiled at Yi Tong, saying, "This is brother He and sister-in-law who are about to hold their wedding. Just call them accordingly." Yi Tong responded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. Sister-in-law is stunning, like a fairy, and truly compliments brother He. Ah, little Yezi, you've even learned to flatter." "Not all. I merely speak the truth." As their conversation grew merrier, Wu Qing, feeling increasingly overlooked, noticed her complexion darkening. However, no one present seemed to pay her any mind. It was unnecessary to elaborate on Deng Wenyo, whose past relationships could circle the city, and whose appraisal skills were unparalleled. His restless gaze revealed his understanding of the woman's thoughts without needing further inspection. As for He Shi, aside from Nan Sun, he would not linger his gaze on any other woman. Since the arrival of Yi Tong and Wu Qing, he had been somewhat distracted, frequently checking his phone to relay work details to Li Tong. Wu Qing's eyes reddened in frustration, on the verge of demanding Yi Tong to leave, when suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure approaching. Her eyes lit up as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she hurriedly lifted her skirt to rush toward him. "Hubby!" Her voice was exaggerated and loud, drawing the attention of most around them. Xiang Yuanxi's mouth fell agape as she cupped her ears, utterly flabbergasted. What did she just call him? Hubby? Surely, that cannot be her father? Xiang Yuanxi squinted at the man cradling Wu Qing, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. He was rotund with a balding head, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Yi Tong felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure how to address her friend's situation. Meanwhile, Deng Wenyo cast a disdainful glance at his cousin. It was hard to believe he was part of the entertainment industry, finding such trivial matters worthy of shock. It was quite ordinary for a gold digger to seek a wealthy patron. At that moment, Wu Qing had already linked arms with the man. Her slender figure exuded an air of fragility, and as she leaned against Zheng Yuanhua, his protective instincts surged forth. This feeling of being relied upon brought him immense comfort. After exchanging a few hushed words, they approached the group. Allow me to introduce, this is my husband, the CEO of Zhuoran Construction. We are holding our wedding next month. Wu Qing beamed, eager for Zheng Yuanhua to speak, but noticed him staring blankly at Nan Sun. Her smile faltered as she pinched his arm sharply. Zheng Yuanhua finally snapped back to reality. Yes, we are getting married soon. Little Qing's friends are my friends. Everyone is welcome. He was about to steal another glance at Nan Sun when he suddenly met He Shi's cold, penetrating gaze. Startled, he instinctively shrank his shoulders, revealing a pitiful demeanor that ignited Wu Qing's fury. Suppressing her anger, she declared, "We are here today to capture the exquisite phoenix embroidered wedding gown, which I wish to wear for my wedding. I've heard it is the final masterpiece of Master Meilong, crafted over 3 years with the help of 32 embroiderers, making it a unique work of art. The accompanying phoenix, crown, and veil, adorned with intricate silk and gold threads, are of considerable worth. Altogether, it must be worth at least several tens of millions. Upon hearing your wedding plans, I assume you came here for that as well? I suggest you abandon that thought, as the highest bidder wins." With a flourish, Wu Qing revealed her 5-carat diamond ring and pointedly glanced at Nan Sun's bare ring finger. "Well, the Maybach, it seems you can't even afford a diamond ring. Perhaps all your funds were spent on the car. Otherwise, why would someone who can afford a $1 million luxury vehicle choose to stay at the Golden Mansion? I presume the wedding will be held at the newly opened 8-star hotel. You are all welcome to witness the ceremony." As Wu Qing concluded, silence enveloped the group, with not a single response, not even from Yitong, who wore a dismayed expression. She had always believed her friend was merely practical but fundamentally kind-hearted. Yet today, Wu Qing's aggressive demeanor and sense of superiority left Yitong feeling uncomfortable. An eerie stillness fell momentarily. Having diverted his attention from his phone, He Shi coolly remarked, "I'm not interested." Nan Sun suddenly chuckled. "Apologies, but we are quite busy. Attending your wedding is unnecessary since we aren't familiar." "And you are correct. The highest bidder indeed prevails. So I wish you the best of luck." With that, she grasped He Shi's hand and led the way, followed by Deng Wenyo and Xiang Yuanxi, all bearing smiles. Yitong, after a brief silence, trailed behind. Wu Qing stood rooted in place, her expression a stormy shade of anger. When she noticed Zheng Yuanhua's gaze, her demeanor shifted back to its previous sweetness. Sorry, darling. I was just feeling a bit down. I consider them friends, but she began to cry, her tear-streaked face appearing as delicate as a flower in the rain, shattering Zheng Yuanhua's heart. He hurriedly embraced her, soothingly saying, "It's all right, darling. I'm here. Sweetheart, you must buy that wedding gown for me. Otherwise, I truly..." She sobbed. "Don't worry, my love. Please stop crying." This peculiar interlude did not dampen He Shi and company's spirits as they continued to meander. Yitong, however, felt a tinge of melancholy. After 4 years of friendship, discovering her friend's true nature was disheartening. Thankfully, Xiang Yuanxi, adept at lightening the mood, was present. He Shi strolled leisurely behind Nan Sun, amused by their playful banter. He had little interest in the trinkets and artifacts, being utterly inexperienced in antiques. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, "Ding." Genuine antiques detected near the host, granting superior appraisal abilities. He Shi blinked in astonishment as the scene around him began to transform dramatically. The various porcelain and jade items displayed in cabinets or stalls appeared mundane to others, but were enveloped in swirling mists in his eyes. Some wisps were white, some black, and a few even shimmered with golden threads, albeit in scarce quantities. Approaching the nearest stall, He Shi cautiously lifted a tea bowl surrounded by white mist. Instantly, 2 lines of blue text materialized before him. Ming and Qing Dynasty Imperial Kiln. Blue and white vine tea bowl quality. Medium value, approximately 180,000. After reading this, He Shi's pupils contracted in astonishment. This ability was extraordinary. Chapter 54. From 1,000 to 200,000 boss. How much for this tea bowl? He Shi concealed the delight in his eyes as he inquired of the man seated behind stall. Qin Pang glanced up at the young gentleman before him and sighed inwardly. Yet another curious young master. Today he had encountered at least 8 such inquisitive souls, each time regaling him with tales only to leave after inquiring about the price. Frustration bubbled within him, so he carelessly replied, 1,000, no bargaining. He hoped to usher the young man away swiftly, lest he impede his subsequent business. All right, please wrap it up for me. Oh, what? Qian Peng was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. He widened his eyes and repeated, Dear customer, that is 1,000, not 100. He sure remained silent, merely nudging the tea bowl towards him. Hurry, I'm in a rush. With a resigned sigh, Qian Peng scrambled to find a box to wrap the bowl. It was not until the sound of his phone notifying him of the transaction's completion that he felt a semblance of reality. Watching He Shi and his entourage depart, along with the envious gazes from those nearby, he could not help but feel a surge of joy. I sold a mere bowl for 1,000? His chubby face flushed with excitement. It seemed he would indulge in an extra helping of pig trotters for dinner tonight. What sort of bowl is this? I can't imagine it being worth even 100. Deng Wenyao mused aloud, examining the small object in his hands, perplexed by its lack of distinguishing features. Seeing his genuine curiosity, He Shi explained, This is an authentic piece from the Ming and Qing imperial kills. It is worth at least this price. Deng Wenyao's mouth fell agape as he processed this revelation. Is that true? He Shi, you possess knowledge of antique appraisal? He Shi, feeling somewhat bashful about his recent foray into this subject, nodded vaguely to deflect attention. Meanwhile, Deng Wenyao's fascination with the tea bowl only deepened, prompting Yuan Si and Yi Tong to lean in with curiosity as well. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in a traditional robe strode purposefully towards them, halting abruptly before the trio. He appeared to be in his 70s, his beard streaked with gray, yet his demeanor vibrant, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s. The elder's eyes sparkled with vitality, fixated intently on the tea bowl in Deng Wenyao's grasp. Young man, where did you acquire that tea bowl? Are you considering parting with it? The sudden question captured the attention of He Shi and his companions. Deng Wenyao, momentarily bewildered, turned to reply. This belongs to my brother He. You must ask him. The old gentleman recognized the item. He Shi pulled Nan Sun closer to join the conversation. Li Jingyi, the elder, regarded the speaker with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. What a handsome and imposing young man. Might this young man permit an old man to examine it? Of course, He Shi replied, gesturing to Deng Wenyao. Li Jingyi produced a handkerchief from his pocket to delicately wrap the porcelain bowl before scrutinizing it with great care. The surrounding crowd instinctively lowered their voices. After a prolonged silence, Li Jingyi suddenly exclaimed, This is undoubtedly genuine. Observe the intricate floral patterns. The clarity and preservation are remarkable. I possess a similar piece at home and have long sought a matching counterpart. I never expected to stumble upon one here in Shun City. As he spoke, several onlookers, who had been discreetly observing, displayed expressions of envy. Such fortuitous finds were rare, often reliant on sheer luck. Judging by the young man's appearance, it was evident this was his first visit, yet he had fortuitously discovered such a treasure. Young man, might you consider selling that tea bowl? I would be willing to offer 100,000. A collector promptly stepped forward. He Shi smirked, Sir, this blue and white tea bowl, while of decent quality, is hardly worth your offer of 100,000. That seems rather unfair. The man's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing he had encountered someone knowledgeable. Li Jingyi chuckled heartily, adding, Indeed, young man, why not sell it to me? It would perfectly complement the one I have at home. I am willing to offer 200,000. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted into a chorus of astonished gasps. Qian Peng, just returning from purchasing pig trotters, stood in stunned silence. Deng Wenyao and Yuan Si regarded He Shi with newfound admiration. From a mere 1,000 to 200,000, He Shi truly was remarkable. Even the usually reserved Nan Sun gazed at her partner with sparkling eyes. Feeling a rush of warmth, He Shi gently squeezed his wife's hand. He then addressed Li Jingyi. I appreciate your integrity, old sir, but I cannot take advantage of you. Seeing your earnest desire, I am willing to part with it for 150,000. Li Jingyi paused, his smile broadening further, his impression of He Shi growing more favorable. The young man, appearing barely in his 20s, exuded maturity, wisdom, and poise, clearly a person of great potential. It seemed he was indeed getting old, having stayed indoors for too long. He had not realized how exceptional the younger generation had become. Very well. I shall be bold and approach this with humility. But I would also like to forge a friendship with you, young man. As Li Jingyi spoke, he gestured to the middle-aged man behind him, who promptly presented a simple white card with black lettering to He Shi. My surname is Li. When you come to Yin City, please do not hesitate to contact me. He Shi paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. Certainly. In the end, both parties exchanged payment and goods, leaving everyone satisfied. The only one left in a state of rueful contemplation was Qian Peng, his expression somber as he regretted his missed opportunity. Upon returning to their private room, Deng Wenyao immediately leaned close to He Shi. Brother He, that old man seemed familiar. Do you know him? He Shi casually handed him the business card. Li Jingyi. How many people named Li Jingyi can there be in Yin City? Good heavens. Deng Wenyao was genuinely taken aback. That was a figure from the royal courtyard. A person of high rank. Even in retirement, the Li family held a prominent position, firmly established at the pinnacle of Yin City's social hierarchy. He could hardly believe such a significant figure had unexpectedly appeared in Shin City, and yet there had been no prior indication of his presence. Deng Wenyao contemplated the implications, ultimately deciding to keep this information to himself. Clearly, Old Li did not wish for his whereabouts to be known, should he carelessly disclose it. He might incite the ire of a powerful individual, potentially endangering He Shi in the process. As He Shi fed his wife, he glanced at Deng Wenyao, realizing that beneath his carefree exterior, he possessed a degree of intelligence. The timing of their return was impeccable. Within 5 minutes, the highly anticipated centerpiece was wheeled onto the auction stage. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as Nansun and He Shi gazed in awe. What lay before them was a magnificent bright red wedding gown from the Ming dynasty. The ensemble featured a horse-faced skirt, a round-collared robe, and an outer layer of wide-sleeved attire adorned with a veil. Both the robe and the outer attire were resplendent in vibrant red, intricately embroidered with phoenixes and floral motifs. Crafted from the finest silk threads, shimmering under the lights like a glistening water surface. In contrast, the horse-faced skirt and veil were striking ice blue, embellished with red phoenix feathers and gold-threaded cloud patterns, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Additionally, the ensemble included a headdress adorned with over 100 gemstones, not to mention the accompanying phoenix hairpin, which was adorned with thousands of pearls strung together in a cascading tassel. As this exquisite item made its debut, the entire auction hall erupted with a symphony of gasps. Chapter 55. The priceless phoenix crown and wedding garment, stunning the audience on the second floor, in Box 8. Wu Qing sat up straight with excitement, her fingers gripping tightly on Zheng Yuanhua's arm. She gazed at the exquisite phoenix crown and wedding attire displayed on stage, her eyes brimming with determination. If she could don this unparalleled wedding dress on her special day, the expressions of those who once looked down upon her would surely be delightful to behold. Wu Qing even began to envision the scenes of her wedding. Meanwhile, the auctioneer downstairs had finally finished introducing the highly coveted auction item. The complete set of phoenix-embroidered wedding attire and the crown began with a starting price of 10 million, with each subsequent bid not less than 100,000. The bidding is now open. As soon as the auctioneer's words faded, a chorus of bids erupted in the hall. 11 million, 12 million, 15 million. Wu Qing's expression instantly soured. Wasn't it agreed that each increase would be by 100,000? Were these people out of their minds? She anxiously glanced at the man beside her, her eyes filled with tears of grievance. Zheng Yuanhua gently patted her hand. Don't worry, my darling. I will definitely secure it for you. He had prepared several tens of millions for this auction. Wu Qing immediately offered a grateful smile. Thank you, husband. The bidding continued, and within a short time, the price had soared to 20 million, yet the number of bidders showed no signs of dwindling. Zheng Yuanhua's expression gradually turned serious. 25 million. A guest for Box 10 made a bid of 25 million. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Wu Qing anxiously grasped the man's hand. Husband. Zheng Yuanhua picked up the remote control beside him, gritted his teeth, and pressed a series of numbers. The auctioneer immediately exclaimed with excitement. 30 million. The guest from Box 8 has bid 30 million. Wu Qing leaped into Zheng Yuanhua's embrace. You're amazing, husband. However, just as the two were basking in their triumph. The auctioneer's voice once again rang out in surprise. 50 million. A guest seated in box 3 on the 3rd floor had directly bid 50 million. Wu Qing sat there, mouth agape, stunned. She then looked at Zheng Yuanhua with hopeful eyes, but he shook his head. 30 million was already his maximum limit, no matter how wealthy he was. He could not stake his entire fortune on a dress worn only once. Wu Qing's face turned pale as she lowered her head, realizing there was no room for negotiation. A sense of regret filled her heart as her long nails dug into her tender palm. On the 3rd floor, Nansun sat beside He Shi, calmly enjoying fruit. She felt no anxiety about whether or not she could secure the wedding attire. Indeed, as the auctioneer reiterated the price, He Shi quickly grabbed the remote control at hand. 100 million. The guest for box 1 surprisingly bid 100 million. This was the highest bid of the day. Is there anyone willing to offer more? After a few seconds, box 3 raised the bid by another 10 million. But He Shi immediately escalated the price to 200 million. The entire venue erupted in astonishment. Box 3 cautiously increased the bid by another 10 million. At this point, the atmosphere of the auction had reached its peak. With a slight raise of her brow, He Shi decided not to waste any more time and directly offered 500 million. When this price appeared on the big screen, box 3 fell utterly silent. Yet He Shi remained unfazed. After all, it was a subsidized auction voucher from the system, and any surplus could not be redeemed. Even if 500 million were thrown out, a significant portion would return to her pocket. At that moment, everyone present at the auction was astonished by the extravagant bid from box 1. Many were secretly inquiring about the identity of the guest in that room, including Wu Qing and Zheng Yuanhua. Thus, when the auctioneer announced the conclusion of the day's auction, they did not leave immediately but lingered in the corner of the 2nd floor, waiting quietly. Finally, the wooden door swung open. Upon seeing the familiar figures emerge from box 1, Wu Qing, clad in towering heels, nearly collapsed against the railing. Her face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. How could they possess such wealth? That was 500 million for a wedding dress. She hastily grabbed a passing staff member and asked, "Are they the guests from box 1? Are you sure?" Coincidentally, this staff member was the one who had originally run errands for He Shi. Noticing the woman's wild demeanor, he promptly replied, "You mean Director He? They are indeed in box 1. Director He? Yes. He is the 2nd shareholder of Huachin Auction. But I've heard he owns more than one company. Who knows if that is true?" Regardless, he casually pulled out that 500 million without even batting an eye. A colleague next to him chimed in with gossip. "It must be true. Director He verified on Weibo as the chairman of Xingqian Rentals." Wu Qing could no longer hear their voices. Her face burned with shame, feeling like a naked clown. Just an hour ago, she had confidently declared her intention to secure that embroidered wedding dress as her wedding attire. Those people must be laughing at her audacity. The more she thought about it, the more humiliated she felt. In stark contrast, Zheng Yuanhua's reaction was entirely different. "Wife, didn't you say you were friends with them? You should build a good relationship. That is 500 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Upon hearing this, Wu Qing clenched her fists tightly, fearing she might not be able to resist slapping him. Build a good relationship? She now only hoped to never encounter them again. After He Shi and the others exited the box, they did not leave immediately. Earlier, the system had suddenly provided him with top-tier appraisal abilities. Besides confirming that the antiques enveloped in white mist were genuine, he had yet to verify those shrouded in black mist or wrapped in golden threads. Not wanting to miss such a golden opportunity, He Shi discreetly informed Sun Guang of the booze he had noted down, requesting him to arrange for someone to handle it. In the lounge, Sun Guang inquired, "Director He, have you purchased all those antiques you instructed? Shall I bring them in now?" He Shi raised his hand, and immediately, staff members efficiently carried in several large boxes. Sun Guang was puzzled as to why the new director would suddenly acquire multiple booths. Some items, in his opinion, were merely junk. However, he would never dare voice such thoughts, unaware of his new subordinate's thoughts. He Shi feigned to pick and choose for a while before taking hold of an ink stone entwined in black mist. Slowly, blue characters began to appear. Qing Dynasty, magpie on plum inkstone, quality, inferior value. approximately 20,000. He then picked up a porcelain vase wrapped in golden threads. Qing Dynasty, Famille Rose Heart Bottle, quality, superior, value, approximately 30 million. He Shi's brow arched. It seemed that regardless of whether it was white mist, black mist, or golden threads, they all indicated authenticity, just varying in value. Such a lucrative opportunity was not one to be overlooked by a businessman like him. Consequently, He Shi arranged for several batches of people to acquire all the booths with a significant number of genuine articles. After spending a few more days and having them appraised professionally, he subsequently placed these genuine items directly at Huachan auction, reaping substantial profits in the process. Chapter 56. A rear-end collision? Seizing the opportunity to complain to my wife heavens. Is this really a wedding gown worth 500 million? In the living room of the He family, Qilon stood mesmerized before the phoenix-embroidered wedding dress, her eyes wide with astonishment. He Shi sighed, rubbing his temples. Mom, you've asked at least 3 times already. Qilon pouted. Can you blame me for being so surprised? I knew my son was capable, but I didn't expect him to be this capable. She circled the dress, nodding in agreement. But indeed, such luxury has its worth. The gold thread embroidery will retain its value over time. Naturally, only such a gown is worthy of my beautiful daughter-in-law. Wan Sun, sitting quietly to the side, felt a delightful smile tug at her lips. Seeing her mother-in-law not disapproving of the extravagant gown relieved her heart. She certainly did not wish for a wedding to disrupt the family's harmony. Has Xiao Sun tried on yet? Should we have her wear it for a look? He shook his head. Not yet. This dress is too intricate. We wouldn't wear it properly. In a couple of days, we'll go to Jiali to try on wedding dresses. We can take it along and make any necessary alterations then. Hearing her son's words, Qilon did not press further, knowing they would see it soon enough. He glanced at Li Tong, who had been waiting at the door, and said, All right, I need to head to work. I have several important meetings this afternoon, so I may not be back for dinner. The headquarters building was still under construction, and He Shi's workplace remained at Wanjia. Currently, Wanjia Investment, Nanshi Investment, Xing Qianli Rentals, Nanshi Hotel, Shengkong Pharmaceuticals, and Qiji Architecture were all enterprises he was keenly developing. He intended to consolidate these companies into Nanshi Group as wholly owned subsidiaries. Wan Sun understood her husband's hard work and would not hinder him. She thoughtfully escorted him to the elevator and, taking advantage of Li Tong's distraction, planted a gentle kiss on his lips before skipping back home. He touched his lips, a smile spreading across his face. With his wife's encouragement, he felt invigorated. Noticing his assistant's puzzled gaze, He cleared his throat and returned to business. What time are the flights for the first and second brothers tonight? After a month of travel, their business trip was finally coming to an end. Having finalized cooperation details with the last company today, they could hardly wait to book their tickets. He naturally wanted to treat his 2 good brothers to a warm welcome. Thanks to their hard work and the reputation of the 6 investment tycoons, Nanshi Investment had gained a standing in the investment world that rivaled Wanjia. This small company, emerging from obscurity, had grown into a formidable entity in just over a month, with nearly 100 subsidiaries and affiliated companies, astonishing everyone. Li Tong anticipated his boss's question and answered without hesitation. The flight to Yin City is at 7 in the evening, while the one to Prung City is slightly later at 7:30. All right, give Rensheng a call and have him prepare a feast for tonight. Understood. Before closing the car door, He glanced at his watch. It's still early. Let us take a trip to the old city to check on the construction progress of Ho Jian's project, to expedite the completion of the headquarters. Qiji Architecture had paused all other operations. Based on Ho Jian's previous reports, it seemed they would finish on schedule. As He was lost in thought, the car suddenly jolted violently. With a loud crash, the previously smooth ride of the Maybach came to an abrupt halt. Mr. He, are you all right? Li Tong turned to the back seat, concern etched on his face. He shook his head, gradually regaining clarity after the disorienting jolt. Seeing that he was indeed uninjured, Li Tong continued. It seems someone rear-ended us. I'll go check. He nodded and followed him out of the car. At the rear of the vehicle was a gray van, its front crumpled from the collision. The driver, a man in his 30s, was clutching his bloodied forehead. Panic etched across his face. Not far away, a woman holding a child appeared, equally startled. He Shi furrowed his brow and whispered a few instructions to Li Tong before approaching the driver. He Shi, observing the sharply dressed man exuding a powerful aura, felt his already pale face grow even paler due to blood loss. As a truck driver, he supported his family on a meager income. Since leaving home that morning, he had been plagued by an ominous feeling. Sure enough, halfway through his delivery, his wife had frantically called to say their daughter, Tian, had developed a high fever. As a premature baby, Tian had always been frail, and fevers were common. However, by the time he returned home, despite administering medicine and cooling measures, her fever persisted and even led to convulsions. This predicament left He Shi in a state of panic, and the couple hurriedly packed their belongings to rush to the hospital. Exhausted from work and mentally strained, his focus faltered, leading to the worst-case scenario. Faced with a luxury car before him, he felt as though the sky were falling. He had heard that wealthy individuals were often meticulous about compensation. If he were to be held accountable for tens of thousands, his family would be left destitute. With cold sweat forming on his forehead and his lips trembling uncontrollably, he found himself unable to utter an apology. In a moment of desperation, he nearly fell to his knees. This startled He Shi, who firmly grasped the man before him. His eyes filled with disapproval. Why would you kneel for such a minor incident? The car isn't severely damaged. You need not compensate anything. Is your child unwell? I've already instructed my assistant to call for an ambulance. It will arrive shortly, and you can have your injuries treated at the hospital. He Shi stood frozen, stunned by the revelation that he truly would not have to pay. He Shi seemed to read his thoughts, reassuring him. I mean it. You can rest easy. I can see your vehicle needs repairs. I will have someone tow it along. At that, He Shi's eyes filled with tears. The shift from despair to relief was instantaneous. Thank you. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. His wife approached, still holding their child, and repeatedly bowed in thanks. Ding! The system detected the host's benevolence and registered the most sincere and genuine gratitude, awarding a subsidy for a rural farm. He Shi was taken aback, not expecting this act of kindness to trigger a reward. Observing the couple's worn-out clothes, he inquired, what is their character like? The mechanical voice hesitated before admitting, acceptable. He Shi chuckled inwardly and turned back to He Shi. What is your monthly salary? He Shi exchanged a glance with his wife and replied honestly, I earn 6,000 at most and 4,000 at least, working for others. He Shi nodded. I need a driver, and I also require a cook at home. If you both are willing, you can come and give it a try. I can offer 15,000 each month. Really? He Shi was taken aback, overwhelmed by such fortune. We would love to, absolutely. Very well, my surname is He. Here is my business card. Once your child recovers, you can start working. He instructed his assistant. Li, you go along to the hospital and settle the medical expenses. Li Tong glanced at his slightly swollen wrist, hesitating. Then I'll have Sun come and pick you up. It's a perfect opportunity to share a sob story with his wife. Understanding his intention, Li Tong sighed. All right, as long as you're happy. Chapter 57. The Arrival of the Chairwoman. A stir among the company darling. Are you all right? Nan Sun abruptly halted the car and leaped into her husband's embrace, her clear, cold eyes filled with concern. Initially, she intended to feign distress to solicit some benefits from He Shi, but her heart softened in an instant. Repeatedly raising her hands to assure him of her safety and rolling up her sleeves for proof, Nan Sun finally felt at ease. What about the driver responsible for the accident? She wondered if the family of 3 was unharmed. Is Assistant Li all right? He Shi shook his head and recounted the events in detail, including how he had invited that couple to work at their home. Nan Sun fell silent for a few seconds. Although she understood that the driver had not acted with malice, she still felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, her trust in her husband was unwavering. He had invited them into their home, thus their character must be reliable, and she harbored no objections. Whatever you decide is fine. My husband is now a prominent businessman, so hiring a dedicated driver is indeed necessary. He Shi affectionately pinched her playful nose. A cook is also essential. When we move to the sandalwood garden, without a maid's assistance, you and your mother will be overwhelmed with cleaning duties. Moreover, Dad's health has improved considerably. I am considering opening a fruit shop for them on Shanghai Street. What do you think? Of course. Nansun enthusiastically raised both hands in support. Little you and the others will be starting kindergarten in just a couple of months. It would be good for them to engage in something they find interesting. Though Qilan and He Yuhai had become grandparents, they were still in their 40s. Retiring at home now would only lead to monotony. It would be better for them to venture out more. Otherwise, the elderly couple would feel a lack of belonging in the city. He sure nodded, resolved to finalize this plan upon returning home. So where to now? Back to the company? Nansun surveyed her surroundings. The two stood at the roadside, fortunate that the street was not bustling with pedestrians or vehicles. Otherwise, news of the van colliding with the Maybach would surely have spread like wildfire. I initially wanted to go to the old town, but we are out of time. He sure glanced at the clock. We should head to the company first. The boss and the second in command will return tonight. I had planned to pick you up for dinner, but this works out perfectly. As they conversed, they walked towards the parking area. Suddenly, He Shi's expression froze. Why are you driving this car? Nansun innocently scratched her cheek, gazing at the ostentatious color. I was in a hurry, so I just took one at random. Never mind, I will drive. Before long, a strikingly vibrant Barbie pink sports car appeared outside the Wanjia office building. Numerous passing employees curiously leaned in to catch a glimpse of the person emerging from such an eye-catching vehicle. Sitting inside, He Shi helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose, baffled as to why he had ordered this car on a flash sale. Get out. What are you waiting for? He Shi observed as the number of onlookers outside increased noticeably. He pulled his companion into an embrace and planted a passionate kiss on her lips, releasing her breathless before letting her go. His long fingers gently caressed her crimson lips, and the intensity in his gaze made Nansun's body stiffen, prompting her to flee the car. The security personnel and front desk staff in the lobby had already stretched their necks in anticipation, when a woman, whose beauty and figure could be described as perfect, descended from the vehicle. They gasped in astonishment. Upon seeing the usually stern and composed He Dong follow closely behind, their jaws nearly dropped. He Shi quickened his pace, grasping his wife's hand into his palm, and together they entered the building. Hello, Mr. He. Good day, Mr. He. He Shi nodded and paused suddenly at the front desk. This is my wife. There is no need for notifications when she arrives. Just take her upstairs. His words sent ripples of astonishment through the staff. The usually orderly front desk girls momentarily froze before quickly nodding. Understood, Mr. He. They then respectfully added, Hello, Mrs. He. Nansun smiled and waved her hand. Thank you. I'm Nansun. Just call me by my name, Mrs. He feels too awkward. It wasn't until the couple disappeared from view that the front desk and lobby staff excitedly huddled together. Wow, a fairy. How can someone be so stunning? They are such a perfect match. Did you see Mr. He's affectionate gaze? And he introduced her as his wife. That means they are married. But doesn't Mrs. He sound familiar? What? Nansun, the protagonist of that recent citywide engagement proposal. ISNT her name, Nansun? Oh my, what a coincidence. I think it's that coincidental. Did you see the rings they wore? They are from Harry Winston, and the proposal happened right at that entrance. Oh my, the case is solved. Thus, within the span of a mere cup of coffee, news of the chairwoman's presence at the company spread like wildfire through all departments. The identity of the engagement proposal's heroine was also circulated with fervor. The staff, regardless of the truth, eagerly indulged in gossip. Combined with the earlier news of He Shi having triplets, the couple's love story had morphed into a full-fledged narrative within just a few hours. There were even groups formed solely for shipping the couple. Many of the management team seized the opportunity to visit the 20th floor, all in hopes of catching a glimpse of the boss's wife. This included the finance department manager, Feng Hua, who had previously contemplated introducing her niece to He Shi. However, before she could act, General Manager George had thwarted her plans. She could not suppress her curiosity to see the chairwoman and quell the irritation in her heart. The sound of 10-centimeter high heels echoed on the marble floor as Feng Hua, clad in black stockings and professional attire, confidently approached the chairman's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Upon hearing the voice, Feng Hua entered. She scanned the room, but did not see the figure she had hoped to meet, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. She forced herself to focus, completed her report, and turned to leave the office. Suddenly, a faint but delightful fragrance wafted through the air. She looked up to see a woman with raven hair, red lips, and porcelain skin gracefully approaching. Feng Hua's heart skipped a beat. She knew from just one glance that her niece had been utterly outclassed. Noticing Feng Hua's stunned expression, Nansun nodded in greeting before stepping through the door behind her. He Shi, who was about to head into a meeting, hurriedly took the cup from her hands. I told you that you could just ask someone to bring you what you wanted. Why did you come all this way? Nansun sank into the plush, black leather sofa, exhaling in relief. I came to gather information, to see if you were hiding a mistress in the company. And the result? I need to investigate further. He Shi nodded, casting a lingering gaze over her exquisite figure. All right, when I return, I will assist you in your thorough investigation. Nansun's cheeks flushed, and she grabbed a nearby cushion, tossing it at him playfully. You rogue. Chapter 58. Gifting brothers with luxurious mansions and cars at 8 o'clock in the evening. At the Nanshi Grand Hotel, He Shi and Nansun were the first to arrive. Upon their arrival, they were escorted by manager Ren Sheng to the exclusive 82nd floor. This level was entirely adorned with modern decor, featuring smooth and gleaming marble that reflected their silhouettes clearly. Shortly thereafter, Li Tong arrived. He Shi glanced at his wrist, which was wrapped in a bandage, and inquired with concern, "How is your injury? Do you need a couple of days off?" "It's nothing serious, just a slight twist." Li Tong replied nonchalantly. He Shi and his wife had settled in as well. Thankfully, their child received timely medical attention, but they would need to observe him for another night. The couple assured that they would return to work the day after tomorrow. He Shi nodded, confident in Li Tong's abilities. Half an hour later, the elder and younger brothers finally arrived, surprisingly accompanied by a friend. She was a delicate-looking woman, exuding a gentle aura, none other than Xiaoya, the lobby manager they had met earlier at the Xinyuan farmhouse. He Shi raised an eyebrow as he observed her hand intertwined with the elder brother's, an unexpected turn of events. The elder brother even went so far as to pull out a chair for her, serve her utensils, and pour her water, leaving He Shi and the others momentarily stunned. It was hard to believe that this was the same elder brother who once dared to mix alcohol with antibiotics. The elder father felt a wave of satisfaction. Where's cousin Shi? Why is he arriving later than us? After everyone settled down, the waiter began serving dishes. And it was then that the younger brother noticed someone was missing. Just as he mentioned it, Qi Jiang, dressed sharply in a suit, rushed in, looking worn out. I've been swamped lately. The company has introduced new equipment and plans to launch a new leasing module. He gulped down a glass of water. And since my parents came to Shunsheng, they've been hounding me about blind dates. It's becoming overwhelming. After He Shi and his companions returned from beaching, Qi Jiang's parents hesitated but ultimately decided to accompany them. They wanted to care for their son and were also concerned about his romantic prospects. Initially intending to stay just a few days, they extended their visit since He Yuhai and Qi Lan had settled in Shunsheng. Qi Jiang figured his parents would be lonely if they returned to the county, so he kept them around. The elder brother chuckled. Then you should find someone quickly to resolve that. Qi Jiang shot him a glare. I would if there were suitable options. I can't just grab anyone off the street and start dating. He Shi, who had been silent, suggested, why not live apart for a while? Your stubborn nature only worsens under pressure. Perhaps a little space will help you clear your mind. I recently purchased another building at CG Yunding. You four can each choose a suite, and there are cars parked in the Tangxianjuan garage for you to select from. Instead of the usual business sedans like Mercedes or BMWs, this time, you can each pick a sports car. Since using 10 universal upgrade cards to elevate his top-tier investment skills to a divine level, he sure had noticed an influx of sports cars in the shop. Now, the garage at Tangxianjuan boasted nearly 20 luxury vehicles. As He Shi concluded his announcement, the three men, aside from the composed Li Tong, looked as though they might kneel in gratitude. Old three, you truly are my benefactor. Serving you for a lifetime would be worth it. He Shi waved dismissively. Just focus on your work. Expanding our company is the best way to repay old three. The younger brother raised his glass. No need for words. Let's toast to you, brother. Xiaoya, who had remained quiet, was astounded by He Shi's generosity, whether it was the house or the car. The fact that he was giving such lavish gifts in Shunsheng was remarkable. A single house would cost millions, especially in the prestigious CG Yunding community. As for the sports cars, Mr. He was indeed exceptionally magnanimous toward his brothers. She glanced at Nan's son, who wore a content smile, clearly accustomed to such displays, and she couldn't help but admire them in silence. If it were her, no matter how generous, she couldn't allow her partner to squander money so recklessly. This couple was undoubtedly extraordinary. With a sigh, Xiaoya thought to herself, no wonder they could become big bosses while she was merely destined to be an employee. By the way, weren't we supposed to visit the farm tomorrow? Xiaoya, you should join us. The more, the merrier. Xiaoya was taken aback by the sudden invitation, but quickly turned to the elder brother, who looked equally eager. Blushing, she nodded in agreement. Nan's son beamed. All right, tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon. Let's not keep anyone waiting. Qi Jiang raised his glass and gulped it down. If the sister-in-law has spoken, we will definitely be on time. As the elder and younger brothers had just landed, they decided against drinking too much that evening to allow for a good rest. Li Tong and Qi Jiang drove, needing to call a ride service to return home. The elder brother, younger brother, and Xiaoya initially planned to take a taxi, but Nan's son insisted on driving them, leaving them no choice but to acquiesce. After all, aside from Xiaoya, the others lived in Jinfutiandi, making it a convenient route. Hey, isn't that old four? The younger brother suddenly remarked upon stepping out of the hotel. Curious, the elder brother looked over. Across the street stood a casual Chinese restaurant, not particularly expensive, where they had previously dined together. A frail man wearing glasses stumbled out, confirming it was indeed old four. The street wasn't particularly wide, and just as the elder brother spoke, the man across glanced over, seemingly recognizing them, but quickly looked down again. The younger brother frowned. What does he mean by that? Isn't he wearing glasses? I don't know. Old three and his partner are taking their time retrieving the car. Let's go check it out, the elder brother suggested, pulling Xiaoyu across the street. He approached old four and tapped him on the shoulder. Are you here with colleagues? Having a gathering? Old four looked up, momentarily taken aback. Yeah? Are you all gathering too? His cheeks flushed, and the stench of alcohol wafted from him. Have you had too much to drink? Should I call a car for you? Old four scoffed. What's it to you if I've had too much? As long as the boss is here, I won't leave. Unlike you, who can afford to dine at an 8-star hotel now. How enviable. His words rendered the air instantly silent. The younger brother's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? You made your own choices. Don't blame us for your misfortune. It's nothing personal, but he sure truly is capable. I hear you've been trading stocks with him. You must have made quite a fortune, right? But such a golden opportunity. Shouldn't you share in the class group? Still as selfish and arrogant as ever. The younger brother, taken aback by the unexpected knowledge, couldn't he help but chuckle at old four's audacity. The elder brother, however, retorted sharply, old 3's success is his own merit. Why should he share it with you? What is it to you if we're doing well? If you can't handle it, then just keep your mouth shut. With those words, not only did old four's face turn ashen, but even the younger brother and Xiaoyu were left in stunned silence. Chapter 59, A Wife's Bias. He Shi's happiness and trepidation when He Shi arrived with Nan's son. He was greeted by a tense standoff among a few individuals. Curiously, he inquired, what is going on? The second brother scoffed, what else? Someone's had too much vinegar and is feeling sour. He Shi glanced at the fourth brother's sullen countenance and quickly comprehended the situation. However, he could not fathom why this individual felt entitled to be resentful, even when his relationship with the fourth brother was merely cordial. He had made efforts to include him in their circle, treating him with fairness as they all shared the same dormitory. It was he himself who had hesitated to take risks and decline the invitation. Now, the fourth brother seemed to be throwing shade, perhaps seeking some form of recompense. He sure found himself at a loss for words. He had never considered himself a saint. He reciprocated kindness with sincerity, just as he did with the first brother and others. Upon hearing that he had started a company, they had immediately abandoned their jobs to support him. Yet, the fourth brother, who only thought of himself, and, after failing, refused to examine his own faults, blaming others for not lending a hand. Well, he could take his sour attitude elsewhere. Thus, He Shi coldly remarked, if you have something to say, feel free to express it in my presence. There is no need to take your frustrations out on others. Also, the paths we choose are our own. With that, He beckoned the first brothers to get into the car. Ignoring such self-righteous and peculiar individuals was the most potent form of retaliation. As expected, the fourth brother's face turned an ominous shade as he watched the car drive away. He clenched his fists, vowing that one day he would trample all these people beneath his feet. Meanwhile, He Shi and his companions, blissfully unaware of his thoughts, continued on their way. Even if they had known, they wouldn't have cared. Such melodramatic sentiments only served to amuse them. However, after 4 years of cohabitation, the atmosphere in the car had grown somewhat oppressive. How ridiculous! I reached out to care for him, only to be met with such sarcasm. The first brother's irritation grew with each passing thought. How did I not see his true nature before? It must be because we didn't interact deeply enough. The second brother, arms crossed, sighed in agreement. But how did he find out about our stock trading? The first brother paused, a hint of regret crossing his face. It must have been my social media post he saw. In just over a month, we made over $1 million in stock trading. It's something I couldn't possibly keep to myself. Looks like I've caused trouble for the third brother. He sure shot him a glance, stating, "It's no secret that I brought you into stock trading. Anyone who should know knows. This has nothing to do with you." The second brother chimed in, "Exactly. The issue lies with him. If you were to ask Xiaoya, knowing we made over $1 million in stock trading, would she be sour about it?" The usually quiet Xiaoya responded with a hint of surprise, "Actually, I do feel a bit sour." The others burst into laughter, and he sure couldn't help but smirk. "Well, how this person fares in the future is of no concern to us. We need only manage our own affairs. After all, there are plenty of people who dislike him, so we won't miss one more." After dropping Xiaoya off at home, they returned to Jean Fu Tiandi. After showering, he sure entered his study and opened the flash sale marketplace. As expected, today's item was a sports car, and there was only one upgrade card available, which was sufficient. He promptly completed the purchase for 9 yuan, finally able to upgrade his skills. Without hesitation, he chose to enhance his spatial abilities. The system's mechanical voice resonated. "Is the host certain about upgrading the space?" "Affirmative," he sure replied eagerly. Initially, the system had provided him with a mere 10 square meters of space. With these 10 upgrade cards, surely it would expand tenfold. A flash of blue light surged before him, and the system announced, "Done." He sure was taken aback. Is that it? He immediately checked the blue box in his mind. The space, which had been overflowing, still seemed cramped, with little additional room. He pressed his forehead, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "Is this what you call an upgrade?" "Indeed," the system replied nonchalantly, its tone suggesting that he should have no objections. He felt an urge to curse. "With 10 upgrade cards, this is all I get?" The mechanical voice paused for a moment before responding. "Please, host, use civilized language. Strive harder. Significant changes will occur after level 5. He sure sighed. If the system were a person, it would likely be rolling its eyes at him now. Great, what a waste. I should have just upgraded my stock trading skills instead. However, the system added, it is worth noting that this upgrade has unlocked the top-tier planning function. He sure's eyes lit up, but his expression quickly darkened. He pointed at a patch of soil in the corner of the space and asked, "You don't mean to suggest I should plant something in that tiny area, do you? This soil can greatly reduce planning time. Please evaluate after use," the system explained. He was convinced the system had become too familiar with him. What special benefits does planning here offer? After all, one can plan anywhere, but this space has suddenly acquired such a function, which must mean it's extraordinary. Ding! Initial space planting detected. A miraculous seed has been provided. Beauty seed. Effect: skin whitening, youth preservation. A white seed appeared in He Shi's palm. He examined it closely but saw nothing remarkable about it. How am I supposed to plant this? The host only needs to place it in the soil, the system advised. He promptly complied. As soon as the white seed made contact with the soil, it sprouted rapidly, growing roots, buds, and ultimately producing a cluster of small white fruits. They resembled grapes, but were crystal clear and stunning. He cautiously plucked one and tasted it. It was sweet and slightly cool, quite pleasant indeed. He immediately decided that regardless of its effects, he would give one to each family member. Moreover, various miraculous seeds have been added to the flash sale marketplace. The host may purchase them at will, relying on luck. He nodded in understanding. In the bedroom, Nan Sun, freshly bathed, lay on the bed playing with Xiaobai. A small, deep green bug flitted around her fingertips before finally flying out the window. He sure had long since grown accustomed to these little creatures she nurtured. Yet, recalling the earlier encounter with the fourth brother, he couldn't help but caution, "Don't play around too much." Nan Sun replied dismissively, "Don't worry. It's just a little toothache for him. He should learn that thoughtless words come with consequences." He sure shook his head in resignation. With such a protective wife, he felt both fortunate and anxious. He worried that one day she might whimsically employ those strange tactics against him, leaving him with nowhere to turn for solace. To safeguard his position as the head of the household, he sure resolved to intensify his training starting tomorrow. Refusing to be under his wife's thumb would begin with him. Chapter 60. The Vast Farm. Astounding friends. As Xiang Yuanci returned to the community, holding breakfast in hand, he spotted a familiar figure from afar. Approaching closer, he confirmed it was He Shi, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days. He quickly called out, "He go out for a morning run?" Dressed in a sleek black athletic outfit, He Shi promptly halted. With broad shoulders and a slender waist, his long, straight legs boasted a model's physique, leaving Xiang Yuanci filled with envy. "He go, why do you look even more handsome?" He Shi playfully pushed his head away, chuckling, "Stop it. What did you have for breakfast?" Xiang Yuanci nodded towards the buns he was carrying. "Just something to fill my stomach. I live alone, so I don't have many requirements." He Shi looked at his small face, barely the size of a palm, and shook his head. It was no wonder he still looked like a child at 20. After their workout, He Shi brought him back home, where his mother and sister-in-law had already prepared breakfast. Nan Sun, familiar with Xiang Yuanci, greeted him with a smile. Lan, known for her warm hospitality, made the young man feel a bit shy with her enthusiasm. 3 children were practicing phonetics with their grandfather on the balcony, and upon hearing someone enter, they curiously peeked out. Xiang Yuanci had heard about He Shi's triplets, but had never met them until now. For a moment, the adults and the 3 children all stood wide-eyed in astonishment. This scene amused the adults and the He family. Nan Sun waved to her son. "What are the little fish doing? Bring your sisters out. Your uncle is here." "Mom." The 3 children rushed out, simultaneously calling out, "Uncle." This delighted Xiang Yuanci, who, with a childlike spirit, soon found himself playing with the trio. The breakfast at the He household was lavish, to cater to everyone's tastes. Lan rose early each day to prepare. After a month of living away from home, Xiang Yuanci savored the meal with great satisfaction. He eventually rose to bid farewell as noon approached. He Shi accompanied him to the door, reminding him, "When you set off, let your cousins know not to be late." Since they were going out for fun, the more, the merrier. Thus, He Shi had invited not only his close friends, but also sent messages to his cousins. Nan Sun had also extended invitations to Annie, Yi Tong, and Zhang Yu. Xiang Yuanci nodded enthusiastically. Outings like this were his forte. In the afternoon, a rare lineup of luxury cars was parked outside the Jinfu Tiandi community, piquing the curiosity of the residents. Even the sales manager, Fang Yuwei, was taken aback. Upon learning that these were He Shi's friends, his surprise quickly dissipated. In his mind, with Mr. He's capabilities, it would not be strange for him to know the city's wealthiest. The He family rode in a van, while the Qi family had one for themselves, Xiaoya had one, Li Tong and Annie shared another, and Xiang Yuanci and Yi Tong took one as well, with the last being for Deng Wenyo and Zhang Yu. The convoy of 6 luxury vehicles set off for the outskirts, and after a little over an hour's winding journey, they finally reached their destination. Entering through the wooden gate, they were greeted by a lush grove with a narrow path winding through it. The farm was managed by a couple in their 50s, Mr. and Mrs. Wang, who had been waiting for them. It was He Shi's first visit, and under the guidance of Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang, they traversed the woodland. Before them stood a series of charming wooden cottages, and further away lay an endless expanse of verdant grassland. He Shi was taken aback by the size of the farm. Even he found himself momentarily stunned. Deng Wenyo, Xiang Yuanci, and Zhang Yu, accustomed to grand spectacles, were equally astonished, their mouths agape. Although their families were prominent in Shunsheng, with vast estates, they had never encountered such a farm or mansion, which had been amassed over generations. But how could He Shi, being so young, possess such an establishment? Initially, They had thought a trip to the farm would mean visiting a slightly larger countryside home. The eldest among them, noticing their astonishment, chuckled. What? Are you also surprised? Your He Shi's enterprises extend far beyond this. This farm is merely a trifle. Intrigued, Deng Wenyo asked, what other ventures does he have? Can you enlighten us, big brother? The term big brother delighted the eldest, who immediately wrapped his arms around the young ones and began to share insights. Hearing the occasional gasps of amazement from the group, He Shi shook his head, amused yet bemused. What was there to flaunt about such modest achievements? One day, when he made a mark that could shake the business world, then perhaps it would warrant astonishment. Nan Sun glanced at her husband and knew he was secretly reveling in their admiration. All right, enough boasting. Let us help your parents bring in the things. Though secretly delighted, he maintained a facade of seriousness. Concerned, Nan Sun fretted that their son might pick up his father's habits. He Shi, upon hearing her, flashed a charming smile at his wife. After settling everything, he finally had the opportunity to survey the surroundings. The vast farm clearly required more than just Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang to manage it. It was equipped with a plethora of facilities and numerous staff members. There were vegetable greenhouses, orchards, fish ponds, and various animals and poultry enclosures. Chickens, ducks, and geese were standard fare. But he sure was particularly intrigued by the dairy cows and horses. Thus, after changing into suitable attire, the group of young people and the 3 children first headed to the dairy farm, while the elders opted for a stroll through the vegetable greenhouses and orchards. The dairy farm had dedicated workers for milking. Upon their arrival, a worker promptly demonstrated the process and explained the nuances of manual milking. With the advent of milking machines, manual labor had become rare, yet remained an engaging and fulfilling experience. Nan Sun nodded in agreement. After observing for a while, she found herself eager to try. Eventually, she, along with Annie and Yi Tong, enthusiastically volunteered. Even the 3 children bravely approached. However, the adult men stood hesitantly, frowning. Honey, come and join. It's quite fun. Yes. Don't be shy. Come on. The eldest exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before they decided to join in. Only He Shi remained rooted in place, immobile. Noticing, Nan Sun hurried over. What is wrong, darling? Didn't you say you wanted to see the dairy cows? He Shi's expression stiffened. He had genuinely wanted to come and observe. Who would have thought it would require participation? Understanding his sentiment, Nan Sun chuckled and leaned closer to his chest, whispering, sorry about that. The unique fragrance from her, carried by the breeze, tantalized He Shi's senses. His throat tightened, and he eventually lowered his voice to utter a few words, which drifted into Nan Sun's ears. His tone held a hint of grievance, but Nan Sun's cheeks flushed crimson. Until dinner, her mind lingered on his words. I just want to touch my wife. Chapter 61. The first encounter with the triplets and the arrival of Uncle Superman dinner was prepared by Qi Lan and Qi Zhang's mother, along with several young ladies. The vegetables were freshly picked from the greenhouse in the afternoon, and the meat came from the farm's poultry. This lifestyle of immediate availability brought a unique joy to the young city dwellers. Even Qi Lan's elders reminisced about their past rural life. A lively group gathered in the courtyard, around a large bonfire. Many farm residents joined in the merriment, forming a circle to dance to the music. When the eldest brother noticed Xiao Ye eager to join, he promptly extended his hand to her. The two happily mingled into the crowd. Xiang Yuanxi, on the other hand, directly pulled Yi Tong along, leaving the envious Qi Jiang behind, who wondered how his brother had managed to win over such a wonderful girl. Not only was she capable, but her character was also admirable. How did she end up with his lecherous brother? Qi Jiang couldn't help but feel disgruntled. The second brother shook his head, pondering, who knows? It seems they connected after their last trip to Luoya Mountain. He leaned closer to Qi Jiang, whispering, I heard that they met several times while he was on a business trip to Yin City. Qi Jiang fell silent, deciding that he would seek his brother's advice when he had the chance. By the way, where was the third brother and his wife? Annie, who was sitting nearby with Zhang Yu, pointed behind her, the goddess hasn't come out for dinner. Mystery just went in to bring her food. Qi Jiang didn't bother to ask further, as the feeling of fullness was all too familiar. Meanwhile, as He Shi entered the house, he noticed Nan Sun hunched over the table, her hands moving busily. Upon his arrival, she turned, startled by his sudden voice. She lightly tapped his arm. Could you not scare me? You were so engrossed that you didn't even notice me coming in. He sure chuckled, sitting down on the carpet and wrapping his arms around her. Nansun leaned comfortably against him, her hands still at work. He sure raised an eyebrow at the character on the tablet. Is this pig-nosed figure supposed to be me? Yes. You were too shy to milk the cow, weren't you? What else could it be but a silly little pig? She teased. How dare you mock me? He sure tightened his grip around her waist, threatening playfully. Are you planning to stay up late again tonight? Hearing this, Nansun's expression froze as she began to plead. Darling, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Just tell me what animal you like, and I'll change it. Okay? He sure was merely teasing his wife. He had no objections to being depicted however she wished. But who would refuse a chance to gain some benefits? Just as the couple basked in their warm atmosphere, Xiao Yu rushed in with her sisters, panic-stricken. Daddy, Xiao Duzi is missing. He sure looked puzzled. Who is Xiao Duzi? Nansun explained. He is Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang's grandson. Sweetheart, slow down. What happened? How did Xiao Duzi go missing? Xiao Yu, trying to maintain her composure, recounted, after dinner, I saw the adults nearby. So I took my sisters to play under the big tree in the courtyard. We met a group of kids around the same age, and Xiao Duzi was among them. Since his grandparents are in charge of the farm, he was like the leader among the children. But today, 3 new kids came, and his grandparents told him to play nicely with them because they're the farm owner's children, and they mustn't offend them. At just 5 years old, Xiao Duzi didn't understand that he might lose his status as leader. When he saw me, he started provoking me and insisted on betting with me to play hide and seek. I thought it was childish and ignored him, but then he just disappeared. We waited for ages, but Xiao Duzi didn't come back, and we were too scared to search for him ourselves. He sure knelt down, gently patting his son's head. Sweetheart, you did the right thing. You're still young, and such matters should be resolved by adults. Don't worry, Xiao Duzi might have just gone home. I'll send someone to check. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's anxieties were instantly soothed. Daddy, I'll go check under the tree again. Perhaps Xiao Duzi has returned. She darted towards the door, tightly holding her sister's hands. However, Nian hesitated and stopped. Nansun and he sure exchanged glances, looking at their daughter. Nian, what's wrong? After a moment of hesitation, Nian replied, Mommy, Xiao Wan just said she saw Xiao Duzi. I think he went that way. Nansun was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's sense of direction. She extended her hand, and a pale green snake emerged from her pocket, slowly slithering into her palm. At that moment, someone outside suddenly shouted, There's a fire! Quick! Help put out! He sure rushed outside. Where's the fire? It's Uncle Wang's house. Nansun followed closely, her expression grave as she nodded at He Shi. Xiao Duzi is likely inside. Uncle Wang's house was not far from where they had dinner. Upon seeing the flames, everyone rushed over, but it was already too late. The wooden 2-story house quickly succumbed to the raging fire. People grabbed anything they could find to help extinguish the flames. While Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang frantically searched for their grandson, beads of sweat trickling down their faces. Xiao Duzi, are you in there? When He Shi arrived, he saw Uncle Wang wrapped in a bedsheet, ready to rush into the fire. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, the sound of the front door collapsing. At that moment, a small figure appeared on the second-floor balcony, stumbling and clearly distressed. The child's face was blackened by smoke, but the clothing confirmed it was indeed Xiao Duzi. Grandpa! Grandma! The child's voice was weak and trembling, tears streaming down his face from fear. Uncle Wang, frantic with worry, disregarded everyone's attempts to stop him and made a charge inside again. He Shi's brow furrowed deeply as he assessed the height of the balcony. With a swift run-up, he propelled himself off the wall. His movements were graceful, akin to a leopard, and in an instant, he leaped onto the second floor. Xiao Duzi blinked in shock, momentarily forgetting to cry as he gazed at the suddenly appearing Uncle Superman. The child's small, kitten-like face made He Shi chuckle. He swiftly scooped the boy into his arms and, amid gasps of astonishment, jumped down from the second floor. Chapter 62. Your father is wonderful. But I choose your mother. This marked the first occasion when He Shi showcased his extraordinary abilities after acquiring the skills of a special forces soldier. Not only were the onlookers astonished, but even Nansun was left speechless. He Shi handed little Doozy over to Uncle Wong and Aunt Wong. Once he ensured that the child was merely startled and unharmed, he approached his wife, teasingly grasping her hand. "What's wrong? Are you captivated by your husband's charm?" Before Nan Sun could respond, the three children nearby rushed to embrace their father's legs with adoration. The eldest quickly joined them. "Wow, I never realized the third one was the most impressive. How did you manage to do that? It was like you flew." He sure smirked slightly, calmly waving his hand. "Let's keep a low profile." Xiang Yuanzi looked up at the towering wall that was twice his height and swallowed hard. "I swear, from this day forth, He will be my sole idol." Deng Wenyo cast a disdainful glance at his cousin. What does it matter to have an idol? He would prefer to call He Shi dad from now on. The brothers gazed at He Shi with eyes sparkling with admiration. The unexpected incident of the evening caught everyone off guard. Upon returning home, Qi Lan, still shaken, patted her chest. "Have we discovered the cause of the fire?" He Shi shook his head. "However, it is rumored that someone might have been smoking and discarded a cigarette. But, what? But none of us smoke." Nan Sun interjected, grasping her mother-in-law's hand. "Don't worry, Mom. What my husband means is that Uncle Wong." Later that evening, Aunt Wong tugged at Uncle Wong's arm, coming to apologize to He Shi. "I truly apologize, Mr. He." Uncle Wong bowed, his expression filled with trepidation. "I will resolutely give up smoking from now on, ensuring that such an incident never occurs again." He reflected on the near disaster involving his grandson, his heart filled with dread for his previous negligence. How could he have carelessly tossed a lit cigarette onto the grass at his doorstep? Tonight's wind had ignited it fortuitously. He sure cast a cold glance at him. "Did you check the surveillance footage?" Aunt Wong sheepishly nodded. "Yes, it was indeed my husband's fault. I am truly sorry, Mr. He. We also wish to express our gratitude for saving little Doozy. We are at a loss as to how to repay your kindness." He sure glanced at the dejected little heir standing nearby. "There is no need for thanks. After all, it was merely a child's quarrel. Otherwise, little Doozy would not have found himself in this predicament." Aunt Wong appeared confused. "But Mr. He, little Doozy is supposed to be home sleeping at this hour. It's my husband's carelessness." Upon hearing this, little heir abruptly looked up. He sure subtly smiled, continuing, "Let us not mention this again. There is no need for gratitude. Would I really let someone perish without assistance? However, it would indeed be prudent for Uncle Wong to quit smoking, as it poses significant health risks." Uncle Wong quickly agreed. Yes, you are absolutely right." He sure then discussed the matter of the house reconstruction with them, opting not to ask for compensation, which deepened Uncle Wong and Aunt Wong's gratitude. Once everyone had departed, he sure called his son aside. "What's wrong? Feeling guilty?" Little heir leaned against his father's embrace, murmuring, "Dad, I'm sorry. Today, little Doozy wanted to play with me, and I shouldn't have ignored him. If I had agreed to bet with little Doozy, he might not have gone home to sleep." He sure chuckled, ruffling the little one's cheek. "This isn't your fault. No one can predict what the future holds. Your remorse stems from your kindness, and I am delighted by that. Yet, one must also learn to think critically, understand?" Little heir shook his head. "What do you mean?" "I don't understand, Dad." "It means, if someone does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If they are excessively unreasonable, then being overly kind can be foolish. However, if you believe that a person is fundamentally good, then it's worth trying to befriend them." After pondering for a moment, little heir concluded, "I feel that little Doozy is just a child throwing a tantrum. He is not a bad person." He sure could not help but laugh at his son's innocent tone. "You are just a child yourself, yet you speak of others' childishness." Little heir's face flushed instantly. What mischievous father! He was being entirely serious in their conversation. He sure stood up, lifting his son into his embrace. "I know you are clever. You will surely resolve this minor issue. Now go to bed. If you stay up any longer, your mother will start missing me." Little heir, utterly powerless against his father's whims, wore a puzzled expression. The leaps in adult logic were indeed beyond his young comprehension. Once back in his room, he sure flopped onto the bed. Nan Sun hurriedly tugged at his arm. "You haven't bathed yet. Get up." He sure flipped her onto the bed, mumbling, "I'm tired. I'll go in a bit." "Dear, let me hold you." Nan Sun paused, recalling her husband's impressive agility from earlier. Her porcelain-like face gradually flushed with warmth, her eyes sparkling with myriad stars. She couldn't help but softly call out, "Husband." That night, Nansen wore a silky white spaghetti strap dress. Their earlier tussle had caused the strap to slide down her fair shoulder. He sure opened his eyes, staring at her dazed expression for quite some time. Ever since consuming the fruit known as perfection, his wife, already a stunning beauty, appeared even more breathtaking. The man's eyes glistened, drawn in by her captivating scent that tantalized his senses. Ultimately, he could no longer resist leaning in. "Lock the door." Nansen, feeling bashful, curled her toes. The cool skin exposed to the air quickly turned warm. Meanwhile, he sure was overwhelmed by the silky sensation, rendering his mind utterly blank. The following day, little Heir had just finished breakfast when he took his two younger sisters by the hand. Exhausted from staying up late, Nansen, yawning and teary-eyed, asked, "Where are you going?" Just as little Heir was about to respond, a small visitor arrived at the door. Little Doozy, who had been so boisterous the day before, now greeted the adults politely and quietly apologized to little Heir. The two children exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Nansen felt a wave of relief and smiled at little Doozy, who turned red in response, his lively black eyes glancing shyly at her face. Seated nearby, he sure wondered, does he realize he isn't fully matured yet? Seeing that his wife's attention was about to wane, he hastily ushered the children outside. Unfortunately, their keen hearing allowed them to catch snippets of conversation from afar. "Was that amazing superhero uncle who saved me yesterday your dad? He is so impressive, right? I also think Dad is incredible, the most incredible in the world." He sure felt a moment of pride, but quickly faded. He overheard little Doozy shyly declare, "But I still think your mom is really pretty." Chapter 63, Staff Stout. Is the horse a beauty enthusiast? At the racetrack, he sure led a docile mare to Nansen, gesturing for her to mount. "Do you need my assistance?" he inquired. Nansen shot him a playful glare. "Who do you look down upon?" With that, she gracefully swung her leg over and settled onto the mare's back. The already gentle creature seemed even more amiable in her presence. He sure chuckled softly. "I forgot how animals are naturally drawn to you." Nansen smiled, gently nudging the mare's belly, which prompted the horse to gallop joyfully. However, after a few laps, she felt unsatisfied. She handed the mare to a staff member and took He Shi's hand, leading him towards the stables. One by one, she inspected the horses until her eyes lit up upon spotting an entirely black stallion, save for its 4 white hooves and snowy muzzle. "What a striking horse!" she exclaimed, reaching out to pat its head, only to be halted by a staff member. "Madam, please be cautious," the staff member warned. "This horse is named Heir and has a fiery temperament. To date, only our supervisor has managed to tame it. Several staff members have been injured by its kicks." "Is that so?" Nansen raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued. "I find it quite obedient." As she spoke, her delicate hand was already resting on Heir's muzzle. The staff member tensed, ready to intervene at the first sign of aggression. However, to their astonishment, the notoriously unruly horse nuzzled affectionately against her hand. The staff member was left bewildered. Could it be that horses have a preference for beauty? Nansen, delighted, remarked to He Shi, "What a name, Heir. Let's just call it Little Black. Much simpler." With that, she led the stallion out of the stable and effortlessly mounted it. "I'll take a quick ride. Wait for me here." And with that, she left He Shi with a stunning view of her retreating figure. Dang Wenyo, returning from a lap, was thoroughly impressed. "I never imagined my sister-in-law could handle a horse so well. That horse wouldn't even let me touch it." He sure shot him a sidelong glance. "How dare you compare yourself to my wife?" Understanding the implications, Deng Wenyo felt a sudden pang of defeat. Noticing that he had returned alone, He sure curiously asked, "Where's your cousin? Weren't you two riding together?" Deng Wenyo gestured vaguely behind him. "He's sulking over there. Apparently, he was rejected during an audition and is feeling down." It dawned on He Shi that Xiang Yuanci was indeed an actor, so he casually inquired, "How's his acting?" Deng Wenyo immediately perked up. "Oh, he's quite talented. Although he didn't attend a formal acting school, he's always been passionate about it. At 16, he participated in a competition and actually won first place. Unfortunately, being the only child, His family disapproved of him entering the entertainment industry and pressured him into a finance major at university. Lately, he had a falling out with my uncle and is determined to make a name for himself, stating he won't return home until he does. He sure pondered this. Which production was he auditioning for? Deng Wenyo's eyes brightened. The Tomb Robbery Diary. He was auditioning for a minor role. He glanced at Li Tong, who had approached. I won't disturb you while you wait for your wife, brother He. He sure nodded and turned to Li Tong, who is the director of the Tomb Robbery Diary. That's Yu Gang, and the principal investor for this production is Chung Fong Entertainment. He sure raised an eyebrow. Well aware that Chung Fong Entertainment was the largest entertainment company in the city and that he had recently acquired a 51% stake in the company. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and gestured to Li Tong. Send me director, use contact information. Approximately 30 seconds later, a middle-aged man's voice answered on the other end. Hello, who is this? He sure identified himself. I am He, the new chairman of Chung Fong Entertainment. Yu Gang was taken aback and pulled the phone away to verify the local number, quickly adopting a respectful tone. Ah, Chairman He, how may I assist you? It's not so much a request as an inquiry regarding the recent additions, he sure stated. As the primary investor, it was perfectly reasonable for him to inquire about the project's progress. However, Yu Gang's heart sank at the implication. Please, go ahead. He sure cut to the chase. Was there a young man named Xiang Yuanci who auditioned? How did he perform? Yu Gang hesitated momentarily. Yes, there was indeed such a young man, and he performed quite well. Then why was he not selected? At this point, Yu Gang understood the underlying motive behind He Shi's call. He was seeking an explanation for Xiang Yuanci's rejection. Relieved, he replied, to be honest, Chairman He, his performance was commendable, and I appreciated it. However, but what? However, Mr. Ma called, insisting on casting his nephew. I was threatened with withdrawal of funding if I did not comply, leaving me with no choice. Yu Gang spoke the truth. He had been quite frustrated with the situation. The nephew of Mr. Ma was nothing more than a pretty face, utterly lacking in talent. Using him was akin to selecting a piece of wood. After days of negotiation, he had found no resolution. He sure's voice turned icy. Is that so? He understood that while directors wielded some authority, they also faced numerous pressures. It was not uncommon for a suitable candidate to be overlooked due to financial influences. Yet, he had not anticipated such blatant misuse of power occurring under his watch, having only taken charge of the company for a few days. Ma Yunfeng audaciously attempted to exploit his authority. Did he think He Shi would be easily manipulated? He Shi's expression darkened, and he swiftly dialed Ma Yunfeng's number. Before the other party could speak, he delivered his final ultimatum. Pack your things and leave immediately, along with your nephew. Ma Yunfeng, in the midst of a romantic rendezvous, was momentarily taken aback. Disturbed from his pleasurable activities, he was already displeased. Now, faced with such a brusque demand, he could hardly contain his anger. Who do you think you are to order me around? He retorted. He Shi's temple throbbed, his voice dropping further in intensity. Who do you think you are? Ma Yunfeng's hand froze as he recognized the familiar voice. He glanced nervously at the caller ID, the name Chairman He extinguishing any remaining enthusiasm he had. Just as he was about to explain himself, He Shi had already hung up. He then instructed Li Tong, after we return today, investigate what this individual has done aside from try to place his relatives in the production. I will not tolerate any shenanigans. Chapter 64. The Gift of Free Labor Indeed. Ignorance breeds astonishment. Ma Yunfeng not only abused his power by infiltrating the crew with his own people, but also resorted to threatening the newcomers within the company using his resources. Numerous young girls and boys, fresh to the industry, had received his harassing messages. Those who acquiesced were fortunate, while those who resisted found themselves subjected to insidious means of suppression. His methods were vile to the point of inducing nausea. At this moment, He Shi remained unaware of these transgressions. He stood at the horse ranch, exasperated by the antics of the cousins, Deng Wenyao and Xiang Yuanci. Brother He, from now on, you are my elder brother. I'll do anything you say. Xiang Yuanci gazed at his idol with tearful eyes, nearly swearing an oath to the heavens. When he received the notification of his unsuccessful audition, he felt as if the sky were collapsing around him. Yet fortune turned, as he received a personal call from the director. This was the first time Xiang Yuanxi experienced such special treatment, and he was elated. Securing a spot in the crew would bring him closer to his dream of stardom. With this thought, Xiang Yuanxi felt a surge of vindication. This means I can drag out a few more months with my father. What does it matter, a billion-dollar fortune? I want to be an actor. Becoming a superstar had been his aspiration since childhood. He even envisioned himself donning sunglasses, clutching a designer bag, and throwing a stack of checks in his father's face. Meanwhile, He Shi, observing his cousin's foolish grin, shook his head in resignation. Don't get too smug. If the director is dissatisfied with your performance and drops you, I won't intercede on your behalf. Deng Wenyao quickly issued a warning to his unreliable cousin. Indeed, this opportunity is thanks to brother He. You better put in some effort. However, after that phone call, Yu Gang had already discerned that Xiang Yuanxi was backed by someone influential. Moreover, his acting skills were commendable, rendering the possibility of his dismissal nearly non-existent. Xiang Yuanxi chuckled, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth. Rest assured, brother He, I will not bring you shame. He Shi nodded in satisfaction and then inquired, which entertainment company are you signed with? Xiang Yuanxi was caught off guard by the sudden question. I haven't signed with any company. So, all your work is self-sourced? He Shi found himself a loss for words. Though he was entrenched in the entertainment industry, he was aware of how demanding an actor's life could be. It entailed script selection, auditions, and a myriad of engagements. Yet this cousin seemed utterly peculiar. Xiang Yuanxi's face flushed slightly. I haven't really landed any jobs. Since leaving home, my father has cut off all my cards. My recent living expenses have been secretly supplemented by my cousin. I have no resources to pursue opportunities. Even the scant connections he had previously accumulated have been severed by his father. Yet, little did that old man know his son was destined to encounter a benefactor. After pondering for a moment, He Shi suggested, how about you join Changfeng? Xiang Yuanxi's head snapped up. He had just learned that the largest entertainment company in the city was now under the auspices of the He family. Though he felt a flicker of hope, he had not dared to expect such an offer from brother He. Roaming aimlessly like you're now will only lead to self-inflicted wounds. You won't accomplish anything. Once you sign with a company, I'll arrange for the best manager to guide you, but you must put in the effort. Xiang Yuanxi eagerly nodded in agreement. Beside them, Yi Tong beamed with joy, her face flushed with excitement. And you? He Shi turned his attention to another troublesome cousin. Me? Deng Wenyao pointed to his own nose in surprise. He had merely been an observer, never expecting to be singled out. He Shi nodded. Yes, you. As an idle wanderer, do you intend to squander your life while your brother inherits the family fortune? The abrupt inquiry caused Deng Wenyao to lower his head in shame. He recalled the remarks he received at family gatherings. The idle playboy living off the family name, rendered a worthless entity without the Deng family's backing. Deep down, he felt a twinge of discontent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have refused to attend such gatherings since that fateful day. What do you think I can do, brother He? Deng Wenyao asked nervously. He realized that besides drinking and chasing women, he had no other notable skills. I just dismissed the general manager of Changfeng. You should take his position. The casualness of He Shi's statement left Deng Wenyao and the others astounded. Yet, He Shi paid no mind to their reactions and pressed on. What? Do you think you're incapable? If that is how you feel, then your life will remain stagnant. He Shi's proposition was not a mere whim. Deng Wenyao had thrived within the wealthy elite, and He Shi believed that such success was not merely a stroke of luck. With his extensive network, Deng Wenyao would excel in this field. Most importantly, despite his penchant for indulgence, he was a man of integrity and loyalty. Given the example of Ma Yinfeng, He Shi preferred to entrust the future of Changfeng Entertainment to someone trustworthy. As for management experience, no one possesses all the knowledge from the start. After a long silence, Deng Wenyao finally resolved himself after an intense internal struggle. Brother He, I can do it. You can count on me. I will manage the company well, and, like my cousin said, I won't bring you shame. He Shi's face broke into a smile. When Nan's son returned from horseback riding, he found his husband reclining on the grass in a good mood. She leaped into his embrace, puzzled. What is this? Found some money? He Shi, with a mysterious glint in his eye, winked. Nothing much, just tricked 2 laborers into working for us. The group enjoyed another day on the farm, returning home only by evening. However, Qi Jiang's parents chose to remain there, believing the farm life suited them better than the city. He sure naturally did not object and instructed Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang to take good care of them. The couple, He Shi and his wife, who had originally planned to work that day, postponed their arrival to the following day due to the late hour. That night, all information regarding Ma Yinfeng was placed on He Shi's desk. However, being dismissed did not sit well with Ma Yinfeng. He returned to the company twice, creating a scene, only to be forcibly ejected by security. Ultimately, He Shi could no longer tolerate his antics and publicly disclosed all of Ma Yinfeng's misdeeds through the company's official account. The online community erupted in uproar, and the image of Changfeng Entertainment inevitably suffered. Yet, He Shi felt no remorse. Such despicable scum deserved exposure, lest more young individuals fall victim to his predation. His decisive actions garnered considerable praise from netizens. In the end, the company not only sustained its interests but saw its stock prices rise. This turn of events left the board members without further objections. As for Ma Yinfeng, he was sent away to enjoy the hospitality of the state. Meanwhile, his nephew, Ma Fan, who had long been arrogant and made many enemies in the industry, soon faced retribution. With his backing dismantled, rivals began to retaliate. Within a day, scandals involving drug use and promiscuity surfaced. Initially, fans were reluctant to believe the allegations, but evidence soon flooded the internet. Ultimately, this chapter concluded with Ma Fan being taken away by the police. Chapter 65, 800 million. It seemed secure in the study on the second floor of the Xiang family's villa. A middle-aged man with graying temples was engrossed in reviewing documents. Suddenly, the phone beside him rang. After a brief exchange, a smile unexpectedly graced the typically stern face of Xiang Jingshan. Understood. There's no need to concern ourselves with that lad for the time being. I am curious to see what he can accomplish. By the way, what about the woman who had previously tried to entice him? Ensure she is kept under surveillance and does not approach that little rascal or his friends. After hanging up, Xiang Jingshan sat in silence for a moment before opening the drawer to his left. He retrieved a paper file, and upon seeing the words He Shi inscribed on its surface, a glint of interest flickered in his eyes. Making a fortune in a month? How intriguing. Meanwhile, it was a momentous day for the He family. The exquisite wedding gowns subsidized by the system had finally been completed, with 3 sets each for the bride and groom, crafted by the renowned studio, Jelly. The head of the studio, Ella, had arranged a fitting appointment with He Shi 2 days in advance. If no significant alterations were required, they planned to commence the wedding photo shoot today. Aside from He Yuhai, who was occupied with his newly opened fruit shop, the rest of the family was ready early in the morning. They were bringing not only 3 sets of rare colored diamonds, but also a magnificent red wedding gown and matching phoenix coronet. Concerned about insufficient manpower, the couple Li Tong and He Jiong joined them. Just past 8 o'clock, they arrived at Jelly's studio located in the Ning'an district. Although referred to as a studio, it was actually a charming 3-story villa. Ella had gathered all the staff early that morning, preparing to welcome He Shi, the new boss, and the most significant client Jelly had ever encountered. The entire studio had been buzzing with a tense atmosphere since the previous night. Double-check the wedding gowns. There must be no mistakes today, understood? Understood, brother Ella. And who is responsible for the disarray at the entrance? Clean it up immediately. Yes, brother Ella. Ella moved through the studio, determined not to overlook a single detail. His previous interactions had made him acutely aware that although He Shi had a serious demeanor, he was exceptionally generous. Therefore, he was resolute in leaving a flawless impression this time. When a moment arrived, a mere 200 million or even 8 billion would be within reach. Brother Ella, the photography team is ready. Feng is inquiring about their arrival. Upon hearing this, Ella's eyes widened in irritation. Why is he in such a rush? Let him wait. The messenger gulped nervously. He dared not voice such sentiments. Each time, the 2 powerful figures clashed. It was the small fry like him who suffered. From now on, whoever wants to take this job can do so. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of an engine echoed from the entrance. Another assistant rushed in, exclaiming, "Brother Ella, the guests have arrived." Ella quickly descended the stairs, where two luxurious multi-million-dollar vehicles had come to a halt at the gate. The doors opened, and two middle-aged women, appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, stepped out, followed by three similarly aged children, clearly 3-year-old triplets, charming and exquisitely adorable. Ella's eyes sparkled with excitement. At that moment, Li Tong and He Shi also exited the vehicle. Ella glanced around and promptly approached Li Tong. "Mr. He, you have finally arrived. Welcome." Ella halted, momentarily taken aback. The voice that responded was not from the stern-faced man before him. His gaze shifted toward the car door, where a striking man, standing an impressive 188 centimeters, had emerged. With a model's physique, he instantly captivated everyone's attention, especially Feng, the photographer. As an internationally renowned professional, Feng had encountered countless models, some shorter and some taller than the man before him. Yet, undeniably, none could rival his physique. Broad shoulders and narrow waist and long legs, every contour was perfectly defined. Most importantly, although he did not appear overly muscular, one could sense the latent strength concealed beneath his shirt. He Shi, accustomed to various gazes, felt an unusual prickling sensation, as if he were being scrutinized by a large canine. Frowning slightly, he suppressed the urge to turn around and instead guided Nan Sun down from the vehicle. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Ella's eyes widened in awe, having seen many beautiful faces in his line of work. He had never before encountered such an exceptionally attractive family. He could already envision the breathtaking scene when the couple donned their wedding attire. Suppressing his excitement, Ella approached, saying, "Mr. He, Mrs. He, please come inside. We will handle your belongings." "Thank you for your assistance," Nan Sun replied with a gentle smile. Ella felt his heart race with exhilaration, though his excitement was purely from an appreciation of beauty. The group wasted no time and proceeded directly to the 3rd floor, where the wedding gowns awaited. The entire floor had been opened up, with a massive mirror installed directly opposite the staircase. Every wall was adorned with an array of wedding gowns, classical princess styles, elegant mermaid cuts, and traditional ball gowns, among others. Whether graceful and alluring or lively and spirited, the options were boundless, creating a stunning tableau that could only be described as a paradise for women. Even Qilan, a grandmother nearing her 60th year, felt a flutter of desire. Ella smiled knowingly, fully expecting such reactions from the guests. Every visitor to Jelly exhibited that same longing. This was precisely why he had chosen this profession. "Mr. He, your specially customized wedding gowns are right here." Ella gestured toward a large white veil. Nodding to his assistant across the way, they both reached out. With a flourish, the veil was lifted, revealing a dazzling light that momentarily left everyone in a daze. As they regained their composure, four gowns, each deserving of the term unparalleled, appeared before them. Standing at the forefront, Nan Sun gasped in delight, covering her mouth in astonishment as she beheld the 4 gowns, each in a different hue, evoking an indescribable sense of wonder. The gowns were pristine white, mysterious black, regal red, and sweet pastel pink. Each possessed its unique charm, capable of captivating all who laid eyes upon them. Previously, Mr. He had ordered 3 gowns, perfectly matching the 3 sets of rare diamonds. However, I felt that every girl deserves to possess a pink gown. Thus, I took the liberty of creating an additional piece as a token of the studio's best wishes for the newlyweds, hoping that the couple enjoys a lifetime of sweetness together. Upon hearing Ella's words, Nan Sun beamed with gratitude. "Thank you. You've all worked hard." He Shi also cast a look of appreciation toward Ella. A sense of fulfillment enveloped Ella. 800 million. It appeared to be secure. Chapter 66. Capturing wedding photos in a castle with the assistance of a staff. Nan Sun tried on each wedding gown, including the exquisite phoenix-embroidered attire from the Ming dynasty. As she stood there, He Shi's gaze was filled with admiration for his wife. Watching her approach in a striking red wedding dress, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Wife, you are truly beautiful." "When am I not beautiful?" she retorted playfully. "Every day is beautiful, but today you shine the brightest." Nan Sun blushed and shot him a mock glare. At that moment, their 3 children gathered around, showering their mother with exaggerated compliments. Mom, you look absolutely stunning. The most beautiful in the world. Mom is the #1 fairy. I want to be the 2nd fairy. No way, think again. You must be 3rd after your sister. The innocent chatter of the children filled the fitting room with laughter. The young staff members could not hide their envy, admiring not only Nan Sun's beauty, but also her handsome, affluent husband and their 3 adorable children. Truly, she was a winner in life. Mr. He, the photography team has already arrived at your estate and set up the venue. When shall we depart? Ella suddenly interjected. Any time is suitable, he sure replied, glancing at his watch. However, we have 5 wedding gowns to photograph today. Will we have enough time? Although the schedule was tight, Ella responded confidently. That will not be a problem. Our photography and makeup teams are among the best in the country. By the time He Shi and the others arrived at the estate, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The estate, subsidized by the system, was a grand European-style structure resembling a mythical castle, complete with a magnificent fountain, a garden square, lush velvet lawns, and various sculptures. When Ella suggested locations for the shoot, He Shi immediately thought of this place. As Nan Sun emerged from the castle in her white wedding gown, she resembled a princess gracing the earth. Everything around her paled in comparison. He Shi, impeccably suited, stepped forward and gently kissed the back of her hand. Feng Yang, who had been attentively observing, captured this beautiful moment. If Nan Sun in white was a princess, then in black she transformed into a queen. When she donned a stunning blue gown, everyone instinctively halted their movements. Clearly, Nan Sun's elegance was more suited to this style. A captivating blend of coolness and allure, with a gaze that exuded an indescribable temptation, utterly enchanting He Shi. Feng Yang's shutter cliquet incessantly, convinced that this collection would be worthy of international acclaim. After transitioning through 7 or 8 different scenes, they finally completed the 4 wedding gowns. The team hastily enjoyed a meal before relocating to the ancient-style venue, perfectly suited for capturing the essence of traditional bridal attire. By the time they wrapped up, it was already past 4:30. Having spent the day busy in the shop, He Shi was summoned by He Shi to join them. Intending to capture a few family portraits after the photography team took a brief respite. Hey, Xiao Sun, do you think this cheap house suits me? Qilan asked, tugging at the hem of her dress, feeling somewhat out of place. Their son and daughter-in-law had previously mentioned wanting family photos and claimed the outfits were ready. But she hadn't expected such a serene and elegant qipao. How can not suit you? My mother is so youthful and beautiful. She looks good in anything. This dark red dress on you exudes an air of nobility. Just ask Ella. He Shi, unable to interject on this topic, was about to seek out his father for a chat when his phone buzzed persistently in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Yuan Bin, someone he hadn't spoken to in quite some time. Yuan Bin, bro, what are you up to? Yuan Bin, did you check the class group? Yuan Bin, there's big news. He Shi replied, no, I'm taking wedding photos with my wife today. Before he could inquire about the news, another message arrived. Yuan Bin, Val, what a coincidence. Coincidence? He Shi raised an eyebrow, just as Yuan Bin's call came through. Brother, congratulations. It seems your wedding date is drawing near. A smile spread across He Shi's face. We tentatively set it for the end of this month. I'll send you the invitation with the specific date. All right, be sure to save me a spot as the best man. Absolutely. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they returned to the earlier topic. Did you see the class group? Sunling is also taking wedding photos today. Do you know who she is with? He Shi lost interest upon hearing this. He wasn't familiar with Sunling. Her choice of partner was of no concern to him. Yuan Bin, however, was undeterred and exclaimed, it's Zhou Ruizhi. This guy has had a crush on the class beauty since high school. Finally, he gets his wish. He Shi was not surprised by the name. Sunling's intentions had been quite evident at the last reunion. By the way, send me a few of your wedding photos. You should see how smug Zhou Ruizhi has been. He has been flaunting ever since his trip to Bammy Island. With a resigned smile, He Shi requested a few photos from Feng Yang. After all, their good looks needed no embellishment. Moments later, Yuan Bin shared the photos in the group chat. This action predictably stirred up quite a commotion. On the other side of the phone, Zhou Ruizhi's expression darkened upon seeing the images. After the last reunion, he had stayed home for quite some time before venturing out. He had hoped to salvage some dignity with this wedding, but it appeared that He Shi was intent on overshadowing him. The group quickly began to chatter. Wenjing, these two are such a perfect match. Which company designed that wedding gown? It's stunning. Yuan Bin, I believe it's a special custom from Jilly. There's only one in the world. Class monitor Chen Yang. That must have cost a fortune. Zhao Qian, that backdrop looks like castle. Did the school hunk and his wife travel abroad? Yuan Bin, of course not. They shot this at our school hunk's estate. Class monitor Chen Yang, what? Is that for real? This backdrop must be thousands of square meters. Yuan Bin, I haven't inquired about that, but he sure is indeed thriving. Zhou Ruiji's irritation grew as he continued to read the comments. Why hadn't anyone shown up when he posted his photos? Damn it, a bunch of sycophants. Beside him, Sun Ling also caught sight of the photos. She sat in a daze for a while before putting her phone away. All right, let us call a night. We have an early flight tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruiji's temper flared. What is this? You were just saying you wanted to go out for a night view, but now that you've seen your crush's wedding photos, your mood has soured? Sun Ling frowned immediately at his words. That is not what I meant. I just want you to rest well. Zhou Ruiji clenched his fists, reluctant to unleash his frustration on her. He grabbed his coat and stormed out without a backward glance. Chapter 67. The battlefield of a true man. Having captured the final family portrait, the day's tasks were deemed complete. Every piece of attire and jewelry was meticulously inspected by Ella, ensuring there were no discrepancies before they were loaded onto the vehicle. Both the wedding dress and the colored diamonds were unique treasures. Any error could lead to a debt tenfold beyond his means. Meanwhile, Feng Yang directed the staff in organizing the equipment, all the while stealing glances at He Shi's retreating figure, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Since their meeting today, he had yearned to photograph the new boss in a modeling session. With such a flawless physique, Feng Yang was convinced it would garner significant acclaim in the photography realm. However, considering the new boss's status, he doubted He Shi would consent, prompting him to suppress the idea. Yet, as He Shi was about to depart, that fanciful notion resurfaced. Speak your mind. A sudden voice interrupted Feng Yang's reverie. He looked up, startled to find it was indeed the new boss. He Shi regarded him with a hint of displeasure, feeling uneasy under the scrutiny. Perhaps it stemmed from his mother's previous misunderstanding about his orientation. He Shi had since been cautious in his interactions with men. Upon learning that Feng Yang had a girlfriend, he felt a sense of relief, suspecting it might be a common trait among photographers. Unaware of the peculiar misunderstanding his subconscious actions had caused, Feng Yang hesitated before speaking. Mr. He, there is indeed something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? May I take a set of solo photos of you? Yes, you. It won't be too revealing. Perhaps just removing the shirt. He Shi raised an eyebrow at this proposition. Is that all? Absolutely not. He decisively dismissed the request, offering no chance for negotiation. Firstly, I am not particularly fond of being photographed, especially not in the manner you suggest. However, if my wife were to take my picture, that would be a different matter altogether. Secondly, if every photographer I encountered made such requests, I would be utterly overwhelmed. His words left no room for discussion. Although Feng Yang had anticipated this response, he still felt a pang of disappointment. He Shi, however, paid him no further mind. He had never been one to yield easily. While Feng Yang had the right to make requests, He Shi equally possessed the right to refuse. Why should he compromise for someone inconsequential? Iya, who had been observing their exchange, admired her friend and patted his shoulder. You are quite resolute. She then boldly approached He Shi. Feng Yang, meanwhile, remained speechless. Ella had long been preoccupied with her 800 million. When she reached He Shi, she faltered, unsure how to initiate the conversation. You worked hard today. I've arranged a private room at the Nanshi Hotel for you and your team to enjoy a nice meal, He Shi stated. Ella was taken aback. Mr. He, are you referring to that 8-star hotel? He Shi cast her a sidelong glance. Is there another establishment by that name? Upon arrival, seek out General Manager Rin Sheng. I've instructed him accordingly. Ella gulped. That hotel was indeed 8-star, rumored to have an average expenditure exceeding 10,000. He had never dined there himself, not due to financial constraints, but rather a belief that such luxury was unnecessary. Yet Mr. He was offering such a venue for an employee gathering? What extravagance! It dawned upon Ella that the hotel was owned by Mr. He, leading to a moment of embarrassment as he realized how foolish he had been. Nevertheless, the prospect of dining at an 8-star hotel was immensely impressive. When he relayed this news to the staff, their excited exclamations filled the air, marveling at their new boss's generosity. "Mr. He, is it true that this estate will be for our Jiali to use in the future?" Ella asked incredulously, realizing this was worth far more than 800 million. He sure, this time, did not even spare him a glance, replying tersely, "If you do not wish to, that is perfectly acceptable. And no, I certainly do. There's nothing to pack. We can move in tomorrow." He sure nodded slightly, "As you wish. But if the year-end performance fails to meet expectations, you shall return from whence you came." He provided the opportunity, but whether Jiali ascended further depended on their own efforts. That day, everyone was utterly exhausted. Even the robust, he sure found himself stretching his shoulders, astonished that an entire day of photography proved more tiring than a day at the office. It seemed tonight was not suitable for physical exertion. As he sure lay in bed, lost in thought, a notification from the flash sale app chimed. He casually opened the panel. Today's flash sale items: a universal upgrade card at a price of 9 yuan, a Rolls-Royce Phantom at a price of 29 yuan, a magical seed sprouting at a price of 39 yuan. System prompt: the host may purchase only one item per day. Failure to secure a purchase within 24 hours will be considered a voluntary forfeiture. He sure's gaze fell upon the magical seed. The previous perfect appearance had left a lasting impression on him. In recent days, he had noticed significant changes in his parents' appearances. Not only had their wrinkles diminished, but their skin had also become more taut. Particularly, his father, He Shi, who had always struggled with premature graying, now sported a head of glossy black hair. Confronted with such evident transformations, his parents attributed it to the nourishing qualities of the local environment. However, he sure was puzzled by the meaning of sprouting. He promptly placed an order, intending to find time to plant it the following day. As he retracted his gaze, preparing to embrace his wife for the night, he noticed Nan Sun sprawled on the bed, her delicate feet raised. Her long, dark hair cascaded freely behind her. With slightly pursed lips, she furiously tapped away at her phone screen. Curious, he inquired, "What are you so busy with, my dear?" Nan Sun remained silent, her expression stern. He leaned closer, asking again. Irritated, she pushed his arm away. "I'm gaming, don't disturb me." He sure was taken aback. He circled around to see her controlling a muscular figure wielding dual axes, swinging toward the short-legged little girl on the opposite side. She was laughing heartily, exclaiming, "Haha, the battlefield of a true man is right here." He sure could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 68. The handsome father and beautiful mother of triplets, as he sure watched his wife, he cautiously inquired during the third ambush by the opposing jungler. "Who are you teaming up with?" Nan Sun buried her head in his embrace and lamented, "Annie and one of her friends. I don't know him, but he seems quite skilled." He sure's expression shifted momentarily. So, they were playing in a trio? He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. How formidable could they really be? Could they surpass his former rank among the top 100 players? He snatched one of Nan Sun's earphones and indeed heard the voices of Annie and an unfamiliar male. It sounded as though Annie was live streaming, occasionally responding to comments. "Who are you teaming with?" "One is my goddess, and the other is a hired player." "Playing as Princess Yao Yao?" "What? Is my bull princess obstructing your view?" "I'm playing bull, alongside Lao Chung. We are a duo of muscular men, conquering the world with our 3 axes." He sure observed quietly for a while, nearly feeling nauseated by the antics of the 2 women. Their approach to the game was unapologetically aggressive, with one player recording a score of 0 to 9 and the other 1 to 10, while the hired player maintained a commendable composure. It was quite an exemplary service attitude. However, other teammates voiced their discontent, directly calling for the 2 brawny players to take a break, remarking that even a chicken would play better than them. Furrowing his brows, he sure looked at his wife's earnest expression and suggested, "How about I take over for a bit?" Ding! The system detected the host's eagerness to impress his wife and granted a professional gaming ability boost. He sure felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. He was not seeking to show off, but rather to avenge his wife. Moreover, he was quite skilled at the game, having simply been too busy with work to play often. Nan Sun glanced at her husband and promptly handed him her phone, saying, "Honey, help me take down that guy." He Shi caressed her cheek, feeling a surge of satisfaction. "All right, let us see how this fellow dares to bully my wife." Thus, the spectators witnessed a transformation in the gameplay of Chung Yao-jin, whose style became utterly different. Although still reckless, the two axes he wielded sliced through the air with ferocity. Wherever he passed, enemies' health plummeted while he remained unscathed. Annie, who had been attentively watching her friend, couldn't help but exclaim, "Goddess, are you on fire?" Nan Sun activated her microphone, feeling slightly embarrassed, and replied, "My husband took over. I was too incompetent." At that moment, both Annie and her audience felt as if they had been struck by an arrow. Having a husband was quite impressive. Well, it was indeed impressive, especially with such a formidable one. Under He Shi's extraordinary efforts, the game concluded in an unprecedented victory. Chung Yaojin's final score was 15-9-4, and astonishingly, He Shi did not die even once. The hired player, on the other hand, proved to be of little help and left in disgrace after the match. He Shi informed Nan Sun to convey his regards to Annie before exiting the team interface. He discovered that his wife's account was utterly new. Aside from the absence of runes, she had hardly any heroes. Suddenly, he recalled that the system had previously provided him with 100 million virtual leisure coins, of which half remained unused. Without hesitation, he recharged Nan Sun's account to V10, unlocking all purchasable heroes and skins for her. As for the limited skins that couldn't be returned, He Shi remembered his 35 stake in Tianmei. He dug through his contacts for a number and sent a message. Before long, Nan Sun's newly registered account was equipped with all heroes and skins. Observing the remaining points, He Shi opened the game lobby and casually distributed several red envelopes, the sheer amount leaving players in the entire region astonished. He Shi contemplated the game name in the upper left corner, then pulled out a name change card. Subsequently, he logged into his account and altered his name as well, binding their accounts in a couple relationship and elevating their intimacy level to 100. This series of swift actions left Nan Sun, the novice player, utterly mesmerized. When Annie pulled both her and He Shi into the room again, they were greeted by two similarly themed couple names, the handsome father of triplets and the beautiful mother of triplets. Seated in the live stream, Annie was momentarily rendered speechless, as she speculated that the quaint yet straightforward names were likely Mr. He's idea. Upon entering the game, however, she was met with their 100-level couple emblem. Annie clicked her tongue. Truthfully, she could have done without the microphone tonight. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream transformed into a sea of envy. We're here to watch a gaming stream, right? Why do I feel like I'm being shown off? +1, you're not alone. How could they have 100-level intimacy? I'm so envious. I'm envious too, but I must say, the princess is truly pitiful. While He Shi and Nan Sun basked in the jealousy of many, they played as if they were conjoined twins from the very start. While others engaged in battles, the couple strolled through the canyon, taking down enemies along the way. With He Shi's professional-level skills, the match felt akin to harvesting chives. The outcome was as expected. Though they were all in casual matches due to the trio's mismatched ranks, Nan Sun, a first-time player, remained highly enthusiastic. However, after a thrilling night of gaming, she slept in until late morning the next day, skipping breakfast entirely. Lan, observing her son emerging from his room alone, couldn't help but blush. Young people truly lacked restraint. It seemed she would need to prepare extra soup for the He family girl tonight. Meanwhile, He Shi, inexplicably glared at by his mother, went to the office after breakfast. Once he had tackled his backlog of work, he retrieved the miraculous seed he had ordered from the flash sale the previous night. This time, the seed was black, and as He Shi planted it in the soil of his space, a black fruit sprouted mere seconds later. Upon closer inspection, one could see a slight purple hue, reminiscent of grapes. He plucked one and tasted it. To his surprise, it bore a striking resemblance in flavor. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "System, this isn't just an ordinary grape, is it? If so, purchasing a few for 39 yuan would be quite a loss." "Certainly not. Please explore the specific effects on your own," the system replied before falling silent, regardless of He Shi's inquiries. Just then, General Manager George Bin knocked and entered. Without hesitation, He Shi offered him a fruit. Try this, it's from my wife's hometown. George Bin, slightly taken aback, promptly placed it in his mouth. A wave of sweetness flooded his palate, and he couldn't help but praise, delicious, truly delightful. Is there any special sensation? Special sensation? George Bin was caught off guard by the question. I want to eat another one. Does that count? He sure waved his hand in exasperation, asking, what brings you here? George Bin placed a red and gold embossed invitation on the desk. This is an invitation to the elder Xiang's 80th birthday celebration. Someone specifically delivered it to the company, requesting it be handed to you. The Xiang family? He sure pondered, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. You may leave now. Chapter 69. Goji Berry and Soft-Shelled Turtle Soup. A token of affection from Mother He in the vibrant city of Shun, numerous affluent families flourish. However, only 4 families truly stand at the pinnacle: the Deng Xiang Zhang and Lin families. The Lin family primarily focuses on the tourism industry, with the venerable patriarch being the largest shareholder of the Liang Group. The Zhang family predominantly engages in retail, while the Deng family reigns as titans in the pharmaceutical sector. The remaining Xiang family holds an unshakable position in construction. The upcoming 80th birthday celebration for the elder of the Xiang family promises to gather all the prominent figures of Shun. It is only natural that Wan Jia, a luminary in the investment realm, receive an invitation. Yet, he sure was taken aback to discover that the invitation was addressed specifically to him. Could it be due to Xiang UNC? After all, he is the only son of the Xiang family, and despite any familial discord, it is certain that he remains the subject of constant attention. He sure pondered, realizing that his name had likely found its way onto the tables of various magnates in Shun. He glanced at the date of the banquet, scheduled for 2 days hence, and noted that he could bring a companion. He thought about the wardrobe at home. While he possessed an array of suits, he lacked formal attire suitable for the occasion. Thus, he summoned Li Tong and arranged for Fu Jia, the head and chief designer of the Wanmei studio, to come to the company. Fu Jia is among the earliest haute couture designers in the country, having crafted gowns for numerous influential figures attending significant events. He sure had invested considerable resources and effort to obtain a controlling stake in the studio. Soon, Fu Jia arrived at the Wan Jia building, accompanied by several assistants. Guided by Li Tong, they ascended to the 20th floor, entering the chairman's office. Dressed in a black embroidered dress, paired with cleverly designed fishnet stockings, Fu Jia, despite being in her 40s, retained an undeniable allure. Upon seeing the handsome and aloof He Shi, she merely paused momentarily before addressing business directly. Mr. He, based on your description, I have brought several gowns. However, it would be ideal if I could meet with your wife to select a style that suits her best. He sure, recalling that Nan Sun must be at home feeling bored, decided to invite her over for a change of scenery. He picked up his phone and initiated a video call, only to be surprised when there was no answer. He then called Chi Lan. Mom, is Sun at home? Yes, she was just talking to me. She should be painting now. Got it, he replied, lowering his eyelashes. He swiftly tapped a few buttons on the screen before turning to Fu Jia. My wife is occupied for the time being. Let us proceed without her. Barely had he spoken when a gentle knock resounded at the office door. He sure called out, come in. Yet, the person outside seemed oblivious and knocked again. Furrowing his brow, he sure approached the door and pulled it open. Surprise! A familiar figure leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against his chest like a playful kitten. What do you think? Surprised? Nan Sun beamed at her husband, a glint of mischief in her eyes. He sure stood there, arms outstretched, momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he enveloped her tightly, exclaiming, surprise, indeed, an extraordinary surprise. The suddenness of her entrance seemed to strike a chord deep within him, wrapping him in overwhelming joy. Just as Nan Sun was about to say more, she noticed Fu Jia and the others staring at them in astonishment. Her delicate face flushed crimson. What? There are others here? Feigning calm, she pushed the man away, gesturing behind him. He sure smirked. Why the embarrassment? Weren't you just clinging quite tightly? With a mix of bashfulness and indignation, Nan Sun shot him a glare, fearing he might truly upset his wife. He sure quickly ushered her into the office. Did you bring me lunch? He inquired, accepting the thermos she held. Mother made you some soup, she replied. He sure was perplexed. He was in perfect health, yet his mother seemed to worry incessantly. He then introduced her. This is designer Gua from Wanmei Studio. She has brought several gowns for you to choose from, as we are attending a banquet the day after tomorrow. Nansun waved her phone. Oh, so that's why you called me. From the moment Nansun entered, Fu Jia's gaze had been fixated on her. It was no wonder that Mr. He had married so early. Such a beauty should not be left unclaimed. Having never seen Mrs. He before, I must say, you could effortlessly carry off various styles of gowns. However, among those I brought today, there is one that is particularly fitting. As Fu Jia spoke, she instructed her assistants to bring forth a gift box. As the layers of wrapping were removed, a champagne-colored gown adorned with delicate shimmer appeared before Nansun. The sleeves and hem were crafted from ethereal sheer fabric, while the golden wheat embroidery at the waist and hem served as the paisida or assistants of the ensemble. Nansun was utterly captivated. He sure nodded approvingly. Recognizing Fu Jia's exceptional taste as the foremost haute couture designer in the country. Mrs. He, let's try this on. Should anything be amiss, we have a couple of days to make adjustments. Nansun readily agreed. After selecting the gown for the banquet, He Shi proceeded to commission more than 10 additional gowns of varying styles from Fu Jia. Moreover, please ensure that whenever your studio launches new designs, send one of my wife's size. I will arrange for timely payments. Fu Jia was taken aback. This was indeed a substantial order. She promptly agreed, certainly, Mr. He. By the way, do you have many orders lately? Are you able to produce hanfu? Of course. Our studio currently employs thousands of designers, capable of handling all sorts of clothing orders, she assured him. He Shi nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I will send you the specifics later. He contemplated that since he and Nansun had decided on a traditional Chinese wedding, it was essential that the attire reflect that theme. Thus, he envisioned all attendees adorned in hanfu, fostering a sense of participation and harmony. After bidding farewell to Fu Jia and her team, He Shi recalled the soup sent by Lan. He could not disregard the heartfelt intentions of his mother. However, when he opened the lid, his expression soured. What's wrong? Not drinking it? Nansun inquired curiously, peering over. He Shi promptly snapped the lid back on, explaining, the soup has cooled. This thermos seems ineffective. What? I just bought this online a few days ago. Then I must leave a negative review. He Shi almost protested, but swallowed the words. He could only apologize to the seller. Nonetheless, tonight he would need to inquire with his mother about the meaning behind the goji berries and soft-shelled turtle in the soup. Chapter 70. A tinge of conscience, yet not much, Mom. Is there some misunderstanding between us? He Shi could not help but inquire as he pulled Lan into the study. The thought of the dinner spread, laden with soft-shelled turtles and sea cucumbers, alongside lamb and pork kidneys, made his stomach churn. Lan, upon hearing this, also appeared somewhat uneasy. Is it not because I am concerned for your health? Look, Xiao Sun didn't even have breakfast today, and I was just... Before she could finish her sentence, He Shi interrupted, Mom, what are you talking about? Xiao Sun didn't wake up because we stayed up late playing games last night. Lan's eyes widened in surprise. Ah? What a significant misunderstanding. He Shi sighed in resignation. Please don't have Sister Zhang prepare those peculiar soups anymore. I truly cannot bear it. If this continues, I will inevitably be destitute. Lan awkwardly nodded. All right, I understand. He Shi exhaled in relief, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for his father. Judging by his mother's current thought process, his father must have endured considerable hardship in his youth. 2 days swiftly passed. At the Xiang family villa, started from 3 in the afternoon, an unending stream of luxury cars began to fill the parking lot, dazzling the onlookers. The Xiang family's birthday banquet could be deemed a gathering of all the prominent figures in the business realm of Shin City. Many regarded receiving an invitation from the Xiang family as a mark of honor. Those without the privilege to enter the banquet lingered at the entrance, hoping for a stroke of luck to catch the attention of a notable personage, inching closer to the upper echelons of society. Xiang Jingshan stood at the entrance of the villa, welcoming guests. Noticing that his son had yet to return, his already stern expression grew even graver. Xiang Madam, standing beside him, gently patted his hand for comfort. Yuan Si is a good child. Since he promised to return, he will surely keep his word. You wearing that stern face makes it seem as though our Xiang family does not welcome guests. Hearing this, Xiang Jingshan pressed his lips together, ultimately acknowledging his wife's words. I understand. You go on in and keep your father company. I will stay a while longer. Soon after, members of the Zhang, Lin, and Deng families began to arrive. Consequently, Xiang Jingshan followed them into the banquet hall. Due to the familial ties with the Deng family, Xiang Jingshan had always maintained a close relationship with them. Naturally, Deng Wenyo's father and elder brother were present at this birthday banquet as well. Brother, I heard you agreed to let Yuan Si enter the entertainment industry? The words came from Deng Wenyo's father, Deng Wei. What difference does my approval make? She now has a powerful backing. Oh, Deng Wei's interest was piqued. Who is this figure? A young man named He Shi. I presume your elder brother has heard of him. He has heard. Deng Wei appeared somewhat perplexed. It was Deng Wenkong, his elder son, who provided a reminder, the new owner of the Xingqian taxi company. Deng Wei then suddenly understood. But that's just a small company. How could he? Does he have other identities? Xiang Jingshan, with a mysterious expression, nodded and led the three of them to a corner. Before long, Deng Wei could no longer contain his astonishment. This young man possesses such vast assets? Deng Wei questioned whether he had grown old, and his hearing had failed him. Names like Wanjia, Shengkong, and Nanshi Hotel. Each of these was a leader in the industry. Yet, they were all in the hands of a mere youth. Xiang Jingshan continued. What astonishes me the most is Nanshi investment. In such a short time, it has developed to rival Wanjia. Additionally, I have heard that the large building under construction in the old city is set to be the headquarters of this young man's group in Shen City. Upon hearing this, the Deng father and son were at a loss for words. They had no doubt about the Xiang family's ability to gather information. Was Shun City on the verge of a transformation? This notion caused them to furrow their brows. Xiang Jingshan, sensing their thoughts, contemplated briefly and stated plainly, I actually believe this presents an opportunity, perhaps a chance for both our families to ascend to greater heights. Deng Wei immediately grasped the implication. You mean Yuan Si? Xiang Jingshan's lips curved into a slight smile. Not just Yuan Si, but also your Wenyo. What does that mean? Deng Wei was puzzled. But more so, he felt vexed. What is with you today? Why are you speaking in riddles? Xiang Jingshan merely smiled without offering further explanation. As time drew near, he remarked, All right, you two should explore. I must go greet some important guests at the entrance. Just then, He Shi and Nan Sun entered the banquet hall, arms linked. Their appearance drew the attention of countless onlookers. With their exceptional looks, they instantly became the focal point of the entire event. Just as everyone was buzzing with speculation about their identities, they spotted the head of the Xiang family, Xiang Jingshan, making his way towards them. This scene stirred quite a commotion. After all, Xiang Jingshan was a titan in the business circle, a figure known to all. It was unprecedented for him to approach someone first. However, being elders before Xiang Jingshan could speak, he sure took the initiative to greet him. Greetings, Director Xiang. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am He Shi, and this is my wife, Nan Sun. Nan Sun followed suit, addressing him, Director Xiang. Seeing this, Xiang Jingshan's expression softened somewhat. Welcome to the Xiang family. You are all friends of Yuan Si. Please do not stand on ceremony. He Shi readily complied. Not far away, Deng Wei noticed the two conversing and hurried over, fearing he might miss out on significant news. The Lin family, of course, felt compelled to greet the major shareholder of the company, surrounded by the power players of Shun City's three prominent families. He Shi and his wife found themselves at the center of attention, akin to stars encircled by admirers. At that moment, Xiang Yuan Si finally arrived, having just returned from the film set, accompanied by her cousin Deng Wenyo. As they entered the hall, they spotted He Shi's radiant figure and immediately rushed over in excitement. Brother He! Brother He! The two exclaimed in unison, their faces adorned with matching silly grins. He Shi nodded at them, and the atmosphere instantly became lively with the chatter of the young people. Meanwhile, the two elder fathers exchanged glances and coughed in unison, attempting to regain attention. Xiang Yuan Si, albeit with a slight conscience, offered his father a glass of water. Deng Wenyo, however, completely ignored his father. This infuriated Deng Wei. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have scolded him on the spot. "You little rascal, you finally decided to show up. You spend all your time with that group of rascals. Do you even remember you have a home?" Deng Wenyo, unfazed, merely scratched his ear. He had heard this lecture from his father countless times and could recite it by heart. His elder brother was already preparing to mediate. Sure enough, within moments, Deng Wenkong grasped Deng Wei's arm, launching into a lengthy discourse about not holding grudges against his younger brother, that he was still young, and that he would eventually understand and learn gradually. Little did he know, the more he lectured, the more displeased Deng Wei grew with his second son. Observing the scene, he sure could not help but interject, "Director Deng, Wenyo is currently the general manager of our Chungfeng Entertainment. I presume you are unaware of that?" "What?" Deng Wei abruptly lifted his head. Chapter 71. A striking birthday gift. Deng Wei thought he must have misheard. Could this reckless lad truly manage a company? And it was Orange Maple Entertainment at that? He sure nodded. "You heard correctly. It has been a while, but I never anticipated you would remain unaware. Moreover, Wen Yao has proven himself quite capable. He now holds the reins of the entire Orange Maple." Upon hearing this, Deng Wei was momentarily at a loss for words, while Deng Wenkong's expression darkened first. Noticing He Shi's gaze, he hurriedly averted his eyes. Deng Wei remained incredulous. His second son had never accomplished a single serious task in his life. Throughout his schooling, he was notorious for skipping classes, and after graduation, he was seldom home. Despite breaking countless sticks over the years in attempts to discipline him, this boy remained unrepentant. Deng Wei had contemplated sending him to the company for training, but the boy steadfastly refused, choosing instead to squander time with a group of ne'er-do-wells, drinking and chasing after women. Now, to learn that such a layabout had become the head of a major corporation, Deng Wei felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Deng Wenyo, catching a glimpse of his father's expression, understood his thoughts. In his eyes, he was already an irredeemable wastrel. In his youth, when he occasionally excelled academically, his father merely suspected him of cheating. Never had it crossed his father's mind that he too wished to strive for recognition and praise. Time and again, he and Deng Wenkong had faced the consequences of their misdeeds, yet the blame always fell squarely upon him. Eventually, he ceased to entertain the notion of altering his circumstances. Why not embrace the role of a foolish spendthrift? It seemed all too simple. With this realization, a hint of sarcasm danced upon Deng Wenyo's lips. "I may never measure up to your eldest son, and your disbelief is understandable. However, some may soon find themselves disappointed." He turned to Deng Wenkong. "For I appear to be less than the useless waste they envision." Deng Wenkong stiffened, managing an awkward smile. "How could Dad possibly think of you as a waste? You've improved, and we are all delighted by that. Is that so?" Noticing the atmosphere had grown tense, Xiang Jingshan stepped forward, patting his brother-in-law's shoulder. "Everyone, let us not linger here. Come inside and sit. Mr. He is here for the first time. Come, let me introduce you to my grandfather." He sure nodded in agreement. "Certainly." As the elders departed, Xiang Yuanxi playfully punched his cousin's shoulder. "Enjoying yourself now?" Did you see Deng Wenkong's expression? It was hilarious. They've treated the Deng family like royalty, guarding against you as if you were a thief, only to find we couldn't care less. Xiang Yuanxi relished this thought. Despite being cousins, he had never seen eye to eye with Deng Wenkong. The latter always appeared virtuous while harboring a heart full of malice, relishing in reporting others' misdeeds. He had endured numerous beatings as a child due to him, and knowing the underhanded antics Deng Wenkong had engaged in further fueled his disdain. Deng Wenyo chuckled derisively. "Who cares? I agree with Brother He. One cannot simply drift through life. Otherwise, how could we witness such a spectacular transformation today? Now you know, Uncle will surely be furious." All his daily admonitions to his son pale in comparison to mere words from others. Upon hearing this, Deng Wenyo gave his cousin a light shove on the back. "Enough with the rambling. Hurry and greet your grandfather. I can't bear to hear about my father right now." In the spacious lounge adjacent to the banquet hall, a number of prominent figures from Shun City were gathered. They had all presented their gifts and now seized the opportunity to mingle with the influential. The elder of the Xiang family, though 80 years old, still appeared quite robust. Dressed in traditional attire, he occupied the central seat of the hall, his silver hair contrasting with his spirited demeanor. His character bore a resemblance to Xiang Jingshan. He seemed somewhat stern when silent, yet his demeanor softened considerably upon seeing his grandson. Xiang Yuanzi approached his grandfather, respectfully greeting him before stepping aside. With numerous guests present, it was not an opportune moment for a familial catch-up. The elder would not impose, for he had more pressing matters at hand. Young brother He, you are truly well informed. Your insights earlier have greatly enlightened this old man. The two younger cousins, who had just entered, were bewildered by the elder's inexplicable exclamation. What had transpired? Noticing their curiosity, Nansun quietly explained. It turned out that when He Shi and the others arrived, the elder was engaged in a discussion about an investment case. While opinions were being shared, He Shi, at Xiang Jingshan's behest, offered his own perspective, leading to a moment of epiphany for the elder, hence the earlier praise. Xiang Yuanzi nodded proudly. No surprise there. My brother He has managed to impress even Grandpa, that old curmudgeon. Meanwhile, He Shi continued conversing with the elder about various topics. With his exceptional investment acumen, he was unperturbed by any inquiries regarding investment analysis. Regardless of what the elder posed, he adeptly elucidated each matter with clarity. Their dialogue flowed seamlessly, culminating in a sense of mutual appreciation. The onlookers in the lounge were left speechless. Who was this young man? Someone couldn't help but whisper. He was personally welcomed by Director Xiang upon arrival, and now even the elder regards him with newfound respect. Another chimed in. I quietly inquired with the staff at the entrance, and it turns out his listed identity is the chairman of Wanjia. What? I've heard whispers of Wanjia acquiring a new owner, but he has never made a public appearance. To think it is such a youthful figure. No wonder the Xiang family holds him in high regard. He certainly possesses impressive credentials. Meanwhile, He Shi remained oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him. Sensing the time was right, he presented his prepared gift. I have heard that the elder enjoys collecting antiques. Recently, I came into possession of a rare Schwanda blue and white flat vase, which I wish to present for your appreciation today. As his words hung in the air, those knowledgeable about antiques gasped in astonishment. If memory served correctly, this piece had appeared at an auction in Yinqing a few years prior, fetching an astounding price of 230 million. How could it possibly resurface here? Was the young man the buyer from that auction? The crowd erupted in hushed speculation. Meanwhile, the elder, momentarily taken aback, soon exhibited great interest. Without regard for the numerous guests, he instructed someone to bring the item forth immediately. A staff member carefully unwrapped the gift box, donned white gloves, and gently placed the vase upon the exhibition table. Before the assembled guests appeared a round-mouthed porcelain vase, approximately the size of an adult's palm, its white base adorned with a vividly depicted dragon amidst waves, reminiscent of a magnificent white dragon. Chapter 72. The triplets become Elder Xiang Leoi's eyes lit up as he stepped forward to carefully examine the porcelain vase in his hands. A brilliant light gradually blossomed in his slightly murky gaze, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration, "What a remarkable piece! Truly exquisite!" The elegant patterns and the graceful shape of the vase exuded an ancient charm. It was the first time he had encountered such a time-honored porcelain artifact. Throughout his life, his greatest passion had been collecting these relics, and his study was filled with various antique porcelain pieces. However, this particular item was undoubtedly the most delightful surprise. Onlookers were equally captivated, astonished to witness such a rare treasure at a birthday banquet for the Xiang family. Just as everyone was lost in admiration of the Schwanda blue and white vase, Xiang Yuanzi suddenly broke the silence. It's fitting that Grandpa's zodiac sign is the dragon. It seems, brother, he has put considerable thought into this gift. Upon hearing this, Xiang Leoi looked up in surprise. Oh, is that so? The crowd quickly grasped the significance of the moment. Indeed, what a thoughtful gift it was. Xiang Leoi burst into hearty laughter, his large hands patting He Shi's shoulder with enthusiasm. This is the best present I have received today. Brother He, you have truly outdone yourself. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, I feel a strong connection between us. How about we become sworn brothers? I shall look after you in Shunshang. His declaration was bold, yet the entire hall fell into stunned silence. People even speculated that he had perhaps indulged a bit too much over lunch. Only Xiang Jingshan could only shake his head in embarrassment, explaining to He Shi, "I apologize, Mr. He. My father has a habit of wanting to forge brotherhood with anyone he takes a liking to." His face flushed with shame. For this was indeed a quirk from his father's youth, and it was unexpected for him to be acting this way at the age of 80. Over the decades, his father had formed bonds with no less than 8 or 10 brothers. Upon hearing his son's words, Xiang Leoi became displeased. "This is entirely different. Brother He and I share similar interests. Although he is younger, have you never heard of cross-generational friendships?" Xiang Jingshan remained speechless. "Brother He, what do you think?" Xiang Leoi pressed on. He Shi, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly regained his composure. He was aware that the Xiang family's ancestors were engaged in trading until Xiang Leoi's father retired from such endeavors. Those involved in trade often enjoyed brotherly camaraderie. It seemed that this elder had been influenced by his childhood experiences. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "I cannot refuse your kindness, so I shall accept your offer." "Ha ha, Brother He, your willingness is refreshing. Today, my 80th birthday is truly complete." Xiang Leoi was filled with joy and invited He Shi to share a drink later that evening. However, while he was reveling in happiness, Xiang Jingshan and Xiang Yuanxi donned expressions of despair. One suddenly acquired a little uncle, while the other unexpectedly gained a little grandfather. Xiang Yuanxi was somewhat bewildered. After finally returning home, he discovered that his good friend he had transformed into He Grandpa. Did that mean the triplets were now his little uncles and aunts? As he envisioned himself chasing after a 3-year-old child while calling out uncle, he shivered at the thought. Yet, Xiang Leoi was relentless, insisting that they address He Shi as uncle and grandfather in front of everyone. With a sigh, Xiang Jingshan chose to accept the situation. Otherwise, given his father's temperament, the birthday banquet would not continue smoothly. Glancing at his father, Xiang Yuanxi finally looked at He Shi and softly called out, "Little grandfather." He then dutifully turned to Nan Sun and exclaimed, "Little grandma," nearly causing her to spit out her drink in shock. Deng Wenyo, seated nearby, pinched his thigh to stifle his laughter, his face reddening within moments. Seeing this, Deng Wei gave his son a sharp tap on the head. "Mind your manners. You must also address him as grandfather." Deng Wenyo glared back, ready to protest, but then realized if he called He Shi grandfather, wouldn't that make his own father an uncle? Resigned, he agreed, "Fine, but you go first and call him uncle." To his surprise, Deng Wei had no qualms and cheerfully shouted, "Hello, little uncle. Hello, little aunt." Xiang Leoi, in high spirits, nodded approvingly at the display. Deng Wenyo was left speechless, thinking, how shameless. Deng Wei smirked triumphantly, signaling to him with his eyes, "It's your turn." At that moment, Deng Wenyo truly understood the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot. Although he had mentally referred to He Shi as dad, calling him grandfather felt too premature. He glanced at He Shi and Nan Sun, choosing to embrace the absurdity. After calling out, he felt no different, but the two recipients of the titles stiffened, especially He Shi, who feared that Xiang Yuanxi might exclaim, "Fairy, return my grandfather." He immediately regretted agreeing to Xiang Leoi's proposal. Soon, the birthday banquet commenced. Guests gradually left the lounge to take their seats. Having transformed into Xiang Leoi's sworn brother, He Shi naturally took a seat beside Nan Sun. With his striking appearance and commanding presence, he held his own even beside the renowned Xiang Leoi, and in fact his seating position seemed to surpass that of Xiang Jingshan, the patriarch of the Xiang family. Many began to speculate whether these two were young heirs from prominent families. However, Xiang Leoi quickly dispelled any doubts. "These two are my newly sworn brother and sister. Brother, he is also the new chairman of Wanjia Investment. I trust everyone will extend their support to him in Shunsheng." With just a few words, astonishment swept through the crowd, especially those who had not heard the earlier conversation. Xiang Leoi was 80, while these two appeared to be barely in their 20s. It was hard to believe they had formed such a bond. Even if He Shi was the chairman of Wanjia, it was still astonishing. Those familiar with the Xiang family cast sympathetic glances towards Xiang Jingshan. At over 50, he now had to call a young man uncle. What a predicament for a father to put his son in. However, most gazes directed at He Shi were filled with envy. After all, in Shunsheng, encountering someone of high status would likely lead to being called uncle, and those of lesser standing might even have to call him grandfather. The thought alone was exhilarating. Thus, by the end of the Xiang family's birthday banquet, news of the elder forming a brotherly bond with a young man spread throughout Shunsheng within a single evening. In no time, countless prominent figures donned expressions of bewilderment, secretly hoping for no future encounters with the chairman of Wanjia. Chapter 73. Is it possible to develop again at 40? After the banquet celebrating the longevity of the Xiang family, He Shi, in his capacity as chairman of Wanjia, emerged into the limelight of all the prominent families in Shenzhen. It was soon noted by astute attendees that He Shi bore a striking resemblance to the owner of Xinqianli Taxi Company, although the video was no longer available online. A search of his Weibo revealed that he was indeed identified as the chairman of Xinqianli. With a sense of resignation, He Shi had no choice but to amend his Weibo verification. Wanjia and Xinqianli were not on the same level, and thus the prestige associated with the title of chairman was inherently different. Consequently, He Shi effortlessly attracted another wave of attention. Mr. He, should we manage the online buzz? Litongin kirat kradling a tablet. He Shi shook his head. No need. I am not a celebrity. In a few days, the discussion will fade. He then asked, by the way, did you see General Manager Qiao at the office today? He has an investment project that requires this fellow's report. Yet I haven't seen him all day. He picked up the landline, ready to dial. Li hesitated before speaking. It seems General Manager Qiao has gone to the hospital. The hospital? He Shi questioned. Yes. He mentioned this morning that his scalp was itchy and suspected he had lice. What on earth? He Shi lifted his head, incredulous. Has he not washed his hair for days? It's said to be 3 days. He Shi sighed, pulling out his phone, where he indeed found a message from Xiao Zhibin. He is staying at the office again? Yes, the assistant said that for the project at hand. General Manager Qiao hasn't slept a wink for over a day. He Shi sighed in exasperation. When he returns, have him come to my office. With such industrious employees under his wing, he was at a loss whether to feel pleased or worried. Xiao Zhibin was known for his relentless work ethic, which was why he had occupied the position of general manager at Wanjia for so many years. Yet, it was precisely this relentless drive that had caused him to begin losing hair at the tender age of 40. If he continued this way, his health would inevitably deteriorate as well. In the afternoon, Xiao Zhibin arrived at the office. Observing his clearly buoyant demeanor, He Shi asked, how was your checkup? Xiao Zhibin was somewhat taken aback by He Shi's concern for his health. He chuckled and scratched his head. It's nothing. The doctor said it was merely a reaction to not washing my hair for too long. Additionally, during the examination, the doctor discovered that I have started to grow new hair. The more Xiao Zhibin thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. He had initially planned to shave his head at the end of the month, but now it seemed fate had other plans. Could it be that at 40, he was to experience a second development? He Shi was unaware of the whimsical thoughts in his subordinate's mind, yet he pondered thoughtfully upon hearing the news. The sudden change in Xiao Zhibin reminded him of that peculiar black fruit. How else could one explain the phenomenon of someone who had been bald for so long suddenly regrowing hair? Perhaps he had become immune to the effects of that black fruit after consuming the beauty-enhancing fruit previously. To validate his hypothesis, He Shi sought out another bald individual in the company, the finance manager, Feng Hua. Although she appeared glamorous on the surface, He Shi had once inadvertently seen a delivery addressed to her at the security desk. If memory served correctly, the package was labeled. 3-piece wig said He Shi would never have discovered her secret otherwise. When Feng Hua was unexpectedly summoned to the top floor, she felt a twinge of anxiety. It was common knowledge that their big boss rarely called employees into his office alone. Moreover, hadn't she already reported her work during the morning meeting? Was it possible that her previous attempt to introduce a match for Mr. He had been discovered? With trepidation, Feng Hua approached the desk and softly asked, Mr. He, did you need something? It's nothing serious. I previously had General Manager Qiao sample some fruit from my wife's hometown, and he remarked that it was quite good. I thought I would let you try as well. As Feng Hua gazed at the small black fruit, her heart eased. She hadn't expected the usually stern boss to exhibit such approachability. After she consumed the fruit, He sure dismissed her. In truth, he had already solidified his conjecture. Without hesitation, He Shi departed the company and headed to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute under Shenkong. Shenkong's operations were extensive, encompassing the research and sale of disinfectants, medical devices, and pharmaceuticals, as well as household goods and cosmetics. The head of the institute, Chu Ming, a middle-aged man in his 40s, was also one of the top researchers there. Knowing the boss was coming, he had been waiting at the entrance. Upon arrival, He Shi wasted no time and instructed, "Prepare a laboratory for me. I need to conduct some tests." Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback, wondering if the boss intended to handle matters personally. He Shi glanced at him. "Rest assured, I am well-versed in medicine. Conducting tests is no issue for me." Although he said this, He Shi felt uncertain. He possessed top-tier medical knowledge, but engaging in research was an entirely different matter. Yet, this task could only be undertaken by him. Ding! The host is about to enter the laboratory for the first time. Top-tier research capabilities activated. He Shi felt a surge of joy. The system's timely assistance was as reliable as ever. He donned a lab coat and, without further ado, sequestered himself within the laboratory. Hours slipped by in a blink. Chu Ming paced anxiously outside the laboratory corridor, and just as he could no longer resist the urge to knock, He Shi finally emerged. He handed Chu Ming a stack of reports. "Take a look at this." Curious, Chu Ming accepted the papers, but after reading just a couple of lines, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Mr. He, what is this?" "It's an unidentified substance I stumbled upon. Through today's tests, I discovered that the black fruit is rich in various vitamins, all of which share a common trait. They promote hair growth. Furthermore, I detected a remarkably unique, unknown substance within it. This substance has never been recorded in the annals of scientific history. Strangely, it enhances the efficacy of these vitamins." He tested it and found there was a 5-fold increase, and it was precisely due to this substance that hair could grow rapidly. At that moment, He Shi experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder that magical seed was called root and sprout. He had suspected that the system's provisions were anything but ordinary, but he hadn't anticipated them to be so extraordinary. With no historical records, this substance likely did not originate from their world, Water Blue Star. However, that was of little concern. As long as they could analyze its components, everything would be manageable. It might take some time, but if they could indeed decipher this special substance, it would be a monumental contribution to the medical field. As Chu Ming held the report, his astonishment grew with each line he read, and his hands began to tremble. He understood that if this substance were added to existing medications, assuming there were no adverse reactions, it could vastly enhance their efficacy. Once this was unveiled, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through society. Perhaps this substance could find applications beyond medicine. As this thought crossed his mind, he found himself breathing rapidly with excitement. He Shi continued, "From today onward, devote all your resources to researching this special substance. No matter the manpower or financial support required, the company will fully back you. But remember, this matter must remain strictly confidential." Chu Ming solemnly nodded. "Mr. He, I understand. As a researcher, contributing to humanity is his greatest pursuit." Chapter 74. The triplets come to pick their father up from work as He Shi departed from the research institute. The clock was nearing the end of the workday. Without hesitation, he drove straight home. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, 4 little treasures, 1 mother and 3 children, were gathered downstairs at Wan Jia Company, preparing a delightful surprise for him. "Mom, is this where Dad works? What a grand building!" Nian Nian exclaimed, craning her neck to marvel at the towering structure before them. Nan Sun nodded. "Yes, this is it. Once we go inside, you will see many uncles and aunts. Please behave yourselves, all right?" Little heir dutifully grasped the hands of her sisters, assuring, "Don't worry, Mom. I will take care of my sisters." A wave of warmth washed over Nan Sun's heart as she pinched her son's cheek affectionately. "What a good boy. Mom, my sister and I are good too. All right, you're the best." Nan Sun felt a twinge of exasperation. Her younger daughter's lively and boisterous nature was a mystery. Who did she take after? Meanwhile, her elder sister was exceedingly quiet. Heir, never mind, it was best not to dwell on it. In any case, the 3 siblings were the least like triplets one could imagine. She crouched down to straighten their clothes before leading them into the lobby on the ground floor. Compared to her visit a few days prior, the place was busier now. Several young women at the reception appeared to be preoccupied with attending to visitors. Wishing not to disrupt their work, Nansun guided her children towards the elevator. Just then, a commotion erupted at the front desk. It seemed someone had been injured. Security personnel rushed to the scene promptly. Soon, Nansun heard a sharp voice, "Don't touch me. I'm a reporter from Qingfeng newspaper. Is Wan Jia company hoping to make headlines?" As the woman raised her camera, the security guard were left at a loss, confronted by such a troublesome and unreasonable reporter. A quick-witted employee hurried to inform their superior. However, the woman had already begun to cause a scene. "I merely wanted to interview your new chairman. I made an appointment beforehand. Why am I being denied entry?" A younger receptionist, cradling her injured forehead, retorted angrily. "And what gives you the right to hit someone? I've already told you. Our director, he is not in the office. Moreover, we never agreed to your newspaper's request." The woman refused to back down. "It was just an accident. My work badge grazed you. I didn't do it on purpose. It's not that serious." As the altercation escalated, Nansun furrowed her brows and approached. "Xiao Dai, stop arguing and go get the first aid kit for Wen. Upon seeing the boss's wife, Xiao Dai felt a surge of relief and immediately responded, "Yes, madam." Nansun then turned her attention to the loud woman. "Just starting your career?" Tao Ming glanced at Nansun, sizing her up. "So what if I am? Who are you?" "That's of no concern to you," Nansun replied, her gaze firm as she looked down at her. "This is Wan Jia, not a place for your antics. Just because you're a reporter doesn't give you the right to resort to violence. Our surveillance cameras captured the entire incident clearly. Now, I insist that you apologize to our receptionist immediately." Hearing the mention of surveillance, Tao Ying's bravado faltered. Why should I apologize? Is Wan Jia trying to bully me?" Nansun scoffed. "Qingfeng newspaper, is it? Very well. Let's see you at the police station then. Security, please call the authorities. Since we cannot resolve this issue ourselves, we shall seek assistance from those who can." Panic washed over Tao Ying. This was her first job out of college, and she had worked tirelessly to secure a position at the largest newspaper in the city. Yet for the past few months, she had merely been a gopher running errands. However, she believed her capabilities matched those of her more experienced colleagues. Upon hearing that Wan Jia had a new chairman who had refused all interview requests, she felt a spark of ambition. Despite numerous attempts to schedule an appointment over the phone, she had received no definitive response from Wan Jia. Thus, she had decided to come directly to the company, hoping for a stroke of luck. Little did she know, the chairman was absent from the office. Not wanting to leave empty-handed, she impulsively decided to make a scene, thinking that perhaps Wan Jia would offer some concessions to appease her. Surely, a promotion and raise could be hers. Yet, who was this suddenly emerging woman? Was it said that larger companies feared public scrutiny? Why was she escalating matters to the police station? As Nansun observed the girl's panic-stricken face, a slight smile appeared on her lips. "Not willing to go? Then apologize." This girl was clearly not the brightest. Even if the head of Qingfeng were present, she would not dare to act so recklessly at Wan Jia. One could not deny her audacity. Tao clenched her fists, glancing at the surrounding security guards, and finally, through gritted teeth, managed to utter an apology. Nansun nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, I will recommend to my husband that we no longer accept any interviews from your newspaper. Just look at the quality of your employees, and one can surmise the newspaper itself leaves much to be desired." Tao Ying, stunned, lifted her head in disbelief. This woman was the chairman's wife? What did she mean by never accepting interviews from Qingfeng again? Desperately, she took a step forward, intending to seize Nansun's arm for clarification. However, she was abruptly shoved aside by a strong force. He sure had returned. Having initially gone home, he had hurried back upon hearing from Qilon that Nansun and the children had come to pick him up from work. He had not anticipated witnessing such a sharp-tongued side of his wife. "Are you hurt?" He sure pulled Nansun close, examining her for injuries. "No, I'm perfectly fine." Relieved that his wife was unharmed, he sure turned to the security guards with a stern voice. "From now on, if anyone causes trouble at the company, regardless of who it is, they're to be escorted out immediately. Did you hear me? If you can't even handle a little reporter, perhaps George Ben should give you all a proper lesson." Yes, Director He. Then hurry along. Take her straight to the police station. Thus, as Towing finally managed to rise from the ground, she found herself seized by the arms and dragged away. Throughout the entire ordeal, she had never even laid eyes on the esteemed chairman of Wanjia. Chapter 75. The triplets seek little me. How are you? Is your forehead all right? Nan Sun inquired, approaching the two girls with concern. Woman immediately shook her head. It's nothing, madam. Just a minor scratch. That's good to hear. Suddenly, He Shi interjected. How did you two clash with that reporter? Xiao Dai's temper flared at the memory, but with the boss present, she refrained from acting out. Instead, she recounted the incident as thoroughly as possible. That reporter demanded to see you, claiming to be from Qingfeng newspaper, but Mr. He, you weren't even in the office at that time. We checked multiple times, and you had no appointment with Qingfeng newspaper today. Upon hearing this, she attempted to rush upstairs, but Wenwen stopped her, only for the reporter to unexpectedly push her. The badge accidentally struck Wenwen's forehead, and then the madam arrived. He Shi nodded after listening. All right, I understand. You two can leave early today. Xiao Dai and Wenwen exchanged glances, delighted. Thank you, Mr. He. And thank you, madam. Nan Sun waved her hand dismissively. You're welcome. As the two girls disappeared from sight, she suddenly felt as though she had forgotten something. That's right. Where are the children? Nan Sun scanned the lobby several times, but the three little ones were nowhere to be found. He sure shook his head in exasperation. Idly take them upstairs. By the time you remember, they might have already been whisked away. Nan Sun began to pout playfully. Hey, this is your company. You always twist the truth. As the couple made their way toward the elevator, unbeknownst to them, the three children had already stealthily slipped out of the office. Where are we going, big brother? Nian Nian asked, munching on cake. Her little mouth smeared with cream, she tugged on her brother's shirt, waddling along like a little duckling. We're off to gather intelligence, to see if there's a little me, as Uncle Chi mentioned. What is that? The quiet Xiong Xiong suddenly chimed in. Little me? Little cat. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that right, big brother? Little Yu Heir furrowed his brow, uncertain it should be. I wish I had asked Uncle Chi more clearly. Hearing this, Nian Nian joyfully grabbed her sister's hand. Yay. Let's go find a kitty. Xiong Xiong pulled out a tissue, clumsily wiping her sister's mouth and hands. Mommy says girls shouldn't act like little cats. Thank you, sister. Just then, footsteps echoed from the end of the hallway. Little Yu Heir quickly pulled his sisters to hide. The trio squeezed behind a door. Brother, why are we hiding? Are we playing hide and seek? Nian Nian asked, puzzled. Little Yu Heir, with a serious expression, replied, It's not a game. That's how it goes on TV. When you see someone, you hide. Oh, a moment of silence passed. Suddenly, Nian Nian exclaimed, Brother. Yes. My legs are numb. Just hold on a little longer. Brother, I need to go potty. Little Yu Heir. Brother. We should go out. It's dark and stuffy in here. Seeing that Xiong Xiong could no longer hold it, he nodded in agreement. Let us find the restroom first, and then we'll look for the kitty. Okay, you're the best, brother. Nian Nian clutched her stomach, eagerly standing up, but where's the restroom? It's so big here. Let us search for it. Thus, the three little ones wandered through the 20th floor, completely disoriented. Nian Nian, sweating profusely, pouted, Brother. I can't hold it any longer. Little Yu Heir was taken aback. No? You're a big kid now. If you wet your pants, the other kids will laugh at you when you go to school. Seeing her sister distressed, Xiong Xiong grew anxious too. Then, let's go back to find Mommy and Daddy. Just as little Yu Heir was about to agree, Feng Hua emerged from the elevator, reporting from the top floor. Nian Nian rushed over. Pretty Annie, can you take me to the restroom? I really need to go. Feng Hua looked at the suddenly appearing little girl, who was adorable and princess-like. Her heart instantly melted. Spotting little Yu Heir and Xiong Xiong nearby, she guessed they were the triplets from the boss's family. Without a moment to spare, she grabbed Nian Nian's little hand and eagerly responded, Of course. I'll take you right now. Seeing the little girl's face flushed, Feng Hua swiftly picked her up and dashed toward the restroom, with little Yu Heir and Xiong Xiong hurriedly following. When He Shi and Nan Sun arrived upstairs, they found the three children squatting by the wall, panting heavily. What happened? Did you run a marathon? Feng Hua glanced at the boss, thinking that was far more urgent than a marathon. If she had been a moment slower, she might have had to leave work early to change clothes. Nan Sun wiped the sweat off the three little ones and casually pulled Fong Hua along. The usually decisive finance manager felt quite bashful. Thank you. Nan Sun smiled and shook her head. No, I should thank you for helping with the kids. As the two women began chatting, He Shi opened the office door and said, Come in, don't just stand there. However, the three children hesitated and did not move. Nan Sun waved them over. Come. Sweethearts. Little heir frowned, somewhat reluctantly. But we haven't found Daddy's little me yet. Just then, He Shi, holding a cup, spluttered water everywhere. Who am I? What did I just hear? Fong Hua exclaimed. Nan Sun looked bewildered. What? Brother said little me, the kitty. Xiang's words left the adults more confused. Cut. Where would a cat come from in the office? Little heir was skeptical. But Uncle Chi said to come to Daddy's company and see if there's a little me hidden. At the mention of Chi Jiang, He Shi's temples throbbed. Did Chi Jiang tell you this? Seeing his father's dark expression, little heir immediately chose to betray his ally. It was Uncle Chi. He told me to come secretly and not let anyone else know. Well done, He Shi exclaimed. You're not to play with Uncle Chi anymore. If you want a kitten, I will take you to buy one after work. The three children didn't understand why their father said that, but upon hearing the word kitten, their faces lit up with joy. Yay, that's wonderful. We're getting a little me. Meanwhile, He Shi glanced at his wife's amused expression, inwardly scolding Chi Jiang countless times. Dear, you must believe me. There's no little me. I always return home on time. Fong Hua, who had been watching the scene unfold, worried Nan Sun might misunderstand the boss, quickly chimed in. Mr. He hardly speaks to anyone at the company besides work. Yes, I don't interact with them. Seeing both of them looking anxiously at her, Nan Sun suddenly burst into laughter. All right, I was just teasing you. I certainly know that Cousin Shi is playing with the kids. She then turned to her husband, speaking earnestly. I will always believe you. He Shi was immediately touched, pulling her into an embrace. Fong Hua, who had been a silent observer, suddenly found herself caught in the middle of this affectionate display. Weren't we supposed to argue? Chapter 76. The triplets have adopted cats after some playful banter. Nan Sun inquired about a serious matter concerning the Qingfeng newspaper incident. Sitting on the sofa, He Shi, noticing Fong Hua had left, pulled his wife into his embrace. I've already asked Li Tong to contact the president of Qingfeng. I trust he will provide an explanation regarding the journalist's actions. Of course, if he fails to do so, he can hardly blame himself for the consequences. And what about the interview? Nan Sun queried. Although Qingfeng is the largest newspaper in Shenzhen, its reputation in the industry is rather lackluster, which is why I declined their request. Besides, your husband prefers to remain out of the public eye. Interviews are best avoided. Nan Sun nodded in understanding. Oh, are you hoping for your husband to appear on television? I have no objections, He Shi replied with a grin, pulling her onto his lap and teasingly pinching her slender waist. Really? She laughed, squirming playfully. Is it really not a concern? He Shi feigned another tickle. Nan Sun surrendered, exclaiming, all right, no television appearances. I want to keep you at home, away from prying eyes. Now that's more like it. While the couple exchanged affectionate banter, their little one, Xiao Yu, cast occasional glances their way, sighing softly. With an empty stomach, Nian, munching on an apple, curiously asked, Brother, what's wrong? Xiao Yu shook his head dejectedly. Nothing, I'm just suddenly full. You should eat less, otherwise you'll end up needing to use the bathroom again. Oof, you're being naughty. As the time drew near, He Shi called to Nan Sun and their three children, signaling the end of the workday. All right, my darlings, let us go. Nian cheered. Yay, Daddy, are we going to pick up Xiaomi? He Shi felt a pang of discomfort at the mention of the name. However, seeing the innocent sparkle in his daughter's eyes, he relented. Yes, we're going to pick up Xiaomi. Each of you will have one. In the lobby of Wanjia, many employees were queuing to clock out. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Oh my, isn't that the boss's wife? I've heard she is stunning, and it seems the rumors are true. This remark instantly drew everyone's attention, and they turned to follow the speaker's gaze. Indeed, they saw the big boss walking out of the elevator, hand in hand with a fairy-like woman, followed by three adorable children. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. Yes, that is definitely the boss's wife. I saw her the last time she visited the company. There is no mistaking it. Those 3 children must be the boss's triplets. They're so cute. The family's striking appearance was simply breathtaking. He Shi's son resembled him, adopting a serious expression just like his father, which was utterly endearing. Shoo! Quiet down. They're coming over. The previously chaotic line fell silent within moments. As He Shi's family passed by, everyone greeted, "Hello, Mr. He." "Hello, Mrs. He." He Shi nodded, and Nan's son offered a gentle smile to the crowd. Just when they thought they could pass quietly, Nian, full of enthusiasm, waved her little hand and called out, "Hello, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow." The crowd paused, then erupted in laughter. Such a charming little princess. She is so adorable. See you tomorrow. Hearing the compliments, Nian beamed with joy. She twirled in her little dress, performing a curtsy like a princess before hurrying to catch up with her siblings. Watching this scene, Nansun felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This was certainly not her teaching. Meanwhile, he sure wore a proud expression, affirming that his daughter was already making waves at such a young age. After leaving the company, the family drove directly to a pet store named Aisha. He sure had learned about its popularity online after asking Xiang Yuanxi. As the center of attention wherever they went, the family drew the store manager, Yang Es, noticed the moment they entered. With an extraordinary appearance and attire, she immediately recognized them as significant customers. Yang approached them warmly. "Good day, sir and madam. What type of pet are you looking to adopt?" He sure surveyed the shop's decor, which exuded a fresh and whimsical charm. The shelves were lined with an array of pet supplies, and the lounge area was cozy and inviting, creating a pleasant atmosphere. "My 3 children wish to adopt cats. Could you recommend suitable options?" Yang eyes lit up. "Are you looking for 3 cats?" "Yes. Recently, we received 2 ragdoll kittens, perfect for little girls. They are adorable and affectionate. They're nearly 3 months old and ready to go home. For boys, I would suggest the British Shorthair. They have round faces and are quite charming to pet." He sure nodded slightly, appreciating the manager's thoughtful suggestions, ensuring the sisters would have similar breeds to prevent squabbles. "Then please lead us to see them," Nansun eagerly urged. After hearing Yang's description, her curiosity piqued, and the children's eyes widened with anticipation. Yang led them upstairs, where the entire first floor was filled with delightful little kittens. The shop housed its own pets, as well as those temporarily boarded by customers. All the kittens mewed excitedly upon seeing visitors. Yang first introduced them to the 2 ragdolls. With almond-shaped blue eyes and medium fur, both kittens appeared almost identical. The sisters instantly fell in love, their eyes sparkling as they looked towards their parents. He sure, not one to deny them, affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and said to Yang, "We'll take these 2, and now let us see the British Shorthair." With its round head and plush fur, the Shorthair looked irresistibly petable, prompting Xiao Yu to nod in agreement. After a series of checks, the 3 kittens were placed into carriers. "But which one is Xiaomi?" Nian asked with wide eyes. He sure pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about calling your brother's cat to me, your sister's cat Ermi, and your Sammy? This way, all 3 are your Xiaomi." The children contemplated this and immediately agreed. "Dad, you're so clever." He sure then selected various cat care supplies, litter boxes, litter, cat food, scratching posts, and even nail clippers and brushes specifically for cats. Yang instructed her staff to load the items into the car, reminding them the 3 kittens still need 2 vaccinations. "Don't forget." He sure nodded, finally taking his wife and children, along with their 3 new family members, home. Meanwhile, Tao Ying was walking down the street, her heart racing with anxiety. She couldn't comprehend how events had unfolded so drastically. What were the odds of running into the chairman of Wan Jia's wife? Recalling the woman's confident and beautiful demeanor, an overwhelming sense of inadequacy washed over her. Why did she not have such fortune, day in and day out? She was at the mercy of others in the company. What justified her existence? Before she could process these thoughts, her phone suddenly erupted with frantic ringing. Upon seeing the manager's name, her heart sank. With trepidation, she answered, only to be met with a barrage of furious accusations. "You fool! It's no wonder you're only good for serving tea and running errands at the company. How dare you cause a scene at Wanjia? Have you lost your mind? Don't bother coming to work tomorrow. You've made my life a nightmare. Just get lost. What a stroke of bad luck. Tao Ying stood frozen, dazed by the tirade, oblivious to when the call ended. Her mind echoed with the derisive label of fool, and she stared blankly at the passers-by. Utterly lost. Chapter 77. From Husband to Gaming Machine. Upon returning from the fruit shop, Qi Lan and He Shi were astonished by the sudden appearance of 3 little kittens. Where did these adorable little creatures come from? Just bought them from the pet store, Nan Sun replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Nian eagerly pulled her grandparents to the cage, exclaiming, "Let me introduce our new friends. This one is Big Me, this is Heir Me, and this is San Me." Qi Lan, utterly charmed by her granddaughter, affectionately stroked her little face. Wow, so many delightful new companions. Shall we, along with your siblings and parents, help them settle in? Nian Nian jumped up excitedly. That sounds wonderful. The family's efforts to prepare for the 3 kittens took over an hour, as they organized a plethora of toys and supplies. The living room and the children's playroom were adorned with cat climbing frames and extravagant cat beds. The assembly of these items alone consumed a significant amount of time. Fortunately, they had Zhang Jie, He Xiong's wife, cooking for them, who, being a mother herself, was adept at caring for children and prepared meals that the 3 kids enjoyed. Zhang Jie was quick and efficient. Although she was hired by He Shi for cooking, she also took the initiative to tidy up the house. He Xiong, who was He Shi's chauffeur, primarily spent his days driving He Shi and his wife. Naturally, He Shi would not allow one person to handle 2 jobs. So he raised their salaries, which made the couple even more grateful and dedicated in their work at the He household. Looking at the spread of dishes laid out on the table, Qi Lan smiled brightly. Zhang Jie, didn't you say Tian went to Ranes? How about you have dinner here? Zhang Jie, flustered, quickly declined. Oh no, thank you, madam. My husband will be home soon, and I need to prepare dinner for him. Upon hearing this, Qi Lan didn't press further. All right then, take care on your way back. Thank you for your concern, madam. Qi Lan sighed as she watched the door close, reflecting on the couple's past hardships, sending money home to care for their ailing parents while also needing funds for their own child's health. Fortunately, their struggles had finally borne fruit. This thought inevitably led her to ponder her own son, recalling the burdens He Shi must have carried during his illness. He Shi, noticing his mother's contemplative expression, teased, "Why the sudden melancholy, mother? Your son is quite capable and has not suffered unduly. Just some long hours of driving caused a bit of strain, but that has long since passed. Of course, there's no need for you to worry about such things." Qi Lan playfully shot him a glare. Indeed, my son is talented, but the most remarkable achievement is bringing back such a wonderful daughter-in-law. At this, Nan Sun blushed shyly. During their time together, the bond between Qi Lan and Nan Sun had flourished like that of a mother and daughter, devoid of the typical mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. This made Qi Lan the envy of their family and neighbors, who always praised Nan Sun whenever they met, filling Qi Lan with pride. Seeing the closeness between the 2 women, he sure felt a surge of happiness. Just as he was about to add something, his phone rang. "You all eat first. I'll take this call," he said, pulling out his phone as he walked toward the balcony. To his surprise, the caller was none other than old Master Xiong. "Hello, Brother He, it's been a few days. How have you been?" He sure chuckled. "I'm doing well, old master." "Hey, didn't we agree to treat each other as brothers? Why the formality?" He sure shook his head helplessly, responding, "All right then, Brother Xiong. Much better. I actually called for an important matter. Tomorrow evening, I'm hosting a dinner with some old friends. I wonder if you would be able to join us?" He sure raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether the old master was attempting to help him infiltrate the upper echelons of the city's elite. He naturally would not refuse. "I'm available. Why don't you choose the venue?" "Of course. What do you have in mind?" "How about Nanshi Hotel? What do you think, Brother Xiong?" The sound of hearty laughter echoed through the phone. "Sounds perfect. See you tomorrow evening." As he sure hung up, Xiang Jingshan immediately approached. What did he say? Old Master Xiang's face was beaming with delight. "My brother is quite astute. How could he refuse? He even suggested we meet at Nanshi Hotel." Xiang Jingshan nodded. "That is a fine choice, considering it's part of our family's assets. But others are unaware of that. I anticipate an entertaining evening tomorrow." Their family was able to conduct such thorough investigations into He Shi's assets due to their previous business dealings, which had equipped them with certain unique methods. However, other families lacked such capabilities. They might still believe He Shi was merely the chairman of Wanjia. Old Master Xiang eagerly looked forward to witnessing the astonishment on their faces. In the bedroom, Nan Sun, freshly bathed, climbed onto the bed and shook her husband's arm, asking, "Darling, Annie wants to team up for a game. Will you join me?" He Shi set down the magazine he had been reading, gazing at his wife's expectant expression with a hint of depth in his eyes. Ever since he accompanied her in gaming that day, he found himself playing with her almost every evening, sometimes well into the night. As a result, they had not been intimate for several days. If this continued, he might transform from a loving husband into a mere gaming machine devoid of emotion. He realized this path was unsustainable. Without hesitation, he pulled Nan Sun closer, tossing her phone onto the floor and whispered seductively, "My dear, playing the canyon every day is rather dull." Nan Sun immediately protested, "Hey, give me back my phone." She reached out to retrieve it, but He Shi swiftly pulled her beneath him. With a smirk, he replied, "Wife, your words hold no weight." As he spoke, he captured her lips in a kiss. Nan Sun struggled momentarily, but the overwhelming difference in strength soon left her breathless. He Shi held her soft waist with one hand while the other caressed her long, graceful leg. Everywhere his fingers roamed, her body responded with electric jolts, leaving her feeling utterly enraptured. Lying on the bed, her body ablaze, she gazed at the man before her, his collar slightly disheveled, and hurriedly began unbuttoning his shirt. "Not playing anymore?" He Shi's face was alight with mirth. He ran his fingers through his tousled hair, revealing his handsome features, which made Nan Sun's heart race. She swallowed hard, her cheeks flushed as she gazed up at him with sultry eyes. Her long, dark hair cascaded down, making her appear as enchanting as a fox spirit. He Shi lowered his gaze, his eyes shrouded in darkness. "Wife?" Chapter 78. Astonishment. The appearance of the 8-star hotel owner the following day. He Shi, in high spirits, made his way to the company. He maintained a cheerful demeanor all the way until the end of the workday. Even when his subordinates reported work-related issues, he graciously encouraged them to make amendments. This sudden shift in behavior startled George Bin, who was accustomed to He Shi's stern countenance. He hesitantly patted Li Tong's shoulder and quietly inquired, "What do you think is going on with Director He today? Is there some joyous news?" Li Tong, with a hint of disdain, replied, "Have you gotten married?" "Of course I have," George Bin responded, somewhat bewildered. Li Tong scrutinized him from head to toe and remarked, "I didn't notice." With that, he swiftly walked away, leaving George Bin standing there, perplexed. After a considerable time, he suddenly slapped his forehead, causing several department heads passing by to become anxious. What on earth was happening today? Both the boss and the general manager seemed rather unusual. Could it be that the company was going bankrupt? The group exchanged glances, pondering the possibility. Surely not. Have we finished our tasks? Shouldn't you hurry back? Upon hearing the familiar roar of General Manager George, the department heads finally relaxed, chuckling. "We'll head back right away." However, George Bin remained baffled, questioning, how can one be scolded yet still look so pleased? At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the Nan Shi Grand Hotel, He Shi had arranged for a private room on the 85th floor, the most suitable venue for a business gathering. The opulent, large dining table could comfortably accommodate dozens of guests. Elder Xiang was immediately taken aback. Although he had been retired for some time, he had visited many luxurious hotels, yet none had evoked the sense of awe that Nan Shi did. Truly, it was an 8-star establishment. The attendees had nearly all arrived, totaling over 30 individuals, including the Lin, Deng, and Zhang families, as well as other prominent families from Shin City. Not only did the elder generation attend, but representatives from the younger generation were also present, as the future belonged to the youth. Thus, today's gathering could be regarded as a meeting for the heirs of these prestigious families. One individual, gazing at the lavish private room, couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that Elder Xiang has quite the connections. I heard that the 85th floor of Nan Shi is not open to the public, yet here we are, basking in its grandeur." Elder Xiang responded with curiosity, "Is that so? I was unaware of this." The person continued, "What, you didn't know?" Elder Xiang chuckled, "Huh. The host of today's banquet is someone else entirely. I am merely borrowing the opportunity to celebrate." Upon hearing this, the attendees began to speculate. When Elder Xiang initially extended the invitation, they suspected that the gathering was organized specifically for someone else. Now, it was evident they were correct. They were merely surprised by the formidable presence of the chairman of Wanjia. The 85th floor of the Nanshi Grand Hotel was a place none of them had set foot in prior to today. Someone promptly asked, "Elder Xiang, didn't you mention that your sworn brother would also be attending today? Why haven't we seen him yet?" The speaker was a younger member of the Zhang family named Zhang Yi, who happened to be Zhang Yu's brother. He had been on a business trip when Elder Xiang celebrated his birthday. Upon returning, he learned that Elder Xiang had publicly announced his brotherhood with a young man at the birthday banquet. The four families had always had close ties, and the Zhang family was no exception. The thought of addressing someone younger than himself as grandfather left Zhang Yi feeling quite indignant. Elder Xiang, upon hearing the question, merely gestured towards the entrance, saying, "Look, there he comes." As everyone turned to look, they saw a young man in his 20s gracefully entering the room. Tall and handsome, he exuded an impressive aura. Dressed in a well-tailored suit, he resembled a top model. Zhang Yi, seeing He Shi for the first time, was taken aback, his mouth agape. He had not anticipated that the legendary little grandfather would be so striking in appearance. He Shi approached Elder Xiang with a smile and greeted him warmly. He then turned to the others and said, "I apologize for my tardiness. I was busy preparing some fine wine for everyone. I'll take a drink as a self-penalty shortly." His words clarified his lateness while putting everyone at ease. The attendees nodded in agreement and took the opportunity to express their gratitude for He Shi's efforts. Yet, Zhang Yi felt an undeniable resentment bubbling within him, as if lodged in his throat. "Everyone, please don't just stand there. Since everyone is here, let's take our seats," someone suggested suddenly. "Yes, let us sit." Elder Xiang naturally took the seat of honor. He had initially intended to offer it to He Shi, but given their age difference, and considering that He Shi would still need to address him as elder brother, it would have seemed disrespectful to not occupy the main position. Rin Sheng, who had been following He Shi, waited until everyone was seated before inquiring whether they should start serving the dishes. "Yes, let us go ahead and serve the food and open the wine," He Shi replied. "Understood, boss," Rin Sheng responded. At that moment, those seated nearby were momentarily stunned. One exclaimed, "Did Manager Rin just call a Dong boss?" Now, all eyes in the private room turned toward He Shi. Rin Sheng respectfully nodded, "Yes, Director Lin, Mr. He is indeed the behind-the-scenes owner of the Nanshi Grand Hotel." A palpable silence enveloped the room for several seconds. The sudden emergence of this 8-star hotel had sparked curiosity among many, who had discreetly sought to uncover the identity of its owner. Yet, no information had surfaced until today, when he stood right before them. As they observed He Shi's youthful visage, astonishment filled the hearts of those present. What kind of individual could possess such wealth at such a young age? Finally, it was Elder Xiang who broke the silence. "Now you see just how remarkable my younger brother is, don't you? But this is merely the tip of the iceberg. His capabilities exceed your imagination." His tone brimmed with pride, as though he were extolling his own kin. The others, however, gasped in disbelief. "This is only the tip of the iceberg. Just this 8-star hotel is enough to make us envious." He sure felt the intensity of their gazes, casting a helpless glance at Elder Xiang. Wasn't this boasting a bit excessive? He chuckled and said, "Indeed, I unexpectedly acquired this hotel, and its development into what it is today was beyond my expectations. I have prepared a VIP gold card for each of you as a small gift. I hope you will accept it graciously." This gesture had been premeditated by He Shi, as he believed that treating people to a meal while providing a small gift would make these bigwigs feel a sense of indebtedness. Moreover, the gold card, while allowing for advanced reservations without the need to queue, carried no significant privileges and could not be used to offset expenses. Nevertheless, it symbolized the prestige of an 8-star hotel, which would surely satisfy their vanity. As expected, upon hearing He Shi's words, gratitude began to flow from the attendees, their expressions turning content. Just then, a bell rang at the entrance, and an array of exquisite dishes began to be served at the table. Chapter 79. Indulging in intoxication and whining to his wife, the waitstaff, impeccably trained, entered in a well-organized queue, bringing forth an impressive array of 108 exquisite dishes. Were it not for the ample size of the dining table, accommodating such a feast would have been an arduous task. The guests were not the only ones left astounded. Even the elder gentleman, Xiang, found himself rendered speechless. To his astonishment, at this ripe age, he was afforded the opportunity to partake in a grand banquet reminiscent of the imperial court. With 54 dishes from both northern and southern cuisines, the table was laden with a diverse selection of cold cuts, hot dishes, and delicate pastries. It was a marvel that the Southtime Grand Hotel had managed to serve these dishes in a manner that made them appear freshly prepared. Finally, once the servers had exited the private room, Xiang raised his glass, expressing gratitude for everyone's presence at this gathering. Although I am now retired, I am delighted to meet such friends and business partners, he proclaimed. My younger brother, he has only recently begun his ventures in the city, yet his achievements today are truly commendable. I look forward to future collaborations. As he finished speaking, a guest promptly stood with his glass raised. It is our honor to collaborate with Director He, and we thank you, Elder Xiang, for the invitation. He downed his drink in one go, leaving those who hesitated feeling regretful. Initially, they had attended out of respect for Elder Xiang, but now, knowing just a glimpse of He's potential, none would foolishly let the opportunity slip away. Hello, young grandfather. I am Lin Chun, the eldest grandson of the Lin family. We met briefly at a previous banquet. I raised this glass to you. The unexpected address caused he to pause for a moment before lifting his glass in return. The term young grandfather still felt quite unusual to him, especially when uttered by someone older than himself. Elder Lin cast an appreciative glance at his grandson, acknowledging his perceptiveness, truly a worthy heir to the Lin family. Although he was already a shareholder in their Liang group, the more partnerships, the better. Deng Wenkong, who had remained silent until now, hesitated briefly before raising his glass. Young grandfather, I toast to you. However, he merely glanced at him, his glass unmoving. Despite Deng Wenyao never having explicitly stated it, his actions alongside Xiang Yuanxi made it clear that Deng Wenkong was not on good terms with them. He was protective of those he cared for, and this overtly dismissive attitude caused Deng Wenkong's expression to sour, though he dared not react. Seeing this, Deng Wei awkwardly lifted his glass. Uncle, I toast to you. Following suit, Xiang Jingshan chimed in, Uncle, let's drink together. He cast a glance at them, reluctantly taking a sip. Elder Zhang, noticing that the other three families had raised their glasses while his own grandson remained motionless, shot him a sharp glare. This child usually appeared quite astute. Why was he being foolish today? Unbeknownst to him, Zhang, he was torn within. On one hand, he felt the pressure of pride. On the other, he was compelled to respect He's excellence. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally stood up hesitantly. Young grandfather, I am Zhang Yi, and I raise this glass to you, hoping for your guidance in the future. Upon hearing this, he looked over and remarked, You are Zhang Yu's elder brother, correct? Your sister has a good rapport with my wife. They went out together not long ago. Zhang Yi relaxed visibly, a smile breaking across his face. That is indeed true. She returned, singing praises of your wife, declaring her to be her goddess. He smiled back, Please extend my gratitude to your sister. Observing the jovial exchange between them, the younger generations from the other families also raised their glasses, calling him young uncle or young grandfather, without hesitation downing their drinks. Before long, he found himself immune to the terms of endearment. As the dinner progressed, the atmosphere remained delightful. Elder Xiang was enjoying his drink until his son snatched the glass from him. Father, you have high blood pressure. Did you forget the doctor's advice to drink less? Elder Xiang felt somewhat disheartened, but refrained from drinking further. By the time the gathering concluded, it was nearly midnight. Since He Zhiyong had a family to return to, he had already sent him home earlier. He intended to ride back with Xiang's family, but upon exiting the elevator, he spotted a familiar silhouette in the lobby's lounge area. The woman's profile was exquisite, her dark hair contrasting beautifully against her fair skin. Just sitting there, she resembled a captivating painting. As if sensing his presence, Nan Sun suddenly turned her head. Upon seeing her man, even amidst a crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens. She had intended to rush over, but seeing the throng of people around, she restrained herself, smiling and waving. However, he cared little for the onlookers and strode over, enveloping his wife in a tight embrace. The surrounding crowd erupted in teasing cheers, causing Nan's cheeks to flush crimson. She caught the scent of alcohol on him and whispered, "Let go of me. Have you had too much to drink?" He nestled his face into the fragrant curve of her neck before lifting his head. Taking her hand, he led her into the crowd. Dressed in a simple hoodie and jeans, Nan Sun's tall figure still radiated brilliance. Just as she was about to greet everyone, she was met with simultaneous exclamations. "Hello, young aunt. Hello, young grandma." Nan Sun's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure, replying with a smile, "Hello." Her graceful demeanor, combined with her unpretentious beauty, instantly won the admiration of all present. He felt a swell of pride, thinking, "Indeed, my wife." After accompanying Elder Xiang in bidding farewell to all the guests, the couple finally prepared to drive home. Just as he closed the car door, he could not resist pulling Nan Sun into his embrace, his voice muffled as he murmured, "Darling, why did you come pick me up so late?" "It's not safe." Nan Sun tousled his soft, short hair. "I was worried about you. I couldn't sleep without you here." "Ah, my dear wife, you are simply wonderful. I missed you so much." The phrases tumbled from his lips in a repetitive loop until Nan Sun discerned something was amiss. Straining to peek out from his embrace, she turned to him in the dim light and asked, "He Shi, have you had too much to drink?" He immediately shook his head in denial. "I'm not drunk. I'm just a bit unclear." Nan Sun sighed. "Well, clearly, you've had too much." She didn't want to argue with a drunken man and intended to drive home directly. Yet, he clung to her, incessantly calling her wife. With a resigned sigh, she gently pinched his cheek and said playfully, "When do you ever act this spoiled? You're oddly adorable." With that, she pulled out her phone and began recording, planning to show he the footage once he sobered up. Chapter 80. My cousin comes to the city the following day. He did not awaken until the sun had risen high in the sky. He rubbed his temples in discomfort, taking a considerable amount of time to fully regain his senses. Although he typically had a robust tolerance for alcohol, having never been intoxicated throughout his 4 years of university gatherings, the multitude of toasts he received the previous night, combined with his buoyant mood, led him to inadvertently overindulge. In his bedroom, Nan Sun had already vanished. Observing his bare upper body, he surmised that his wife had given him a brief wash. He casually donned a nearby robe and proceeded to the bathroom. After showering and changing, he was surprised to find the living room utterly deserted. At this hour, Qi Lan and He Yuhai had long departed for the store, and the triplets were likely with them. He then made his way to the art studio, where he indeed spotted a stunning figure. Dressed in a light green dress, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, Nan Sun sat quietly before the easel, while 3 adorable kittens nestled at her feet, peacefully slumbering on the soft carpet. The scene was exceptionally heartwarming, eliciting an involuntary smile from He Shi. Initially, he assumed his wife was engrossed in painting, but upon closer inspection, he discovered she was watching videos on her phone. Hearing a familiar voice emanating from the screen, He felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He quietly approached and inquired, "Were you watching, my dear?" The sudden sound startled Nan Sun, who hurriedly picked up her fallen phone, smiling as she replied, "Oh, you're awake. I wasn't watching anything." "Really, nothing at all?" He pressed. "Absolutely nothing." He could not help but chuckle in exasperation. "Darling, could you perhaps mute the video before making such claims? Your ability to spin tales with a straight face is truly impressive." He stepped closer, wrapping her in his embrace. "You secretly recorded a video for me, didn't you?" How cute." "What did you say?" He thought he must have misheard. Her calling him cute was unexpected. He playfully pinched her pert nose, teasing, "Have you grown quite bold?" Nan Sun, unfazed, retorted, "Who knew you could be so clingy when drunk?" He responded with a serious tone, "Delete the video." At his words, Nan Sun promptly escaped his grasp, declaring, "I want to delete it," and darting out of the studio, her tinkling laughter fading into the distance. He shook his head in resignation, sitting quietly for a while before finally rising. It seemed that the lofty image he held in his wife's eyes was on the verge of crumbling. In the dining room, a breakfast meticulously prepared by Sister Zhang awaited He Shi. It consisted of millet porridge, steamed buns, eggs, dumplings, and her homemade pickles. Nan Sun carried all but the pickles to the kitchen, briefly heating them up. She then called out, "Honey, come eat. You need to have some porridge first." "Coming. Are you going to the office today?" "Not today. I'll take a day off." Nan Sun's eyes lit up. "Then shall we play some games later?" "Where shall we play?" "Of course." Nan Sun hesitated, playfully scolding him, "You rogue." Before they could reach a conclusion, He Shi received a call from Qilon. "What time is the high-speed train today?" "All right, I'll head over to pick them up shortly." Curious, Nan Sun asked after he hung up, "Who are you going to pick up?" "Our cousin, He Shi, has come to the city. Mom asked us to meet her at the station." He Shi had long wished to enroll at the university in the city and was eager to acclimate herself to the environment. "Oh, He Shi is coming? That's wonderful." Nan Sun recalled her cousin fondly, admiring her bright personality and quirky yet endearing ideas. She tugged at He Shi's arm, playfully swaying it. "I'll go change first. Take your time eating." He Shi's train was scheduled to arrive at 3 in the afternoon. He Shi and his wife first visited the Star Sea restaurant, a place they hadn't been to in ages, before heading to the station, arriving just in time. Standing side by side amidst the bustling crowd, their radiant appearance drew numerous glances, with some even daring to approach, inquiring if they were celebrities. Nan Sun chuckled, shaking her head, and the inquirer appeared crestfallen. Meanwhile, He Shi, upon exiting the station, instantly spotted her cousin and his wife. Her eyes brightened as she rushed towards Nan Sun, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, I've missed you so much." Taken aback for a moment, Nan Sun smiled and patted her shoulder. "I've missed you too. Welcome to the city." They exchanged smiles and linked arms. Turning away as He Shi dutifully grabbed He Shi's suitcase, trailing behind the two women. This was He Shi's first venture away from home and her inaugural visit to the city. From the moment she boarded the car, she marveled at the scenery outside the window, expressing her wonder, "Big cities are amazing. I've never seen buildings this tall before. I truly hope to live in such skyscrapers one day." Nan Sun chuckled. That dream might soon come true. He Shi eagerly leaned in. "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that?" "It means that our current residence is on the top floor of our complex, the 23rd floor." "Really?" He Shi replied incredulously. "But aren't wealthy individuals like my cousin typically fond of living in villas? They seem to prefer having status. Yes, that's the word." She vividly remembered He Shi casually mentioning 2 million when he returned to their hometown, a sum that once seemed unfathomable to her. Nan Sun clarified, "We do have a villa, but it's still under renovation. So for now, we're residing in this high-rise. The view at night is particularly stunning. And your cousin has even built a flower room on the rooftop, complete with a swing. You can lie there and gaze at the stars." "Wow, cousin, you really know how to enjoy life." He Shi, who was driving, smiled at her enthusiasm. "This is just the beginning." Indeed, as soon as they opened the door, He Shi was utterly captivated by the spacious apartment before her. Though she had seen buildings before, this was her first encounter with such an expansive layout. The bathroom alone boasted 5 separate facilities. Additionally, there was a toy room, a game room, and a media room. The outdoor swimming pool on the rooftop thrilled her even more, and she could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of taking a dip. Nan Sun quickly intervened. "If you want to swim, I'll join you tomorrow during the day. It's getting late, and the wind is a bit strong." "Okay, sounds good." He Shi was soon distracted by the 3 kittens and Little Bai. Nan Sun initially intended to confine Little Bai to her room, but the little rascal had grown increasingly temperamental and darted away in a flash. When she spotted him again, he was already playing with He Shi. "Sister-in-law, you're so cool. You even have a snake." Nan Sun's lips twitched. It seemed her worries had been unfounded. Chapter 81. He Shi. My cousin is a jealous one. In the evening, Qilon and He Shi finally returned home with the triplets. Initially, the 3 children were eager to rush to play with the little kitten, but upon opening the door, they were greeted by their little aunt. Their delighted squeals filled the air as they pounced towards her. Nan Sun smiled and shook her head, surprised that these little ones had such a profound impression of He Shi, whom they had only met once. Little Fish eagerly inquired, "Annie, are you going to live here from now on?" He Shi pinched his small face and responded with a smile, "I will stay until school starts." "Ah, how long is that?" "A little over a month, I suppose." Upon hearing this, Nian Yin clapped her hands in joy, exclaiming, "That's wonderful. Annie can play with us. Always thinking about play. Nan Sun gently tapped their little heads. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is almost ready. Got it, Mom. The He family had never adhered to the notion of silence during meals. The dining table was always filled with chatter and laughter. As Chi Lan and He Yuhai noticed their niece had almost finished eating, they eagerly inquired about the happenings back home. Once they learned everything was well, the elderly couple finally felt at ease. Our eldest cousin and my brother's vegetable greenhouse has also gotten on the right track. They even mentioned a bonus for the little cousin at the end of the year. He-han's lips curled into a slight smile at this news. With the abilities of my two cousins, I have no doubt they will succeed. From the very beginning of the investment, he had never entertained the idea of incurring losses. By the way, I haven't asked what major you applied for, Chi Lan suddenly asked. This child had always been quite determined, making decisions without consulting the family, even regarding her choice of major. However, the He family had always adopted a hands-off approach to their children's education, allowing them to grow independently. As the children matured, they developed their own thoughts, and all the family needed to do was provide steadfast support. Clinical medicine. I want to become a doctor in the future, He-han declared excitedly, putting down her chopsticks. Being a doctor is great, but I've heard it's quite arduous and requires many years of study. When you start school, you can come to your cousin's house. San Ani will prepare delicious food for you. He-han's eyes sparkled with delight, her face beaming. Thank you, San Ani. Don't mention it. Later that evening, He-han settled into the guest room, tidied by Sister Zhang. Lying on the soft, plush bed, she joyfully messaged a few friends in her group chat. Beautiful girl He-han, my cousin's house is really enormous, and we even live on the top floor. The view outside is breathtaking. Beautiful girl Xiaoyu. Is that true? Hurry and show us. Beautiful girl He-han. Just a moment. He-han quickly leaped off the bed, rushed to the balcony to capture a video of the night view, followed by a shot of the interior decor. The video she sent lasted a full minute. Responses flooded in almost immediately. Beautiful girl Xiaoyu. This night view is absolutely stunning. I wish I had applied to a school in that city. Beautiful girl Xiao Xin, right? And is that a guest room you're staying in? It's so large and luxurious. Beautiful girl He-han. Yes, it's the guest room. Beautiful girl He-han. There's so many rooms at my cousin's house, and guess what? There are 3 adorable kittens. Beautiful girl Xiao Xin. I want to see and pet them. As the 3 friends were engrossed in their chat, a girl who had been silent suddenly sent a message. Beautiful girl Xiao Ting. He-han, is your cousin doing well? Upon reading this, He-han, lying on her bed, immediately sat up straight, her brow furrowed in concern. She chose to respond privately. Beautiful girl He-han. Ting Ting, do you still have feelings for my cousin? Beautiful girl He-han. He is already married, and you have only met once. To put it bluntly, my cousin probably doesn't even remember you. That encounter had occurred when He-han had just entered her first year of high school. One day, she forgot her school badge, and luckily, he sure was home for the holidays, so he delivered it to her school. Unfortunately, He-han experienced a stomachache after class and had to ask her good friend and desk mate, Chu Ting, for help. The tall, handsome young man drew countless gazes the moment he appeared at the school gate, his voice melodious. Thank you for your trouble. Just those simple 4 words caused Chu Ting's face to redden instantly, making the budding young girl feel the thrill of her first crush. From that day onward, she sought information about He Shi from He-han, gradually learning about his relationship with her and discovering his name and academic excellence. He-han, too, noticed her best friend's feelings. With her understanding of her cousin, she had little hope but tried to probe a little. It was then she learned her cousin had someone he cherished in his heart, who was now her sister-in-law. On the other end of the phone, Chu Ting's eyes dimmed at the mention of the word married. She had always known he sure harbored feelings for someone, but love is not something one can control. Thus, she worked diligently, hoping to draw closer to her secret crush one day, to stand before him openly and confess her feelings. Yet now, after finally gaining admission to the same university, she found herself a step too late. Chu Ting lowered her head in disappointment, glancing at the message from her friend. Beautiful girl He-han. Ting Ting. My sister-in-law is truly wonderful. No one is more suited for my brother than her. Beautiful girl He-han. And do you know? My brother waited for her for 4 years. Upon reading this, tears streamed down Chu Ting's face. Her secret crush was destined to end in silence. Large tears fell onto the bed sheets, and she couldn't help but sob uncontrollably. Seeing her best friend's prolonged silence, He Han decided to initiate a video call. Once connected, she was greeted by a pair of teary, rabbit-like eyes. "Are you all right, Ting Ting?" she asked with concern. Shu Ting showed her the pile of tissues scattered on the floor, sniffling. "I've only cried through a pack of tissues." "And we played." "Then cry all you want. Do you need me to buy you more?" Shu Ting paused her sobbing, looking up in bewilderment. "Isn't the normal response to comfort me and tell me not to cry?" He Han shook her head earnestly. "Not at all. You must let it out. After all, this is a 3-year-long secret crush. If it were me, I would cry too." Upon hearing this, Shu Ting immediately broke into a smile. "Did you call to comfort me or to mock me?" Seeing her friend finally smile, He Han sighed in relief. "Of course, I'm comforting you. There are plenty of men out there. You're just seeing my cousin through rose-colored glasses. He is not as great as you imagine." Shu Ting suddenly became interested. "How so?" He Han crossed her legs and eagerly began to share. "Let me tell you, my cousin is incredibly jealous. The moment I showed a little affection towards my sister-in-law, he turned cold towards me. And if he doesn't see my sister-in-law for a while, he starts looking for her everywhere. He is so clingy. Which woman can tolerate that? Beautiful girl Xiao Ting. And he is quite petty. At dinner, I merely took one shrimp from him, and he insisted on taking it back just because my sister-in-law loves to eat it." Upon hearing this, Shu Ting could no longer hold back. "Stop right there. Are you sure you're not just flaunting your brother's affection?" "Ah, am I?" He Han innocently pondered, glancing at her friend's tear-streaked lashes. But her mind began to worry about something else entirely. Chapter 82. A family outing. He Han hesitated and inquired, "Ting Ting, will still follow your original plan to attend university in Shin City, right?" She had read numerous novels and watched many dramas where the female protagonists abandoned their educational pursuits after being rejected by their secret crushes. Such behavior seemed utterly foolish. Shu Ting, noticing her dear friend's worried expression, promptly reassured her, "Rest assured, I would never joke with my future. After all, it is Shun City University. Countless individuals aspire to attend yet cannot. Besides, I have already submitted my application. I am not so infatuated that I would jeopardize my education. Although these 3 years of unrequited love have been challenging, it is precisely this experience that has shaped me into a better version of myself. I must even extend my gratitude to your cousin." After shedding a few tears, she felt remarkably better. Hearing her friend's words, He Han finally felt at ease. "That's good. We've been inseparable since high school, and now that we've both gotten into the same university, I truly do not wish to part ways." Shu Ting's heart warmed at this sentiment. "I also do not want to be apart. Without me, you'd likely get lost at school every day. Impossible. I managed to come to Shin City all on my own." Yes, you are indeed the most impressive." The two sisters continued their playful banter until the early hours, finally drifting off to sleep. In the morning, He Shi, after his usual morning jog and breakfast, did not rush off to the office. With his cousin visiting Shin City for the first time, he felt it was only right to show her around. Moreover, their parents had been busy opening their shop recently, so the family decided to spend a day together for leisure. They first ventured to Central Ring Century City for a shopping spree, purchasing clothes and accessories for He Han, and then indulging the triplets with a children's movie. Following that, they explored the aquarium. It was the first time for both the triplets and He Han to witness a dolphin performance, and they were captivated, reluctant to leave when it was time to go. He Shi promised to bring them back frequently, and they departed with the aquarium's complimentary souvenirs, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Next, the family headed to the amusement park. Since He Shi held shares in the park, they were able to bypass the long line under the scorching sun, much to the envy of those waiting. This was the playground of He Han and Nan Sun, and the two cousins intended to experience every attraction. He Shi, resigned to his role, took charge of watching the children while Qi Lan and He Yu Hai took a leisurely stroll. Standing by the roadside, the trio of little ones gazed longingly at a vendor selling small toys, yet they refrained from asking for any. Eventually, He Shi, taking the initiative, purchased bunny ear headbands for each of them, along with balloons. Nian Yin tugged at her father's sleeve, reminding him, "Daddy, don't forget about my little aunt." Let us get her one too. He sure readily agreed, instructing the vendor, please add another bunny headband. Noticing the array of animal ears displayed, he decided to also get a kitten and a fox ear headband. After handing the bunny ear to his daughter, the other two held their new treasures in their hands. As the sun climbed higher, he sure sent a message to Nan Sun before guiding the three children to the renowned family-friendly restaurant within the park. A father accompanied by triplets naturally drew attention, especially given his striking appearance. Upon entering the restaurant, the patrons could not help but stare. He sure glanced around and realized the place was even busier than he had anticipated. Every seat was occupied, with many others waiting in line. However, he felt no concern, for the manager had already prepared a private dining room for him. After presenting his identification, they were promptly escorted upstairs, further piquing the curiosity of those in the lobby. Those unable to secure a table questioned the staff. Is there still dining available on the second floor? Why did those few individuals just go upstairs? The attendant politely replied, Sir, there are no dining spaces left on the second floor. Only a private room reserved for our manager. The man sighed in resignation, choosing not to press further. However, the family had originally come to the amusement park specifically for the family restaurant, and now they could not even secure a number. He felt a pang of guilt toward his daughter. Squatting down to meet the little girl's gaze, he said, I'm sorry, Inen. Can we come back another time? Hearing this, the little girl looked disappointed. But we have to return to Yin City this afternoon. A nearby woman knelt beside her, gently stroking her daughter's head, and then, sweetheart, your father finally has some time, since there is no space here. Let us find somewhere else to eat, shall we? There will be other opportunities. Although the little girl remained disheartened, she recognized that she hadn't seen her father in a long time. This family outing to Shun City was precious, and she should cherish the time they had together. Thus, she nodded understandingly. I'll listen to Mommy and Daddy. The couple exchanged a smile. At that moment, He Shi, who had taken his son to the restroom, observed the scene. He hesitated before approaching. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lee? The man immediately lifted his head, his sharp gaze akin to that of a hawk, transforming from gentle to formidable in an instant. His muscles tensed, resembling a sword ready to draw. Within mere seconds, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. He Shi, sensing the change, quickly clarified, I mean no harm. I merely thought you resembled an elderly gentleman I know. He gestured toward the child he was holding. Upon seeing the child, the man's expression softened, and he nodded. My surname is Lee. He Shi, encouraged by this revelation, pressed on. Do you know Li Jingyi, the elder? I am indeed acquainted with him, the man affirmed. He Shi continued. I'm he. Not long ago, the elder purchased a blue and white porcelain tea bowl for me. He handed over a business card. Li Zimu accepted it, and, upon seeing the name and personal contact details of his grandfather, his demeanor relaxed. He was well aware of the elder's recent purchase of a tea bowl from a young man in Shun City and found it quite memorable, especially since he had never seen his grandfather praise anyone so openly before. In fact, he had felt a twinge of jealousy hearing of it. Looking at the impressive He Shi before him, Li Zimu sheepishly remarked, I apologize for my earlier hostility. That elder is indeed my grandfather. But how did you deduce my identity? He Shi smiled slightly. Wasn't so much a deduction. I thought your face looked familiar, and your upright demeanor piqued my curiosity. With his background as a special forces operative, he was naturally attuned to those with martial prowess. The earlier hostility from Li Zimu had clearly been a reaction to sensing that He Shi was not an ordinary individual. Noticing an increasing number of onlookers, He Shi suggested, Mr. Li, why not bring your wife and child upstairs with me? Li Zimu, realizing that the current setting was not conducive for conversation, nodded in agreement. Chapter 83. The triplets meet new friends in the private room. Xiangxiang and Yin Yin were already growing impatient. Upon seeing their father approach, they immediately rushed over. The Li family, gazing at the identical sisters before them, was utterly astonished. He Shi introduced, These two are also my daughters, triplets with Xiaoyu. Li Zimu was taken aback. Oh, so, brother He, you truly are a winner in life. Not at all. He Shi replied with a slight smile, then turned to the three children, saying, This is sister Inen. You must get along well with her, understand? The triplets chorused, Understood, Daddy. Yin Yin then took Inen's hand, grinning with innocent delight, sister, there's so many delicious treats sent by uncles and aunts over there. Shall we go eat together? And then felt a tug of excitement and looked up at Li Zimu. Seeing her father's nod, she happily went over with Nian Nian, holding Xiangxiang's hand as well. He sure gently patted Xiao Yu, who remained behind. Son, you should go too and take good care of your sisters. Xiao Yu solemnly replied. Don't worry, Dad. He then waved to Uncle and Aunt Li. I'm heading over now. His demeanor was so mature that Li Zimu couldn't help but admire him. Li Zimu's wife, Cheng Yin, praised, this child is exceptionally perceptive. At such a young age, he understands so much. His siblings must be wonderful teachers. She then noticed the absence of a younger sister. By the way, where's your sister? Did she not come today? She want to play with my little cousin. They both enjoy thrilling challenges and are probably having a blast right now. He Shi's smile broadened at the mention of Nan's son. Cheng Yin felt a tinge of envy. Although Li Zimu treated her well, their personalities were rather reserved, and they seldom expressed their feelings. Due to work commitments, they often found themselves apart, leading to a rather mundane relationship. In contrast, the young man before her, though seemingly aloof, spoke of his wife with such tenderness and affection, effortlessly revealing the depth of their love. Cheng Yin speculated that their daily life must be vibrant and full of joy. She collected her thoughts and smiled. Your sister truly is impressive. I am afraid of heights, so I cannot partake in many activities here. He Shi gestured towards the dining table, brother Li and sister-in-law. Please don't just stand there. Let's eat and chat. Li Zimu, not one to be polite, first pulled out a chair for his wife before sitting down himself. How has the old man been lately? He Shi casually inquired. Quite well. Since returning, he has mentioned you several times. Your name is now well known in our household. He Shi shook his head helplessly. This was not necessarily a good thing. He continued, so, will you and sister-in-law be heading back to Yin City today? Not at all. This 2-day vacation was hard to come by, and I was particularly eager to visit this parent-child restaurant. If we hadn't run into you, we would have made the trip for nothing. That's no trouble. I'll have someone send an identity card for sister-in-law, so you can bring it in here directly to this private room without waiting in line. Li Zimu accepted gratefully. Thank you, brother He. As the three engaged in pleasant conversation, Nan Sun and He Han finally returned, having exhausted themselves from play. He Shi had already informed his wife about meeting the Li couple, so when they entered the room and saw unfamiliar faces, Nan Sun was not surprised. She took He Han's hand and greeted them with a smile. Cheng Yin, her eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaimed, no wonder you could give birth to such beautiful and adorable triplets. Meeting you today is enough to describe you as a stunning beauty. Nan Sun's cheeks flushed slightly at the compliment. This was her first encounter with a woman as gentle and serene as Cheng Yin. She radiated a comforting aura, making the conversation feel like a chat with an understanding older sister. Hearing that Cheng Yin hailed from a scholarly family with a strict upbringing, Nan Sun felt a kinship. She was indeed the epitome of a refined lady. Unfortunately, their gathering was brief. The Li family had a flight to catch in the afternoon, and after their meal, they parted ways, and gazed longingly at her new friends, while Nian Yin, the little crybaby, clutched in Anne's hand and began to sob inconsolably, leaving the adults both amused and bewildered. They had not anticipated such a quick bond among the children. He Shi knelt down and helplessly embraced his little daughter, soothing her for quite some time before she finally calmed down. Nian Yin, with a runny nose, sniffled, Daddy, I don't want sister to leave. We haven't played enough. He Shi gently patted her back. All right, Nian Yin, be good. In a little while, Daddy and Mommy will take you to Yin City, and we can play with sister again, okay? Really? Of course. Well, have I ever lied to you? Okay. Nian Yin finally relented, but not before reminding her new sister, don't forget about me, or about Xiang and brother. And in fighting back tears, nodded vigorously, don't worry. I won't forget you. I'll wait for you to come and play with me. With that, she kissed each triplet on the cheek before following her parents, glancing back repeatedly. He Shi wiped away his daughter's tears and snot. Once she seemed to have regained her composure, he noticed Xiao Yu standing still, his face flushed crimson. Curiously, he asked, Son, what is wrong? Nan Sun and He Han turned to look as well. Could it be that you're shy after being kissed by a beautiful sister? And unexpectedly, Xiao Yu's face turned even redder. Furrowing his brows, he muttered, "Daddy said that only a man can kiss his own wife. Sister Inen kissed me. She doesn't want to be my wife, does she?" He Shi and Nan Sun exchanged glances, speechless. Xiao Yu continued, "But she is older than me. Mommy says children must listen to adults, so I have to listen to Sister Inen. But that would make me just like Daddy, a husband under his wife's thumb." He Han burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. He Shi, however, was not pleased. Hey, what are you saying, son? I simply indulge your mother. It's not being controlled." He glanced at his wife and continued, "Besides, what's wrong with her being 2 years older? No matter the age difference, she will always be your wife. And you must cherish her. If you like her, marry her when you grow up." Nan Sun shot him a glare. "Don't confuse the child." She crouched down patiently, explaining, "Xiao Yu, when sister kissed you just now, it was simply a polite farewell. You saw she kissed your 2 sisters as well, right? So don't feel burdened. It's not the same as how Daddy kisses Mommy, understand?" Xiao Yu hesitated, nodding uncertainly, trying to comprehend the complexities of affection. Being a child was difficult, and becoming a man who would marry was even harder. Just as He Shi was about to offer more guidance, Nan Sun swiftly covered his mouth, threatening, "If you continue to speak nonsense, I'll ignore you." He Shun swiftly cast aside thoughts of his son. All right. I will heed your words and refrain from speaking further." This was more like it. Observing this scene, He Han scratched his cheek in bemusement. Could this not be considered a case of being henpecked? Chapter 84. The art exhibition conflict as the time approached. He Shi and his family decided to seek out Qilan and He Yu Hai. They had one final destination for the day, the Shanghai Art Museum. Today, a rising artist was holding an exhibition there, and He Shi's family was particularly interested because this artist was a disciple of the esteemed Master Chow Wenkai. Nan Sun had often heard of this master of traditional Chinese painting, but had never had the chance to meet him. Today, she hoped for a stroke of luck, as it was likely that Master Chow would attend his disciple's exhibition to lend support. Additionally, she was eager to assess the skill level of this master-s apprentice. After purchasing their tickets, they entered the gallery, which was bustling with visitors, most of whom appeared to be distracted and disinterested in the paintings on display. He Shi speculated that these individuals were also drawn by the presence of Master Chow. Unexpectedly, he caught sight of a familiar figure, someone who seemed to have lost even more weight since they last met. Dressed in an oversized suit, he presented a rather comical appearance. When their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze. Seeing him hastily retreat, Nan Sun inquired, "Isn't that the 4th member of your university dorm?" He Shi nodded. "Indeed, it is him. Why does he seem so frightened to see you?" He Shi furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. Ultimately, he dismissed the matter as inconsequential. He turned to his wife. "Why not admire the artwork? What do you think of this artist's talent?" Nan Sun sighed. "I didn't expect the disciple of a master of traditional Chinese painting to create anything but traditional works. Yet, he has dabbled in various styles, none of which he has mastered. I can only describe it in 8 words: chaotic and nonsensical." Though the couple spoke in hushed tones, their striking appearances drew attention. Not only did He Shi and Nan Sun stand out as parents, but their triplet children also commanded attention. No sooner had Nan Sun finished her remarks than a middle-aged man's voice rang out. What an audacious statement! This is the disciple of Master Chow Wenkai. Do you even comprehend art? Turning to face the speaker, they found a man in his 40s, sporting a receding hairline that reminded He Shi of a certain breed of dog. He had never been one to shy away from confrontation, and upon noticing the man's leering glances towards Nan Sun, his expression darkened. "So what if he is Master Chow's disciple? If my wife believes his work is subpar, then it is indeed lacking." His tone grew colder. "Moreover, if you do not wish to keep your eyes, perhaps you should donate them to someone in need." The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. Who dared to belittle Master Chow's disciple? The middle-aged man stumbled back, taken aback by He Shi's formidable presence. "Do you know who I am? This is not a place for your nonsensical remarks." He Shi scoffed. "I care not for your identity. Is it a crime to speak the truth?" The man was rendered speechless, and in his frustration, he began to curse vehemently. Just as He Shi was about to confront him further, Nan Sun grasped his hand tightly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man clutched his own throat, his face turning crimson. Struggling to utter a sound, The scene devolved into chaos. Qilan and He Shi quickly shielded their 3 children, just as onlookers began to call for an ambulance. The man miraculously recovered, gasping for breath and filled with terror. At that moment, a white-bearded elder clad in traditional attire approached through the crowd. Observing the commotion, he furrowed his brow and asked, "What transpired here?" Recognizing him as Master Chow Wen-kai, someone stepped forward to recount the conflict between He Shi and the middle-aged man. Master Chow, upon hearing the account, remained silent, but a man in his 30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, glaring at He Shi. "You dare to say my art is lacking?" He Shi glanced at him, "And what of it?" Nan Sun chimed in, "If everyone with such talent can hold an exhibition, it would indeed be a disgrace to the Artist Association. If one lacks skill, one should devote themselves to mastering a single style. Perhaps then they might achieve something worthwhile. Presenting such elementary work is laughable. Why fear criticism? What being a master-s disciple? It's simply putting on a facade to seek adoration." The man's face turned ashen, and just as he was about to explode in anger, Master Chow shot him a fierce glare. "Didn't I warn you against such foolishness? You've embarrassed yourself." Turning his gaze towards Nan Sun, he smiled warmly. "You, young lady, have quite the sharp tongue. You seem well-versed in art." Holding He Shi's hand, she replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing special, just some casual doodling at home." The man scoffed, but quickly quieted under Master Chow's disapproving stare. "Would you care to engage in a friendly competition with my disciple?" Master Chow suddenly proposed. Nan Sun and He Shi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "That sounds fair, but there should be some stakes involved." "Very well, what do you propose?" Without hesitation, Nan Sun suggested, "My father is a great admirer of Master Chow's landscape paintings. If I win, I would like Master Chow to create a piece right here on the spot." Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Master Chow was a paragon in the realm of traditional Chinese painting, and his works were not something one could simply purchase with wealth. He Shi, momentarily taken aback, looked at Nan Sun with pride. What a fortunate family they were to have such a remarkable daughter-in-law. Master Chow readily agreed. "No problem. But what if you lose?" Nan Sun confidently replied, "I could never lose. If I do, then let my husband promise you a favor." Master Chow glanced at He Shi, recognizing him as no ordinary individual. "Agreed." Nan Sun was about to ask where the competition would take place when Master Chow interjected. "However, before we proceed, I must resolve a matter. 20 minutes ago, we apprehended a thief who claims to have an accomplice. Allow me to escort him to the police station." With that, Guanbai led the man who had insulted He Shi and Nan Sun away, ignoring his shouts as he was ushered into a police car amidst gasps from the crowd. Chapter 85. The contest begins. Tiger and cat. This unexpected scene left everyone in a state of shock. Is this person a thief? No wonder he deliberately came to provoke us. It seems he aims to distract our attention. How audacious to steal from Master Chow here. Truly despicable. He Shi, listening to these murmurs, furrowed his brows and suddenly recalled the odd behavior of his companion, the 4th brother. He inquired, "Master Chow, was the thief a frail man dressed in a suit? May I ask what he stole?" Chow Wen-kai reminisced for a moment and replied, "Indeed, he was such a man, wearing glasses. He stole a painting of mine titled Viewing the Tide that I created years ago. It is of little monetary value. Do you know this person, young sir?" He Shi pondered for a moment, not shying away from the truth. "Based on your description, he should be my former university roommate." However, he could not fathom why the 4th brother would resort to stealing a painting. Noticing the young man's troubled expression, Chow Wen-kai wisely refrained from further questioning. He turned to the others and suggested, "Since there are no more disturbances, why not move to Hall 3? Everything is prepared with various painting tools." As he finished speaking, a passerby who had come to view the exhibition stepped forward and asked, "Master Chow, may we accompany you?" "I have no objections, but you should consult this young lady." Nan Sun nonchalantly nodded. "Feel free." Thus, a group of people set off towards Hall 3. However, not far along their way, they encountered a fashionable group of young people. Before their faces were discerned, they heard several jubilant voices exclaim, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" This unexpected address led everyone to assume they were calling Chow Wen-kai. Even he believed so. Yet, as the young group approached, it became evident they were actually addressing He Shi. Despite being of similar age, they treated He Shi with utmost respect, akin to that of an elder. This realization made everyone uneasy, recalling the earlier shout of Grandpa, leaving them in disbelief. Even Chao Wenkai was taken aback, surprised by the young man's apparent high status. "Grandpa, Grandma, what a coincidence," spoke Lin Shun, the eldest grandson of a Lin family, astonished to encounter the illustrious grandpa in the high society of Shunsheng while merely attending an art exhibition. "Greetings, Grandpa. Greetings, Grandma," echoed the young people following Lin Shun, all offering their respectful salutations. He Shi glanced around and recognized the familiar faces from the previous gathering. A smile graced his features as he nodded in acknowledgement of their titles. Onlookers began to murmur, astonished at the emergence of such an impressive young man in Shunsheng, commanding the respect of so many wealthy scions. Chao Wenkai, too, recognized Lin Shun, further fueling his curiosity about He Shi's identity. "Grandpa, where are you all headed?" He Shi gazed tenderly at Nan Sun and replied, "My wife and Master Chao's apprentice are planning to engage in a friendly artistic competition." "Oh." Lin Shen's interest was piqued. "Grandma is an artist? May we join to cheer her on?" Nan Sun smiled, "Of course." In Hall 3, 2 large tables had been prepared. Guanbai, upon entering, immediately asked, "What will be the competition about?" Nan Sun shrugged nonchalantly. "Master Chao's apprentice is likely most skilled in traditional Chinese painting, so let us compete in that. As for the theme, why not let Master Chao decide?" Guanbai readily agreed, "That works." After a moment of contemplation, Chao Wenkai stated, "In that case, let's keep it simple. Each of you shall create a painting themed around animals, whether depicting a single species or multiple." "Animals?" Upon hearing this, Nan Sun's mind sparked with ideas. She exchanged a glance with He Shi, took a step forward, and began to paint without further ado. Guanbai followed suit closely behind. As time passed, the entire hall fell into a hushed silence, the only sound being the gentle scratch of brush against paper. Uncertain how long had elapsed, Nan Sun was the first to set down her brush. Everyone snapped back to reality, captivated by her work, all craning their necks to catch a glimpse. Even Guanbai, who had been diligently painting, suddenly turned to look, his face etched with skepticism. Had she truly completed a painting so quickly? Surely it was a mere hasty sketch. Yet, Nan Sun remained composed, gesturing for Guanbai to continue. Chao Wenkai sighed softly, seemingly having reached a conclusion. Regardless of the outcome, just this level of tranquility from his apprentice, after over 30 years, was overshadowed by a mere young girl. Finally, Guanbai set down his brush and stamped his seal beneath his inscription. He glanced at Nan Sun with a smug expression, filled with disdain. However, Nan Sun remained wholly focused on her husband, whispering sweet nothings, completely disregarding Guanbai. This incited a darkening of Guanbai's expression. "Master, since the paintings are complete, please join us in judging the works." He lifted the scroll, presenting it to the audience. The majestic image of a golden-brown tiger sprang to life on the paper, its black stripes adorning its back, exuding an aura of regal authority. Gasps of amazement echoed through the crowd. "What an impressive tiger! It's so lifelike. Indeed, it rivals Master Chao's previous work, Tiger on the Mountain, if not surpasses it. No wonder he is a cherished disciple." Praise resonated throughout the hall, and even Chao Wenkai nodded in quiet approval. While his apprentice had shortcomings in the realm of traditional Chinese painting, he had indeed inherited Master Chao's true essence. Chao Wenkai had accepted 3 disciples in total. Guanbai was the youngest, yet possessed the greatest talent, albeit with a temper that often alienated others. Nonetheless, he remained largely satisfactory to Chao Wenkai. Guanbai tilted his chin towards Nan Sun and inquired, "What, pray tell, is the subject of your painting? I believe everyone is eager to see." Lin Shun and the other young people exchanged worried glances, concerned for Nan Sun. As Master Chao's apprentice, she was renowned in the artistic community, and while they had only heard of her before, witnessing her talent firsthand left them in awe. Her reputation was not merely a product of her master's name. However, Nan Sun felt no trepidation. Picking up her scroll, she declared, "What a coincidence! While you painted a tiger, I have depicted a cat." Guanbai scoffed, but as his gaze fell upon her painting, his laughter faltered. Chao Wenkai's eyes widened in disbelief. as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. Chapter 86. Had the children already arrived? The peculiar behavior of the master and disciple captivated the onlookers, who gathered with curiosity. The once lively hall fell into an unexpected silence. The artwork depicted not some bizarre creature, but three adorable little kittens. One was playfully rolling a ball of yarn, while the other two were entangled in a playful scuffle. Their bright eyes were vividly expressive, embodying a delightful charm that warmed the heart at first glance. What astonished everyone the most, however, was the striking realism of the painted kittens, as if they might leap off the paper at any moment. The texture of their fluffy fur was so lifelike that even Chow Wen-kai found himself reaching out instinctively, just as his fingers were about to touch the canvas. He hesitated slightly, exclaiming in excitement, "What a remarkable painting! I have painted countless cats in my lifetime, yet none have reached such an extraordinary level. This transcends mere technique." Chow Wen-kai turned to Nan Sun and inquired, "Young lady, to whom do you owe your artistic lineage? May I have the honor of meeting them?" "Regrettably, I must decline," Nan Sun replied with a shake of her head. "I simply doodled for fun. I learned a bit from my grandmother in my childhood, but she has since passed away." Chow Wen-kai, astonished, remarked, "Then this is indeed a remarkable talent. Young lady, I recall your objective critiques of my disciples' exhibited works. Do you not specialize solely in traditional Chinese painting?" Nan Sun acknowledged, "Indeed, I also dabble in oil painting, gouache, watercolor, and sketching. Recently, however, I've been focusing on comics, as I enjoy illustrating the little moments of life." Upon hearing this, Chow Wen-kai's interest was piqued. "Oh, might I have the pleasure of observing your works?" "Of course, Master Chow. Do you have WeChat? If so, you can follow me. I have posted many of my creations there." "Certainly. Let's follow each other right now." They both whipped out their phones, leaving the surrounding crowd utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Lin Shun and a group of young people rushed over, eager to join in, insisting on following Nan Sun as well. They were taken aback by how this young lady possessed such remarkable artistic prowess, surpassing even Master Chow himself. It would be foolish not to seize this opportunity. He Shi, standing nearby, chuckled and shook his head, his gaze toward his wife filled with affection. Qi Lan and He Yuhai wore proud expressions on their faces. Yet, Nan Sun remained grounded, her thoughts focused on the stakes of their competition. She directly asked, "Master Chow, I trust this match signifies my victory?" Chow Wen-kai laughed heartily and nodded, then turned to his disciple. "What do you say?" The once boastful Guan Bai, now humbled, apologized to Nan Sun. "I was wrong to underestimate you. I accept my defeat, but I shall strive to reclaim my honor in the future." With that, he turned to Chow Wen-kai. "Master, I must attend to some matters regarding my exhibition, so I will take my leave. See you shortly." Chow Wen-kai waved him off, allowing him to depart. Losing so easily to a young girl seemed to have a significant impact on his disciple. Yet, it was a necessary lesson, preventing him from becoming complacent in his youth. Chow Wen-kai wasted no time and, with a grand gesture, began to paint a piece for He Yuhai. However, he paused mid-stroke when he noticed Nan Sun's exceptional calligraphy. "Young lady, your handwriting is quite impressive. Would you care to inscribe the title for me today?" Nan Sun hesitated momentarily, but quickly approached to accept the brush, further enhancing Chow Wen-kai's esteem for her. Once he stamped his personal seal, Chow Wen-kai personally handed the artwork to He Yuhai, exclaiming, "You are truly fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter." He Yuhai grinned widely, not contesting the sentiment. In his and Qi Lan's hearts, Nan Sun was no different from their own daughter. However, Nan Sun could not help but add, "Master Chow, please refrain from calling me young lady in the future. I have 3 children now. You may call me by my name, Nan Sun. And this is my husband, He Shi, along with my parents." Chow Wen-kai raised an eyebrow at the mention of He Shi. Although he did not frequent high society, he had heard whispers of this name. After all, his reputation as a master painter attracted many prominent figures seeking his work. Over time, he had inadvertently absorbed much gossip from the upper echelons of Shenzhen, including the recent news of the Xiang family's patriarch forming a brotherly bond with a young man named He Shi. Yet, aside from his surprise, Chow Wen-kai harbored no other thoughts. He was more intrigued by the fact that this young lady had mentioned 3 children. Previously, he had only heard of a young couple getting married. Little did he know they had already started a family. As he surveyed the hall, his gaze landed on 3 children in the corner, 1 boy and 2 girls, all strikingly beautiful and clever-looking. Most notably, the resemblance among them was uncanny, especially between the 2 girls, who appeared as if they were cast from the same mold. Chao Wenkai inquired, "Are they triplets?" He Shi interjected, unable to contain his pride, which left the elderly Chao Wenkai envious, as he had no grandchildren of his own. He had only 1 son, who lacked any artistic talent, and had chosen a military career. Rarely returning home for holidays, he was already 30 and still unmarried. The thought of it filled Chao Wenkai with frustration. Now, witnessing the triplets, he resolved that upon his son's return from leave, he would arrange a matchmaking opportunity without fail. He beckoned the children affectionately. At their father's nod, they rushed over and, prompted by He Shi, chorused Grandpa Chao. This delighted Chao Wenkai immensely. He even instructed his assistant to fetch 3 small silk pouches as gifts for the children. "These are crafted by my wife during her leisure. Please accept them as a token of affection." The children gratefully accepted the pouches, their sweetness brightening Chao Wenkai's spirits. Finally, as the art museum approached closing time, both parties agreed to reconvene another day before parting ways. Lin Shun and the others, showing great awareness, took their leave first. The day's events had concluded splendidly for He Shi's family, who planned to stop by Shanghai restaurant for a meal before heading home. Chapter 87. The resounding success of Nanchuan's artwork at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The skies above Shenzhen were still brightly lit. In the square near Jinfusion, a new style of square dance had recently become all the rage. The moment Qi Lan arrived home, she eagerly dragged He Yuhai out, also taking along 3 children. Meanwhile, He Han, sated and reclining on the living room sofa, snacked while scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a startled exclamation escaped his lips. What happened? Nanchuan, who had just changed her clothes, rushed out from her bedroom, forgetting to put on her slippers. "Sister-in-law, look at your Weibo. You've suddenly gained so many followers." "Really?" He Han excitedly handed over his phone. "You've reached 100,000. Sister-in-law, you're amazing." Nanchuan clicked into her profile, only to discover that Master Chao had not only shared her Weibo post, but had also left a comment. The artwork in question was a landscape painting titled Between Clouds and Waters. The composition was grand and magnificent, evoking an inexplicable sense of boldness. Chao Wenkai had shared the piece, along with a thoughtful commentary of over 100 words. What astonished everyone was his concluding remark, "Such innate talent. I humbly bow in admiration." This marked the first time Chao Wenkai had bestowed such high praise upon an artist on a social platform, even publicly conceding in his own area of expertise. This statement sent shockwaves through the artistic community, drawing countless artists from near and far to witness the phenomenon. Not only painters, but also prominent figures from various artistic fields flocked to the scene. Even the esteemed president of the Artists Association, Elder Chi Tang, was not an exception. In recent days, Nanchuan had found herself with ample leisure time, diligently sharing her works on Weibo every day, be it traditional Chinese painting, oil painting, comics, or sketches. The initial shock experienced by the older artist upon viewing her works was akin to that of Chao Wenkai's first encounter with Nanchuan's artistry. They began to share her posts, praising her talent. In turn, the younger generation of artists, who often looked up to these luminaries, followed suit, even prompting many renowned painting bloggers to join the fray. In just a few short hours, Nanchuan's Weibo account exploded with popularity, her follower count skyrocketing. The sweet family-themed comics she created attracted many fans of her and He Shi's couple dynamic, along with mothers of triplets. Although some doubts were voiced, they were swiftly silenced by the professional critiques of the artists. The mantra, "Let the works speak for themselves," became a common refrain among her supporters. He Shi, naturally, overheard the conversation between the sisters-in-law. He promptly pulled out his phone, instructing Li Tong to monitor the online discourse closely. Should any negative comments or orchestrated smear campaigns arise against Nanchuan, he would ensure that they were dealt with ruthlessly, without mercy. Thus, beneath Nanchuan's Weibo posts, aside from the occasional sour remarks, the comment section remained harmonious. After browsing through several pages, she returned the phone to He Han and dashed towards her bedroom. With so many new followers, she anticipated an influx of delightful private messages. However, just as she took a couple of steps, she found herself hoisted onto He Shi's shoulder. "Why are you running around without shoes?" He Shi chided, playfully slapping her on the rear. Nanshuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she turned to bite his ear in mock anger. Luckily, her parents and the children were not around. Otherwise, she would have been utterly mortified. He Shi felt a tingle from the playful bite, unable to suppress a slight gasp. "Are you seeking punishment?" Nanshuan paused momentarily, her pearly teeth releasing their grasp. She tugged gently at his ear. "Hurry and carry me back to the bedroom. I need my phone." Feeling bold, "Are we?" "Quickly now." The couple playfully exited the living room, while Han had already turned her back, resolutely refusing to partake in their display of affection. Upon opening her Weibo, Nanshuan found her private messages had reached an astonishing 99. Excitedly, she perused them and discovered a message from the president of the Artists Association, inquiring if she would be interested in joining. If so, he could recommend her as a special case. "Dear husband, look at this." He Shi leaned in, glancing at her phone. "Do you wish to join?" After a moment of contemplation, Nanshuan shook her head. "Not particularly. I would want to participate in the various activities and exhibitions they likely hold." Then simply decline. "All right." With nimble fingers, Nanshuan replied to the message and continued. "What were you doing just now, dear husband?" He Shi showed her the tablet in his hand. "We're planning the wedding for the end of the month. Ayla sent over some designs for the invitations. Let me know if any catch your eye." Nanshuan looked up in surprise. Have the specific dates been set? Since their wedding photo shoot, the planning had been underway. However, due to the complexity of traditional Chinese weddings, a specific date had yet to be confirmed, though it would likely be at the end of this month or the beginning of next. He Shi nodded. Mom found someone to calculate the auspicious dates. "I was just about to tell you. One is the 28th, and the other is the 31st. Both are excellent days for marriage." Nanshuan gasped. "That's just a few days away." What is this? Do you not wish to marry me?" "Of course I do. Besides, haven't I already married you?" "Oh, so, you are eager then?" "Ugh, you're so annoying." Fearing he might provoke her further, He Shi quickly wrapped his arms around her slim waist. All right, enough of that. You choose the date." After a moment of thought, Nanshuan replied, "Let us go with the 31st. We still need to move, and it feels like there is so much to prepare." He Shi chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. "What are you worried about? Your husband will handle everything. Just focus on wearing your wedding gown and wait for me to take you away." "Huh? That makes me seem rather lazy, doesn't it? My husband is working so hard." Though she said this, Nanshuan's face bore no trace of guilt. Seeing her smug expression, He Shi was about to tease her further when an untimely phone call interrupted. Noticing the caller ID, he furrowed his brow. The boss? What could he want at this hour? Suddenly recalling the incident involving the fourth brother earlier in the day, He Shi's mind stirred. Chapter 88. The eve of moving indeed. As soon as the call connected, the boss on the other end inquired, "Old 3, have you heard about Old 4 being taken away by the police?" He Shi replied, "I heard about it. I was at the art exhibition today and even ran into him." The boss immediately grew agitated, exclaiming, "What the hell? Just look at him. He seems so honest, not at all like someone who would steal. What was he thinking? Now, he has a criminal record that will stain him for life." He Shi refrained from responding and instead asked with curiosity, "How did you find out about this?" "Someone posted it in the class group, and now the whole class is aware. I heard that Old 4 Superior was also arrested, and all the blame is being placed on him. Given the value of Master Chow's painting, it looks like he'll be facing a prison sentence." He Shi quietly acknowledged, "Well, there is nothing to be done. If one makes a mistake, one must face the consequences. So, do you want me to help him?" The boss hastily denied, "Of course not. A mistake is a mistake. Stealing is wrong, no matter who does it." He sighed, "I just wanted to ask if you think I'm heartless, considering he was my roommate for 4 years. He Shi countered, "Do you think I'm heartless?" "Of course not." "Then that settles it. The truth will come to light through the police investigation. Whether one considers camaraderie or calls it cold-heartedness, it is foolish to meddle in the affairs of someone who no longer regards you as a friend, unless one is simply bored." However, after hanging up with the boss, He Shi asked Li Tong to look into the situation. It turned out that Old 4's company had recently engaged with a significant investor who had an unusual obsession with Master Chow's paintings to the point of fanaticism. To cater to his whims, the company's leadership exhausted every means possible. Unfortunately, Master Chow's paintings are notoriously difficult to sell, and after many attempts to reach collectors who refused to part with their pieces, the leadership, in a moment of desperation, decided to leverage Gu Bai's art exhibition. To bolster his apprentice's reputation and attract attention, Chow Wenkai contributed a few artworks. The leadership then arranged everything and took Old Four along, where they executed their plan, one creating chaos while the other seized the opportunity. Old Four could have chosen to refuse or even report his superior, but he was unwilling to forfeit the chance for a promotion and raise. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he was apprehended before he could even exit the gallery. In a moment of panic, he implicated his superior. Now, the two were at the police station, each accusing the other, unaware that the truth had already been thoroughly investigated. He shook his head, recalling Old Four's evasive gaze. Evidently, everything had a trail, though Master Chow himself claimed his painting held little value. Experts estimated it at a sum sufficient to feed Old Four for 3 years. What seemed to be a promising future had now been derailed by a momentary lapse in judgment. Yet, this bore no consequence for He Shi, for everyone must pay the price for their choices. He shared the details with the boss and second brother, and after some lamentation, the matter was put to rest. With the wedding date set, preparations for the ceremony accelerated. In the days that followed, He Shi and Nansun busied themselves with writing invitations. Such a once-in-a-lifetime event required their personal touch. Additionally, the custom hanfu from Fuji's studio was nearing completion. He Shi planned to present it alongside the invitations to friends and family attending the wedding. On Nansun's side, aside from a few friends like Annie, there weren't many to invite. However, He Shi had a lengthy list with numerous partners and, not to mention, the circle around the elder. The couple rushed to finish the invitations in 3 days. Meanwhile, Chi Lan and He Hai spent these days packing up with He Han and the 3 children. The sandalwood villa, which had been subsidized by the system, was fully renovated. According to plan, they were to move from Jinfu, Tiandi, the following day. Mom, there's no need to bring too much. Everything we need will be there, and we can buy anything we lack later, He Shi remarked, surveying the living room cluttered with cardboard boxes. Chi Lan, busy packing the food for the 3 kittens, replied, "Oh, but we've grown accustomed to everything here. I've already started packing." He Shi sighed in resignation. "All right, just don't pack anything else." Got it, Chi Lan acknowledged, glancing at the familiar decor. Suddenly moving feels a bit bittersweet. Hearing this, Nansun stepped forward to link her arm. "It's all right, Mom. We can always return here to stay." He Han chimed in. "Yes, third aunt, wherever we go, it's still home." Chi Lan smiled brightly. "Exactly, you're both right. With both my daughter-in-law and niece comforting me, I can hardly feel downcast." "Hey, son, didn't you say there's a large garden at the new villa?" He Shi quickly nodded. "Yes, indeed. You can plant as many vegetables as you wish. Just hope it doesn't wear Grandma out." Chi Lan, hearing this, felt quite pleased, speeding up her packing. That evening, Chi Zhang's family of 3, along with the boss, second brother, and Li Tong, gathered at the He household. Since they would no longer reside in the same neighborhood, they decided to share a meal before the move, marking the occasion as a celebration of their new beginnings. The boss scratched his head in confusion. "Shouldn't we have this housewarming meal at the new place?" Second brother shot him a look of exasperation. "What does it matter where we eat? We can always have another meal there later." The boss suddenly realized, "You're right. That's Sandalwood Garden, the most prestigious villa area in the city, with only 18 houses, the smallest of which spans 600 square meters. Each house has a unique architectural style, showcasing renowned characteristics from around the world. Once Old Three's family moves in, I must go admire it properly." Meanwhile, Chi's parents, who had been residing on the farm, hurried back upon hearing the news of the He family's move. Their new home was conveniently located near Jinfu Tiandi and the farm, making visits easy. Gilang, anticipating her mother's reluctance to part, spoke first. "I know you can always visit the farm. The air there is truly refreshing." Gilan smiled Li. "I can see it. You and Old Chi have both put on a bit of weight lately." "Ha! The food there is indeed delightful, and everything is homegrown, rich in nutritional value." Upon hearing this, Chi Lan grew even more excited about the prospect of establishing a vegetable garden at the villa. In truth, Their family had been receiving most of their vegetables and meat from the farm. The staff there visited the He household every other day, delivering all manner of poultry, fish, and fresh produce. Sister Zhang, who cooked for them, rarely ventured to the supermarket. Yet, nothing compares to the comfort of homegrown produce, allowing one to pass the time and experience the joy of harvest. Qilan resolved to start marking out land as soon as they arrived. Unbeknownst to her, He Shi had already prepared everything for her. Chapter 89. The Unexpected Estate. Nanzuan's Delight. The Sandalwood Garden is situated to the north of Nanwan District, a mere 20-minute drive from Jingfushan. However, it is only a 15-minute journey from the under-construction Nancher headquarters. The entire community spans over 50,000 square meters, featuring 18 villas, each embodying a distinct architectural style. Apart from He Shi, the other family members in the car could hardly contain their astonishment upon entering the community. The spacious gaps between each villa and their diverse surroundings made it feel as though they were embarking on a world tour. "Daddy, this place is enormous. Are we home yet?" He Shi glanced at his curious little daughter and affectionately ruffled her hair, assuring her, "Not much longer. Our home is at the very back and is the largest one. You'll see it soon." Indeed, after navigating several turns, the vehicle finally came to a halt. For everyone except He Shi, who had visited a few times during renovations, it was their first encounter with the estate. They eagerly disembarked, gazing up at the grand villa. No, rather, the sprawling estate before them, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Am I dreaming?" He-Han exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. The journey had introduced them to various modern architectural styles reminiscent of European manners, Georgian designs, and Florentine aesthetics. Yet the estate before them exuded a sense of ancient charm, with its stone lions flanking the entrance and the imposing double doors. The white walls and gray tiles mirrored the high-gated residences seen on television. He-Yu marveled at the heavy, towering gates, his eyes sparkling with amazement. He had never imagined that one day he would witness such a traditional Chinese courtyard and even reside within it. Standing beside them, He Shi felt immense satisfaction at the surprise evident on his family's faces, a testament to the considerable time and resources he had invested in the renovations. "Don't just stand there. Let us go inside and take a look," he urged, pulling Nanzuan along as he pushed open the grand entrance. Before them lay an expansive screen wall adorned with intricate brick carvings, surrounded by lush greenery. Beyond the wall was a spacious front courtyard, elegantly designed yet not overly large. To the left was a leisure area furnished with solid wood tables and sofas, while the right featured a quaint little garden, complete with a charming fountain nestled among the rocks. Flanking the courtyard were covered walkways leading to the main building. Though only 2 stories high, it occupied a vast area, exuding an aura of understated elegance. The main structure was complemented by side courtyards, a lotus pond, a stone bridge, and several small annexes, all designed with a remarkable sense of depth and layering. At the very back was the breathtaking rear courtyard, a favorite spot of Qilan. With pavilions, white walls, dark eaves, rockeries, and serene ponds, it resembled a scene from a paradise. This area was even more spacious than the main building, abundant with verdant plants and vibrant flowers. He Shi had even designated a small plot for the elderly lady to cultivate vegetables in her leisure time. The entire family, from the eldest to the youngest, felt as though their eyes were insufficient to take in the beauty surrounding them. The farm they had previously visited was indeed picturesque, but in comparison, this estate was simply celestial. Noticing that no one was paying attention, He Shi discreetly took Nanzuan's hand and slipped away. They wandered through a moon gate to a secluded corner of the rear courtyard, where a hidden garden formed by Tycoon stones awaited them. Though termed a garden, it spanned about 100 square meters and featured a stunning wooden swing amidst a riot of blooming flowers, including her favorites, bellflowers and gypsophila, as well as roses in various hues. Not far from the swing stood a grape trellis adorned with grapes that resembled black pearls. Additionally, there was a delicately crafted 2-story pavilion surrounded by a corridor. Inside, it was furnished with low tables, cushions, an easel, and an array of painting supplies. The upstairs decor was similar, but from that vantage point, one could behold the entirety of the estate's beauty. Nanzuan's eyes sparkled with joy. Her delicate face flushed with excitement. This is incredibly beautiful. I've never seen such a lovely garden before. He Shi smiled gently, wrapping his arms around her waist. You can spend your days here, relishing the scenery while painting. The walls are constructed from special materials, keeping it warm in winter and cool in summer. Perfect for your artistic endeavors. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Nanzuan turned and tightly embraced him. Husband, you are truly wonderful. He Shi feigned surprise, teasing her, was I not wonderful before? Nanzuan playfully nuzzled against his broad chest. You were always great, the best in the world. The family gathered for their first meal in their new home, which was a lavish affair. Not only did Sister Zhang and Qilan enter the kitchen, but even He Shi joined in to cook a few dishes. His elder siblings also came by to help, as it was the first day of moving and there was much to organize. They all congregated around the dining table. I never expected you to purchase a villa in this traditional Chinese style, the eldest remarked. Indeed, I had never seen one in person before. I thought the style would be outdated, suitable only for the elderly, but this is exquisitely refined. The second added. Hearing their comments, He Shi smiled slightly. When I decided to have a traditional Chinese wedding, this design concept came to mind. I invested considerable thought into it, and fortunately, the outcome exceeded my expectations. The eldest then asked, so, are you planning to hold the wedding here instead of at Nanshire Hotel? He Shi nodded. That is the plan, but I will defer to my wife's preferences. At this declaration, the table erupted in playful banter. Once you're married, everything requires your wife's approval. The eldest teased. Qi Jiang chimed in. Yeah, unlike us single fellows, who can eat to our heart's content without worry, I truly envy you. The second brother shot him a glance, hesitating before finally admitting, honestly, I'm not that envious. What's that supposed to mean? Qi Jiang looked puzzled, sensing an ominous premonition. As expected, the second brother's face flushed slightly. I forgot to mention, I have a girlfriend now. We just started dating last week. At this revelation, Qi Jiang's chopsticks clattered to the table in disbelief. The realization dawned on him that he had inadvertently played the fool. After a brief astonishment, He Shi and the others burst into laughter. Qilan, nearly in tears from laughter, remarked, Xiao Jiang, remember when your mom introduced you to someone? You said you would agree, and now look, there's one more person at the dinner table. Next time, perhaps consider your mother's advice. Their words implicitly encouraged him to embrace the idea of matchmaking. Not a chance, Qi Jiang exclaimed, dramatically covering his forehead as he feigned deafness. Brother, you must hold the line. You are the only one left to accompany me now. Li Tong opened his mouth to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Qi Jiang. Brother, please don't say anything. My fragile heart can't endure another blow right now. Li Tong, what is wrong with you? The others erupted into laughter once more. Nanzuan buried her face in He Shi's shoulder, taking a while to regain her composure. Throughout the meal, only the three small children were fully engrossed in their food. Chapter 90. Meeting relatives back home. A private jet in action, by the way. How did you meet your girlfriend, little brother? The eldest inquired, amusement dancing in his voice after their playful banter. I met her at work, the second brother replied, his tone casual. It's not that I was hiding it. We just got together recently. I plan to introduce her to everyone once things settle down. She is a bit shy, so please don't scare her off. The eldest chuckled. So you're already protective. You got a good one there, little brother. After all, it's not easy to find a partner. One must take good care of her, lest she wanders off. While the two chatted merrily, Qi Jiang felt a sudden loss of appetite. Previously, he could tolerate the dog food from his cousin and sister-in-law, but now he was faced with everyone else's love stories. When would this end? He cleared his throat and attempted to shift the topic. Cousin, how are the preparations for your wedding with your sister-in-law going? Do you need any assistance? He Shi, caught off guard by the unexpected attention, paused before responding. We've almost got everything ready. However, my grandparents and uncles from Bincheng will be coming over. Should I drive to pick them up? After a moment of contemplation, He Shi shook his head. No, I have a better plan. He had initially intended to ask his older cousins for help, but then the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Recalling the subsidy information he had just heard, He Shi hesitantly inquired, are you truly providing a private jet? The most luxurious and advanced one? The familiar mechanical voice affirmed, yes, host. Furthermore, The flight routes and landing arrangements will be managed by the system. Just ensure you arrive on time to pick them up. All right. He sure felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Without the system's unexpected subsidy, he would never have considered using a private jet for such purposes. Although he owned shares in an airline, the thought of purchasing or customizing a private jet had never crossed his mind. Now, with the system's assistance, it had become a feasible idea. Additionally, he pondered the possibility of a private yacht. His wife seemed to enjoy boat rides during their last seaside vacation. A cruise ship as a wedding gift might be a splendid idea. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly jolted by gentle nudges on his thigh. "What are you thinking about, darling?" He sure quickly grasped the restless hand. "Nothing much, just that I ordered a private jet, and it should arrive in a couple of days." Han, who had been quietly listening, suddenly raised his head, exclaiming, "What? A private jet?" The others around them fell silent at the revelation. He sure calmly nodded yes. "I plan to send a private jet back home in a few days to pick them up." "Wow, little brother, that is quite extravagant. I've never been on a private jet. Let me handle the pickup," the eldest exclaimed. The second brother shot him a glare. "You drive it? Since when did you learn how to fly?" "Well, you can't either." As the two argued, Chi Jiang interjected, "I think I should go. I'm most familiar with our hometown." "So what? After all these years, you still haven't had enough of it." "Exactly, don't just butt in." He sure, exasperated, shook his head. "If you all want to go, go ahead, but don't let it interfere with your work. Just ensure you bring everyone back safely." The three immediately turned to him in unison. "No problem." Thus, just 3 days before the wedding, Chi Jiang, along with the eldest and second brothers, boarded the private jet heading to Binching. True to the system's generosity, the aircraft was a marvel of luxury. The interior resembled a lavish living space, adorned with genuine leather sofas and plush carpets. It boasted not only a lounge, but also a conference room, reception area, entertainment room, and bar. It felt less like an aircraft and more like a mobile palace. The cockpit was manned by a captain and co-pilot, accompanied by professional flight attendants and a steward. Even the chef was of national banquet caliber. The trio reveled in the experience throughout the journey and arrived at Binching Airport, still craving more. Meanwhile, the He family, who had arrived early, felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. "Are we sure he meant a private jet?" Uncle He questioned, still skeptical. "Didn't they say private jets aren't allowed to land at civilian airports?" "There's no mistake." Uncle Yuan Bin chimed in, holding his girlfriend's hand with a smile. "As long as you apply in advance, private jets can take off and land here. Of course, you need the right connections, but that's beside the point." Uncle He was astonished to learn of his younger relative's success. On the wedding day, they would certainly invite many prominent figures, and he hoped they wouldn't embarrass the He family in Shunsheng. "Rest assured, Grandpa, we know how to handle ourselves," they assured him, confidence radiating from their voices. This trip to Shunchang saw the entire He family mobilized, from the elderly patriarch and matriarch to the uncles and aunts, all the way down to the grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Upon hearing the younger generation's enthusiasm, the elder was finally satisfied. At that moment, an airport staff member approached respectfully. "Ladies and gentlemen, the private jet you are set to board is currently landing. I will escort you through the special boarding passage." Uncle He's heart finally settled. "All right, lead the way." The group of over a dozen individuals strode confidently past the crowd, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Upon reaching the tarmac and witnessing the magnificent aircraft before them, all, including the elderly patriarch, gazed in astonishment. Chi Jiang, along with the eldest and second brothers, quickly greeted them. After a brief introduction, they directed staff to load their luggage onto the plane. It was only when seated inside the cabin that the He family, along with Yuan Bin and his girlfriend, Xiameng, began to feel the reality of the moment sink in. Chapter 91. He Shi's speechless moment, sabotaged by his own mother. "Oh my heavens, this is simply extravagant." Aunt touched the genuine leather sofa beneath her and couldn't help but exclaim. Having spent her entire life in the countryside, she had witnessed significant improvements in living conditions, yet seldom ventured out. She had never even boarded a regular airplane, and today she found herself aboard a private jet, hesitant to step firmly on the carpet. She feared inadvertently soiling it. Annie, too, wore a similar expression of astonishment. "Is this what a private jet looks like?" It feels nothing like flying in the sky. Qi Jiang chuckled and explained. That's due to the aircraft's state-of-the-art technology, the most advanced in the world, which makes it feel as if one is merely walking on solid ground. I've heard that even a Saudi prince's private jet pales in comparison to this one owned by my cousin. It was taken aback. That must have cost a fortune, right? Indeed, it requires no less than several hundred million. Several hundred million? The women of the He family gasped in unison, and even the others appeared visibly shaken. Old Master He, who had been resting his eyes, involuntarily quivered at the corners of his mouth. He never imagined that after a lifetime of toil, the He family would produce such a capable descendant as He Shi. Truly, the ancestors have blessed us. Qi Jiang nodded. It indeed costs several hundred million, and the annual maintenance alone amounts to tens of millions. Upon hearing this figure, the He family members were left speechless. Cousin He Chung and Cousin He Chuan exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a resigned smile. They had thought that their earnings from building greenhouses this year were substantial, but compared to their cousin, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Yet, there was no trace of jealousy in their hearts. The He family has always adhered to the principle of doing what one is capable of. They felt nothing but joy for He Shi's achievements. After all, they were family, and should they ever find themselves in need, they believed their cousin would not stand idly by. Just like when they mentioned their plans for the greenhouses, their cousin had immediately offered financial support without hesitation. For this reason alone, the two elder brothers harbored no ill feelings. Meanwhile, the two sisters-in-law gazed enviously, thinking how fortunate their sister-in-law was to have such a husband. However, after a moment of reflection, they realized their own lives were not lacking. They had ambitious husbands, lovely children, and kind elders at home. Many would envy their position in the He family. Ultimately, living well was what mattered most. Observing the thoughts of her two daughters-in-law, Grandma, he smiled with satisfaction. At her age, her greatest wish was for the younger generation to get along harmoniously. It seemed she no longer needed to worry about that. As the plane descended, dusk approached. He Shi awaited his parents, cousin, and wife with their children at the back plaza of the Nanshi Hotel. A helipad had been designed during its construction, and now it served its purpose well. The cabin door opened, and the first to emerge were Old Master He and Grandma He. He Shi and Nan Sun hurried forward to greet them. Although the couple was dressed simply, their radiant presence seemed to illuminate the surroundings. Upon seeing them, Grandma He joyfully grasped their hands. Even a usually stern old master, he smiled. Grandpa, Grandma, I hope the journey wasn't too arduous, he Shi said with a grin. Grandma affectionately patted her grandson's arm. Not at all. This plane is incredibly comfortable. Indeed, cousin, your private jet is simply extraordinary. He Chung and He Chuan followed closely behind, exchanging friendly shoulder punches. Then came the elder and younger uncles, along with several ladies and two children. Yuan Bin and his girlfriend Xiameng were the last to disembark. Though it hadn't been long since their last meeting, everyone engaged in pleasant small talk. The elders missed the triplets dearly, hugging them tightly and reluctant to let go. It was only when He Shi reminded everyone that it was getting late that they began to head towards the hotel. Gazing at the towering edifice before them, the He family, despite being prepared, felt a shiver of awe. Yuan Bin and Xiameng were particularly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out. As individuals in the hotel industry, they understood what an 8-star rating signified. It was not merely a symbol of wealth. Old He, is this hotel truly yours? Yuan Bin asked incredulously. Yes, indeed. What do you think? Would you consider making a career change to join me? I might just have to think about it. They joked back and forth. The group then proceeded into the hotel lobby under Run Sheng's guidance. He Shi's status as the owner was no secret within the Nanshi Hotel. As they entered, all the staff members instinctively straightened up, their professionalism on full display. Good evening, Director He. Good evening, madam. As they made their way through, countless staff members bowed respectfully to He Shi and Nan Sun, leaving the He family and Yuan Bin and his wife utterly astonished. Those unaware might have thought they were filming a lavish drama. Concerned about embarrassing He Shi, they restrained themselves from looking around too much. Only when they reached the 82nd floor and entered the private room did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ren Sheng rang the doorbell, and immediately, a server entered with several trays. Mr. He, dinner will be ready in about 10 minutes. We prepared some pastries and fruit to start. He sure nodded. Sitting beside him, Nan's son added, if the congee is ready, please serve it first. After all, we just disembarked, and it's best to have something light to avoid stomach discomfort, especially for the elderly and the little ones. Of course, madam. Rinsheng promptly relayed the message to the kitchen. The adults gathered for casual conversation, while the triplets had already taken the two little boys to play. Despite the time apart, it didn't take long for them to engage in delightful play. He Chung's child, the eldest at 5, was slightly older than He Chuan's 4.5-year-old, yet among them, little Yu acted like the big brother. Though small in stature, he was exceptionally nurturing and naturally assumed a leadership role. Whether it was sharing toys or distributing snacks, everyone willingly followed his lead. Old Master He beamed at this scene, exclaiming, this child will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Uncle He, too, chimed in, indeed, I've never seen a child so young display such initiative. Hearing this, He Shi, the proud father, felt a swell of pride, though he humbly replied, please don't praise him too much, otherwise. He'll start to think too highly of himself. Isn't that just like you? You appear so serious yet. He sure turned in surprise to his mother. Mother, must you undermine your son? What? Am I wrong? How could he sure dare to argue? Yes, you're entirely right. Laughter erupted, filling the private room with warmth. Chapter 92. The pre-wedding party after dinner. With the exception of Old Master He and the old lady heading to the sandalwood garden, everyone else settled into the South Time Hotel. Although there were enough rooms at home, the two elder uncles insisted on experiencing the services of an 8-star hotel. Naturally, he sure complied. After instructing Rinsheng to attend to their needs, he finally drove away. With only 3 days remaining until the wedding, Nan's son, accompanied by He Han, temporarily took residence in the Jin Fu Tian Di. On the day of the wedding, the bridal procession would arrive here to collect the bride. After dropping off his wife, he sure lingered for a while before reluctantly returning to the sandalwood garden. The thought of sleeping alone that night, without the warmth of his beloved, filled him with an urgent desire for the wedding day to arrive. The estate indeed catered to the preferences of the two elderly ones, but regrettably, it was too late to explore further, so they would have to wait until tomorrow. With his grandparents settled, he sure headed straight to his room. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, and ultimately decided to go to his study. Upon opening the system panel, he sure was surprised to discover that his assets had unknowingly accumulated significantly. Just over 2 months ago, he was a taxi driver, overwhelmed with worry over his father's surgical expenses. Reflecting on the events of this period felt surreal, akin to a dream. System, why did you choose to bind with me? He sure's long-standing question slipped out unexpectedly. However, the familiar mechanical voice did not respond as usual. He called out in confusion, System, where are you? Don't play dead. The system, exasperated, thought, how ridiculous. You only realize to ask this now that we are bound? Are you cursing me in your heart? No, he sure replied, secretly relieved to hear the system's voice again. He had feared it had vanished. By the way, Haven Tea, I made my purchase in the flash sale today? He inquired. Yes, host, the system confirmed. He scrolled down the progress bar and indeed saw today's flash sale items. 1 universal upgrade card for 9 yuan. 3 universal upgrade cards for 29 yuan. 10 universal upgrade cards for 39 yuan, the system noted. The host can only purchase 1 item per day. If not claimed within 24 hours, it is considered a voluntary forfeiture. He sure raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. The store finally offered something worthwhile. Previously, it was either vehicles or seeds, which he had little interest in. Without hesitation, he purchased 10 upgrade cards and immediately chose to upgrade his space. A flash of blue light enveloped him, and in mere seconds, the originally 10 square meter space expanded 100-fold. He sure nodded in satisfaction, recalling the various extraordinary seeds he had collected over time, and eagerly asked, will any other functions be unlocked this time? The system's indifferent voice replied, no. All right then. He sure conceded with resignation. The mere expansion of that tiny space had already brought him great contentment. Seeing that it was still early, he opened the stock market dashboard. After glancing at recent gains, he selected a few stocks. With his current assets, Trading stocks had become little more than a pastime. Crafting investment plans was far more engaging. Through diligent efforts over this period, Nansher's investment company had expanded to hundreds, encompassing numerous cities across the nation, establishing itself as the unquestionable leader in the domestic investment sector. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He Shi's ambitions extended far beyond this. He opened a document and meticulously recorded the company's forthcoming development strategies, subsequently forwarding them to his subordinates. When he glanced at the time again, he realized it was nearly midnight. He contemplated calling Nan-sun, but hesitated, fearing he might disturb her rest if she had already fallen asleep. Unbeknownst to him, his beloved wife was hosting a party at home. Annie, Yi Tong, Zhang Yu, and Xiaoyu were all bridesmaids for the wedding. The group had quietly arrived at Jinfu Tiandi around 8, without even the knowledge of Xiaoyu's boyfriend, who was deeply infatuated with her. Not only did they arrive, but they also brought along beer, barbecue, fried chicken, and cake. Nan-sun, recalling her friend Xianmeng, who had just come to the city, covertly invited her over too. As the women gathered, downing a few bottles of alcohol, they completely let loose. They settled on the carpet in the living room, and Annie raised a bottle, proclaiming, "Come on, let us toast, to celebrate our goddess stepping into the realm of marriage. Cheers!" The women, all spirited, joined in. Even the typically gentle Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves. "I used to think marriage was quite scary, but after seeing Sun, that notion has completely changed. Sisters, I declare here today, if Duan Qi, the boyfriend, dares to propose, I will say yes immediately." As Xiaoyu's words echoed, the others erupted in excitement. Yi Tong, holding up her phone, shouted, "I recorded it. I recorded it." Xianming, blushing, added, "So did I. If my Yuan Bin were a bit more proactive, I'd say yes right away." Annie and Zhang Yu exchanged glances and pounced on the two, exclaiming, "Ah, you desperate women." As single ladies, they found it hard to contain their feelings. Nan-sun laughed heartily. "Let us not talk about anything today. Just eat and drink to our heart's content." She turned on the speaker, and Yi Tong immediately chose an energetic rock song. The already boisterous atmosphere intensified as the group of women began to dance wildly. Had it not been for the excellent soundproofing of the house, the neighbors would have surely complained by now. Before long, everyone's cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, He Han, who had never drunk before, was becoming tipsy. Nan-sun helped her to the sofa, relieved once she confirmed she was all right. However, she failed to notice when her little cousin's phone suddenly rang. He Han, already dazed, could only vaguely see a flickering light. By instinct, she swiped to answer and gruffly asked, "Hello, what is it?" On the other end, He Shi's brows furrowed upon hearing the chaotic sounds, interspersed with occasional screams. Resembling a monkey din, He Shi coldly inquired, "Where are you?" He had wrestled with his thoughts, ultimately deciding to speak with his wife, but concerned she might be asleep. He had called his cousin instead, knowing she was a night owl. However, it appeared the situation was turning out differently than he anticipated. He Han was so dazed she was nearly asleep, and with the noise in the room, she could hardly hear what He Shi was saying. Frustrated, she tossed the phone aside. On the other end, He Shi, after several unsuccessful attempts to call out, grabbed his car keys and headed out the door. Chapter 93. His wife is truly adorable. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the top floor of the Jin mansion was still ablaze with light on the 23rd floor. Several women, clutching bottles of wine, had begun to show signs of inebriation, save for the soundly sleeping He Han. The lively atmosphere, however, remained undiminished. Just as they were reveling in their merriment, a sudden commotion erupted from outside the door. Nan-sun, puzzled, turned down the music, realizing someone was knocking, and the sound grew increasingly insistent. A jolt of anxiety struck her as she slowly approached the door. There was someone outside. Yi Tong, half awake from the effects of the alcohol, nervously queried, "Could it be Higa?" Nan-sun froze in place, casting a quick glance at the disheveled living room before turning to her close friends. It shouldn't be, right? Uncertain of why she felt guilty, she grasped Yi Tong's hand and urged her to open the door, while she herself concealed behind the sofa. Yi Tong looked bewildered. Is this how we handle things? As the knocking grew more impatient, threatening to disturb the tenants below, Yi Tong reluctantly approached the door. Peering through the peephole, she spotted the brightly lit corridor, revealing everything clearly. Upon recognizing the familiar attire, she exhaled with relief. Upon opening the door, they discovered that it was merely a delivery man from a takeout service. Knocking like that could break down the door. Yetong iklemet in invitation. The delivery man, equally exasperated, replied, I've been ringing the doorbell for ages and calling, but no one answered, so I had no choice but to knock. Yetong opened her mouth to respond, accepting the food with a quiet thank you. Who ordered the crayfish? She asked, her annoyance still palpable. At that moment, her heart nearly leapt from her chest at the thought of He Shi's stern face. Nan Sun surveyed the sofa, where her friends lay sprawled in various positions. It must be Annie, she mentioned wanting to eat. Annie rubbed her sleepy eyes. That's me. Come on, let's eat together. Before she could finish, she succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, Zhangyu, and Xiameng also lay there, utterly drained, yet still clamoring for more drinks. With a resigned sigh, Nan Sun realized their all-nighter would have to come to a halt. She glanced at the scattered bottles and junk food strewn about, remnants of cake smeared everywhere. Grateful that He Shi had not arrived yet, she and Yetong exerted considerable effort to help their friends to their rooms. Yetong shook her slightly dizzy head, sister-in-law. You should rest too. Nan Sun nodded and, seeing everyone sleeping soundly, turned to return to her room. After a refreshing shower, she lay on her bed, but sleep eluded her. Finally, she threw on a light garment and stepped onto the balcony. Her alluring figure leaned against the railing, and as she gazed at the starry sky, she hesitated for a moment before sending a message to He Shi. Knowing her husband was likely asleep and had a habit of keeping his phone nearby, she did not expect a reply. However, as soon as she saw the message I miss you sent successfully, her heart gradually found solace, and a smile crept onto her face. To her surprise, within seconds, her phone vibrated with a response. He Shi, come downstairs, my wife. Without a moment's thought, Nan Sun dashed downstairs, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. In the stillness of the night, she spotted his familiar silhouette from afar, casually leaning against the car door. Clad in black, almost merging with the darkness, He Shi had been watching for her approach. Upon seeing his wife, he instinctively opened his arms, and soon, she was enveloped in his embrace. Nan Sun clung tightly to his waist, seeking to steady her racing heart. What brings you here? She inquired softly. He Shi's lips curled into a slight smile. Did you not say you miss me? Nan Sun's tone turned slightly petulant. I couldn't sleep without you. He Shi tightened his grip at her words, suddenly realizing how terrifyingly habitual their connection had become. Without Nan Sun by his side, he too felt an overwhelming longing. How else could he have found himself here in the middle of the night, sitting in the car for over an hour? Are you cold? He Shi asked, brushing his fingers against her cool cheek. Wanting to offer her his outerwear, he realized he was only wearing a sweatshirt. He opened the car door, lifting her into the back seat before sitting beside her. With one arm, he drew her close, and they nestled against each other in silence for a long while. Finally, Nan Sun spoke up. Annie and Xiao Tong are at home. We were drinking together tonight. She treaded carefully with her words, but He Shi merely responded with a gentle. In truth, he was already aware. After hanging up with He Han, his worry had spiked, fearing the sisters had gone out and gotten drunk. But then he remembered Nan Sun's sensibility, prompting him to check the door surveillance. Seeing Annie and the others enter their home, he sighed in relief. Unable to sleep, He Shi had driven over, choosing to wait below so as not to disturb their gathering. Initially, he thought his wife might have forgotten him in the revelry, but receiving her message changed everything. In that moment, all he wanted was to hold her close. Hearing his nonchalant reply, Nan Sun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Aren't you going to ask me anything? I drank a lot. He Shi shook his head, his gaze affectionate. It was just a gathering with friends. As long as you're happy at home, you could do as you please. But only at home, especially with drinking. You must stay indoors. Do you understand? With your beauty, if you go out and act recklessly, who knows how many wolves you would attract. The mere thought of such a scenario ignited his jealousy. Nan Sun, feeling a bit wistful, replied, Annie mentioned taking me to a bar. I've never been. She added eagerly, I could go with you. That would be boring. Huh? What did you say? Nan Sun met his dangerously playful gaze, swallowing hard. I think you're right. I don't want to go anywhere without you. He Shi's eyes sparkled with delight. His wife truly was adorable, He gently patted her back, as one might soothe a child. In 2 days, I'll come and pick you up. Be a good girl and wait for me, all right? Understood. While I'm away, you mustn't go to the bar, all right? Got it. He sure nodded in satisfaction, about to say a few more words, when he realized she had fallen silent in his arms. He looked down, feeling her warm breath against his neck, calming his restless heart from the night. After yawning, he sure adjusted his position and closed his eyes, embracing the tranquility. Chapter 94. The grand wedding that stunned the city. Time flew by, and finally, the day of the wedding arrived. The entire city of Shun was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy. LED screens displayed messages celebrating the union of the couple, and in an instant, the names He Shi and Nan Sun became widely recognized. The city resembled a grand festival, adorned with vibrant decorations. With the most extravagant display found along the route from Jinfu Tiandi to Tongxiang Garden, a veritable ocean of red. Countless flowers lined the streets, while balloons and ribbons floated in the sky. Passers-by marveled at the spectacle, speculating whether a major celebrity was getting married or if it was a wealthy family's affair. Among the onlookers, girls who noticed the LED screens could hardly contain their excitement. It's Nan Sun, the heroine of the legendary proposal. They gasped in anticipation. What? After the legendary proposal comes the legendary wedding? They could hardly contain their envy for the little wife of the big shot. Only a few noticed the name of the groom, He Shi, who seemed to be the chairman of Wan Jia and Xing Qianli, as indicated on his scarf. Amidst the myriad of astonished reactions throughout Shun, the bride and groom were finally meeting each other under the gaze of the crowd. Nan Sun was pulled out of bed early in the morning, as the wedding ceremonies were elaborate and steeped in tradition, beginning with the ritual of unveiling the face, followed by the Sanshu and Jiali ceremonies, culminating in the Chuan Shan ritual, before He Shi could finally see his bride. The bridesmaids trying to block the entrance were easily dealt with by 4 generous red envelopes thrown his way. Draped in a phoenix crown and a flowing gown, Nan Sun emerged, drawing gasps from all the guests present. He Shi's eyes sparkled with an unmistakable brilliance. Though he had seen her once during their pre-wedding photo shoot, he was still momentarily breathless. He reached out, and as her delicate hand rested in his palm, he grasped it tightly, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. He was finally marrying the woman he had longed for. Dressed in his scholarly robes, He Shi looked every bit as handsome as he was esteemed, and together they garnered admiration from the assembled crowd. The triplets were also resplendent in their vibrant little hanfu outfits, adorably enhancing the festive atmosphere. Blending in with the entourage, they beamed at their parents, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. As Nan Sun had no elders present, the customary farewell to the bride's family was omitted. He Shi bent down, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, he swept her into his arms and carried her to the wedding car. Though he had wished for her to ride in a bridal sedan while he rode on horseback, the urban setting made it impractical. So he opted for a lavish wedding car instead, a Lamborghini Herm S worth $380 million. The procession was equally impressive, comprising 68 vehicles, each valued in the millions. As they set off, they captured the attention of countless onlookers. The convoy made its way to Tongxiang Garden, where the guests, aside from He Shi's relatives and friends, included some of Shun's most prominent figures, such as the Xiang, Lin, Deng, and Zhang families. Notably, old Master Li Jingyi from Yinxing, a figure of great renown, was also in attendance, creating quite a stir. The presence of such a dignified guest left old Master Xiang astounded, realizing the depth of He Shi's connections. As the firecrackers announced the arrival of the wedding party, the courtyard was festooned with red silk and lanterns, creating an ambience reminiscent of ancient times. Enhanced by guests donned in traditional attire, when the auspicious moment arrived, everyone moved to the main hall for the ceremony. The officiant took to the stage, bowing to the guests, and after delivering the wedding blessings, He Shi and Nan Sun finally presented themselves before the assembly, holding the embroidered ball. The ceremony proceeded with the traditional 3 bows. Observing from the elevated platform, Qi Lan and He Yuhai felt tears welling in their eyes, realizing that amidst all their friends and family, their son and daughter-in-law were officially becoming a family. Nan Sun, blushing, offered the tea of respect. Followed by the ceremonial washing and the joining of cups, each ritual further cementing their bond. Even He Shi found it overwhelming at times, discreetly squeezing Nan Sun's hand, asking if she wanted to shorten the remaining proceedings. She resolutely shook her head, insisting she could endure, and so he acquiesced. Finally, when the officiant announced the hand-holding ceremony, both let out a sigh of relief. The weight of Nan Sun's crown had left her neck stiff by the time they returned to their room. Before the makeup artist could attend to her, He Shi hurriedly helped her remove the intricate headpiece, gently massaging her neck, which drew admiration from those who followed in after them. The eldest brother jokingly nudged Qi Jiang. See, this is why the third brother could marry so quickly. It's all about the difference. His teasing inadvertently caught the attention of Xiaoya, who shot him a reproachful glance. You know about differences? The eldest brother, embarrassed, quickly retreated to appease his girlfriend. As the banter continued, He Shi rose to usher everyone out, observing the frosty demeanor of his grandfather, prompting the group to disperse in mere seconds. Chapter 95. The wedding concludes, my dear. Are you tired? He Shi grasped Nan Sun's hand, gently kissing it near his lips. Perhaps you should skip the toasting later. How could that be? I'm perfectly fine. You go ahead while I change into another outfit. Is it that you cannot change while I am here? I assure you, I have not. Before He Shi could finish, Nan Sun, irritated, covered his mouth. Be quiet. The makeup artist is still waiting. All right, I shall remain silent. He couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment at her fiery temperament, which he had inadvertently nurtured. Lowering his head, he swiftly pressed a kiss to her crimson lips. Then I shall take my leave. Once you're ready, have someone call for me. Understood. As He Shi's figure vanished from the doorway, a smile illuminated Nan Sun's face. Madam, he and Mr. He share a splendid bond, commented the makeup artist, Zhuo Yun, unable to suppress her admiration. Having worked at Jelly for 5 years, she had assisted many newlyweds from affluent families. Yet none matched the connection exhibited by this couple today. Their interaction was imbued with an unspoken understanding, as if they had been living together for ages. Each glance was suffused with unreserved affection, and a myriad of small details reflected their mutual care. Love was not explicitly expressed, yet it permeated every moment. Nan Sun's smile deepened at the words. With Zhuo Yun's assistance, she shed her cumbersome wedding gown for a resplendent red hanfu. Chosen for its narrow sleeves and waist-length design, it was adorned with a long flowing shawl draped over her arms. Her long hair cascaded down her back, crowned with an exquisite beaded headdress, harmonizing beautifully with her delicate vintage makeup, transforming her into a figure reminiscent of an ancient princess. Absolutely stunning, Zhuo Yun exclaimed, her eyes wide with awe. Nan Sun twirled before the mirror, satisfaction radiating from her. Thank you for your hard work. When He Shi completed his attire, the couple made their way to the rear courtyard. The scenery here was delightful, far more suitable for the banquet than the main hall. Seated in a pavilion, they could enjoy the view while toasting, a true pleasure in itself. They first approached Mr. Li Jingyi's table, accompanied by Chang Yan, the wife of Li Zimu, and their daughter Anan. To He Shi's surprise, Master Chao Wenkai was also present at this table with the elder gentleman. He speculated that his sworn brother would not intrude unless invited by Mr. Li. As expected, Li Jingyi smiled. It's lively with many together. After extending his blessings to the newlyweds, he had gifts presented to them. Thank you, Mr. Li, for your generosity, He Shi and Nan Sun graciously replied, handing the gifts to a nearby groomsman. The scenery of your estate is truly remarkable. Which landscaping master was commissioned for such design? He Shi smiled slightly at Li Jingyi's remark. I merely improvised. If you enjoy it, old sir, do feel free to visit and stay for a while. That would be splendid. I shall certainly come to intrude one day. Their conversation flowed effortlessly. Unbeknownst to them, the gentlemen nearby were engulfed in astonishment. Although their families wielded considerable influence in Shunsheng, they could not compare to the illustrious Li family of Yinqing, renowned in political and military spheres. They were taken aback at how young He Shi had forged such a close rapport with the patriarch of the Li family. To their further surprise, even the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family was present, indicating a solid connection with the younger generation as well. The elders listened intently, and upon hearing He Shi mention his elder brother, Their expressions confirmed their suspicions. He had a task and had already returned to his team. But he entrusted me with a wedding gift and insisted on hosting you and your sister-in-law in Yinching next time. He sure was pleasantly surprised at Li Zimu's loyalty. They had only met once before. Naturally, he had only encountered Li Jingyi once as well. When he sent out invitations, he never anticipated that the elder would attend in person. The sincerity of this family reinforced He Shi's resolve to cultivate a friendship with them. Please extend my gratitude to my elder brother. When I visit Yinching, I shall ensure we drink to our heart's content, He Shi stated. Cheng Yin smiled and replied, I will certainly convey your message. The other elder gentlemen at the table soon followed suit, offering their blessings and gifts. After exchanging a few pleasantries, He Shi raised a toast to each of them before moving on to other tables. Unbeknownst to the couple, in that brief span of time, the guests attending the wedding were filled with astonishment, particularly He Shi's university classmates. In just a few months apart, they were unprepared for the renowned He, while they were still struggling to secure employment, had already established his own enterprise and formed connections with so many influential figures. As they witnessed the once aloof scions of wealthy families respectfully toasting to the newlyweds, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Those with keen ears began to question their existence upon hearing the titles used for the couple. Even He family members were taken aback. The elder He, who had been delightfully sipping his drink, was startled when a young man referred to him as great-grandfather, causing his cup to slip from his grasp. It was Nan Sun who ultimately explained the situation with a smile. So, my cousin has become part of the elder generation? He Cheng gazed in disbelief. How remarkable! The thought of being called grandfather by peers, and even those older than him, was exhilarating, not to mention being addressed as uncle by such prominent figures. As the banquet drew to a close and all guests were sent off, night had fallen. Unsurprisingly, Xiang Yuanxi had succumbed to intoxication, courtesy of his cousin. The elder brothers and Yuan Bin also showed signs of inebriation, prompting He Shi to invite them to rest at the sandalwood garden that evening. The bridesmaids were also led to their guest rooms by Nan Sun. As for other relatives and friends, Qi Jiang had taken charge, relieving him of any further concern. The triplets were looked after by their grandparents, allowing He Shi and Nan Sun to return to their new home early. A grand bed crafted from rosewood was centered in their expansive bedroom, draped in sheer red curtains. The bed linens were also crimson, adorned with auspicious fruits such as red dates, peanuts, and longan, symbolizing the wish for early progeny. Their suite, located on the second floor, was vast, with the balcony alone spanning several dozen square meters. Though the DCOR exuded an antique charm, it was replete with modern technology. Connected were a small living room, a media room, a bathroom, a wardrobe, and He Shi study alongside Nan Sun's art studio, all seamlessly integrated to form an expansive suite. Seated at the vanity, Nan Sun allowed He Shi to remove her hair ornaments and tend to her flowing locks. Accustomed to a bare face, this wedding marked her first experience with heavy makeup. The subtle allure she typically possessed was magnified 100-fold. He Shi's fingers grazed her finely shaped brow, trailing down to her earlobe as he whispered, "My dear, you are truly exquisite." Nan Sun's cheeks gradually blossomed with a lovely pink hue, and the temperature in the room began to rise ever so slightly. Chapter 96. Setting off for the honeymoon outside the window, a gentle drizzle began to fall, quietly soaking the verdant plants in the courtyard. And it continued until the early hours of the morning. Suddenly, a chime echoed through the air. "Congratulations, host. Your wedding has been successfully held, and a luxurious private island has been fully developed and constructed." Just as He Shi was on the verge of drifting into slumber, the unexpected announcement from the system jolted him awake. He turned on the bedside lamp and sat up in confusion. After a moment's pause, he finally comprehended the system's message. "A private island?" he inquired, perplexed. Beside him, Nan Sun seemed startled by his movement, letting out a few restless sounds. He quickly pulled her closer, gently patting her back and soothingly murmuring, There, go back to sleep." Once he noticed her furrowed brow relaxing, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. The system's cold, mechanical voice then resumed, "Yes, host. The island is the largest and most luxurious private island in the world, with a perpetually warm climate. All facilities have been completed, including opulent estates and farms, and you may move in at any time. He sure was taken aback by the unexpected delight that had come from his wedding. Just in time, the cruise he wished to gift his beloved wife was also in production, allowing the family to reside on the island for a spell. The leisurely life of farming was something he had long yearned for. After reveling in this thought for a while, he settled back down. The following morning, apart from Chi-Lan and He Shi, everyone else awoke late, unsurprisingly. By the time the entourage finally roused themselves from their slumber, it was nearly noon. After breakfast, with nothing particular to do, they began a thorough cleaning. Emerging from his bedroom, he sure raised an eyebrow. You all seem quite capable. It appears I hired the cleaning staff in vain. The eldest, who was vigorously scrubbing the floor, immediately tossed aside his cloth, exclaiming, "Come on. You should have said something earlier." He sure shrugged. "It's never too late to mention it now. I was just worried you might ruin my floor." The flooring was crafted from exceptionally precious timber, and the carpets were all custom-made. They required professional cleaning techniques and could not be carelessly washed. "All right, everyone take a break. Don't you have work tomorrow?" The second brother's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 days off just for a wedding? He sure looked at him as if he were foolish. "My wedding isn't your wedding. You all have work, but I don't." The others responded with disheartened expressions, particularly the eldest, the second, Chi Jiang, Deng Wenyo, and Xiang Yuanci, who all earned their keep under He Shi's authority. He sure continued to poke fun at them. "What? Do you want to join me and my wife on our honeymoon? You don't even have a partner. Isn't that a bit premature?" The eldest and the others were left speechless, contemplating how to navigate this predicament. Thus, they resigned themselves to their work. With that, He sure made his way to the kitchen. His wife was stirring, and he needed to prepare a delightful lunch for her. The remaining men exchanged glances before resuming their cleaning. If they couldn't manage their boss, they could at least tidy up his floors. The women, who had been sitting aside, munching on sunflower seeds and observing the scene, shook their heads in exasperation. So childish. The He family and the Yuanbin couple remained in Shanghai for 3 more days before He sure sent them away on a private jet. After a few days of bustling activity, the He household returned to tranquility. However, the grand wedding had ignited a frenzy across social media, with He Shi and Nan Sun's names trending for several days. Yet that was the extent of it, with the hacker skills provided by the system. Apart from He Shi's identity as the chairman of Wanjia and Xing Qianli, no other information could be uncovered online. Any videos, photos, or materials related to their family were intercepted and destroyed before they could even be uploaded. As the topic garnered widespread attention, He Shi and Nan Sun were already en route to their honeymoon, accompanied by 3 little light bulbs. Initially, they intended to set off the day after the wedding, but with the He family still present, they decided to spend some quality time with the elder He and his wife in Shanghai. After sending off the He family, a minor issue arose concerning the construction of their new headquarters, which might delay the completion date. In order to resolve this matter, He sure had been preoccupied for several days, postponing their trip until now. Nevertheless, their travel itinerary remained unchanged. Their first stop was to visit Nan Sun's hometown in the south. Then, He sure planned to take his wife and children horseback, riding on the grasslands, and eventually to the Arctic to witness the auroras. Finally, they would head to the private island subsidized by the system. By the time they returned, the headquarters of the Nanshi group would likely be nearing completion. In the first-class cabin of the airplane, He sure covered the sleeping Nan Sun with a blanket and turned to check on the 3 little ones. Seeing them all peacefully asleep, he picked up a magazine and continued reading. This stunning family had drawn the attention of everyone on board since they stepped onto the plane. Particularly, the discerning flight attendants had gathered to gossip. "Are they really a family? That couple looks awfully young." One remarked. "I believe they are. That little boy resembles the man quite a bit." Another added, "And the 2 girls look identical. They must be triplets." As they discussed fervently, the previously quiet girl spoke up. "Surely you must be mistaken. Just because they look alike doesn't mean they're siblings." Her words instantly chilled the atmosphere. This girl was named Mu Yuan, the most beautiful among them, but also the most arrogant. Relying on her family's modest wealth, she often looked down on others, making her unpopular with the other flight attendants. Once she spoke, everyone realized that this young lady was clearly infatuated with the handsome man. Initially, they had only caught a glimpse of his striking features, which had caused their hearts to flutter. However, the stunning woman beside him quickly extinguished any lingering crushes. They never expected this young lady to be so brazen. While it was undeniable that Mu Yuan was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to the woman outside, whose allure was simply unmatched. Little did Mu Yuan know, her attention was entirely fixated on He Shi, oblivious to her colleague's thoughts. Her mind was consumed with the desire to get to know such an exceptional man. Chapter 97. Arrival at Spring City. A Rolls-Royce to pick up guests, Mu Yuan walked into the dining area, picked up a tray, and poured herself a glass of red wine. Turning around, she addressed the others. Just wait and see what the relationship is. You'll find out soon enough. With that, she headed towards the first-class cabin where the He family was seated. Look at her, acting so high and mighty, exclaimed another tall flight attendant, her eyes filled with indignation. The purser shook her head helplessly. Come on, let's go see. Yes, let's see how she embarrasses herself. Sir, would you like some red wine? Mu Yuan called out sweetly before she even approached, her long, fair legs subtly on display, and her ample bosom accentuated. He Shi, flipping through a book, caught a whiff of an overpowering perfume from afar and immediately frowned. Stop. Mu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Then her tone became even more flirtatious. Sir, is there something you need? Her affected demeanor made the flight attendants, who were hiding behind her, feel a chill run down their spines. He Shi kept his head down, but his voice turned frosty. Did no one teach you to speak softly when the guests are asleep? Mu Yuan trembled slightly, and when she spoke again, her tone was inevitably awkward. I apologize, sir. I didn't mean to. She stepped a little closer, attempting to get nearer to the man before her. Finally, He Shi raised his eyes, the dark clouds in them making the air feel thick. Call your purser. The command left Mu Yuan in disbelief. Panic surged through her as she struggled to comprehend how the situation had escalated so dramatically. This was entirely beyond her expectations. The purser, who had been standing with the other flight attendants,